Apocalypse, I built the infinite train. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 276 Train Upgrade on a Snowy Night. Scan successful. Obtained Coal Industries 6-axis mechanical power arm. Blueprint. Devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 200. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 100. Disassembly. Obtained hot rolled forged steel 100. Molybdenum tungsten corrosion resistant alloy 30. Titanium alloy 50. Zirconium based amorphous alloy 5. Ordinary carbon steel 20, graphene aluminum-based wire, zirconium-based amorphous alloy, silicon carbide fiber reinforcement. At 6:20 p.m., outside the Zilland weapons manufacturing factory, as dusk approached, the wind and snow began to howl. As the light screen appeared before him, large pieces of ash slipped from Lin Xian's hands. 200 points, not bad. Most importantly, molybdenum tungsten corrosion-resistant alloy and titanium alloy are military-grade materials, making them more efficient for conversion in the manufacturing plant. Kiki was sitting on the lid of the arc melting furnace, boredly using telekinesis to build blocks in front of a pile of metal fragments, practicing his precise telekinetic control. Seeing that Lin Xian had finished, he glanced over and pointed at the arc melting furnace beneath his hips. This one's next. Lin Xian, riding on Kiki's telekinesis, flew over, landing on the arc melting furnace. He looked down and said, "This thing should be quick." Although this large, industrial-grade arc melting furnace was enormous and heavy, reaching over 30 tons, its mechanical structure was not complex. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't need to scan blueprints, so it should consume it faster than a robotic arm. Devour progress 1%. As expected, Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart, unleashing his devouring power. He felt delighted. He felt that he could handle this massive thing in an hour, no more difficult than the freight car. However, it was approaching nightfall, and Lin Xian's nerves were beginning to tense as usual. "Don't worry," Kiki casually sat on the stovetop, saying to Lin Xian, "there are so many convoys outside. This city should be pretty safe." Besides, she hugged her knees and looked at Lin Xian. "I'll protect you." Lin Xian looked at her seriously and said, "Sit tight and stay alert." Oh, seeing Lin Xian's seriousness, Kiki immediately straightened her posture. After a moment's thought, she flew over and sat next to Lin Xian, facing behind him. She then looked up at him and said, "I'll watch the back, and you watch the front. That should be fine, right?" Lin Xian glanced at her, took a deep breath, and said nothing more. "Beep, beep Teacher Chen." Lin Xian was in touch with the Infinity through the communicator. "Everyone's back safely, don't worry." In the Infinity's living compartment, Chen Sixuan looked at the excited team members and said to Lin Xian, "When will you be back?" "About 2 or 3 hours, Lin Xian estimated. "Well, then, I'll take the men to store the supplies and take inventory." Lin Xian felt a slight sense of relief after understanding the situation of the Infinity, and now he focused on waiting for nightfall. At 6:30 p.m., night fell. A veil of darkness enveloped the sky, as if burying the swirling storm along with it. Only the rumble of thunder remained above. The previously bustling crowds of people on the city's streets had vanished. Each convoy, fully armed and ready for the approach of darkness, wore a solemn expression. Suddenly, a chilling chill descended over the survivors across Zilland City. At that moment, the sound of artillery fire from the demon-repelling front lines in the east and south of the city suddenly intensified. Railgun beams pierced the sky, and aircraft began to soar northward. This scene played out almost every night, and the 7th Survey Corps had long since prepared for the onset of war. 10 minutes passed, and the city remained utterly silent. The convoys along Central Avenue began to relax, lights and bonfires lit up once more, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This heralds the arrival of another safe night. The Infinity and Longshan No. 1 were also well prepared, but after realizing that there was no strange attack, the people in the carriages gradually relaxed. Chen Sixuan stood in the cockpit and observed for a while, then walked to the information center, checked the Sentinel monitoring system, and after confirming that there was no problem, he used the communicator to say to Lin Xian, Lin Xian, there is no problem on the Infinity. In the dark factory, Lin Xian and Kiki sat on the cold arc melting furnace. Hearing Chen Sixuan's words, they also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Zilin City is really safe. Kiki let out a long breath. A telekinesis shield emitting a faint light enveloped the two of them. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the temperature inside the telekinesis shield did not feel that cold. The zombies and strange entities within the city have been eliminated. The Phoenix Society is guarding the perimeter, and with all the city defenses, it's indeed. Lin Xian's expression eased slightly, his gaze sweeping across the darkness of the factory. Beyond the high windows, tiny sparks of fire flickered in the convoys parked outside the factory and on the street. Reassured, huh? Then hurry up, Kiki smacked her lips. I'm hungry, yeah, Lin Xian whispered. Soon, the two spoke in whispers, keeping the lights off to avoid attracting the attention of the other convoys. In the darkness, Kiki leaned against Lin Xian's shoulder, her back to him, and muttered softly, Lin Xian, will we go somewhere warmer someday? Lin Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say no, but instead spoke in a deep voice. The tide of darkness has blocked out the sunlight, and it's only going to get colder. But if we escape this vortex of extreme cold, perhaps things will be better than they are now. You can't even lie to me, Kiki said angrily. Actually, I wanted to ask you, you kept mentioning Jinhei before, is it true, or are you lying to me? Lin Xian asked. While Kiki leaned back and leaned directly on Lin Xian's knees, looking at him through the dark light, what do you think? Lin Xian stretched out his hand and put it under Kiki's head, letting her lean more comfortably, and then said, I have always wanted to say that your family is so rich, so why don't we go to Jinhei to cooperate and make a fortune, expand our train, such as getting some high-tech equipment, you shouldn't mind, right? Why, a couple who rob money, Kiki responded reflexively when she heard it, but she felt something was wrong as soon as the words came out of her mouth, and immediately changed the subject in an awkward whisper, I mean, why should I rob my own family's money? Lin Xian smiled when he heard it. You were so excited when you wanted to use your father's identity to go to the number 9 underground city with me to steal the star propulsion device. Oh, this, Kiki was speechless for a moment, and then fell silent again. Lin Xian. Yet, I'm a little cold. Kiki leaned against Lin Xian's hand, unable to resist snuggling closer to him. Lin Xian took a deep breath, remained silent, and held her tighter, devouring progress 88%. Lin Xian. Yeah, let's go rob my family together. In the darkness, Lin Xian felt her breath gently on his face. He lowered his head. Although he couldn't see her face in the darkness, he seemed to feel Kiki's beautiful eyes gazing at him, bright and shining. Okay, Lin Xian agreed. The next moment, a pair of soft hands suddenly wrapped around his neck, a warm breath met his, and a soft, gentle kiss touched his lips. Lin Xian's heart warmed. Without a word, he simply lowered his head and kissed the girl. In the darkness, no sound was heard. Kiki's kiss was the exact opposite of her bold personality. It was serious, cautious, and timid, with a fresh and intoxicating flavor that was intoxicating. In the darkness, neither could see the other, only feeling each other's breath. This inexplicably brought on a quiet, furtive, inexplicable flutter of emotion, so much so that Lin Xian lost track of time. Successful devouring, mechanical source points plus 150. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 100, Lin Xian felt a surge of guilt, having lost count of how long they'd been kissing until a screen of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. The arc's melting furnace beneath them vanished into a cloud of ash, and Lin Xian nearly fell. They were kissing passionately when the weightlessness hit, and the connection to Kiki's mouth instantly severed. The girl cried out in panic, using her supernatural powers to pull both Lin Xian and herself up, preventing them from falling to the ground. That was a close call, Lin Xian exclaimed with relief after landing. That's right, be careful, Kiki replied in a panicked tone in the darkness, seemingly denying what had just happened. Click. Lin Xian flicked on a flashlight, and Kiki, standing opposite him, immediately dodged a beam, hiding in the darkness and pointing in that direction. Look, aren't you still going to work on that machine? Yes, knowing the girl's shyness, Lin Xian didn't expose her, but immediately rushed to work on the fully automatic cartridge case punching machine. Scan successful. Obtained Coal Industries, fully automatic cartridge case punching machine, blueprint, successful devouring, mechanical source points plus 100, mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 50. This machine wasn't even as complex as the 6-axis robotic arm, but it took Lin Xian less than an hour to scan and devour the blueprint. By then, his decomposition center had a large inventory of materials, including a good supply of high-grade metals. With it done, the two of them immediately flew westward. At the West Railway freight station, a howling snowstorm blew. The Longshan No. 1 train sat on the tracks, covered in snow. The carriages stretched for 1,000 meters, ablaze with pale yellow lights. Inside the ice-crusted windows, figures shimmered and a bustle of activity filled the air. Team members chatted over their distributed food. Mothers remade the beds, men repaired household items with tools, and children played happily in the corridors. Elderly soldiers gave young men firearms training. The aroma of hot soup in the dining car made the cold of the winter night disappear. After a day of rest, the Longshan No. 1 crew welcomed their first peaceful night in Zilan City. The atmosphere within the carriages was positive and relaxed. Many had exchanged useful and novel supplies, and laughter filled the air. Back on the Infinity train, the living and dining cars were equally bustling. The standard supplies received from the Phoenix Society were far more extensive than just canned biscuits. Lin Xian and Kiki had just returned to the train. The hot soup had just finished cooking, and the aroma filled the carriages, whetting their appetites. There were canned fish, braised pork, braised beef, 5-spice beef, ham, and chicken. Even compressed biscuits came in flavors like chives and peanuts. There were also self-heating foods that required hot water, which Chen Sixuan and Xiaowen cooked into hot dishes. There was also chocolate, hard candy, and even stress-relieving gum and cigarettes. Look, I traded my nail clippers for this. Miao Lu pulled out an old music player, her face beaming with excitement. She flipped the switch, and the old North American hit Let It Snow blared, its upbeat tune brightening the atmosphere. Lu Chang had changed into a pair of specially made Kevlar tactical fingerless gloves that perfectly complemented his chainline system. He was about to show off while sitting on the bed when Shukin called him to the back of the car to help. Sasha, having somehow managed to procure a paint sprayer and a box of paint, was painting the Sally in carriage 11, wearing a gas mask. Her technique was quite sophisticated, even fitting the flamethrower with a custom-made backfire prevention device. Chen Sixuan, following Ding Junai's instructions, had gathered a batch of ripe, fresh vegetables from the vegetable patch in carriage 4. Using salt, pepper, and other seasonings she had bartered with other survivors, she prepared a vegetable soup. Ever since learning from the Order of the Phoenix that vegetable soup could effectively neutralize the dark power of fear and enhance the team's abilities, Carriage 4 had become a sacred place for the Infinity, not only a place for the team to relax and enjoy the greenery, but also a vital source of nutritious vegetables. In carriage number 5, Lu Xingchen was enjoying the atmosphere very much. Hot tea was brewing on the tea maker, and he handed it to Dalu, who was doing weapon maintenance nearby. Dalu wiped his hands, carefully took the teacup, which was not much bigger than his thumb, drank it in one gulp, and could not help but nodded, and asked for another cup. Lin Xian patrolled the carriage section by section with his mechanical heart. The atmosphere inside made him feel extremely comfortable. It had been a long time since he left Jiang City. I hope there will be more days like this in the future. In the dining car, Lin Xian held hot soup and said to the team members gathered here for dinner. Yes, don't worry, it's been a long time since I felt this way. The carefree Miao Lu was the first to respond. Let's make this train the safest fortress in the world, isn't it? Lu Cheng said stubbornly with a chuckle. Lu Xingchen blew on the hot soup and said in an enigmatic voice, not really. Only by eradicating all the evil in the world can we truly find peace. His words, unusually, drew a lot of nodding agreement. Once we all become superhuman, maybe those monsters won't be my match, Shasha said. Look at how quickly Sister Xiaoyun, Sister Miaolu, and Sister Chen have evolved. They couldn't handle zombies before. But now they can probably crush their heads with their bare hands. I can't crush a zombie's head, Xiaoyun replied timidly, glancing at Lin Xian. Shukin nodded. Actually, what Sasha said makes sense. It's been less than 100 days since the apocalypse day, and humans have made more breakthroughs than in hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Although we don't know where this limit is, as long as we are given time, it's hard to say. Kiki hummed loudly, holding a lollipop in his mouth and said, anyway, we humans are definitely smarter than those monsters. If we all evolve together, they will definitely not be able to beat us. For example, Those bugs are much easier to deal with now. Optimism is a good thing, but we must also remain cautious, Chen Sixuan said at this time. So far, the Midnight Sun and the Star Abyss are still taboo places for humans. Haven't you heard that the Nightwalker Division 2 responsible for the Star Abyss investigation has the highest death rate in the entire Nightwalker department, so the most dangerous place should still be in the Star Abyss area, Lin Xian said. There is no need to think so far ahead now. We just need to follow the Phoenix Society's Dawn plan. The speed of evolution will become faster and faster, and the secret of the Black Tide will definitely become clearer and clearer. Everyone nodded. Captain Lin, Lu Chang stepped forward and said eagerly, let's all work together tonight to assemble and upgrade the train. We can't leave you alone. Yes, Miao Lu quickly added, we can all help, Captain Lin. Everyone's had a good rest these past 2 days. We're all sorry you've been working so hard alone, Shu Qin said. Chen Sixuan and Kiki looked at Lin Xian, realizing the pressure on the team was concentrated on him alone. He had barely had a moment's rest since last night. Lin Xian felt relieved. After taking a sip of his hot soup, he said, you're kidding. I wouldn't ask you to help if there was work to do. It's just that we were making armor plates last night, so you couldn't help. But tonight, there's a lot to do. Don't even think about slacking off, okay? Lu Chang immediately responded with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to us, Brother Xian, leave it to me, I'll do it too. Everyone come together, okay? Lin Xian immediately put down his hot soup and began to make arrangements without hesitation. Dalian will lead the team in disassembling and installing the left side armor plate. Once I'm done fabricating it, we'll weld the modular frame, install the new composite armor plate, and add the new arc pulse string vibrator. Okay, Brother Xian, Dalian responded immediately. Lu Chang, you lead the team in disassembling and installing the pipelines. I've built the new integrated circuit system. Also, you guys should get the rear end of the Dragon class ready. We'll need quite a bit of manpower, understood? Shu Qin, Kiki, you two have the heavier tasks. You need to install the anti-aircraft guns and the sentry system. I'll oversee those, and we'll also build the new command system. What about the radar? Do we need to upgrade it? Kiki asked. Lin Xian nodded. We do need to install a search radar, integrated with the 1130 and the electromagnetic gun, so we can have an integrated weapon response. That's fine. You build it, and I'll leave the rest to you, Kiki said. Okay, Captain Lin, I'll be working with Kiki then, Shu Qin said. What about me? Chen Sixuan looked at Lin Xian. Inside the train, Lin Xian said, turning around. For safety reasons, I'm going to clear out train 11, Shasha, take the Sally down first. I'm going to install a 6-axis robotic arm in train 11. We'll then add a mecha hangar for lifting mechas out of the station. That'll be much more convenient, so trains 11 and 12 will likely need major modifications, including a new weapon station. If time permits, I'll add a fully automatic cartridge case stamping machine to train ammunition in train 12, along with an 1130. I understand, Chen Sixuan nodded. Xiaoyan glanced at Lin Xian nervously. Before she could say anything, she saw him turn and say, Xiaoyan, I'll leave the sanitation and logistics of the train to you. Bring a few more people, okay? Xiaoyan nodded excitedly at Lin Xian's instructions, her eyes filled with eagerness. Oh, Brother Lin, Lu Xingjian, who usually preferred to keep to himself, couldn't help but speak up. After all, with so many people involved, he felt a bit embarrassed. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xian looked at him and smiled meaningfully. Of course. Lu Xingjian looked at Lin Xian's expression and opened his mouth, inexplicably feeling something was wrong. 20 minutes later. Fire fist, boom. A raging fire erupted, its flames filling the air. Inside the Infinity Train's repair shed, Lu Xingjian sat beside Lin Xian's makeshift boiler, burning it for warmth with a look of doubt on his face. The work outside the train car was freezing, but Lin Xian had to do most of the work outside. Furthermore, the modifications required opening the roof and windows, so the cold permeated the train car interior and exterior. To facilitate nighttime work, Lin Xian had constructed a ring of heaters inside the repair shop using metal pipes, circulating the hot water from the boiler. Since the shop was practically sealed, it quickly became warm. The glorious task of burning this makeshift boiler fell to Fire Brother Lu Xingjian. Lin Xian figured that since he usually enjoyed boiling water for tea, this shouldn't be a problem for him. Lu Xingjian, wrapped in a blanket, sat in a recliner, watching the boiler's pressure and temperature, occasionally extending his finger and blasting flames at it. He opened his mouth to shout Fire Fist, but Fire Fist, feeling more frustrated than ever, clicked his tongue and swallowed the words back. Since no one was listening anyway, he didn't bother shouting anymore. Let's fire up the boiler. I'm tired. Elsewhere, hundreds of meters away, the renovation shed was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Even Shi Dian and Ningjing, who were sitting next door, couldn't help but come and watch. Seeing Lin Xian build such a large shed, complete with a heating system, they were instantly envious. Lu Yuang immediately called in a group of engineers, laptops and mobile devices, to learn about the advanced renovation techniques. Lu Yuang explained that, under Captain Lin Xian's technological prowess, the Infinity Train has undergone a transformation, with both the work environment and team spirit becoming increasingly positive. The new maintenance methods have made train upgrades more efficient and convenient. The concept of green development has taken root in people's hearts, the ecological environment is continuously improving, and the ecological landscape is improving. With significant achievements in green development, Longshan No. 1 should boldly learn from Infinity's advanced work practices and innovative spirit to write a new chapter for Longshan No. 1, 7 p.m. Bang, bang, bang. Pieces of new silver-black composite armor are being manufactured. Team members use cranes to lift them in. The building manager rolls up his sleeves and begins the meticulous installation. At 10 p.m., the entire roof of Carriage 11 was removed and converted into an automated hatch with 2 flaps. The first 6-axis robotic arm was being installed. Kiki used her supernatural powers to move the Sally down, clearing out the vehicles and tools within. The mecha hangar design for the Sally began to take shape. At 1 a.m., 5 YJ-03 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft guns were erected on the roofs of carriages 12, 10, 7, 5, and 1. All were in liftable mode and normally retracted into the cabins. The hatches were specially designed with sealing systems to prevent water leaks. At 3 a.m., new arc pulse cord vibrators were installed on both sides of the train, in conjunction with the electric blade armor system. Inside the carriages, cleaning and repair work continued, keeping everyone busy. Over a dozen welding and cutting machines were constantly busy. The women were now incredibly strong. Xiaoyan was even able to lift anti-aircraft ammunition boxes weighing hundreds of kilograms and carry them to the storage car. Kiki and Lu Chang worked together to modify the internal integrated circuits and piping according to the blueprints, along with updating the air circulation system. Chen Sixuan even had the crew clean out a carriage's water tanks and install several newly manufactured water circulation filters by Lin Xian to bolster protection against dark invasions. 6 o'clock. Lin Xian toiled furiously, his mechanical heart whirring furiously, the disassembly center and fabrication plant working non-stop. Besides fabricating composite armor plates, automatic elevators, hatches, search radars, anti-aircraft gun mounting brackets, circuit integration systems, arc pulse string oscillators, sentry system infrared monitors, electro-optical sights, 6-axis manipulators, and water circulation filters, Lin Xian also had to address numerous details, including heating system maintenance, basic components for modular assembly, mecha hangars, and designing ammunition racks for each carriage. Much of this was thanks to the train blueprints from the Queen Mo, which helped Lin Xian solve numerous problems. The simplest example is the vehicle circuit design. Lin Xian knew nothing about it. Previously, he simply integrated the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive and the Whale 03E heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive. This resulted in voltage instability within the vehicle every time the G3L electromagnetic railgun fired, and with no contingency plan, any such issue would require a complete overhaul. So, he seized this opportunity to perform a comprehensive upgrade. 8 o'clock. Lin Xian had never been so busy before. His hands worked tirelessly on the light curtain, supplying all the necessary materials, accessories, parts, equipment, and screws. He was like a national factory with a complete industrial system, easily solving problems that seemed impossible for other trains. Other teams might be at their wits' end over a single screw, a bracket, or a simple bearing structure, but he had no such worries. To increase efficiency, Lin Xian even rushed to build a PX-05 robot. After Kiki configured it, it was assigned to the complex installation and maintenance of the circuit system and arc pulse string vibrator. Besides him, everyone else was also working tirelessly. Over 30 people working on a super heavy train over 300 meters long was no mean feat. Despite the temperature dropping over 50 degrees Celsius outside, the maintenance workshop had been stripped down to its bare bones, bustling with activity. Multi-ton composite armor plates were tightly attached to the side of the train. Connected to sensors, they could even monitor impacts with the armor plates via a computer, and the external environment could be monitored in real time via the Sentry system. Lin Xian connected the Dragon-class electric locomotive to the Gemini nuclear locomotive using a custom car connector. Due to a blocked corridor, it was subsequently maintained as a power takeoff unit by the PX-05 robot. However, it was fully armored, its interior cleaned, and equipped with internal and external monitoring systems, as well as rear-mounted radar and sighting systems. Under such high-intensity mechanical manufacturing, Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing proficiency increased at an unprecedented rate. Successfully manufactured composite armor plate, mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 20, successfully manufactured PX-05 robot, mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 100, successfully manufactured search radar, mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 35, successfully manufactured Col 6-axis manipulator, mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 200, successfully manufactured unknown fasteners, mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 5, manufacturing, mechanical manufacturing. 4, 666/2000, mechanical manufacturing. 4, 880/2000, mechanical manufacturing. 4, 1245, 2000, mechanical manufacturing. 4, 1796, 2000. Congratulations, mechanical manufacturing has been upgraded to level 5, gaining manufacturing efficiency improvements. Lin Xian was frantically manufacturing, almost falling into a state of extreme concentration. His manufacturing speed and energy consumption reached a state of ecstasy. After seeing the light screen appear before him, Lin Xian realized that the level of one of his skills had actually exceeded the level of his mechanical heart. This was the first time he had ever done this. His energy level constantly fluctuated around 1% battery life, yet his excitement left him feeling no fatigue. Had it not been for the decomposition center's near complete exhaustion, Lin Xian felt he could still build something. He felt like, help me up. I can fight another 300 rounds. Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan's voice slowly snapped him out of his trance. He looked up, only to see Chen Sixuan looking at him with concern. You've been dazed for over 10 minutes. What's wrong? Lin Xian rubbed his eyes. In his right hand, a half-finished bearing component was only 1/3 complete. He withdrew his hand, and the component clanged to the ground, scattering into fragments. He was sitting in carriage 11, facing a massive 6-axis robotic arm. It had already completed its sensing tests, and the roof had automatically opened. Around him were various parts. A horizontal mecha hanger sat in the center, securely holding the Sally. A charging cable automatically connected to the rear, and a PX-05 robot was testing preloaded ammunition. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and he could only barely stand with the help of Chen Sixuan. At that moment, a wave of weakness, like the abyss, washed over him. Much remained unfinished. He had planned to build 4 PX-05 robots, but had only completed 1. He had planned to build 2 6-axis manipulator arms, but had only finished 1. He hadn't even built the fully automatic ammunition stamping machine, let alone the 1130. According to Lin Xian's plan, these things should have taken about 2 days, including all-day time. To have accomplished so much in a single night was far beyond his expectations. Outside, numerous assembly and upgrade tasks continued. The sounds of welding and cutting could be heard constantly. Kiki had been busy all night, and the integrated power system was still unfinished. Chen Sixuan helped Lin Xian to sit aside. He came back to his senses and began to count: external armor, arc pulse string vibrator, anti-aircraft gun, sentry system upgrade, search radar and fire control radar. These most important external defense work have been completed. As for the interior, you should take a rest first. Chen Sixuan looked at him distressedly and brought him a bowl of hot soup. The circuit system Kiki and Lu Chang are almost done. The loading problem of Sally has been solved. There is no need to worry about robots and robotic arms. We still have manpower for loading. Shukin and I have checked the water supply and heating systems. Don't worry, according to your plan, the only thing left is the bullet manufacturing, and then the addition of 1130 weapons. You can wait until you have a good rest and then do it slowly. Lin Xian took a sip of his hot soup, pulled Chen Sixuan into his arms, and leaned against her head. And there's also power armor. I want to build a few more sets for Miaolu, Lu Chang, Xiao Yuan, and the others. There's no rush. Chen Sixuan checked the time and reassured him. It's already 10 o'clock. You've been using your powers for 15 consecutive hours since last night. You need to take care of yourself. Lin Xian nodded. Now, even if he wanted to build it, he couldn't. He had no materials. But after a night of hard work, the progress was very encouraging. At least the defense system was basically complete. All that remained was to increase the firepower. I was thinking of renovating the living quarters. I saw Monica and the others' honeycomb-style living quarters. No need. Chen Sixuan looked up at him. It's fine as it is now. Everyone lives comfortably. There's no need to renovate. As long as the exterior is sturdy, everyone's comfortable. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His mechanical manufacturing level had reached level 5. Producing robots like the 1130, the electromagnetic cannon, and the PX-05 robot would be much faster. He could even deploy missile systems. The thought of this made him feel a little more relaxed. Then, a question suddenly occurred to him. Now that his mechanical manufacturing level had been raised, what about the R&D center? Responding immediately, Lin Xian opened the R&D center, where a message popped up, research and development successful. Congratulations on receiving the Black Hawk, Silent Hunter Power Armor, Blueprint. Lin Xian opened the blueprint to examine the specifications and appearance, and his expression was immediately shocked. This isn't just an exoskeleton power armor anymore, it's a full-body armor. Lin Xian's heart surged as he gazed at the blueprint. This armor actually had jet engines to assist with jumping and cushion landings, practically enabling flight with a small jump. At that moment, he felt as if he had glimpsed the cutting edge of a revolution in steel and flesh. However, Lin Xian didn't want to waste time. Having reached level 5 in mechanical manufacturing, amidst his excitement, he pondered what to add next. It's already a full-body armor, can it still be upgraded? Curious, Lin Xian simply placed the power armor blueprint, which hadn't yet been crafted, back into the R&D center, unable to be added. The R&D center's research limit has been reached. Unlocking requires upgrading the mechanical heart. The R&D center lacks a key mechanical information computing unit and cannot proceed with research. What do you mean? Not only is the level insufficient, but something else is missing. Lin Xian stared at the light screen in confusion. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. He'd assumed the R&D center could handle anything, with the issue of development time at most. He hadn't expected it to even lack a key mechanical information computing unit. Forget it. This Black Hawk isn't even built yet, so it's a shame to think too far ahead. Lin Xian sighed. Forget about that. Currently, there are only 3 TRPs, and even that hasn't been deployed yet. It would be a bit too ambitious to expect something more advanced all at once. So, Lin Xian thought for a moment and put in the blueprint for the G3L electromagnetic railgun. Device development time: 3 days and 20 hours. Sure enough, it only took 3 days. He immediately confirmed, G3L electromagnetic railgun, blueprint, development in progress. 3 days, 19 hours, 59 minutes, let's go. Daybreak is almost here. Let's get some rest. Lin Xian stood up, pulling Chen Sixuan along, ready to go back for a good night's sleep. Now that the train's exterior armor was complete, and the weapon systems had been upgraded, he felt a sense of security. With daybreak just around the corner, he decided to get some rest. Chen Sixuan, his hand in his, said with a subtle look, "You're so tired. Don't tell me you're planning anything else." Lin Xian stretched and said smugly, "I'll do as you say." Chen Sixuan felt a warm sensation at his words. She could sense that Lin Xian was taking her words to heart now, no longer as awkward and abrupt as they had been in the beginning. Bang, bang, bang bang, bang. Although dawn was approaching, Zilan City was still shrouded in darkness. Under the heavy snow, the temporary workshop at the West Freight Station was bustling with activity. Lin Xian arrived at carriage number 1 and, without even taking a shower, collapsed onto the bed. Exhaustion was overwhelming, yet the thought of the impressive progress being made in the train's maintenance and upgrades filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a violent earthquake tremor struck. Zilan University of Technology, the temporary camp of the Phoenix Society's research team. Once a renowned university for the defense industry, it had educated many of Dragon Country's leading military scientists. However, at this moment, the broken iron gates leaned against the snow, and the library's floor-to-ceiling windows shattered like spider webs. The laboratory building remained brightly lit from early morning. Inside and outside, armed Phoenix soldiers stood guard. It looked as if the place had seen much combat. Dried blood stained the corridor walls. Inside a laboratory, Ding Junai was intensely discussing something with a group of older researchers. With a thud, the laboratory door flung open, and Wei Kexu, with his unkempt hair, panted and called out to Ding Junai, "Professor Ding, something's wrong." Bang, bang, bang. Ding Junai and Wei Kexu, followed by a group of guards, quickly headed downstairs. "What's going on?" Subject 13 still hasn't shown any reaction during the test. This time, not even a fluctuation in the soul dangling value has been generated, Wei Kexu said briskly. "I just received a notification that team leader Yu's team used an oscillation spectrum test but couldn't detect anything. Elder Guo is very anxious and has directly arranged for a targeted physical electric shock stimulation of Subject 13. It was supposed to be a routine stimulation test, but the subject suddenly went berserk. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes." Chapter 277, Pre-Dawn Attack. Ding Junai frowned. "Is anyone injured?" "It is said that 3 people were injured. Mr. Guo has been sent to the medical cabin and has saved his life." Wei Kexu took off his black-framed glasses and wiped them as he walked. "The pressure of the monster tide attacking the front line is very high now. The command center is worried that it may be a riot of some kind of weird body group, so they are very concerned about the experiments we are conducting now. They want to know if there are any special circumstances. If it is just a dark mark, according to the current situation, there should be no possibility of a high-level mark, otherwise it would not be so peaceful these 2 days," Ding Junai said as he walked, "but the command center wants to obtain other information from this mark. There are no signs at all, but it's very strange," Wei Science said. "We've captured over 20 snow demon test subjects on the front lines, and we've run so many control tests. Why haven't they shown the parameters Professor Ding had previously observed? And Subject 13 has inexplicably gone berserk again this time. Could it be related to the environment? That's what I'm most puzzled about," Ding Junai said with a stern expression. The two of them hurried to the adjacent building and opened the door. It was already packed with people, some standing, some sitting. They were researchers from the scientific research team and the Imperial team. Medical personnel from the Order of Phoenix were bandaging and cleaning the wounds of several injured individuals. Guo Sichen lay on a makeshift hospital bed, his cold weather suit tattered and blood-stained, looking a bit agitated. There were also several Survey Corps soldiers. A burly soldier stood nearby. Upon seeing Ding Junai and Wei Science enter, he turned and saluted. "Captain He, what's going on?" He Zhen, the head of the 7th Survey Corps, had a square face and a perpetually knitted brow, giving him a formidable demeanor. However, those who knew him well knew that Captain He was usually very easygoing with his subordinates and people from other brother departments, but on the battlefield, he was a man of great decisiveness. "Hey, I couldn't stop it. My head was almost exploded, and we still have to rush to the laboratory." He Zhen looked at his deputy next to him. "Ziohe, tell me what happened." "Yes," Ziohe was a young soldier. Upon hearing this, he immediately said to Wei Kexu and Ding Junai, "Professor Guo and team leader Yu were preparing to perform electric shock stimulation on experiment number 13 to test the release reaction of the dark mark. As a result, the monster suddenly ran wild, biting off its limbs to break free from the shackles and attack the experimenters. Fortunately, we arrived in time." Bitten off limbs, Ding Junai frowned at this, and then looked at the other injured researchers and said, "This is not the first time we have performed electric shock stimulation. Why is this happening? Did we miss something?" The dusty old men looked at each other and shook their heads. "The standards are the same, the shock voltage has not changed either." "Yes." At this moment, Professor Guo, lying on the nearby bed, struggled to sit up. Wei Kexu saw this and rushed over to help him up. "Teacher, what's going on?" Professor Guo raised his glasses, their lenses half shattered, and spoke anxiously. "Because the receptors weren't responding. Professor Zhang and I discussed changing the test distance. The monster didn't react no matter how we stimulated it, but when we brought the plant closer, it suddenly became unresponsive. I suspect the monster has a special sensitivity to the plant." "Professor Guo, don't get excited. The internal bleeding hasn't fully healed yet, the medical staff said, holding him down urgently. Teacher, Wei Kexu quickly told Guo Sichen to lie down. Listen to the doctor and don't move, but there's something strange. Subject 13 went berserk, and the other dozen or so went berserk almost at the same time. They were all confined in isolation pods, so they didn't escape. But they were all quite far away. The middle-aged researcher, whom Professor Guo called Professor Zhang, was a Mediterranean-looking, weathered man. He had also been injured in the attack and looked very distressed. Ding Junai's expression froze. She suddenly remembered the time in Yezian, when the pseudo-human who had infiltrated the train was planning to attack the team members. It was only thanks to the hull black chrysanthemum that she escaped. She had noticed the strange entity's peculiar reaction to the disaster planned. She looked at the room full of bewildered researchers, her heart sinking. She had originally thought that this research collaboration with the Phoenix Society would go smoothly. After all, she had already deduced the results to the final stage. Furthermore, Wei Kexu and Yu Yuhang had directly used their experimental parameters to design a calculation formula. By using the reaction of the hell black chrysanthemum to reverse engineer the results, and then using an ultra-pure germanium detector to capture them, they would have a high probability of uncovering the truth about the dark mark. Strangely, the Phoenix Society had conducted multiple control experiments using the captured strange entities, but the dark mark had never appeared. The hell black chrysanthemum showed no reaction at all. This extremely abnormal phenomenon left Ding Junai baffled. He checked the time and immediately said to Ding Junai, Professor Ding, you mentioned the need for more test subjects for group experiments. Can you give me a specific number? I'll immediately organize a special forces team to capture them. Yes, Guo Sichen, lying pale on his hospital bed, echoed weakly, I've carefully studied Professor Ding's experimental parameters. This snow demon likely has a relatively small impact on an individual, so it does need to, boom. As everyone was discussing, a resounding explosion, like a landslide, erupted. The earth shook, the walls crumbled, and the lights flickered, as if struck by a massive explosion. Ziohe, Liluo. Protect the scientists. Amidst the tremors, He Zhen was the first to react, immediately ordering his men to protect the researchers in the room. Layers of ash fell, and he looked up to see Ding Junai suddenly dashing out. He immediately followed. As they rushed out of the corridor, one after the other, He Zhen and Ding Junai were shocked to discover that the corridor ahead was completely shattered. Over half of the adjacent experimental building, Block B, had vanished. Instead, a massive abyssal worm, as massive as a mountain, emerged from the ground, towering above the ground like a massive black cylindrical skyscraper. It had devoured net half of the building in one gulp. Be careful, He Zhen grabbed Ding Junai. Ding Junai's face was terrified. As hell black chrysanthemum was still in the building. A strange entity is attacking the inner city. After dragging Ding Junai back, He Zhen immediately led his men out. Suddenly, the sound of countless gunfire and air raid sirens echoed through the quiet Zilan city. Large spotlights shone down, revealing the massive worm emerging from the ground. Its black body, beneath the blizzard, resembled a solid concrete mountain. The nearby experimental building revealed broken floor slabs and reinforced concrete, and short-circuited wires flickered. Da-da-da, bang bang. In a short time, the firepower grew from weak to strong, and various long guns and artillery began to bombard the abyss worms. Ruins collapsed, and the abyss worms emitted a deafening buzzing sound. Even the ground trembled. In an instant, almost all the survivors in Zilan City were awakened. The lights of thousands of convoys on Central Avenue flashed rapidly and radiated outward like ripples. What's going on? Strange entity attack. Where? Inside the city, air raid sirens are going off. Quick, pack up. Attention all convoys. At the North City Airport, the air combat formation received the order and immediately took off. Various fighters parked on the tarmac, and the huge hovercraft engines of the Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier began to warm up. The entire airport was filled with a dense crowd of pilots and ground crews. On the streets, large tanks and towed artillery were dispatched in large numbers towards the university. At Zilan University of Technology, an abyss worm, having devoured half a building, surged tens of meters above the ground. Countless artillery fire pelted the worm, sending plumes of flesh and tissue raining down. But just minutes later, the giant black worm, with a tremendous underground tremor, began to retreat, vanishing into the earth with a rumbling roar and a cloud of dust. Just as Zilin City suspected it had suffered a massive attack, the Abyss were mysteriously departed, and soon the city fell silent. Furthermore, even along the eastern and southern frontiers of the demon-repelling walls, the fighting quietly subsided, and even the swarms of snow demons that had been continuously attacking the walls ceased their attacks. At the freight rail platform in the north of the city, Lin Xian, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the shrill air raid sirens and the earthquake waves. Outside the maintenance carriage, the Infinity crew members, who were repairing and upgrading the train, paused in their work, their expressions changing dramatically. That sound seems to be coming from Central Avenue. Yes, are we under attack? A moment later, Lin Xian, Kiki, Chen Sixuan, Shukin, Lu Xingjian, and other key members of the Infinity, including Shidian, Ningjing, and Lu Yuang from Longshan No. 1, rushed off the train. What's going on? It's almost dawn and something's happening, Shidian asked hurriedly. Abai, Chen Dong, go up and investigate. A winged psychic from Longshan No. 1 immediately took Abai and sprinted high into the sky. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki and Chen Sixuan, and they nodded. Kiki also took Chen Sixuan on a reconnaissance flight. High in the sky, Chen Sixuan took out a meteorite 3 and tracked the source of the vibrations. It's from the Industrial University. Chen Sixuan's face changed, and she immediately told Lin Xian after landing. It's a giant bug. The monster's aura is very strong. Abai said nervously from the other side. Lin Xian and Shidian's eyes met, and everyone realized something. At that moment, the air raid sirens abruptly stopped. Is it all clear, Kiki? Take me over there. Lin Xian grabbed his rifle and prepared to leave without a word. Teacher Chen Shukin, everyone on alert. Okay, Chen Sixuan looked at Lin Xian with a worried look on her face. He had been busy all night, barely getting a 10-minute break before something happened. She knew that was where Director Ding was, and she was incredibly anxious. Lin Xian and Kiki had already soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards Zilin University of Technology. Let's go check it out. Old Lu, stay here, Shidian immediately called Ningjing and Abai, and they rushed to the scene. By then, the playground and streets outside Zilin University of Technology's experimental building were filled with tanks and massive artillery. Thousands of Survey Corps soldiers stood guard and on standby. A massive crater, over 10 meters in diameter, had appeared beneath the foundation of Laboratory Building B. Countless searchlights were scanning downward. Only a small half of the adjacent building swayed in the air, and various tables, chairs, documents, and laboratory equipment kept falling down. At that moment, a large snowmobile sped towards them, its doors opening. A tall, middle-aged man in a thick windbreaker leaped from its tracks in 2 steps, stalking across the dirty, snowy road. Wen Zhou and a dozen other Spark Team Nightwalkers followed him. The middle-aged man had a gaunt face, hawk-like eyes, and an aura of rock-hard composure. Zhao Yu, the general manager of the Phoenix Order Zilin, spoke sternly, looking at the sergeant beside him. Where's Zhen? Zhao Yu asked, his voice stern. Director Zhao, Captain, he's over there. The sergeant handed over a mobile device as he approached, reporting real-time information. The building collapsed. When the attack hit, Professor Guo and Professor Zhang were transferred to the medical center in Building A for treatment, so they're not in danger. However, over 30 people are still working in Building B, and only a few have been rescued so far. Zhao Yu took it in turn to Wen Zhou, saying, Spark Team, yes. Wen Zhou's face was cold, and he immediately ordered his men, Jingshan, Wang Machan, follow me. With a single motion, Wen Zhou pulled out 2 metal pillars from his torso and tossed them backward. Immediately, he soared into the air. Behind him, 2 Nightwalkers, one tall and one short, grabbed hold of the suspended metal pillars and followed suit. Magnetic control system. Buzz buzz buzz. The broken rebar exposed on the ground trembled and hummed under Wen Zhou's supernatural power, carrying the 3 men swiftly toward the cavernous abyss. Meanwhile, in the remaining half of the experimental building, He Zhen was personally leading a rescue effort for the survivors. Wei Kexu and Ding Junai stood behind the rescue team, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, several soldiers rescued a researcher covered in ash from the tilted building. Wei Kexu rushed over nervously. Teacher Wang, where are Professor Yu and the others? The researcher's face was covered in blood, and his mouth and nose were filled with dust. Seeing Wei Kexu, he waved his hands and said angrily, they fell in. All gone. Wei Kexu's face turned pale and he trembled all over. There were more than 20 researchers in that room. Where are Team Leader Yu and the others? Aren't they still in there? Team Leader Yu is here." Before he could finish his words, Xiaohe and several soldiers rushed out from the rubble and dust at the back, protecting a dust-covered figure. Looking over, they saw it was indeed Yu Yuhen. Not only that, he was holding a transparent plant cultivation chamber in his arms, which contained the hell-black chrysanthemum. Ding Junai was immediately shocked and hurried over with Wei Kexu. Cough 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 cough. Yu Yuheng, who rushed out in a panic, was holding the disaster plant tightly. As soon as he saw Ding Junai, he immediately handed it to her. The measuring instrument was on when I left, and I noticed that there was no change in the disaster plant. Xiaohe, who was responsible for covering the rescue, looked at everyone and said, "We all rescued him, but he insisted on rushing back to carry this thing out, saying it was a very important item." Wei Kexu nodded repeatedly when he saw this, and said to He Zhen in panic, "Yes, yes, this is very important. To find the attack mode of the dark creatures, it all depends on it." He Zhen nodded after pondering. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that Zhao Yu was walking quickly with a group of people. "Old Zhao, He Zhen, what's the situation?" He Zhen frowned. "I was just here." Without any warning, the monster suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked the laboratory building. There should be over 30 people working in Building A, but only 9 have been rescued so far. He pointed at Wei Kexu and Ding Junai. "There was an attack in the lab earlier. Professor Guo, Professor Zhang, and the others were injured and moved to the infirmary here. They've escaped." At that moment, when Zhou and his 2 companions, who had been reconnaissance in the cave, saw it over. "It's already escaped. We didn't dare pursue it too deep. We're not sure if it's the one from Ice Valley that the Emperor team reported earlier." When Zhou reported to Zhao Yu, Yu Yuheng, now dusty and dusty, stood up and trembled, saying, "Yes, that's the one. I noticed the scars on it from our previous evacuation." Yu Yuheng was standing by the door when the abyss worm erupted. He heard a loud bang, and when he turned around, he saw the entire building, along with his colleagues, vanish in an instant. The horrifying scene, like hell, nearly staggered him. But in that instant, Yu Yuheng saw a large hole through the black worm's body, and cracks burned by Abai's laser beam. He concluded that this giant worm was the same abyss worm they had encountered in Trachimer Glacier Valley. Hearing Yu Yuheng's words, He Zhen's face darkened. A-level strange entities suddenly attacked here. "Old Zhao, this isn't a good sign." Zhao Yu's face darkened slightly, and he looked ahead. A giant hole exposed on the surface hung in the howling cold wind. Members of the Phoenix Society were evacuating the remaining researchers in the laboratory building and urgently transporting their lab equipment. Report, a subordinate reported over Zhao Yu's communicator. "Director Zhao, the leaders of many large fleets in the city have arrived. The number is increasing, over 100 now. Send the Phoenix Order fleet in." Yes, Lin Xian hadn't expected that the first use of the Crimson Phoenix Order would actually work here. Hundreds of fleets began rushing in, hoping to learn about the situation, but fewer than 10 were allowed into the Industrial University. As a partner fleet of the Phoenix Society, they represented strength and recognition. In times of crisis like this, they could serve as role models among the survivors and conduct joint operations with the Phoenix Society. Of these people, only Lin Xian and Kiki arrived unarmed. The others were in vehicles. Guards cleared over a dozen vehicles of various types and entered the University Square. Besides Shi Dian, Jin Dili, and Lin Xian, the others who emerged from the vehicles were all leaders, including Han Zhen and Lu Feng of the Arctic Wind Alliance, and Qin Zuming of the Universe team. From afar, Lin Xian spotted the half-collapsed building and the massive crater, bathed in countless searchlights. His heart sank. He and Kiki hurried over and spotted Ding Junai and Wei Kexu standing among a crowd of soldiers, along with a disheveled Yu Yuhen. "Captain Lin," Wei Kexu immediately called out and waved to Lin Xian. Hearing Wei Kexu's call, Zhao Yu, He Zhen, and even Wen Zhou turned their gazes. "You must be Lin Xian from the Infinite Fleet." Zhao Yu stepped out first and shook his hand. "I'm Zhao Yu, the head of Zilan City, and this is He Zhen from the 7th Survey Corps. This is our first meeting, but I've seen your profile and heard about you from Wei Kexu." Lin Xian shook hands with both men, somewhat surprised. "Manager Zhao, Captain He, what happened?" Lin Xian looked at Ding Junai and the hell-black chrysanthemum in her hand, his heart slightly relieved. He immediately asked. "A subterranean worm attacked the experimental building and fled without resistance. Its purpose is currently unknown," He Zhen said to him. Yes. It's that monster's aura. Before Zhao Yu could say anything, Abai, who had followed Shi Dian behind Lin Xian, spoke up. His voice was quiet, but everyone in the room heard it. Can sense the aura of strange entities and have the ability to see with grief. When Zhou, leader of the Nightwalker Spark team, frowned. He remembered the data he had collected from the Phoenix Society and thought Abai belonged to the strange-eyes laser category, but he hadn't known he possessed such an ability. Yes, he can sense the aura of strange entities, including those on humans. Shi Dian walked over quickly, shook hands with everyone, and got straight to the point. I heard such a commotion. I wonder what happened. Does the Phoenix Society need any help? Longshan number 1, Shi Dian, holder of the Crimson Phoenix Order, when Zhou introduced Zhao Yu. Joker Team's Jin Dili, Zhao Yu nodded, gesturing to Hanjun and the others. Captain Hanjun of the Arctic Wind Alliance, Vice Captain Lu Feng, Captain Qin Zooming of the Universe Team, Assistant Along, Captain Zhang Xianfang of the Warrior Team, and Captain Chen Zio of the Torch Alliance. They arrived in the city earlier than you. Let's get to know each other. We'll need your support for the evacuation. Nice to meet you. Hanjun examined Lin Xian, stepped forward, and shook his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Xian briefly acquainted himself with the other team captains. These were all Phoenix Order holders, indicating their team's strength. They were considered representatives among the thousands of teams in Zilan City, recognized by the Phoenix Order, and would cooperate in defending against the enemy in times of crisis. Since we all know each other, there's no need to waste time. Zhao Yu pointed to the vast crater behind him and said to Lin Xian, Shi Dian, and Jin Dili, an A-level entity attacked the inner city. Team leader Yu said you encountered it earlier in Trakama Glacier Valley. Yes, said Yu Heng, a dusty face, not even bothering to brush off the dust. I saw the injuries Captain Lin Inabei inflicted on that creature. It must be him. He clenched his fists tightly as he spoke, revealing that he was struggling to remain calm. An A-level entity chased hundreds of miles to attack the laboratory. Beside Hanjun, Lu Feng's left mechanical eye glowed faintly, scanning the damaged building. He asked inquiringly, what does this mean? It's already escaped. Zhang Xianfang, the younger-looking member of the Warriors team, was accompanied by 2 deputies. What are the casualties? Chen Zio of the Torch Alliance also asked. Hanjun of the Arctic Wind Alliance glanced at Lin Xian, Shi Dian and others here, and then looked at Zhao Yu. It is said that the scientific research team of the Phoenix Society has recently accelerated the research of a certain project, which may be related to the behavioral patterns of dark creatures. Director Zhao, is this true? Yes, our scientific research team is currently working on a very special attack mode called the Dark Mark. The general meaning is that the weird body hunts by marking the survivors with some kind of mark that we cannot detect, and this mark can be superimposed, so the survivors who are fleeing all the way are attacked more and more, until the whole army is wiped out, just like lighting a bonfire in the dark night to attract monsters. Zhao Yu briefly explained the situation to everyone, then turned back and glanced at the group of scientists. Specifically, I'm not very clear about the situation of the body. I just received notification that Mr. Guo has also been injured. Wei Kexu, can you tell me? Wei Kexu raised his glasses nervously and said, based on previous experimental data, if we combine our equipment and personnel with control experiments and reverse engineering, we should be able to produce results soon. But strangely, the dark mark has not appeared once. Moreover, we have conducted sampling tests in some areas using disaster plants and have not found any such mark. At this statement, Lin Xian and Kiki's face paled. Lin Xian had previously assumed that their entry into the city was due to the battle and his own gravitational lensing, which had cleared the mark. Everyone else in the city might have more or less dark marks, but the strange bodies were kept outside by the 7th Survey Corps, so the city was safe for the time being. But now, hearing Wei Kexu's words, there were no marks in the city? Zilan City has thousands of convoys and tens of thousands of people, coming from all over the world. How could there be no marks? Wei Kexu and Yu Yuheng exchanged a complex glance before speaking. This situation is highly unusual, so Professor Guo, Team Leader Yu, Professor Ding, and I took turns using different measurement modes and applying various biological stimulations to the subjects, but the results, could there be a problem with the experiment, or perhaps it's inaccurate to begin with? Qin Zooming, a straightforward member of the space fleet, responded immediately. No, Wei Kexu and Yu Yuheng exclaimed almost simultaneously. Wei Kexu looked at Ling Junai at this time and said firmly, Team leader you, Mr. Guo, Mr. Zhang and I have repeatedly studied Professor Ding's research data. There is no problem with the predicted direction and observation results. Moreover, they used themselves as experimental subjects and experienced attacks by different dark creatures in multiple areas as a reference. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be impossible to have such precise deductions and judgments, and there would be no errors. On the other side, Zhang Xianfang of the Warriors team said, using disaster plants for testing, are such results trustworthy? This is the accurate pattern that our entire team has found after fleeing all the way, Lin Xian said loudly at this time. So of course I believe it. Okay, Zhang Xianfang said seriously, then according to what you said, your disaster plants did not detect any marks. Why was this place attacked by A-level weird bodies? Maybe there is more than one mark. According to this theory, it can't explain the attack on our city before. Chen Zhao of the Torch Alliance was one of the first to arrive in Zilin City. They had encountered attacks by weird bodies before, and had caused casualties. In the end, they were suppressed by the joint efforts of major teams. Hey, we haven't found the cause yet. How can you be so sure there's no explanation? Kiki said, discontented upon hearing the other party's words. No. Wei Kexu said to Chen Zhao, killing the strange entity will weaken or even eliminate the marking. The problem now is, in all the strange entity attacks we've encountered before, including the Snow Demon Tide, they've all marked people directly. But this time, after we entered the city, all the markings disappeared. This is a highly unusual phenomenon, so we think we need to conduct group testing, or even test outside the city, to understand the monster's purpose. Ding Junai also spoke up. Suddenly, the scene descended into a chaotic debate. Lin Xian felt dizzy and exhausted. He had just been working all night and was about to rest when disaster struck. Seeing the huge pit, Yu Yuheng was in a state of panic. He didn't even know the casualties among the scientists and the research team. The strange appearance of this monster made Lin Xian feel powerless. Why? What was the reason? Is Ding Junai's research wrong? Impossible. Without Ding Junai's theory, the Infinity wouldn't have made it to Zilin City. Lin Xian felt lost in a fog. Jin Dili, standing nearby, glanced at the worried Lin Xian. Lin Xian had mentioned the pattern of the dark mark to him in Trakama Glacier Valley. While he couldn't fully verify it, Lin Xian's evacuation strategy, including the combined train's response to the monster tide, was undoubtedly based on this assumption. On this point, he supported Lin Xian. Aren't we discussing an attack now? Jin Dili interrupted the discussion, pointing to the vast crater in the ground ahead. A monster this size attacking the lab must have a reason, right? Could it be because of the strange entities here? Didn't you just say you've captured a lot of them for research? Qin Zooming of the space fleet said, his arms folded. Impossible. He Zhen, the head of the Survey Corps, stepped forward and said, we've captured too many. Besides the lab, the Weapons Research Institute needs even more, specifically for testing weapons and defense materials. And they're in every area, not just here. Ningjing also spoke up at this time. Then what's the reason? The Industrial University is located in the center of the city. Such a precise attack on the laboratory building can't be just a coincidence, I think. Alright, Zhao Yu interrupted the discussion with a sharp voice. He glanced at Ningjing. You're right. This kind of monster wouldn't attack the lab building for no reason. He glanced at Ding Junai, Wei Kexu, and the disheveled Yu Yuheng, and decisively shouted, He Zhen, Wenzhou, here. Zhao Yu looked at the dusty-faced scientists and immediately arranged for the research team to move to a safe area. Send additional guards and night walkers for 24-hour security. He Zhen, have Zhao accompany the team. No matter what the research team asks, you must do it even if it's impossible. The more the enemy opposes us, the more right we are. The entire army must give the research team its full support. Yes, He Zhen and Wenzhou immediately obeyed. Lin Xian's expression was startled. Zhao Yu's words, like a gentle breeze sweeping away fallen leaves, instantly brought the events into focus. These words were addressed not only to He Zhen and Wenzhou, but also to the research team, including the leaders of the survivor convoys, Lin Xian and Han Jun. They conveyed the Phoenix Society's complete trust and support for the research team's judgment. At the same time, his words were remarkably decisive. The absence of dark marks throughout the city didn't necessarily invalidate the theory, but why did the strange entity attack the experimental building? In Zhao Yu's view, there were no coincidences, but only two possible explanations. 1. The research team's research had inadvertently attracted the monster's attention. 2. The team's findings were likely to pose a threat to the strange entity. Either way, it proved the team's research was valid and correct. The others, hearing Zhao Yu's words, felt their doubts cleared up. Having completed his arrangements, Zhao Yu turned and addressed the leaders of the several survivor convoys who had arrived. This situation is urgent. There's no point in discussing anything else. Let's leave professional matters to professionals. All we can do is trust the scientific research team's judgment. The city is no longer safe, and we need your assistance in other areas. Don't worry, you're the general of this city. We'll follow your orders, Shi Dian said confidently as he stepped forward. Director Zhao, our Arctic Wind Alliance will definitely stand with the Phoenix Society, Han Jun added. Zhao Yu looked at everyone and said without further ado, his face sternly, from now on, the entire city will be on alert. All convoys gathered on Central Avenue need to follow the Phoenix Order's evacuation plan and disperse their deployment to avoid evacuation congestion. You, on behalf of the convoys, will set an example in this regard. The second thing is, in order to cope with the possible increased pressure on the outer city defense, I have transferred all the troops of the Survey Corps to the front line. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, he looked at the army on the street outside the heavy snow and said, if something happens in the city, like tonight's situation, it will lead to an empty defense front, so you need to stabilize the defense in the city. Understood, Han Jun said calmly. The eastern area of the city will be guarded by my Arctic Wind Alliance. And there will also be some joint convoys. I will arrange defensive measures immediately. Okay, then our space convoy will take the lead in the south of the city. Qin Zuming crossed his arms and said, there are more convoys here, so we can hold on. Jin Deili said at this time, leave the north of the city to us. There are many train groups over there. It's not too crowded, but the firepower is strong, and there is an airport air defense, so there should be no problem. Then Finglin Mountain in the west of the city will be ours. Shi Dian glanced at Lin Xian, and then said to Zhao Yu proudly, there are few people in this area and it's backed by the mountain, but our two convoys are not vegetarians, right, brother Lin? Captain Lin nodded and looked at Wei Kexu and Ding Junai. I have no problem. What are your plans next? Ding Junai looked serious and calm. We must conduct group testing immediately. If it doesn't work, we can only suggest conducting a test out of the city. The situation at this time has progressed beyond her original expectations, but she didn't care about whether it was dangerous or not, but was worried about the fact that the progress of this experiment had not been able to advance. I agree, Wei Kexu raised his glasses. With Professor Guo injured, I suggest Professor Ding and Professor Zhang take charge of the lab. I'll run the group experiment, and me. Yu Hang brushed the dust off his cheeks and hurried over. The research team isn't big enough. I'll call all the support staff from the Emperor team. Zhao Yu frowned slightly. We must be prepared for another attack. I'll arrange for the earthquake monitoring team. That thing can't move without making a sound. To ensure safety, the research team should be prepared to relocate multiple times. Yeah, that's a good idea, He Zhen nodded. If the research team is really targeted, this could happen again. I'll arrange for a special security team this time, Wen Zhou added. Zhao Yu nodded, then took out a communicator shaped like a phoenix metal, adjusted the frequency, and said to Lin Xian and the other leaders of the convoy, all Phoenix Order dispatches and communications will be communicated to you through the Phoenix Order. Okay, understood, everyone replied. Everyone, Zhao Yu said, his gaze fixed on the crowd. A storm is about to come. Let's forge ahead together. With that, he gathered his windbreaker and quickly departed with a vast crowd. With these words, everyone felt the weight of a looming storm. Han Jun and the others glanced at Lin Xian and Shi Dian. The team leaders exchanged glances and immediately set off. If nothing unexpected happened, the city's fleets would be shattered from their dreams in a few minutes. The sky was pitch black, and Zilin City, under the blizzard, was filled with a grim and desolate atmosphere. Wei Kexu gazed at the vast, bottomless cavern not far away, his eyes filled with desolation and emptiness. Half an hour ago, dozens of researchers had been working alongside them, working through the night to uncover the truth about the Dark Mark. Suddenly, these familiar faces vanished from his sight. Professor Wei, prepare for the evacuation. He Zhen's deputy, Xiao He, who was in charge of the security and evacuation of the research team, noticed Wei Kexu's expressionless expression and stepped forward to offer his words of comfort. Yu Hang was covered with a blanket by several staff members at this time. He glanced at Wei Kexu and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it at this moment. He was also in a heavy mood at this moment. Those colleagues disappeared before his eyes, and he didn't even hear a shout or scream. Ding Junai stood aside and watched this scene. Lin Xian and Kiki walked forward. Director Ding, thank you for your unconditional trust in my research results. Ding Junai looked in the direction of Wei Kexu and said in a flat voice. It's not unconditional, Lin Xian said. Ding Junai turned her head and looked at him in confusion. Before, I just wanted your assistance. Now I need you to complete this mission and return to infinity safely, Lin Xian said in a heavy tone. The closer the results came, the more difficult it became. Lin Xian could smell a strange, suffocating aroma, a rage of being fooled. If he had simply wanted to hand over the Dark Mark information to the Phoenix Order and escape with ease, but now, seeing so many researchers swallowed up in that vast pit, with Wei Kexu, Yu Hang, and Ding Junai all trapped, Lin Xian thought the same thing as Zhao Yu. Perhaps the research team's actions had truly angered some entity within the darkness, a feeling of threat. But the more this happened, the more Lin Xian felt compelled to fight that darkness to the bitter end. Ding Junai paused, taking in Lin Xian's resolute expression. A wave of clarity flickered in her usually calm eyes. She pursed her lips and said, I promise you, before heading towards the evacuation vehicle. After Wei Kexu and the others had departed, only the Survey Corps soldiers guarding the area remained, along with the terrifying entrance to the abyss. Swish! At this time, the sky suddenly brightened, the howling of wind and snow intensified, rumbling, and above the sky, huge thunder roared and tore in the eye of the storm of the extremely cold vortex, suppressing the earth. 11:30, it was dawn. In order to prevent the sudden situation of the strange body rushing into the city from the cave entrance, Zhao Yu not only arranged soldiers, but also arranged the engineering team and night walkers to temporarily bury the cave entrance. Lin Xian and Kiki stood in the square and watched this scene with gloomy faces. What should we do now? Kiki stood beside Lin Xian and looked at him with cold air. Go back, then what? Sleep, Lin Xian said and turned around. He must take time to rest immediately, recover his energy, and then immediately upgrade the firepower of infinity. He had a hunch that some kind of devastating disaster was gradually approaching Zilin City. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 278 High in the Sky. August 30th, Apocalypse Day D93, was one day away from the planned mass evacuation of Zilin City. A blizzard roared through the city, the temperature plummeting to -60 degrees Celsius. Everywhere one looked, a blanket of white light shrouded the buildings, icicles dangling from pillars, and the streets blanketed in snow. Central Avenue was a dense stream of evacuating vehicles, and countless survivors wore heavy expressions. Command lines from various regions echoed throughout the city, both on public and convoy radios. The cacophony of voices coalesced into two words, evacuate, and prepare. These two simple words evoked a sense of oppression, a pre-storm pressure, within tens of thousands of people. The pre-dawn earthquake and subsequent attacks completely shattered the tranquility of the city. Everyone knew that Zilin City was no longer safe. What lay ahead was a mountain of battle and an unknown number of deaths. Where are we moving to? I don't know. Just follow the instructions. There's no point asking, it's over, it's over. Can we wait until we can evacuate? I heard a large, strange entity appeared in the city, and the Order of Phoenix can't react. Shut up, don't talk nonsense, cars behind. Follow closely, stay away from tall buildings, stay away from tall buildings. Be careful where you park, inform everyone, clear snow from your vehicles every hour. Don't slack off. The vast convoy of vehicles was completely blocked in the snow-covered streets. Under the command of the Order of Phoenix, they were diverted to different areas. The plummeting temperature and the heavy snow almost completely obscured the view of the vehicles. Even with the wipers on full blast, it was no use. The windows protected by the armored grills were already covered with frost. Even with the heaters on full blast, the driver's hands and feet were frozen red. I heard some convoys evacuated the city early at daybreak. Who cares? In this awful weather, not following the main force is akin to wishing our lives away. We'll have a better chance if we follow the Phoenix Society. What if the Phoenix Society can't hold out? Crowmouth. If the Phoenix Society can't hold out, do we still have a chance of survival, or do you have a better option? A carload of people froze to death in Sun Park. It's said the heater suddenly broke down last night. Heater, exchange heating supplies. A vehicle on Tongzhou Road broke down due to the freezing weather. We're taking a detour ahead. The repair team can't get in. The convoys continued to communicate on various frequency bands, filled with tension and oppression. To the east of the city, the Arctic Wind Alliance, leading a large force of over 1,000 vehicles, began to disperse, converging mainly in East City Park, Jincheng Commercial Plaza, and along the Beiyu River, near the camp of the 2nd Regiment of the 7th Survey Corps. They had a large number of people, and all kinds of heavy firepower and ammunition were continuously transported to the East City's anti-demon front. The southern part of the city was the most populated, making it difficult to move altogether. Therefore, under the command of the Order of Phoenix, they dispersed to less densely populated streets. School playgrounds became the primary gathering areas. North of the city, the majority of the fleet consisted of dozens of doomsday trains docked at the rail passenger station, along with the combined fleets of Jindili, Jolie, and others from the former Ice Valley Defense Front. Monica's Queen Mo was also stationed there, offering considerable firepower. Furthermore, the air combat formations were stationed at the northern airport, offering ample space. The freight rail platform where the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 were stationed was located at the foot of Fenglin Mountain, to the west of the city. This area was formerly the mining area of the Zilan Mining Group, where most of the residential areas were factory dormitories. The terrain was relatively open, and thanks to Fenglin Mountain's influence, the wind and snow were relatively mild. However, as it was the furthest from the city center and the main streets leading to the evacuation, the fewest fleets chose to dock there. Besides these two trains, only a few small fleet camps were stationed there. The advantage of the train fleet was that once everyone was aboard, they were ready to depart at any time. The carriages of Longshan No. 1 were bustling with activity. Upon his return, Shi Dian had arranged for combat readiness for the entire train. The day's free time had been cancelled, and the atmosphere within the trains was tense. Due to the drop in temperature, the train's heating system was operating at full capacity, and white mist continued to rise from the connections between the carriages. Following the supernatural testing and the inspection by the Queen Mo, Shi Dian had made a series of significant adjustments to Longshan No. 1's defenses. Meanwhile, the acquired heavy weapons and anti-aircraft guns were deployed by the engineering team. Longshan No. 1 lacked the flexibility of the Infinity, so these guns were simply mounted on the rooftop weapon stations. All ammunition supply was handled manually, and firing was decentralized, with personnel from each carriage conducting operations. Back on the Infinity, Chen Sixuan and Shasha sat in front of the information center, monitoring the situation. Their communicators and the Crimson Phoenix Order rested on the table. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, Kiki, Hojie, Luda, Shukin, and other key personnel aboard the vehicle were resting. After a long night, Chen Sixuan hadn't anticipated the situation becoming so tense. To prepare for the darkness that would arrive in a few hours, Lin Xian had arranged for all personnel to recover as soon as daylight arrived. In the back of the vehicle, Miaolu, Lu Chang, and Xiao Yuan were sorting the parts Lin Xian had crafted the previous night for later use. "Hey, Captain Lin originally said yesterday that everyone could relax and have some free time today," Miaolu sighed, a look of regret on her face. "Come on, thankfully nothing serious has happened yet. Captain Lin and the others can rest. Otherwise, after a busy night, if they were attacked, it would be a disaster," Lu Chang said. "How could that be?" Miaolu glanced at him, busy with her hands. "It's daytime now, isn't it? Only a few hours left," Lu Chang said solemnly. "Captain Lin has been extremely cautious, not letting up for a moment. He's finally finished the outer armor after 2 nights without a break. Yeah, it's exhausting just thinking about it," Miaolu said softly. Xiao Yuan, silently picking up parts nearby, looked worried and whispered, "Is Captain Lin exhausted?" Miaolu curled her lips at this. "I don't know. Anyway, I haven't seen Captain Lin rest since we boarded the train." Xiao Yuan glanced up at the front of the train. Her eyes flickering slightly, her thoughts unclear. All of Zilan City was in a state of panic. Meanwhile, several convoys of survivors, having braved the blizzard and escaped the clutches of the snow demon, had successfully reached Zilan City. Under the cover of the city's front lines, they entered the city and found some respite. Beep, beep. The alarm clock chimed, and Lin Xian jolted awake. He checked the time. 3 p.m. After 3 hours of sleep, the heaviness in his head eased considerably. He immediately rose, his mechanical heart revving, feeling a surge of energy. Meanwhile, The train was operating smoothly, indicating that nothing had happened during his 3 hours of rest. Still feeling a bit dizzy, Lin Xian got up, donning his winter gear and power armor. He planned to build another 1,130 on Car 5 before nightfall, to serve as a firepower network. With his mechanical manufacturing level now at level 5, he estimated the massive machine would be finished in 2 or 3 hours, leaving him with time to work on some ammunition. He probably didn't have time to work on the fully automatic bullet press. For now, he'd focus on the more crucial tasks. If he made it through the night, he'd prioritize the electromagnetic cannon and power armor. After all, time was running out. Bang! Opening the door to his cabin, Lin Xian was greeted by a bowl of pear soup on the workbench next to him. He touched it, and it was cold. But at this point, exhausted and thirsty, he didn't care. He picked it up and gulped down a few large gulps. The cool, refreshing sensation made him shiver and feel much more refreshed. Lin Xian quickly headed for the rear carriage to prepare his weapons. Just then, Chen Sixuan's voice came over the communicator. Lin Xian, are you awake? Yes, where are you? On the platform. Someone's here. It's Uncle Wu and the others. Lin Xian paused, turned, opened the door, and stepped out. Leaving the assembly line, the previously empty platform between Longshan No. 1 and Infinity was now densely packed with hundreds of vehicles, most of them large. However, Lin Xian knew from the sight of several military trucks and engineering vehicles converted into doomsday vehicles that they were from the Great Eagle team and the Pao Ben Yuan camp. There was also an unfamiliar convoy of heavy snowcap-based vehicles. Captain Lin, amidst a blizzard, a young man in a thick down jacket called out to him. Lin Xian looked and saw it was Luo Yang from the sun-chasing team. Captain Lin, meanwhile, familiar faces like Wu Zhenhe, Liao Ming, Liang Lei, and Li Yi eagerly greeted him. A group of them gathered together, while Chen Sixuan and Shu Qin stood nearby, discussing something. Lin Xian, surprised, approached and asked, when did you arrive? Just an hour ago? Wu Zhenhe, dusty and exhausted, his beard frosted. We inquired about your location as soon as we entered the city and rushed over right away. Haha, there are so many people in the city, we can only hang out with old acquaintances first. Liao Ming, wearing a thick hat, exhaled coldly. Captain Lin, we heard something was wrong in the city right after we arrived. Are we going to evacuate soon? Li Yi, her belly bulging in the snow, looked at Lin Xian, her cheeks flushed with cold. The large Liang Lei stood behind her, shielding her from the wind with his broad chest. Luo Yang and several other young men gathered around Lin Xian eagerly. It was clear that rushing through the blizzard had been quite difficult for them. Lin Xian looked at the crowd with a hint of joy and said, it shouldn't be. It's just not as safe as before. The whole city is on alert now. By the way, little brother, let me introduce you. Uncle Wu pointed to a bearded middle-aged man in the crowd, captain of the North Wind Survivor Alliance, Shen Yao. Hello, Captain Lin, Shen Yao said in a firm voice. A number of people followed him. Upon hearing Wu Zhenhe's introduction, he immediately stepped forward to shake Lin Xian's hand. We've come from Zilin. Uncle Wu and I have known each other for many years. You can trust him and me. I have quite a few people on my team, and we'll all follow your instructions. What's the relationship between the North Wind Alliance and the Arctic Wind Alliance? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Haha, it's nothing, Shen Yao smiled broadly. It's just the name, but our alliance isn't as large. We're a group of caravans that crossed the Dazhu Plateau and joined together. They all came from the western front through the mountains and encountered the same troubles as us, but thankfully, they escaped unscathed, Chen Sixuan said. I just told them about the situation in the city over the past 2 days, but the ability testing should be, it's still ongoing. Lin Xian nodded, saying, the Nightwalkers haven't suspended the ability testing. You still have time to go. Although the attack on the city had everyone on edge, the ability testing at Michelle Square was still ongoing, including at the Phoenix Order's support points. This was for the benefit of the newly arrived survivors and to ensure the smooth flow of support for the various caravans within the city. Wu Zhenhe, Liao Ming, and the others' eyes lit up at this, and they immediately said, I heard there's a lot of supplies available, including weapons and ammunition. Let's go there before it gets dark. Luo Yang, Li Yi, Liang Lei, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Xian instructed them, emperors and genetically evolved beings, as long as you have decent abilities, please go in large numbers and collect as much as you can. I'll help look after the fleet, okay? Okay, thank you, Captain Lin. Thank you very much, Shen Yao of the Northern Wind Alliance said gratefully to Lin Xian. Thank you, brother. I'll take the team right away. Thank you, Captain Lin. Luo Yang and the other young men also came over excitedly. They weren't many in number, but many of them were esperors and genetically evolved beings, so they had plenty of supplies to obtain. Most importantly, like Lin Xian, they valued learning about superpowers. Go. The Phoenix Society's information and the superpower manual will be very useful, Lin Xian said. Okay, everyone, hurry up. With that, the leaders of the several fleets immediately called for their teams to set out. Superpower testing not only offered valuable experience and guidance, but also generous rewards from the Phoenix Society. Such opportunities were lost if missed. So, while it was still light, Lin Xian had the members of the several fleets go ahead and get tested while he continued to work on the weapons. The arrival of the Ding and other convoys gave Lin Xian a strange sense of peace of mind. They had fought side by side before, and they trusted each other. This feeling was even stronger than when he had met Shukin and the others again. The vast snowstorm had left him feeling hopeless, but the fact that these convoys had reunited with him alive gave Lin Xian some hope. Watching everyone pack up and leave, Lin Xian said to Chen Sixuan and Shukin, "Let's hurry up, too. Teacher Chen, you take a break. Shukin, you and Lu Da will help me prepare the ammunition." "Okay," Chen Sixuan nodded. Lin Xian and the others returned to the train. After a short rest, the air of fatigue faded considerably. However, knowing the crisis was imminent, the Infinity's crew members lost their relaxed chatter of the previous day. With a solemn expression, they began to prepare under Lin Xian's guidance. The composite armor on both sides of the Infinity had been fully installed. Lin Xian had Lu Da lead a thorough inspection, including the Dragon-class traction train behind. With the blueprints for Unit 1's armor, the resulting armor was completely different from ordinary steel gratings. The Infinity now resembled a silver-black sci-fi chariot. Furthermore, Lin Xian had installed arc pulse chordal vibrators on both sides of each car. While such a dense array of them would place a significant strain on the electrical system if used simultaneously throughout the entire train, Lin Xian had not omitted any for safety reasons. This was also the reason he had upgraded the integrated electrical system. With a full power supply, heating, electricity, and water supply, along with the electric blade armor, arc pulse chordal vibrators, and railgun, the Infinity's power requirements were already quite high, and without upgrades, it would be impossible to operate. Then there were the rooftop weapon stations. Cars 12 and 5 each had an 1130mm close-in weapons system, while Car 2 housed a G3L electromagnetic railgun. 5 YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns were also dispersed throughout the train. With adjustable firing ranges, these anti-aircraft guns could not only engage aerial targets but also fire directly at the ground. Carriage 11 had been completely transformed into functional carriage. Lin Xian had already devoured the previous several mobility vehicles as materials, completely useless in the icy conditions. Therefore, Carriage 11 had become a nearly automated mechanical carriage. Its roof could be fully opened, and a 6-axis robotic arm could lift a Vulcan mech from the Mechana Bay into battle in 20 seconds. Normally, it could also perform some mech disassembly, weapon installation, ammunition replenishment, and battery charging and maintenance. Lin Xian planned to install more mechs here in the future, turning it into a mech-loading carriage. Of the 2 PX-05 robots, one was stationed in the Dragon-class train at the rear for maintenance and remote control work, while the other remained in carriages 12 and 11, occasionally performing work outside the carriages. This engineering maintenance robot is extremely useful to Lin Xian. Not only does it have a Hall effect flight engine, allowing it to perform various precision welding and maintenance tasks, but it's also highly adaptable to the environment and, crucially, durable. Lin Xian had previously neglected it, using it only for maintenance and ammunition supply chain replenishment for the 1130. He plans to build more of them in the future. With his mechanical engineering expertise, he can modify the robot's tools and accessories, and add Kiki's new modules, so it can handle even more tasks. Larger weapon stations and external tasks can now be handled entirely by the robot, making it much safer for the passengers. Finally, there's the Infinity's information system. The upgraded Sentinel system provides 360-degree full vehicle inspection. The roof-mounted search radar and the front-mounted active phased array are combined, specifically designed by Lin Xian to handle large-scale monster waves. They can quickly scan and capture target information. The only drawback is that the vehicle's computing system isn't up to par, lacking the powerful AI computing power and intelligence. Otherwise, AI could easily handle the calculations and control, providing precise firepower coverage against the monster waves. The train was bustling with activity. Sasha had already finished loading the Sally's weapons. The Vulcan mech now sported a rather imposing yet somewhat eccentric livery. The chest armor read Sally, the left arm destroy all, and the right arm leave no armor left. It was hard to imagine the mental state of a 12-year-old girl as she painted the armor. Lin Xian, what do you think the giant bug's motive was? Why would it suddenly attack the lab building? In Car 12, Lin Xian was urgently preparing ammunition for distribution. Kiki, who was replacing the control module of a PX-05 robot nearby, couldn't help but ask. The most likely possibility is Hell's Black Chrysanthemum, Lin Xian said. But that doesn't make sense. The Hell's Black Chrysanthemum had been on our train for so long, it couldn't have been targeted only after it was taken to the research team. Lin Xian also considered the possibility of the Heterocube's shielding power, but that seemed far-fetched. When the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum was first brought out of Dungeon 9, the Heterocube wasn't even on the train. However, Ding Junai had also mentioned the invasion of the pseudo-humans in Rain Town, and Lin Xian felt that the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, or the disaster planned, should have a special influence on the strange entities. However, Lin Xian believed that the Abyss Worm's sudden attack on Central Street this time was far more than just a disaster planned. Kiki looked at Lin Xian, frowning and muttering, could it be that the monster is really afraid of us discovering the Dark Mark? It sounds, whatever it is, Director Zhao is right. Lin Xian's fistful of 7.62mm bullets continuously shaped and fell into the ammunition box, making a crisp clinking sound. The air combat formation at the North Airport, the Survey Corps headquarters in the East City, the weapons depot, tens of thousands of survivors gathered on Central Street, and yet a bug chose to find the laboratory. That means there must be something more important here than the air combat formation, the weapons depot, and the survivors. Thinking of this, Lin Xian pressed the communicator, trying to contact Ding Junai. Click. Lin Xian, I'm here. Director Ding's voice soon came through the communicator, accompanied by the sounds of a busy discussion in the laboratory. The entire research team has been relocated to Zilin Gymnasium. For security reasons, this information is only known to the Phoenix Society and a few Phoenix Order teams. 21st Impact Test, Change Observation Target, Maintain Light, Detector Self-Test. Professor Ding, please come over here. Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked, what's going on? The group observation experiment has yet to produce any results. The disaster plant hasn't reacted. We'll conduct the final test immediately. The Phoenix Special Operations Team and Nightwalkers have already sent personnel to conduct field tests. Ding Junai's voice sounded calm. Lin Xian frowned at this. The group test failed? How could this happen? The Hell Black Chrysanthemum had clearly glowed red when these snow demons appeared before, and even the faintest sign was still observable. The terrifying scene at Mount Ulias, when the tide of snow demons escalated the Dark Mark to level 4, was still vivid in his mind. But the current situation was truly bizarre. It was 5:40 p.m., 40 minutes until dark. At the research team's temporary camp at Zilin Gymnasium, Survey Corps soldiers surrounded it in 3 layers. High-sensitivity seismic survey instruments were activated in all directions, and sky radars were spinning frantically. Spark Nightwalker Jingshan and Ziohe of the Survey Corps maintained constant security. In the camp's laboratory, a snow demon, captured in a specially crafted alloy cage, lay in a darkened room without light, hissing incessantly. The research team conducted control experiments in over a dozen batches. Ding Junai, accompanied by an assistant, shuttled between the observation labs, carrying a Hell Black Chrysanthemum. Still no. Wei Kexu was on the verge of collapse, his entire body trembling with struggle and irritation, his teeth clenched. After calming down, he quickly pressed the communicator to contact Guo Sichin, who lay in the infirmary. Teacher, I found the paper you sent me about CERN's dark matter detection program. Yes, I understand what you mean. But please don't come over here. You're injured and can't move. Wei Kexu is talking to Guo Sichin, who was lying in the infirmary, via his communicator. He then used his mobile device to send a paper titled Axion-Mediated Interdimensional Biological Perception to Yu Hang's team. If it's a weakly interacting massive particle, what form will it take? The problem now is that these strange entities are all silent, as if they had all agreed to something. Yu Hang, wearing a clean down jacket and still dusting off his hair, frantically stared at the data. We all suspect this group of creatures is displaying a common resistance, perhaps due to instructions from some higher level being. The Emperor team had previously been researching this area, and the snow demon's unusual reaction now gave Yu Hang a dangerous thought. Wei Kexun's face paled, and he was slightly stunned by the words. Before he could react, Ding Junai and a group of scientists had returned from the observation laboratory. Let's prepare for the field test. Wait, Wei Kexun pressed the communicator and immediately announced, Captain his ear, bang, bang, bang. Wow. Before he could finish his words, a series of footsteps echoed outside. He Zhen, accompanied by Xiaohe, pushed the door open with a serious expression, looking at Ding Junai and the others. Professors, the aviation patrol just discovered the corpse of the abyss worm at a monitoring point 34 kilometers northwest. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He Zhen acted swiftly, sending one of his subordinates out with a mobile device. The subordinate quickly operated on the device, and a video of the investigation provided by the aviation patrol appeared on a large screen in the laboratory. Amidst a bitter blizzard, a massive black worm, as huge as a mountain, lay motionless across the snowy plains. A dozen terrifying holes appeared on the worm's corpse, as if pierced by the claws of some creature. He Zhen looked at the screen and said seriously, after observation, it is dead. Judging from the degree of snow cover, just a few hours ago, I have asked the ground patrol team to rush to take biological samples, which will be delivered soon. The air patrol team will be here soon. The details. Wait, unexpectedly, at this time, Yu Hang suddenly shouted. He staggered forward a few steps, his eyes fixed on the picture on the big screen, his mouth opening and closing. After a while, he pointed at the black worm in the picture and said in panic, that's not the abyss worm that attacked the experimental building today. It's the one killed by Unit 01 in Chenwei in the Trachimarais Valley. What did you say? He Zhen and Xiaohe frowned when they heard the news. Are you sure? I'm sure. Yu Hang nodded vigorously, pointing to a place in the picture and said, this one is smaller than the one that attacked today. Look, this position was cut by the high-frequency blade chain sword of Unit 01. Moreover, when we evacuated from the Trachimarais Valley, Captain Lin buried explosives on this corpse to divert the attention of the monster tide, so there are traces of explosions on it. I'm sure this is not the one that attacked the experimental building. Wei Kexu raised his glasses with horror when he heard this. He stepped forward and pointed to the corner of the picture and said, look here. Although it is buried in the snow, there seems to be a very obvious gully. This monster did not come from underground. He turned his head and looked at everyone inexplicably, and opened his mouth and said, it seems to have been dragged here by something. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. He Zhen stared at the replaying investigative video and said in a deep voice, are you saying something dragged such a massive monster to the outskirts of Zilin City? What's the purpose? Xiaohe scowled. To draw our attention, I need to immediately report this to Command Center. Report. A soldier entered. Captain, the Falcon Squadron, the leader of the aerial patrol, has arrived. Send Wu Chenyan. Yes, Xiaohe, in. He Zhen immediately addressed Xiaohe. Notify Meng Chenggang to dispatch the 5th Battalion to reinforce the northern defense line. Be vigilant. This thing has appeared in the north, so we must be cautious. Yes, Xiaohe immediately complied. Inside the laboratory, a dozen or so researchers were also engaged in a discussion. Why would it be dragged here? It's at least 700 kilometers from here to the Trachimarais Valley. Yu Hang looked puzzled. Wei Kexu scratched his messy hair, looking puzzled. How many of these bugs are there? It seems there are only 2 at the moment, but the north of the city is our main direction of evacuation from the city. Could it be related to this? Another researcher also said. Is the road blocked? No way. Ding Junai looked at the video screen and fell silent. Chief, at this time, a soldier in an aviation pilot uniform walked into the laboratory. He Zhen took a look and immediately said, Wu Chen, tell the scientific research team about the specific situation. Okay. Wu Chen was covered in snow and rushed over without stopping after receiving the notice. He was about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Wait, Ding Junai said. Hey, wait, Kexu also exclaimed at this time and pointed to the hell-black chrysanthemum on the experimental table. The disaster plant is reacting. Yu Heng's mouth dropped open. Not just him, but everyone in the lab turned their gaze towards the alluring black chrysanthemum. From within the pitch-black pistol, a vibrant crimson light suddenly emanated, carrying a heart-pounding, eerie wave. He Jian and several members of the Survey Corps couldn't help but approach. It's finally lighting up, isn't it too bright? What's going on, Professor Ding? Your research materials, what's going on? Ding Junai glanced at Wu Chen, who had just entered. Her expression grew stern as she spoke. Not good, this is, level 5 mark, 6 p.m. Wu. A red alert sounded at the Survey Corps headquarters in the east of the city. Military units, ammunition and supply trucks, and mecha squadrons mobilized. Zhao Yu, He Zhen, Wen Zhou, and the others hurried through the camp, their expressions grim and murderous. Inform the entire city immediately and prepare for a full battle. All aviation combat formations must take off before dark and prepare for battle over Zilan City. He Zhen, the pressure is greatest in the north and east of the city. We'll each take charge. Okay, He Zhen nodded immediately. I'll go to the north. The aviation patrols are all marked. Wu Chen and his team have volunteered to land their aircraft near Sishupo in the north of the city. That's the best place to provide fire support. Zhao Yu frowned slightly, knowing this was a near-fatal mission. So, he said, send 2 additional missile quick reaction teams to the north of the city. Also, tell the artillery battalion to spare no ammunition and protect Wu Chen and his team as much as possible. I understand, He Zhen said sternly. Wen Zhou, all members of the Nightwalker organization, along with a postal team, will be on standby at the city's support point. If a disaster breaks out after dark, prioritize addressing the internal threat, contact the Phoenix Order fleet and have them clear the area. We must prevent the spread of fear and internal disturbances, Zhao Yu said to Wen Zhou as they walked. The concentration of esprits and evolved beings in the city is very high right now. If an internal disturbance were to occur, the damage would be devastating. You and the representatives of each fleet will assist in the defense. Understood. Wen Zhou turned and took off. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and He Zhen led their men aboard 2 small patrol planes, each heading for the demon-repelling front. Atop the towering steel walls, rows of Great Wall 50 orbital artillery arrays stood in full formation. The fire control radar of the Iron Curtain Defense Air Defense System, combining anti-aircraft missiles, electromagnetic cannons, and close-in weapon systems, was fully operational. The radar tower on the slopes of Fenglin Mountain had also entered level 1 combat readiness. Buzz! At Changbai Airport, command lights flashed everywhere. A 10,000-ton Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier, crushing the snow in the air with a tremendous roar, slowly ascended under the control of the control tower. Warhawk-class gunships, Lightning II aerospace fighters, and H-50 bomber formations were urgently entering the takeoff formation. Bang, bang, bang. The various mecha wings continuously transported fully charged Iron Guard II military assault carriers, Guard II and Guard II light assault carriers, T-8Z Vulcan military assault carriers, and even destroyer heavy assault carriers to the battlefield. Over 12,000 soldiers of the 7th Survey Corps were ready for action. Meanwhile, within the city, the thousands of convoys, whose red alert had been sounded by the Phoenix Society, were already on full alert. Even the Queen Mo, parked underground, had moved to the wide track area outside, all weapon systems activated. Monica sat solemnly in car number 1, studying the radar chart and communicating with Jin Dealey via communicator. Dozens of trains at the North City passenger station had already formed a defensive formation along the tracks, their rooftops densely packed with machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, and heavy machine gun turrets loaded. The news of the level 5 marking sent everyone on the Infinity and Longshan number 1 into a state of nervous tension. 20 minutes left. Lin Xian, having completely devoured the maintenance workshop on the freight track platform, then spoke via communicator to the Great Eagle convoy and its companions, parked between Longshan number 1 and Infinity. We can't move within the city. We can only defend. Our primary focus is on dealing with the dangers west of the city and Fenglin Mountain, most likely aerial monsters, so we're focusing on anti-aircraft guns. Understood, Captain Lin. The Great Eagle convoy, the Sunchaser convoy, the Pow Pow Union convoy, and the North Wind Alliance totaled over 150 vehicles, most of them heavy vehicles. By now, Several convoys had formed a defensive line, similar to a train, surrounding the smaller vehicles with their strongest defenses. The anti-aircraft guns were quickly installed and debugged with the help of Lin Xian's mechanical abilities. To their surprise, the weapons and ammunition they had just received would be deployed in less than an hour. "Brother Lin, is the level 5 mark really that ferocious?" Shi Dian's voice rang out through the communicator, and the entire Longshan No. 1 fleet was ready for battle. "They might be even stronger than the one before we entered the city. You must have encountered them coming from the airport," Lin Xian said immediately. Shi Dian's face immediately darkened. "Damn it! We haven't even had 2 days off yet." Hearing Lin Xian's words, he immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Cursing profusely, he urged Ningjing and Lu Yong to quickly arrange for food distribution. This night would last nearly 19 hours, and with so many people aboard, more supplies were needed to prevent exhaustion during the night battle. "Dongzi, Wang Zhuang, Zhuangyu, you guys must guard the heating equipment and pipes, or everyone in this vehicle will freeze to death." Yu Liangxing, Zhu Enren, Minming, and Zhaoqing, clear the roof turrets. "Abai, just keep an eye on the big guys." "Got it." On the combined fleet side, the Sunchaser fleet's high-voltage ionization wall had already been raised, and Amin and Luoluo's Gemini mechas were ready. Each fleet was on full alert. After dismantling the maintenance workshop, Lin Xian had been communicating with several other major convoys in the city via the Crimson Phoenix Order, while also receiving information and dispatches from Hezhen and Zhaoyu. He also shared information with the Order regarding the level 5 mark's fate. He had also been contacting Ding Junai, but the city's various fronts and frequency bands were severely congested, and it took a long time for Ding Junai's voice to reach his communicator. "Lin Xian," he warned Ding Junai immediately after the connection was established. "If there's an attack, it might not just be on the marked individuals, but also on your lab. I know. The Survey Corps is taking us for a transfer. Currently, all the labs are being conducted in mobile carriages." "Okay, Lin Xian, did you come into contact with a dead black worm when you were evacuating Trachimaris Valley?" Lin Xian immediately said. "I didn't, but Kiki did." "What's wrong?" "That means the dark mark didn't come from the worm corpse. The ground search team returned 30 minutes ago. We tested it with a hell black chrysanthemum and found no mark." "What do you mean?" Ding Junai's voice on the communicator was so calm that it made people's hearts flutter. "I think the level 5 mark is likely from high above. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 279 Fierce Battle. Rumble. Night was about to fall. Above, thunder crackled relentlessly from the center of an extremely cold vortex, its silvery lightning illuminating a vast, stormy sky, like a behemoth threatening to devour the earth. A howling blizzard raged, its ice crystals completely freezing even steel and concrete. Under the hurricane's force, icicles stretched almost horizontally across the landscape. In these conditions, even with winter gear, ordinary people could no longer stand outdoors. A fusillade of more than a dozen military polar vehicles crisscrossed the deserted streets of Zilan City, protected by special operations vehicles and small aircraft. These were mobile research laboratories. Inside one of the vehicles, the cramped and crowded laboratory was filled with instruments, and computers were constantly processing data. Wei Kexu sat dazed on a stool in the corner, wearing the protective suit specially provided for them by the Survey Corps. Yu Heng was nearby, tapping away on his computer, accessing various data points. "The air patrol was marked, which means our suspicions are correct." Wei Kexu removed his worn black-framed glasses and wiped them with a cleaner corner of his shirt. "What instructions did those monsters receive to prevent us from sending the Dark Mark? How could they sense our intention?" an old researcher asked, puzzled. "If that's true, then our research is on the right track." "No, Bonfire, the Dark Mark does exist, right?" another female researcher chimed in. "Professor Yu wants to know how they communicated and caused that giant bug to attack the lab building." Wei Kexu pinched his brow wearily. Perhaps due to the long nights, every time he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think of his fallen colleagues. A sense of desolation permeated his entire being. "Since they've noticed our purpose, I think it's most likely the hell black chrysanthemum." Ding Junai had just finished talking to Lin Xian. She stood up and walked towards the hell black chrysanthemum's cultivation cabin. Looking at the extinguished black chrysanthemum, she said, "Professor Guo's experiments should have made those snow monsters aware of the existence of the disaster plants. The rampage may be just a manifestation. There should be other ways of transmitting information between strange bodies, but we haven't noticed it yet. You mean, subject number 13 bit off his limbs and suddenly went berserk. It might be some kind of special behavior. Yu Hang stopped typing on the keyboard and looked up at Ding Junai. Ding Junai put one hand in her pocket, glancing coldly at the time on her watch. There's no better explanation, I don't think so. Wei Kexu put his glasses back on, looked up dejectedly, and said, first, there's no marking in the city. If these snow demons had received some kind of instruction not to release the marking, then according to the theory of the Silent Night, Zilin City shouldn't be attacked, yet we're constantly under attack from demonic waves. Second, if those monsters don't want us to discover the dark marking, then why has the air patrol suddenly been marked as a level 5? Isn't that a contradiction? Silence fell on the carriage as the polar vehicle careened over the snow, its interior swaying and rattling, and numerous laboratory instruments clanked. Several researchers frowned deeply. As darkness approached, a sense of intense anxiety permeated the carriage. Ding Junai looked at Yu Heng and spoke. I remember the Emperor team's previous research conclusions, which suggest that higher-level entities can collectively command lower-level entities, correct? That's right, Yu Heng nodded. Ding Junai responded, let's assume that there's an S-level entity in the sky above Zilin City that's transmitting this kind of information to the demonic tide, without emitting the dark mark pheromone. But because this S-level entity has already discovered Zilin City, or has been around for some time, it's using this command to attack Zilin City. Can this be explained? Yu Heng and Wei Kexu exchanged a glance, then said, just to counter our research? That sounds far-fetched. Wouldn't it be easier to mark people outside the city, like they did today, and that would also interfere with our research? Yes, and if it was Mr. Guo's experiment that exposed the hell black chrysanthemum, then there's something strange and inexplicable. Why wasn't there a mark in the city before? Wei Kexu frowned and said, could it be that the monster has the ability to predict the future and knows that our Zilin City research team is studying the dark mark? Yes, no matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense. A monster can see through our research from just one pot of disaster planned. I always find it a little unbelievable, or maybe the monster simply wants to seize this disaster planned. Yu Heng then said, we're all overthinking it. After all, judging by the Phoenix Society's current research on the disaster planned, it's extremely rare and possesses special abilities. It holds great research value for us humans, and the same is true for these dark creatures. Ding Junai fell silent upon hearing this. She looked at the black chrysanthemum in the transparent plant chamber before her, her chaotic thoughts making it difficult for her to concentrate. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to her. Perhaps, instead of looking at it scientifically, she should use supernatural powers? As a rational person, Ding Junai tended to approach any problem from a scientific and theoretical perspective. She reached out and touched the small green grass sprout hidden in her hair, her pupils slightly concentrating. She immediately calmed down, her gaze focused on the hell black chrysanthemum, and activated her plant powers. Instantly, an invisible plant affinity emanated from her eyes, enveloping the hell black chrysanthemum. 6:19 p.m. According to the time observed by the night walker, there was still 1 minute until dark. In the onboard laboratory, Wei Kexu nervously checked his watch. It's almost dark. We originally planned to evacuate the entire city tomorrow, but who knew this would happen? Professor Ding, do you think this level 5 mark means some monster has noticed us? Wei Kexu was about to speak to Ding Junai when he discovered that Ding Junai was standing next to the hell black chrysanthemum. Her eyes had completely turned white, without a trace of black. Even more strangely, the disaster plant had once again glowed crimson and was still flickering. Professor Ding, Wei Kexu, noticing the anomaly, shouted immediately, and everyone was shocked by this sudden change. Seeing Ding Junai unresponsive, Wei Kexu immediately stood up to check on her. Unexpectedly, a violent tremor erupted, rapidly approaching from the far side of the street. The tall buildings on either side of the road began to shake violently, sending snow and ice crashing down. Xiaohe, seated in the passenger seat of the polar vehicle, watched the alarm blare from the observation equipment, his face suddenly changing. It's coming. Accelerate. At 6:20 p.m., the sky flashed to black, and a fierce wind blew. The experimental convoy, already shrouded in darkness in the blizzard, with visibility limited to a few meters, was suddenly plunged into darkness. Boom. Almost instantly, a trembling sound like a landslide erupted behind the convoy. The windows of the tall buildings on both sides of the street shattered instantly. A giant abyss worm burst forth from the ground, swallowing the last two vehicles in the convoy in one gulp, tearing apart the tall buildings on both sides. The ground shook like a surging lake, rippling horizontally and nearly overturning the entire convoy ahead. Clang, 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 empty, empty. In an instant, concrete foundations shattered, high-rise buildings shattered, and shockwaves radiated across Zilin City, like a 10,000-ton bomb detonating, sending shockwaves through tens of thousands of people. The big bug is coming, Xiaohe immediately reported into the communicator, despite the vehicle nearly overturning. Turn forward, drive around the inner city. Inside the experimental carriage, Wei Kexu, who was rushing towards Ling Junai, was directly lifted from the ground by the huge impact, hitting the roof and then falling back down. The others in the carriage were no better off, with numerous instruments shattered and falling, and everyone was thrown unconscious. Wei Kexu ignored the pain and immediately tried to get up to check on Ding Junai. However, when he looked up, he found that Ding Junai was still standing firmly, her eyes wide, staring at the hell-black chrysanthemum in front of her. At that moment, Ding Junai's ears were filled with a buzzing sound, and she could no longer see anyone else. She stared at the hell-black chrysanthemum before her. Blood-red ripples surged from its crimson glow, and Ding Junai's pupils trembled, reflecting a shattered vision. Tens of thousands of pale pupils coalesced into a massive compound eye in the void, each pupil contracting in sync within its mucus-encrusted honeycomb structure. Countless snow demons and devils swirled and piled up like a black tide, their limbs twisting and turning into a network of blood vessels clinging to the surface of their eyeballs. From deep within the chasm of the polar night abyss came the sticky sound of mucus wriggling. Its body was composed of ever-growing icy tentacles and rotting tumors. Ding Junai's eardrums were pierced by the countless overlapping cries of strange forms. She seemed to see a monster floating high above the blizzard, gazing at Zilin City beneath Fenglin Mountain. In an instant, Ding Junai felt as if she had fallen into an icy, terrifying, and infinite space. On the northern front of Zilin City, the bridges beneath the reinforced concrete defensive walls had already been erected, and the snow and wind howled relentlessly. He Xian commanded the northern front, while thousands of Survey Corps soldiers stood in full formation. In the distance, over Sishu Slope, several small aircraft hovered. These were the Falcon Scout Squad, led by Wu Chen. To ensure the safety of the city, all members of the squad, bearing level 5 markings, had docked outside the city. The blizzard cut through the searchlights, and the city walls trembled in the -60°C. The Survey Corps soldiers, clad in power armor, gripped their weapons tightly, their gaze fixed on the direction of Sishu Slope. Sitting in the cockpit, Wu Chen's face was filled with anxiety, his right hand resting on the engine's thrust levers. Any sign of trouble would prompt the entire team to increase their speed and flee. Boom. Just as darkness fell, the first explosion erupted from within the city. Before the communication could even register, the Falcon Scout Squad's radar screen suddenly turned red. Several people looked up, and within their holographic flight helmets, a terrifying scene suddenly unfolded, making everyone's breath catch. From the snowy clouds high above, countless gigantic winged demons swooped down in the darkness, carrying a powerful whirlwind. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of winged demons, their wingspans the size of train carriages, roared down like an aerial torrent, obscuring the entire sky above Sishupo in a matter of seconds. The Falcon Squad's aircraft, by comparison, seemed like floating duckweed, precariously swaying in the wind and rain. Dive down, Wu Chen roared in anger at the sight. Boom, boom, boom. But the aircraft's jet engines were still roaring, and the entire Falcon Squad was already engulfed. Several explosions echoed in the air, and flames vanished from the sky. Atop the city wall, He Xian watched the scene unfold before he could even react. The Falcon Squad's aircraft and vital signs on the combat screen had completely vanished. As the searchlights swept across, catching sight of the winged demons roaring toward them like a tidal wave, every Survey Corps soldier froze for a moment. Boom, 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 boom. The fire control radars registered first, and 300 Great Wall 50 orbital artillery pieces instantly opened fire. Electromagnetic beams, aligned like a blue fence, shot into the sky simultaneously, forming a dazzling, high-energy web. Beep, 1130s from dozens of sentry towers roared frantically, and the Survey Corps barrage began to engage. Watching the Falcon Squad's destruction, He Xian's eyes darkened. He immediately pressed the command communicator, activate the response line, prepare the incendiary net. Zhang Changzi, suppress the gunboats first, then bomb us with thermobaric bombs. Yes, Zhang Changzi, the captain of the aviation combat formation, saw the Falcon Squad's destruction and his eyes turned red. Hearing He Xian's roar, he immediately issued the order, Fighting Eagle Team 2, prepare to observe the incendiary net, prepare the plasma cannon, Bombers 0203, release thermobaric bombs in echelons, buzz. The aviation combat formation hovering in the airspace behind the city wall immediately took action. Wow, wow, wow. As the swarm of winged demons rushed toward them, obscuring the sky and the sun, thousands of plasma beamers instantly launched from beneath the city walls, sending a continuous burst of dark blue plasma streams, like brilliant fireworks, stretching a blazing plasma wall in front of the city walls like a mountainous curtain. This blue burning wall continued to rise, 100 meters, 200 meters. In just a few seconds, this burning net, enough to illuminate an area for kilometers, rose 500 meters, like a giant blue net patching the sky. Under this dazzling blue light, all the Survey Corps soldiers saw that in the snowy plains far below the city walls, dense black shadows surged. The boiling sound made the entire ground tremble slightly. The demon tide was coming. Boom 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 boom. The overwhelming winged demons collided head-on with the rising burning net. Countless fierce roars and howls instantly filled the air. The smell of burning quickly spread along with the cold wind. Under the tremendous momentum, the burning net quickly collapsed. However, the purpose of this defensive device was to prevent flying objects from entering the city, to stem its momentum. At that moment, the swarm of winged demons raged in the air, colliding in large numbers. Large swathes of flesh and blood burned in the air. Winged demons continued to fall to the building platforms below, instantly reduced to pieces by the concentrated fire of 1,130 mm and various machine guns. At this time, 6 Warhawk-class aerial gunships took off and formed a line a few hundred meters above the north wall. Bang, bang. The missile bays of the gunships slowly opened, and several large air-to-air missiles were unleashed. Simultaneously, the airborne I-17 multi-lobed plasma cannons at the front of the gunships began to focus their lightning. Boom, boom. 12 blue plasma cannons, blazing millions of degrees Celsius, flashed across the sky, blazing brightly before exploding among the winged demons like exploding blue fireworks, instantly melting vast swathes of the monsters. The ultra-high temperatures directly ignited many of the winged demons, their tissues and skeletons alike, sending the shockwaves into a searing flame. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, 4th Battalion, hold steady. Close and before firing. The mech wing will lead the charge. He Xian's eyes were sharp, undaunted as he watched the monster surge from the sky and the ground, unfazed. He calmly addressed his subordinates, adjust firepower deployment to prioritize aerial targets. Raise the high-voltage iron wall on the ground, and let the beasts below die. Let's see if these monsters are more resilient or if our nuclear power is more powerful. Boom 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 boom. The dense array of Great Wall 50 orbital artillery batteries opened fire again. The massive 300 mm caliber fragmentation shells, like carbon-based bio-shredders, blasted the sky, unleashing a hail of blood and flesh. The empty shells landed on the snowy ground with a massive explosion, each one carrying away dozens, even hundreds, of snow demons, leaving a terrifying crater. The entire snowy plain, stretching for kilometers, was a dark mass. A wave of strangeness, like a surging mudslide, converged continuously. The Survey Corps soldiers' ears were filled with the roar of the storm and the seething ground. Between heaven and earth, a chilling terror filled the air. At that moment, artillery fire resounded from the canyons east of the city and the frozen river south of it. Within Zilin City, the wind howled in fear. Abyss worms burst through the vast craters in the earth, and countless snow demons and snow devils gushed out, spreading out into the streets in all directions. A large number of strange entities have appeared in the sinkholes on Pingjiang Road, Wheelay Street, and Dongxin Garden. Convoys heading east and south of Central Avenue are preparing to engage. Da-da-da, bang, bang, bang. A message from the Phoenix Order's inner city observation post rang through the communicator. Mere seconds later, a dozen streets surrounding the sinkholes erupted in gunfire, rapidly spreading to more streets, alleys, and even the squares. Like a lit fuse, in a matter of moments, half of Zilin City was engulfed in a frenzy of fighting. Boom. Buzz. Explosions, gusts of wind, radiation, shockwaves, missiles, and arcing pulses erupted in various areas. Numerous buildings exploded, and the public airwaves were filled with the sound of gunfire. Move toward the Arctic Wind Alliance. Too many, da-da-da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Beep. Rush them, it's the snow demon, forget about that convoy, retreat, quick, quick, the night walkers are coming, everyone attack, hold on, the road is blocked, someone come save us, we're on Shunan Street, everyone get away from the TV tower, the convoy here has changed, there are supernatural beings, cover fire, retreat, retreat, at the North City Railway Station, dozens of doomsday train machine guns roared to life. Facing the massive wave of monsters pouring down from the streets, the barrage of heavy weaponry was like a world war, completely evaporating the snow on the streets. Suppress. Suppress, the air monsters are coming, anti-aircraft guns, we can't let them reach the railway station, boom. Pulse weapons swept across the passenger station square, collapsing the massive lampposts, shattering layers of icicles. Many of the doomsday train's rooftop flamethrowers erupted in a blazing blaze, illuminating nearly the entire railway station. Winged demons emerged from the sinkhole, flapping their enormous wings and soaring towards the convoys along the street. Even if they were blasted to pieces, their bodies could still devour several unfortunate vehicles. Rumble, rumble. Under the thunder, the entire Zilan city was engulfed in chaos, and the sound of artillery fire and gunfire spread. However, the West City Freight and Mining Station did not immediately engage the enemy, instead a brief period of silence ensued. The Infinity, Lin Xian No. 1, and the combined fleet were all on high alert. The sounds of battle erupting from within the city had everyone on edge. Lin Xian, clad in power armor, stood atop a shipping container. His gaze wasn't directed toward the city behind him, but toward the towering Fenglan Mountain in the distance. Boom. Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan, clad in power armor and holding a Meteorite 3, sat atop the tallest apartment building near the orbital station. She used the Meteorite 3 to survey the summit, with Miaolu providing cover. Here they come. From the mountain, Lin Xian, who had been burning the boiler all night, rubbed his shoulders and approached the rooftop with a stern look in his eyes. In the air, Kiki was already poised for action. Sasha, piloting the fully armored Sally, was at the forefront. In the cockpit, the young woman chewed gum, her face still etched with nervousness despite her effort. The building and Shukin were shielding Lin Xian on the container platform below. Back at Lin Xian No. 1, Shidian, Ningjing, Abe, Zhaoqing, Lu Yuang, and the others were also waiting, fully armed. Damn it. Looks like they're coming over the mountain. Shidian's face was fierce, a surge of power emanating from him. Not just that, Lin Xian's power armor radar picked up the increasingly violent tremors on Fenglan Mountain through the communicator. Be careful. It's an avalanche, boom. The snow curtain on the mountain suddenly boiled over, a 1,000-meter-high pale wall, carrying a dense swarm of snow demons, crashing down. Millions of snow demons flickered and flickered between the collapsing fault lines. And a vast number of snow demons scrambled down the mountainside. The terrifying momentum seemed to engulf the entire mine and freight terminal. Everyone below couldn't help but tighten their eyes at the sight of this scene. Don't move, stay put, engage the enemy at close range, and don't disrupt your formation. Lin Xian's eyes were sharp, and he gritted his teeth as he watched the avalanche pouring down like a flood. In this situation, fleeing recklessly within the city was pointless. It would only expose them to attacks from both sides. Beyond the city walls lay an infernal assault, with no escape possible. Facing this long night, they had no choice but to rely on their established defensive lines to endure. Woo! At that moment, the Infinity, Lin Xian No. 1, and all the vehicle-mounted weapons of the joint convoy veered towards Fenglan Mountain and the mines. All melee fighters, only deal with the monsters that charge into the convoy formation. Don't attack rashly. Let the train and the convoy's armor hold the line. Agreed, Uncle Wu responded. Roger, Li Yi and Liang Lei shouted. Understood, Captain Lin, Luo Yang said. We can definitely hold this. The Bifang convoy's heavy base vehicles were the joint convoy's primary line of defense, and Shen Yao's expression was solemn. Listen up, everyone. Tonight's a tough battle, Shi Dian shouted over the communication channel. Kiki, Brother Ho, Lin Xian shouted to the two of them, watching the avalanche approaching, its sonic waves boiling in the air. Break the momentum, I've been meaning to do that, Lu Xingqian roared, his entire body ablaze with flames. He leaped up from the spot, landing in front of the mine. Facing the 1,000-meter avalanche, the entire area erupted in a raging blaze. Divine Flame Realm. At this moment, Lin Xian actually attempted to use the principle of adiabatic compression and deflagration to sweep the flames from his entire body into a spherical stream of blazing flames. Flames erupted from his hands, forming a massive fireball over 10 meters in diameter. The crimson flames burned white at the core, radiating intense heat, instantly vaporizing the snow within a few dozen meters of his body, like a miniature sun. Carry the flames from the divine realm? Brother Ho spoke not to the monster, but to Kiki. Wow! Kiki, her eyes radiating terrifying power, soared high above the mine. With her hands, she spread a vast, invisible telekinetic field, shaking off the blizzard. Controlling the field with her hands, she began to spin wildly. Harnessing the updrafts created by Lin Xian's intense flames, she instantly engulfed the mine with a monstrous hurricane. The blazing fireball transformed into raging flame, merging with the hurricane's tornado, forming a crimson fire tornado hundreds of meters in diameter and hundreds of meters high. Ride the wind, fire. Okay, Lin Xian continuously blasted flames from both hands, increasing the updrafts. Kiki gritted her teeth and gave a soft shout, slowly pushing the fire tornado toward the avalanche. Instantly, layers of intense heat washed away the bitter cold wind, blasting the faces of everyone on the train. The massive fire tornado, along with the scattered iron and steel miniskirts, swept up, ablaze in the air, and collided head-on with a 1,000-meter-long avalanche and the demonic tide surging down the hillside. Boom, boom, boom. Fires erupted, the avalanche vaporized, and black smoke and steam filled the air. The roar reached its climax, shaking the very air. Bang! The avalanche exploded across the mine with the force of a landslide, sending up a cloud of snow dust that obscured the sky. A large amount of this dust was engulfed by the fire tornado, showering the freight warehouses and container platforms on either side of the station. Lin Xian raised his hand to block the massive avalanche, halting the force of the avalanche. The resulting torrent of dust nearly obscured all vision. The entire station seemed completely engulfed in dust, rendering the already poor visibility even darker and hazier. As everyone dodged the encroaching dust, the roar of the demonic surge intensified. A dense mass of dark shadows rapidly approached the dust-covered mine ahead. Simultaneously, from the black smoke and snow mist of the sky, massive winds swept towards them. Bang! The resounding roar of Meteorite 3's fire ignited the first shot of the defensive counterattack. Atop the Infinity's roof, Miaolu shielded Chen Sixuan from the blizzard. Chen Sixuan, increasingly composed in the face of this scene, coldly unleashed a devastating volley at a large winged demon approaching through the hazy snow and fog. High-energy armor-piercing rounds pierced the blizzard, shattering the still unrevealed winged demon's skull, sending a shower of skull tissue spurting out. Woo! The next moment, the Infinity's rooftop G3 railgun and 1,130 close-in weapon systems simultaneously rotated their bases. Their fire control radars locked onto their targets, and they opened fire. Beep, woo, zizzy. The heavy artillery and heavy machine guns on Lin Xian No. 1 and the combined convoy also unleashed a barrage of high-energy artillery. Simultaneously, the Infinity, Lin Xian No. 1, and the YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns in the convoy began unleashing their might, pouring a continuous stream of fire into the air. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a festive atmosphere, a blaze of fireworks, spreading from low to high. Here they come. Sasha, sitting in her Vulcan mech in front of the station, stopped chewing her gum. She held her breath. The snow, dust, and smoke obscured her vision, completely obscuring it. Even with the various spotlights, she couldn't see far enough. However, the Vulcan mech's radar screen showed a vast array of targets rapidly approaching in the fog ahead. Come on, come on. Sasha gripped the mech's manipulators with both hands, raising them. The machine gun in her left hand fired, the main cannon in her right. The arc pulse string vibrator in the center was a high-powered model upgraded by Lin Xian, giving it a new level of protection. A roaring sound approached. Beneath the curtain of snow, the first to explode was the high-voltage ionization wall set up by the Sun Chaser team. The horizontal ionization beam flashed with a brilliant blue light, instantly shattering countless snow monsters. However, due to their sheer numbers, the voltage in the combined convoy's capacitors instantly dropped significantly. Those remaining untouched surged past the shattered corpses of their kin, charging towards the station. Fire, bang, bang, bang. Dada. Data. As the shadows approached, the train and the combined convoy erupted in a flurry of gunfire. Dense streams of metal hurled themselves, instantly crushing the vast swarm of demons and halting their charge. Behind them, even more snow demons rushed down from Fenglin Mountain. Ugh! Boom! Boom! The towering snow demons, with their thick skin and tough flesh, could still charge several meters despite the hail of bullets. Even after being shattered, more snow demons followed. Winged demons flitted through the sky, charging into the train formation incessantly. In the lulls in the initial barrage, several large ones began to swarm into the combined convoy, pressing against the train's roof. At this moment, Dalu, Lu Chang, Shuken, Shidian, Ningjing, Zhaoqing, Lu Yuang, and several powerful melee fighters from the combined fleet began to unleash their might, suppressing the monsters charging into the formation. Bang! Ningjing, the queen of strength, leaped into the air, one punch sending a wing of a winged demon into a reverse arch. A second blow shattered half its head, sending it crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. No, mind the gaps, she shouted into the communicator. At this moment, Luo Yang leaped onto the roof of a truck, pointing with his fingertips. His eyes lit up, and a series of blue ionite explosions erupted in the sky. Buzz! Elsewhere, Abai, his sunglasses removed, fired dark red laser beams from his eyes, sweeping across the area, shredding several winged demons as they flew towards him. Li Guangwan and Liang Lei stood beside Sasha's Vulcan mecha, one punching the other, their entire bodies metallized, blocking the monster surge at close range. Amin and Luoluo, twin stars wielding chain swords, weaved through the snow monsters charging into the formation with dazzling brilliance. Liao Ming also joined the bloody fray at the Shuken building. Uncle Wu's artillery barrage exploded with a roaring boom. Shen Yao, a berserker-level esper of the concentrated energy system, led several fully armored minions into the monster tide. All the impact was concentrated on him, causing his skin to glow a dazzling orange-white glow. The next moment, he unleashed this power in a single punch. Boom! A massive outpouring of energy destroyed a fan-shaped impact zone in front of him, shattering hundreds of snow monsters into smithereens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Lin Xian's black spear, like a deadly black shuttle through a blizzard, carried the blazing light of his mechanical energy cannon as he moved through the monster tide, harvesting the lives of the monstrous entities. Wait. After a flashback, Lin Xian leaped dozens of meters, stepping on the shuttle's black spear. A surge of electricity created an force field, blocking a snow demon's attack from behind. He then blasted the snow demon's skull with a fingertip mechanical energy cannon. Before it could even wail or roar, Zhaoqing, who had come flying over, slashed its head cleanly and efficiently. Lin Xian suppressed his stamina, Ding Junai's reminder lingering in his mind. High in the sky? S rank? He had already instructed Kikiho to conserve his energy, and his purpose in maintaining his strength was to prepare for the appearance of a more terrifying entity, necessitating the use of gravitational lensing. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Above the sky, the air combat formation supporting the west of the city also opened fire fiercely at the monster flying over Fenglin Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Elsewhere, outside the city, the roar of thermobaric bombs seemed to shatter the very sky, and waves of eardrum-deepening vibrations echoed one after another. Inside the city, the earthquakes never ceased. The abyssal worms were wreaking havoc, completely crumbling many tall buildings. Artillery fire filled the air, and the sirens wailed incessantly. Lin Xian, rifle in hand, rushed up to a staff building and, with a surge of electricity, blasted down a group of snow demons attempting to climb up from the rear. He turned back to gaze at the city, now pitch black and ablaze with flames and artillery fire, a chill in his heart. He wondered how many more would die that night. While worried about the current front ending Junai, he also worried about whether the entire city could hold out until dawn for evacuation. Woo! Buzz! Inside the city, the convoy of the research team, led by Ziohe, sped along the ring road. The ground shook relentlessly. After escaping the initial worm attack, the convoy's situation had stabilized considerably. To avoid a larger wave of snow demons, Ziohe had forced the convoy to retreat away from the main camps in the various districts and into more secluded areas. The convoy was guarded by Wenzhou's Nightwalker team, led by Jing Tian. In the dozen or so remaining vehicles, dozens of researchers were still discussing plans on a secret frequency. In the experimental vehicle at the front, Wei Kexu, Yu Yuhang, and others were keeping an eye on Ding Junai's condition. Ding Junai's eerie appearance had frightened everyone in the vehicle, but moments later, she suddenly collapsed, and the crimson glow of the hell-black chrysanthemum vanished. This sudden change sent everyone into a state of panic. If Ding Junai's vital signs hadn't remained relatively stable, they might have thought she was dead. We've notified the medical team, but we can't stop the car now. What should we do? Yu Heng asked anxiously. Team leader Yu, how is Professor Ding? Xiao he asked from the front. He's stable, but we don't know what happened yet. We need to find a safe place and call the medical team, Yu Heng replied. Xiao he glanced at the detector with a stern expression and said in a deep voice, the seismic waves have subsided. The worm may have gone somewhere else. I'll have the airborne units search and find a safe area immediately, okay, as soon as possible, inside the experimental carriage. Have you noticed? This is the second time that the A-level abyss worm has attacked, but none of us have been marked. Wei Kexu glanced at the hell-black chrysanthemum and inexplicably thought of something. What do you mean? Yu Heng said, a higher order. Wei Kexu looked at Ding Junai's situation and said with a complicated expression, could Professor Ding's guess be correct? That monster is stopping our research. Didn't you just say it was far-fetched? Wei Kexu nodded and said anxiously, it is very far-fetched, unless there is something else we don't know about. Professor Ding doesn't know what he encountered. It is not a solution for us to just wait like this. We may be killed by the big bug at any time, and I don't know how many people have died in the city. We must think of a way. Yu Heng looked puzzled. Our research is the behavior patterns of dark creatures. Even if we find it, it can't change the status quo tonight. No, Wei Kexu seemed to be trapped in some subjective logical emotions at this time. Why was the lab building raided? Why was that dead worm dragged outside Zilin City? And why was our air patrol marked? There must be a reason for all this. If it's truly related to our research, then there's likely something hidden in the blizzard we don't know about, enough to impact the entire city's survival. Yu Heng was stunned upon hearing this. As a researcher, he placed great importance on logical reasoning. Wei Kexu's words undoubtedly ignited all his doubts. His eyes shifted as he spoke in a deep voice. Then what can we do? I think we only have one path now. Director Zhao is right. The more the enemy tries to stop us, the more correct our direction. Perhaps if we successfully capture the Dark Mark, we'll be able to explain everything. How do we capture it? Yu Heng looked at Wei Kexu with cracked lips and said, you just said that the A-level worm didn't even emit a mark. So what do we? Then we'll take to the sky? Wei Kexu whipped his head around, trembling all over with a frenzy. Since only the S-class in the sky can send out a mark, then our observation experiment subject is it? Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for the monthly ticket, brother. Please vote for the monthly ticket at the end of the month, brother. Please vote for the monthly ticket at the end of the month, brother. Please vote for the monthly ticket at the end of the month. Chapter 282 Aircraft. Night fell, thunder roared. The fierce battle in Zilin City intensified, raging both within and outside the city walls. The streets, ravaged by the snow demons, were littered with wrecked convoys, burning cars, blood frozen twice by the icy wind, the corpses of snow demons and demons scattered across the ground, winged demons dangling from the dark alleys of tall buildings, and a vast sinkhole teemed with strange forms, clawed and long, scrambling over buildings and cars. Boom, boom. From the north and east of the city, massive, bright explosions flickered across the sky, their sonic shockwaves sweeping across the city. From all directions, electromagnetic cannon beams shot into the sky, and tracer rounds from the 1,130mm close-in weapon system scoured the air, creating a cloud of orange blossoms. Inside the city, the Arctic Wind Alliance's massive weaponry firmly suppressed the demonic tides in East City Park, Jincheng Commercial Plaza, and along the Beiyu River. Under Han Zhun's leadership, the fleets formed a solid defensive formation, deploying firepower in echelons. Near and far-range psychics and enhancers were deployed in a dispersed manner, and the battle was intense. The southern part of the city was heavily populated, and nearly all the fleets along Central Avenue were gathered there. This area had suffered a major incursion by abyssal worms, resulting in heavy casualties. Zhao Yu had to urgently dispatch air support. While the Universe Fleet, the Warrior Fleet, and Chen Xiao of the Torch Alliance led the resistance, the panicked escape was temporarily contained, but casualties continued to mount. Over the eastern part of the city, a 30,000-ton Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier hovered low. Lightning II aerospace fighters, leading countless attack drones and hovering wingmen, soared out of the clouds like a swarm, launching a massive aerial assault. The sky was ablaze with dense explosions and arcing beams. As the aura of death continued to spread, more and more people with weaker mental endurance began to undergo changes under the onslaught of darkness. Meanwhile, after Lin Xian had blocked the first wave of the avalanche attack, the train regiment and the joint convoy had a moment's respite. However, as they had the smallest convoy and faced the monsters pouring from all over Fanglin Mountain, the pressure continued unabated. Lin Xian, a massive monster surge has been detected in the mine over there. Kiki flew overhead, her face anxiously announcing, "There are a lot of them, all heading our way. Prepare for the next wave of barrages. Everyone retreat to the convoy, let the train engage, and prepare the arc pulse string oscillator," Lin Xian shouted into the communicator upon hearing this. After a series of clashes, the barrels of the machine guns, artillery, and rapid-fire machine guns burned red. He had to rotate his firepower, leaving the remaining forces to be countered by psychics, enhancers, and individual weapons. A growing wave of monsters filled the entire mine. In the distance, Fanglin Mountain flowed like a waterfall. A closer look revealed a dense swarm of monsters charging towards them. In the sky, in the mountains, and in the underground mines, these creatures of the darkness were far more ferocious than those during the previous blizzard battle. The sounds of crawling merged into a dense, boiling roar that made one's scalp tingle. Zzz! Above Longshan No. 1, a base laser beam swept across the area, instantly shredding the entire fan of monsters. Zhaoqing, Ningjing, and the others, the few large-scale psychics on the team, surrounded him almost constantly to provide cover. The waves of monsters, including the large number of winged monsters in the sky, seemed to have some kind of consensus and concentrated their attacks on a bay. Similarly, Kiki and Brother Ho, one in the sky and the other underground, were constantly facing the overwhelming roar of the monster wave. Lu Xingqian, engulfed in a swirling flame, opened his eyes to the bloody maws of various hideous snow monsters and demons, their barbed limbs disgustingly piercing, and spurting green blood. "The more I kill, the stronger my power becomes. Don't be so arrogant." Brother Ho, his fighting spirit surging, charged forward with all his might. Fire fist, boom. The massive fist of fire, surging with a surge of flames, instantly carved a charred path, melting the snow and the swarms of snow monsters. "Hold on," Shi Dian roared hoarsely, charging out like a tiger from the monster wave. "Prepare ammunition, here they come." Rumble. A tsunami-like monster wave surged towards the freight rail station from all directions. At this moment, all close combatants retreated, and the arc pulse string vibrators on the outer armor of the Longshan No. 1 and Infinity on both sides began to charge and activate. Zzz! On the train's flank armor, blazing white plasma sparks suddenly exploded. The ultra-high voltage discharge field emitted a piercing, pulverizing sound that pierced even the air. In an instant, the snow monsters that filled the flanks were blasted to a crisp, scorching mess, sending a shower of shattered limbs and charred fragments raining down. "Lin Xian, they're coming from behind," Chen Sixuan's voice rang out over the communicator. Lin Xian turned and saw a large number of dark figures surging towards them from the city, causing the road to tremble. "Don't be afraid, we should be able to hold them back." With that, Lin Xian immediately shouted to everyone on the convoy's radio, "Defend firmly, clear your weapons, and close combat personnel remain within the vehicle formation and on the roofs. Don't leave." "Okay, understood." In the tanks of the Pao Yuan battalion, Li Yu frantically blasted the monster wave with his rapid-fire machine gun, shouting to Liang Lei through the communicator, "Lazy! Listen to Captain Lin, get back here, hey!" Clang clang clang. Surrounded by the monster's tidal wave, Liang Lei, his body pierced by countless claws and tails, sparking countless sparks. He ignored the rips to his clothes and roared furiously, sending several snow demons flying. He then frantically ran back from the tide. Luo Yang's focused shot, Chen Sixuan's Meteorite 3 sniper rifle, and Lu Chang's spinning blade simultaneously attacked, shattering the pursuing snow demons behind him. The building reached out, grabbed Liang Lei, and dragged him onto the train's roof. With a swish. In an instant, plasma sparks exploded from the train's flank armor, shattering and incinerating the pursuing monsters from behind. "Someone's hurt." Kiki blasted a shockwave, freeing Li Guangwan and Liaoming from the tide, who hadn't been able to retreat yet. Using telekinesis, he sent them towards the train. Xiaoyan and the others, who were covering with their guns, saw this and quickly ran over to catch the two. Seeing the two men's horrific wounds, blood pouring out, Xiao Yuan hurriedly ordered, "Quick, get them to the medical bay, fire, beep." The two 1130s roared again, their violent jets of metal sweeping away the entire left wing's monster tide in an instant, bringing a respite. "Hold on, Kiki, brother Ho, take action, here I come, I'm coming," boom 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 boom. The entire freight rail station, covering several kilometers, was ablaze. The ground burned, apartment buildings collapsed, and a blizzard howled incessantly, accompanied by the roar of the snow demon tide, resounding through the sky. To the north of the city, firepower here was primarily concentrated outside the high walls, while inside the city, more winged demons danced in the air. Dozens of doomsday trains on the rail platforms fired their blasts into the sky, illuminating the dark thunder clouds. 1:30 on the outer highway, the scientific research team's convoy rushed at full speed. Casualties are mounting. This wave of attacks is 100 times larger than the previous one. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before we fall. The strategic support force has already reached the city. The outer city defenses are holding, but the monster waves inside are too numerous. 7 sinkholes have been discovered. The southern part of the city is almost overwhelmed. The defenses on South Street have fallen. The Torch Alliance is retreating. Inside the train, the command frequency continued to transmit dire news, leaving the researchers' faces in a state of extreme distress. They were discussing the feasibility of conducting aerial observation experiments using aircraft. "Teacher, I know the success rate is low, but there's no better way right now." As everyone discussed this, Wei Kexu was anxiously talking to Guo Sichen on the hospital bed. "As long as we arrange the induction machine, within a feasible distance, naive." Professor Ding's research data shows that all feedback distances never exceed 500 meters. While there may be discrepancies, how can an aircraft accurately control such a close range to deal with an S-class anomaly? Guo Sichen cursed on the other end of the communicator. "Reaction, calculation, and capture all take time. This risky plan has a success rate of less than 5%, beep." Wei Kexu turned off the communicator and glanced at his colleagues in urgent consultation. Meanwhile, the command channel was still reporting new casualties. "We need to prepare at least 10 aircraft and take samples separately to increase the success rate," a veteran researcher said. "That's more than enough. We have more than 10 people, but the problem is, we only have one ultra-pure germanium detector. What if it breaks?" Yu Hang frowned. "I have a plan." At this moment, Wei Kexu, who had just finished talking to Guo Sichen, approached with a serious expression. "Use the aviation relay control system for direct remote control. One aircraft will carry the ultra-pure germanium detector in the disaster plant. For the other observation aircraft, we'll prepare the calculation formulas and set up the reaction module to simulate human signals." "Doesn't it mean we don't need a human on board?" The others were stunned. "Will it work?" "Theoretically, it should. It's a safe method. Most importantly, it can be tested repeatedly, keeping the disaster plant away. Even if the observation aircraft dies, it can be repeated." "Okay. Let's do it." Wei Kexu, seemingly energized by the approval, immediately contacted Xiao He in front. "Captain Xiao, head to Zilin Airport immediately. We have a new plan, and a medical team can be dispatched there to treat Professor Ding as quickly as possible." 20 minutes later, the research convoy quickly arrived at Zilin Airport. The earthquake waves continue unabated. "We can't stay here for too long." Xiao He stopped the car and immediately shouted to Wei Kexu and the others who had gotten out of the back car. "Disperse the team. That monster must be after something. It must be the black chrysanthemum of hell. Send someone to carry down the ultra-pure germanium detector." On the empty tarmac, several people got off the car in the wind and snow. Yu Hang immediately said to Xiao He, "Quick, get the medical team over." Yu Hang carried Bing Junai down on his back, and more than a dozen people braved the cold wind and ran towards a combat center not far away. They turned back and said to Wei Kexu, "Professor Wei, I've read the axion-mediated interdimensional biological perception sent by Mr. Guo. If we want to get close." "Sure," Wei Kexu interrupted him in the cold wind. "I just communicated with a teacher. Although the success rate is not high, we can try a few more times." Yu Hang opened his mouth, but then swallowed what he wanted to say. In the howling cold wind, Xiao He and a group of guards from the Survey Corps followed behind him and said to everyone, "I have asked Captain He. There are only 2 taxing aircraft here, but if we want to conduct aerial detection experiments, There is no escort or cover fleet now, so I must go with you. I'll go too, Nightwalker Jingxian said at this time. No need, there is no room for so many people. Feng Chen, Jingxian called a young man and said to Xiao he is a flying mutant and can solve problems at critical moments. No need, Wei Kexu shouted to the two of them. We have just designed a plan, there is no need to arrange people to go up. Really? Then, first give Professor Ding emergency treatment. She seems to have encountered some kind of energy attack from the disaster planned, perhaps related to the strange body. The medical team is on standby. Whoosh, whoosh, the biting cold wind howled, and the voices were almost inaudible. Xiao pressed the headphones and frowned slightly. I just received news that Professor Guo and others are here too. The teacher's injury hasn't healed yet. Why is he coming here at this time? Wei Kexu asked in surprise. He heard that you were going to do aerial detection, so he insisted on coming. Xiao sighed. Wei Kexu's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately looked at Yu Heng and said, Team leader you carry Professor Ding in first. I will take people to prepare the measuring instruments on the aircraft. Have them carry the ultra-pure germanium detector carefully, okay, because most of the aircraft of the aviation combat formation had already taken off to defend against the enemy. The only small aircraft vehicles left in the entire airport were the Twinxing aircraft, which did not have very strong firepower configuration. At the Airport Operations Center, medical staff conducted a careful physical examination of Ding Junai. At present, her brain waves and consciousness are very confused, but all her body functions are good. We speculate that this may be related to some kind of supernatural power. In the bright and simple combat hall, the doctor in protective clothing said to Xiao at this time. Superpower, yes, there has been such a situation in the Nightwalker organization, but it is not certain. At least the situation does not look bad at the moment, and he should wake up soon. Xiao nodded when he heard it. Finally, there was some good news. At this time, in the airport spare flight hangar, Wei Kexu and his men had installed the detector, and were hurriedly using the computer to input some operating modules and calculation formulas. Professor Wei, it's done. I'll go and inform Captain Xiao and the others. A colleague from the scientific research team wiped his sweat and said at this time. No, I haven't finished here yet. Professor Wei's glasses were full of codes flashing on the screen, and he said anxiously, go over and help me see how Professor Ding is doing. Also, Mr. Guo will be here soon. He is injured now. You go and pick him up, okay? As soon as the few people left, Wei Kexu raised his head and looked at the direction they were leaving quickly. He then swallowed nervously, put away his computer while no one was paying attention, and went to pull down the aircraft's boarding ladder and climbed up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he climbed up, a hoarse voice came from behind him. When I was in college, I studied mechanics and information science. Now I am the technical team leader of the Emperor Group. Although the old model of Twinxing aircraft can be automatically controlled, it can't solve the problem of information relay transmission in the dark in such a short time. A dejected figure walked out of the shadows in the corner. Yu Heng raised his glasses and looked at Wei Kexu and said, we have never conducted a human signal test. The success rate of this plan was originally low, so the best plan is to fly yourself as a test subject to track the S-level weird body and mark it, and then observe it. But Professor Wei, you overlooked a problem. The calculation results of the ultra-pure germanium detector will not come out so quickly. Even if you die, the results may not come out. Wei Kexu stood at the boarding ladder, stunned for a moment, looked at Yu Heng with a slightly gloomy expression, and said with trembling lips, but I don't have a better way. Yes, Yu Heng took out a computer from a backpack and walked towards another aircraft, 2 sets of computing modules, facing the S-level weird body. If there is someone to cover, the chance will be higher. Team leader Wei Kexu widened his eyes, don't say any more, let's go. If this thing attracts the bug, there will be no chance. Yu Heng decisively got on the second Twinxing aircraft, closed the automatic cockpit, and started the aircraft main control program. Wei Kexu was stunned, took a long breath, and then got into the cockpit. The free-flying wing lights of the 2 aircraft lit up at the same time. But at this time, several heavy military vehicles drove into Xilin Airport and stopped outside the command center. Medical staff and guards helped the injured Guo Sichen walk inside. At the same time, several elderly scientific researchers also followed. Mr. Guo looked anxious, and he took 2 steps at a time. As soon as he entered the hall, he immediately said, how could you come up with such an idea? The ultra-pure germanium detector mainly relies on the collision of WIMPs and atomic nuclei to generate signals, but to apply this technology to biological samples, especially living cell membranes, extremely high sensitivity and resolution are required, while avoiding damage to biological samples. Therefore, it must be tested with living experimental subjects. What remote operation, what human body signals, it's simply nonsense. I heard that we were going to do aerial experiments here, and Mr. Guo insisted on coming here in person. An officer in charge of the escort saluted Xiaohe and then said with a helpless expression, "I've already consulted the commander." Xiaohe nodded, looking at the group of dusty old men who had arrived, and said, "Mr. Guo, what did you mean? We've been doing tests for so long, and the main thing is to check for dark markings on the human body. You're talking about unmanned testing? You're kidding." Wei Kexu has lost his mind. Professor Zhang, who was standing beside Mr. Guo, patted Feng Zhu with a puzzled look. This, Professor Wei, he said he consulted you and that you approve of this plan." The female researcher in the convoy looked at Mr. Guo with a puzzled look. "I support it? When did I ever support it? How can we conduct unmanned experiments on such important disaster plants and detectors? If they were damaged, how could we be worthy of the soldiers on the front lines?" Guo Sichuan was furious and immediately glanced at him. "Where is that kid Wei Kexu?" Xiaohe's face changed at this. As a soldier, he didn't understand much about scientific research. Seeing Guo Sichuan's reaction, he immediately sensed something was wrong and turned to look at the research team. "Professor Wei, where's team leader Yu?" Nightwalker Jingshan also looked suspicious, his gaze scanning. Professor Wei is still deploying the computing modules. Several members of the research team approached from the hangar. But before they could finish their words, the roar of two powerful engines echoed nearby. Xiaohe and Jingshan's faces immediately changed. Suddenly, the young psychic named Fang Chen spread his wings and flew away. A moment later, a voice came from the communicator. "Two Twanxing aircraft have taken off." "Oh no!" Xiaohe quickly pressed the communicator. "Professor Wei, click, click." At that moment, Wei Kexu's voice rang through the communicator. "Captain Xiao, I'm sorry, the situation was urgent and I couldn't explain it properly. Team leader Yu and I have already taken off to capture the target. Please take care of Professor Ding and Mr. Guo." "Huh? They're gone." Oh no!" Jingshan's face darkened. Two powerless scientists facing an S-class anomaly, he couldn't imagine any chance of escape. Guo Sichuan reacted, his face drastically changing, and he immediately shouted into the communicator, "Wei Kexu, get back here. The ultra-pure germanium detector has a very narrow capture sequence and a very high range. You're not going to succeed like this, but at least 5%, right?" Wei Kexu's words echoed over the communication band, and everyone was stunned. At this moment, the command center was utterly silent, with only Wei Kexu's voice carrying through the communication band. "Teacher, I remember my first class with you. You talked about how in 1895, while studying cathode rays, Röntgen accidentally discovered that unknown rays penetrated black paper and caused a fluorescent screen to glow. This was humanity's first discovery of X-rays. The probability of this happening was approximately 0.01%. At that time, you very seriously told us that science is like this. Even with only a very small probability, or even if we don't know the path ahead is correct, there will still be people who continue to pursue it. Now with a 5% probability, I believe if you were in my shoes, you would make the same choice as me." Guo Sichuan opened his mouth, as if stunned. At this moment, he turned to look at the dark sky outside the command center window, his steady hands trembling slightly. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Hey, brat, remember to adjust the neutrino signal transmission frequency." "Understood, teacher." With Guo's affirmation, Wei Kexu's voice seemed much brighter. Professor Zhang, standing beside Mr. Guo, looked at him with a complicated expression. As a longtime colleague, he saw the determination in the eyes of the old professor, who had just yelled and scolded Wei Kexu on the way. Mr. Guo raised his hand and turned to look at the research team members. "What are you all standing there for? The young people are going to fight in the sky, and we old bones can't be idle either. Follow up on the data transmission and complete the measurements." "Okay," everyone responded in unison. He then said to Xiaohe, "Captain Xiao, please have all the equipment moved here. We will work here now." Xiaohe glanced at the group of scientists, his heart filled with infinite respect. He immediately turned and shouted an angry order to his men, "Everyone, Move immediately. Move the experimental equipment and guard the airport access. Don't let a single mosquito in. Yes, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. High in the sky, a blizzard howled, and the two twinkling spacecraft soared into the sky like two azure meteors. Through the porthole, Wei Kexu and the others watched a Zilin city, engulfed in artillery fire, countless convoys engulfed in the monster tide and flames, and fallen fighter planes, their expressions utterly chilling. Professor Wei, Yu Heng said nervously, adjusting his glasses with trembling hands. It's over. We were so focused on ascending that we didn't think ahead about how to find that monster. No need to think. Wei Kexu looked up at the stormy sky, crackling with thunder and taking a deep breath. We're carrying the disaster planned. I think it'll notice us. Well, that means we only have one chance. Wei Kexu glanced at the hell-black chrysanthemum in the cultivation chamber beside him. It was now pitch black, devoid of any light. The computing system was now connected to the photosensor attached to the hell-black chrysanthemum. Whenever the hell-black chrysanthemum lit up, the ultra-pure germanium detector on Yu Heng's aircraft would detect the nanosecond energy fluctuations. The particles captured within these fluctuations would be used in experiments to determine the final result. Professor Wei, to be honest, there has never been a day when I would fly a plane to look for an S-level strange entity. Yu Heng couldn't help but laugh at himself. Actually, I have done that before, but that was a group project, and I was just a scientific researcher on the team. Me too, Wei Kexu replied. I participated in a rescue mission before and saw a jellyfish as big as a mountain. It was an S-level sky mica. That's when I met Captain Lin. I've heard about that big transfer, pulling tens of thousands of people into the sky. Haha, it's exciting just thinking about it, Yu Heng said. Wei Kexu's eyes flickered slightly. That time, it was also marked as a level 5. Although the transfer was successful, there were heavy losses along the way. The entire team was destroyed before reaching the Wei River. For a moment, Wei Kexu remembered many familiar faces. Tell me, what kind of monster is this one in Zilin City? Jellyfish? Shark? Ha, it's nothing special anyway, Wei Kexu said with a smile. Yu Heng smiled back, then quickly suppressed his smile and whispered, Professor Wei, I'm actually quite nervous. Me too, Wei Kexu muttered, looking at his shaking hands. Someone said before that I'm just a nerd. Actually, I know what I am. I originally wanted to stay in the lab, protected by others. Even in the apocalypse, I'd be safer. It's okay. I don't think nerd is a derogatory term. Then tell me, if we succeed, will we be heroes in the future? Wei Kexu looked out the window at the stormy sky and sighed. Maybe. Whoosh, whoosh, the two aircraft flew above the clouds, now far away from the sound of artillery fire. The fog obscured their view, and nothing could be seen outside the window. Wei Kexu and Yu Heng could only communicate via radio. At the same time, the aircraft continued to try to contact the ground station, but as they gained altitude, communication had long been lost. The two men's expressions grew increasingly solemn, constantly alert to changes in the surrounding airspace. Aside from the whirring and trembling of the aircraft, the silence was eerie. Beep. At that moment, the radars on both aircraft suddenly flickered, then vanished. This sudden change made their hearts tighten. Professor Wei, did you notice? Yes, the radar just lit up. Beep. Just as the two were puzzled, the radar lit up again. This time, Wei Kexu paid special attention, because he noticed that it wasn't just a single red dot on the radar, but the entire radar was red, as if some kind of transparent red film was covering it. He couldn't help but lean over, holding his glasses. What's going on? Is the radar malfunctioning? Beep, beep. Suddenly, a strong electrical current rippled through the aircraft's communication systems. At the same time, Wei Kexu and Yu Heng felt as if the aircraft's power had stalled for a moment, and it suddenly dropped hundreds of meters in altitude, like a free fall. Ah! What's going on? Wei Kexu yanked the aircraft back, but fortunately, it was safe and quickly stabilized. At that moment, the aircraft had just emerged from a cloud, and the view became much wider. Beep, beep. The aircraft's alarm sounded. Just as Wei Kexu looked down at the warning message on the flight instruments, Yu Heng's voice suddenly came through his headset. Professor Wei, it's above us. Boom, boom, boom. It was 2:15 a.m., and the fierce battle under the cover of night had raged for nearly 8 hours. The entire Zilin city was ablaze with flames, and the streets were littered with snow monsters and human corpses. The blizzard intensified under the darkness, and the air was filled with the smell of fear and death. Boom! At that moment, a sudden thunderclap sounded from the sky. Unlike ordinary thunder, it was like some kind of massive star-level explosion, instantly sweeping across the stormy sky. A flash of white light instantly swept across the entire Zilan city. What's going on? There was an explosion in the sky. What weapon was that? Look, those monsters. What's going on? As the white light flashed, every snow demon, snow devil, and winged devil beneath the night sky let out a shrill howl. The once raging horde began to retreat frantically. The strange forms in the sky flew away, and the monsters on the ground retreated massively into the snow and sinkholes. This bizarre scene completely caught all the survivors and Survey Corps soldiers who were fighting for their lives by surprise. On the defensive line of the northern city wall, Lin Xian watched the monsters retreat into the darkness as quickly as the receding tide. By now, a mountain of corpses had piled several meters high beneath the city wall. His pupils narrowed, and he immediately picked up his communicator. Zhang Changzi immediately dispatched 2 reconnaissance teams to investigate. Yes, this is Lin Xian. The monster tide on the northern front has retreated. Old Zhao, you over there, atop the eastern wall. The whirring of the Mecha Wing's Gatling gun slowly died down, and hot steam billowed from their muzzles. The monster tide within the canyon had completely dissipated. Zhao Yu glanced up at the sky. The monsters that had been harassing the dreadnoughts had vanished, so he spoke into the communication band. The eastern side has retreated, too. Wenzhou, how's the situation inside? Wenzhou soared above the Cathedral of St. Michael, hundreds of massive metal frames and armor fragments swirling around him like a whirlwind. The square was piled high with corpses. Beyond that, hundreds of night walkers occupied Central Avenue, some in dark alleys, some in tall buildings, some in the center of the street, and some in the park. All of them were covered in blood and mud, their eyes bloodied with killing. Lianzhou Wuer, Peng Peng, and dozens of other night walkers from the postman team stood atop a pile of snow demon corpses, watching the receding strange tide with bewildered expressions. Manager Zhao, all the strange tides near Central Avenue have just receded. It's very strange, and it might be related to that loud noise. Meanwhile, Han Jun of the Northeastern Wind Alliance in the city's northeast, Jin Dili in the north, and Qin Zuming, Zhang Xianfang, and Chen Zhao in the south all reported on the command channel that the strange tide had receded. On the west container rail platform, outside the joint train camp, a sea of blood and corpses lay piled high. The entire mine was devoid of snow, and the air was filled with the smoke and stench of burnt corpses. Thousands of people gasped frantically, staring in disbelief at the receding strange tide. Escaped? Did we drive them away? We won, oh my god, we survived, great, unbelievable. Suddenly, cheers and shouts echoed throughout the convoy. On Lin Xian's side, Kiki, Hojie, Shukin, Chen Sixuan, and the others rushed over and gathered with Shi Dian and Ningjing from Longshan No. 1, and Uncle Wu, Luo Yang, Li Yi, and Shen Yao from the joint fleet. What's going on? They've retreated west of the city, too. Lin Xian used the Phoenix order to explain the battle situation on the command line. Shi Dian said gravely, I just received news that the monster tide has retreated not only here, but everywhere else as well. Did we repel it? Ningjing asked, frowning. I don't know. Lin Xian panted heavily, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. Something must have happened. Quick, clean up the battlefield. It was still dark, and no matter what the situation, as soon as he had a break, Lin Xian's first reaction was to prepare ammunition and prevent another attack. The sudden halt in the offensive caught everyone in the city off guard. 30 minutes later, just as Lin Xian was preparing and restocking his ammunition, a voice suddenly came through the communicator. Captain Lin, Captain Shi, this is Ziohe from the 7th Survey Corps. We're currently en route to Fenglin Mountain. A research team aircraft has crashed, and the exact location is unknown. Could you send someone to follow up and search? Aircraft crashed. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Ding Junai's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xian, Wei Kexu and Yu Hang, in their aircraft, had a close encounter with an S-class anomaly. Their flight signal has disappeared. I've detected their approximate location through the Hell Black Chrysanthemum. I'll send it to you. We'll be there soon. Lin Xian's expression darkened. An encounter with an S-class anomaly? He had a vague feeling something was amiss, so he immediately called over to Shi Dian. Brother Shi, there's been an incident on the mountain. I'll go there first. I'll leave this here. What's going on? Shidian looked puzzled. Lin Xian had already called over Kiki, and the two of them were flying towards Fenglin Mountain. Buzz! Several aircraft were rapidly approaching from the city's northern airport. Sitting aboard one of the aircraft, Ding Junai's face paled, her eyes etched with a cold, profound fear that completely transcended her own indifference to death. Her chest heaved and panted as she tried to maintain a clear mind and logic. Xiaohe, observing her expression, said gravely, "Professor Ding, are you sure this is the direction? The aircraft's signal seems to have disappeared eastward." "That's right," Ding Junai explained without further explanation. The Nightwalker team followed suit. Xiaohe nodded, without further questioning, and whispered into the communicator, "Search according to Director Ding's terrain analysis. It should be on the northwest slope of Fenglin Mountain. Keep an eye out for distress signals." In the darkness, aircraft transmission range was less than 3 kilometers. The city's communications relied primarily on the Phoenix Society's relay signal system. However, the west side of the city was sparsely populated, and coverage near Fenglin Mountain was limited. Therefore, they could only locate Wei Kexu and Yu Hang through scattered, circling searches. Elsewhere, Lin Xian and Kiki had already ascended Fenglin Mountain. Over 2,000 meters high, this mountain range boasted steep cliffs, its black peaks towering into the clouds. The mountainside, covered in snow, had collapsed and slid away with a previous monster tide, leaving it bare. After crossing a mountain pass, they reached the northwest side of Fenglin Mountain, where a chill wind howled. Several deep canyons lay bottomless in the darkness, their outlines only blurry in the blizzard. "What the hell happened? How did Wei Kexu and the others crash here?" Kiki asked as they soared, holding up a telekinetic shield to shield them from the wind. Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know, but I suspect it might have something to do with the retreat of the monster tide." Kiki glanced at Lin Xian in surprise, but remained silent as they both searched carefully. At that moment, Lin Xian's power armor's electro-optical sighting system suddenly picked up something. The aiming screen focused in front of him. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the focus and suddenly saw a small red flame flickering faintly on a hillside far in the distance. There, without a word, the two of them flew over. Whoosh, whoosh. Approaching from the air, the wind between the peaks and valleys grew stronger, a roar like the roar of a giant beast. As the two drew closer, they saw that it was actually an aircraft that had crashed on the hillside platform. The engine was burning fiercely, and the wings were broken off in the snow between the peaks and valleys, leaving a crash track hundreds of meters long. "Found it, send a signal." "Yes," Kiki nodded, and with her telekinesis, she immediately sent a signal pole that Lin Xian had created into the clouds. Lin Xian and Kiki flew over and spotted a figure frantically digging at the snow and pouring water on the aircraft, as if trying to put out the fire. Closer inspection revealed that the person was Yu Hang. Team leader Yu Hang, frantically shoveling snow, thought he'd misheard. He whipped around, just in time to see Lin Xian and Kiki flying over from a distance. His eyes froze, and he stopped what he was doing, his mouth wide open, speechless for a moment. Kiki, put out the fire. A wave of Kiki's telekinesis blasted out, instantly extinguishing the flames from the aircraft, leaving only endless black smoke billowing. "Captain Lin," Yu Hang finally spoke, tumbling and crawling towards Lin Xian, pointing at the aircraft behind him. "Quick, help me get the ultra-pure germanium detector. We've found it, we've found it, we've found the dark mark." His face was now covered in blood, his lips cracked from the cold. His expression was filled with anxiety and hysteria, a look of hysteria unsettling whether it was anxiety or fear. He shouted at the two men, "It was that monster that triggered the demonic tide, and it was that monster that sent the level 5 mark. We were all wrong. No, Professor Wei, Professor Ding, we were all right. It's waiting, it's observing, it's leading the way. It won't reveal itself because it's a scout." Boom. An extremely cold vortex swirled above Fenglin Mountain, thunder crackled, and a stormy sky loomed, like a devouring beast from the universe. Lin Xian and Kiki felt a chill run through their bodies at the words. From the dark mountain valleys, the howling blizzard sounded like a low dirge from hell. "Brothers, thank you all for your support." Chapter 281. The whole city is in a dead end. "I'm sorry, Captain Lin. Thank you for handing over such an important item as the Hell Black Chrysanthemum to me, and please forgive me for using it for dangerous experiments without authorization. Although I installed it on the co-pilot's ejection seat and added protection, I know I may not be able to come back this time. I don't have the courage of General Zhang and Team Leader Bai. I didn't survive a pile of corpses. When the Wei River was evacuated, as a scientific research and technical backbone, I was actually the first group arranged by Team Leader Bai to be transferred. I saw your fearlessness at Yubei Airport, so I don't want you to think I'm a coward. I'm afraid of seeing too many people die around me, so I made such a risky decision. I know that this may just be my cowardice and escape. It's the end of the world. I don't know if I can see the dawn again. Maybe you can. If you can get this recording, please tell the teacher that I'm sorry. I, a disappointing student, have never had the courage he has. In the laboratory temporarily converted from the command center at Zilin Airport, a computer was playing a recording from Wei Kexu. This recording was found on the protective device of the Hell-Black Chrysanthemum. After being ejected from the cabin, it fell into the valley of Fenglin Mountain and was eventually recovered by Ding Junai and Lin Xian. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and depressing. Many people in the scientific research team had red eyes. Guo Sicheng stood in front of the crowd, and he seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Because it was a temporary event, in addition to Zhao Yu, He Zhen, Wen Zhou, Zhao He and other members of the Phoenix Society, only Lin Xian and Shi Dian, who were helping with this search work in the west of the city, were here. Lin Xian sighed softly. He hadn't expected Wei Kexu, who had reminisced about the past the day before, to be gone just like that. He pulled the iron box from his pocket and opened it. The 3 blood essences still lay quietly inside. This was his reward for Lin Xian, simply to borrow his Hell-Black Chrysanthemum for research. Lin Xian had no intention of gaining anything in return. He simply knew that accepting it would make Wei Kexu feel better. Perhaps Wei Kexu never imagined that he would die on the eve of the evacuation, fighting for this theory. The Hell-Black Chrysanthemum lay on the table, gleaming crimson, while a disheveled Yu Hang sat beside him. This meant that he, too, had been marked with a level 5 mark. Zhao Yu's face darkened slightly. The current situation is that the experimental team has found evidence of the dark mark, but has discovered other anomalies. Old Guo raised his glasses and nodded. The ultra-pure germanium detector has captured a weakly interacting massive particle, which forms a kind of dark matter bond with a human cell membrane. The dark matter flow can penetrate any barrier, making the marked person a lighthouse in the dark. This is an unprecedented discovery. If we are given some time to develop a special sensing device, then everyone will be able to detect their own markings. Spark Team Leader Wen Zhou looked at the frightened Yu Hang at this time. Team Leader Yu, can you tell us in detail what happened? Why did you say that the monster was a scout? What is the basis for this judgment? Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Yu Hang, their attention focused on this question. His gaze was a little dazed, and he looked up at everyone, his mind reeling from the terrifying scene of 2 hours earlier. 2 hours earlier, Yu Hang's aircraft had just plummeted from a cloud layer. The overwhelming feeling of weightlessness nearly made his mind go blank, but thankfully, the aircraft's automatic flight control system quickly stabilized it. With little piloting experience, he hurriedly checked his instruments and the porthole. But when he looked up, he saw a massive black shadow looming from the hazy clouds to the right of the aircraft, completely obscuring the already dim moonlight. It was a monster covered in countless gigantic legs, each perhaps hundreds of meters long, like a floating black sea urchin, covered in countless red compound eyes. Its densely packed cilia swayed in the blizzard, and the small aircraft carrying Yu Hang and Wei Kexu seemed dwarfed by it. Beep, beep, beep. The aircraft's alarm sounded. Professor Wei, it's overhead. Yu Hang sucked in a breath of cold air. Pull up, Wei Kexu's cry came from the communicator. Is the disaster plant lit up? No, how could it be? Beep beep. At this time, various instruments on the aircraft began to issue fault alarms. The detector is in working condition. This thing seems to be watching us. It has been hiding here. Never mind, just fire at it and see what this monster is doing. Wei Kexu gritted his teeth, his adrenaline soaring at this time, and the fear and panic just now were suppressed in an instant. Chi, the combat missile on the aircraft flew out from the magazine, and the tail flame drew an arc and flew towards the compound eye floating in the air at a high speed. Bang! The fire of the explosion was heard, but the big strange body did not suffer any damage. When the missile approached, it seemed to hit some invisible wall in the air and exploded. A translucent halo rippled in front of the sea urchin and then disappeared. What is that? Some kind of protective shield. Oh no, what should we do now? Wei Kexu looked back at the Hell-Black Chrysanthemum behind him. There was still no movement, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Team leader I'll get closer." Professor Ding's research report said that the coverage of this disaster plant is only 500 meters. "Maybe we can get closer." 500 meters is too close, Yu Hang shouted. "There is no other way. We only have this one chance." Wei Kexu took a deep breath, turned the direction sharply, and drove the aircraft directly towards the monster. "Professor Wei, don't come over here, keep a safe distance and receive the capture signal. If I eject, remember to keep an eye on the landing point of the disaster plant. I promised Captain Lin that I would return it to him intact." Woo! The turbo engine of the Twinxing aircraft began to increase power. Wei Kexu penetrated the clouds and flew straight towards the giant monster with gritted teeth. Beep, beep. The detection signal on the radar kept beeping. At this time, the countless red compound eyes in the sky looked at the aircraft approaching it, and a strange red light began to vibrate out. In an instant, the sky was scarlet. Yu Hang felt a chill all over his body. He looked up and saw that the huge monster seemed to have turned red all over, like a blood moon in the sky, and Wei Kexu's aircraft rushed forward without hesitation. "Professor Wei." Ding ding ding, Yu Hang's eyes were bloodshot. And countless strange images flashed before his eyes. Blood-red ripples kept surging, and his pupils reflected broken visions in the trembling. Tens of thousands of pale pupils condensed into a huge compound eye in the void, surrounded by the eye of the storm formed by rolling black clouds. He hurriedly took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and tried to find the computing module of his computer on the aircraft. Quick, 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 quick. Yu Hang frantically refreshed the feedback signal of the detector. Ding ding ding. Buzz. It's lit. The disaster plant is lit. At this time, Wei Kexu's shouting suddenly came to his ears. Ding. At the same time, the monitoring unit of the ultra-pure germanium detector emitted a green light, which meant that the capture was successful. "Professor Wei, hurry." Boom. Before Yu Hang finished speaking, a horrible shock suddenly came, and all the instruments on the entire aircraft went out. Immediately, he felt a huge sense of weightlessness coming at him at a rapid speed. At this moment, he looked up at the porthole, and a tiny cluster of fire exploded in front of the huge weird body like a blood moon. That was Wei Kexu's aircraft. "Professor Wei." Buzz. Before Yu Hang could shout out, a huge feeling of dizziness came over him. He felt dizzy, and he didn't know how long it had been before alarms began to sound one after another in his ears. Altitude alert, take over flight control program, mountain ahead, failed to ascend. Yu Hang, with a dizzy head, suddenly came to his senses and grabbed the joystick of the aircraft. That monster is different from the ones we have seen before. Ordinary weapons seem unable to cause harm to it, and it also has some kind of group attack method. In the laboratory hall, Yu Hang recounted his previous encounter in detail. He took off his glasses, pinched his brows, and sighed. At that moment, all the instruments failed. I seemed to see something horrible in my head, but that thing was different from this one. I had a feeling that it seemed to be communicating or guiding something. This feeling was very strong. He Xian frowned. "You mean, there's more than one S-level monster?" Zhao Yu pondered for a moment. "If this is a subordinate relationship, then the other one may be more than just S-level." Hearing this, everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. "Whether it is S-level or not, it represents a greater crisis for us." Zhao Yu let out a long breath, and then said to He Zhen and Wenzhou, "Now that the monster tide has withdrawn, let's organize an early evacuation and speed up the progress. All casualty statistics and preparation plans are on the way. Xiaohe, you call Hanjun and Qin Zubing together to discuss the issue of ammunition supply." "Yes." Wait. At this time, Lin Xian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "Director Zhao, I know the evacuation plan is to be carried out tomorrow, but don't you think that the situation we have encountered from yesterday to now is very strange?" "I have this feeling too. An S-level monster is hiding like this, but not attacking us. Isn't it a bit too strange?" Shi Dian couldn't suppress his suspicion at this time, and spoke directly. "Indeed." Wenzhou nodded, looked at Zhao Yu and said, "Suppose this is really a scout, looking for prey for a dark creature, then why was I attacked by the monster tide tonight? If the whole city is dead, what's the point of doing this, because this is not an attack." At this moment, a female voice rang out in the hall. Everyone looked and saw Ding Junai walking out of the crowd. "Professor Ding, what do you mean it's not an attack?" Zhao Yu frowned and looked at her. Ding Junai glanced at Yu Yuhang, and then said, Professor Wei is right. That monster didn't come here entirely for the Hell Black Chrysanthemum. It was just a coincidence that it discovered the Hell Black Chrysanthemum. The reason why there are no marks in the entire Zilan city is because all the snow monsters and snow demons no longer issue dark marks to the outside world, because only S-level weird bodies can mark the level 5 mark. Moreover, the monster seemed to have noticed that we were studying the dark mark, so it marked the Falcon squad that was patrolling out of the city first, triggering the attack on the city tonight. He Xian looked puzzled. Didn't you just say it wasn't an attack on the city? Ding Junai looked at the Hell Black Chrysanthemum and said, Now, except for that high altitude, no strange body has sent out dark marks. That monster is monitoring Zilan City. The reason why there was no mark before was to make the city safe so that more and more people would gather, she said with a stern look, because Zilan City has a strong defense. Perhaps it is to reduce casualties, or simply to make us confused and frightened. So tonight is not an attack, but an expulsion. But our original plan was to evacuate tomorrow. At this time, another female researcher couldn't help but say, Yes, we are evacuating more timely now, and we have a better chance of avoiding the coverage of the polar night and the number 5 star abyss. Isn't this better? Everyone looked puzzled. At this time, Lin Xian walked out and said, What if we mark the entire city with a level 5 mark before we evacuate? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. He Xian's eyes fixed, recalling the situation of the Falcon squad before, and said in a deep voice, You mean? Lin Xian now looked at Zhao Yu. Manager Zhao, I suggest that we call the captains of all the convoys in the city and check the markings one by one. When I brought the Hell Black Chrysanthemum here just now, I checked by the way. Our convoys are all marked with level 5. I think this may be related to the loud noise in the sky before. If so, the reason why the strange tide retreated would be consistent with Professor Ding's speculation. Zhao Yu frowned and looked at Lin Xian. After a few breaths of silence, he said decisively, Okay, let's do as you say. Wenzhou, we will move to Michael Church and gather everyone, except the captains. The specific reasons will not be disclosed to them for now. Then we will disperse for testing. Once the results are confirmed, we will discuss it again. He Zhen, you first arrange to count the casualties and replenish the ammunition on the defense line. The line cannot be relaxed until the evacuation is confirmed. Understood, He Zhen nodded. Zhao Yu looked at the time, then said to everyone, Time is urgent, everyone should act now. It will be too late to wait until dawn. We must implement the evacuation plan before 5 o'clock, okay? The battle that lasted all night had just subsided, and before everyone had time to breathe, they felt a greater crisis. For a while, people were panicked, and the whole Zilan city seemed to be shrouded in a suffocating situation. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there were hurried figures on the Michael Church Square. The captains of countless survivors' convoys were urgently summoned. The piles of monster corpses on the devastated square had been temporarily cleaned up by the people of the Nightwalker organization, but the strong stench still made people feel heavy-headed. Under the bright lights of the square, Ding Junai and many researchers were conducting marking tests on the captains. What is this for? I don't know, just cooperate. It is said that the attack mode of the strange body has been confirmed. It is called the Dark Mark. Everyone who is marked will attract monsters in the dark. Ah. So that's how it is. Does checking this now mean there are more attacks? Many casualties in our convoy haven't been dealt with yet. Fortunately, the Phoenix Society is distributing ammunition and supplies to us. Are we going to evacuate? On one side of the square, Zhou Wuer, Peng Peng and a group of Nightwalker postmen stood in the corner, watching the scene with complicated expressions. So many people have been marked, it seems our evacuation plan needs to be changed, Peng Peng said with his arms folded. Zhou Wuer had been killing all night, and his face was extremely serious at this moment. Who knows, I hope everything goes well, Shishi. At this time, the communicator rang, and he waved his hand behind him. Come on, let us in. 4:35 A lot of people gathered in the temporary command center of the Gospel Hall of the church. The leaders of the Phoenix Society headed by Zhao Yu and He Zhen, the scientific research team Guo Sichen and Yu Yuhang, as well as the leaders of the various teams of the Nightwalker organization and the Red Phoenix Order, Lin Xian, Shi Dian, Jin Dili, Han Jun, Qin Zuming, Zhang Xianfang, Chen Zhao, etc. The test is completed. Of the 1,236 teams in the city, 786 team captains carry a level 5 dark mark. Xiao he reported the data with a serious expression. Why not everyone has it? Zhen was very puzzled. This monster is still picking people. I think it is very likely that the behavior of team leader Yu and Professor Wei had an impact on the monster, so some people were not marked, which is also the reason why those monsters retreated early, Ding Junai said. 64% Zhao Yu frowned and murmured, I don't know whether to say it is a good thing or a bad thing. After he finished speaking, he looked up and glanced at everyone. The specific situation has just been explained. I want to hear everyone's opinions. I think we absolutely must retreat immediately, or else we'll be wiped out by some S-class anomaly. Qin Zuming of the cosmic team was battered, and upon hearing the devastating news, he immediately expressed his thoughts. I think so too. Is there any other option? Chen Xiao of the Torch Alliance had suffered heavy losses tonight, and he looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Is this even worth discussing? Didn't you hear what the research team just said? With a level 5 mark, leaving is certain death, Zhang Xianfang asked. Then what else can we do? Eliminate the S-class, Qin Zuming asked in confusion. Or are we supposed to take down something even more powerful than the S-class? Han Zhen of the Arctic Wind Alliance was the calmest at this moment. He turned to Lin Xian and said, Captain Lin, you, the Infinite Team, have the most experience with dark marks. Can we reduce our mark concentration by killing a large number of those snow demons, thus becoming safer or entering a silent state? Zhen nodded when he heard this. Yes, I think so too. This mark is not impossible to remove. Since there is such a way, we don't have to kill the S-level weird body. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed a look of approval. On the contrary, Zhao Yu did not express his opinion, but looked at Yu Yuhang, Ding Junai and Lin Xian from the Scientific Research Team. Scientific Research Team, Infinite Team, what are your opinions? Yu Yuhang said at this time. I just think that things are not that simple. Ding Junai nodded. Have you ever thought about why those monsters retreated as soon as we were marked? Qin Zuming was shocked. Fuck, this is too sinister. Han Zhen's face was also heavy at this time. It sounded like the monster secretly watching Zilin City was intelligent, and this attack was also premeditated to clear the marks, so that more and more survivors would remain in Zilin City. When everyone felt a little more secure, it suddenly attacked the city, causing fear and marking the entire city in an attempt to drive everyone away. If they evacuated now, those carrying the level 5 mark wouldn't make it to Quancheng. Staying here would also be a dead end, as everyone would face the terrifying, noisy creatures in the clouds and even more terrifying unknown entities. What lay before them now seemed like a citywide doom. At that moment, a chill ran down everyone's spines. Brother Lin, Shidian whispered to Lin Xian, frowning. What should we do? Aren't we doomed? Lin Xian's expression was complex, and a deep sense of unease welled up within him. For the first time, he felt a fear of being dominated by dark creatures. Oh my. It seems these monsters are really going to devour us humans like dumplings. Jin Dili sighed deeply, lowering his head and stroking his fur. Forget it, let's go back, have a couple of drinks, and then give it a try. Hearing this, Lin Xian looked at Jin Dili, his expression changing slightly. You're right. If we give it a try, we might still have a chance. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Lin Xian suddenly spoke loudly, instantly drawing everyone's attention to him. If we fight hard, there might be a chance of turning things around. Jin Dili on the side had a puzzled look on his face, and immediately came over and whispered, Hey, when I say fight hard, I just mean rushing out. There's no chance of turning things around. Zhen, Wenzhou, Han Zhen and others all looked at Lin Xian. Zhao Yu said, Captain Lin, tell me what you think. At this moment, a crazy idea kept growing in his mind, making Lin Xian unable to hold back his rapid breathing. His eyes kept flashing, and then he fixed his eyes and said fiercely, What if we don't retreat tomorrow? If we don't retreat, we're just waiting to die? That's right. Chen Xiao and others opened their mouths immediately after hearing this, but were interrupted by Zhao Yu. He looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, Go on, if we don't retreat tomorrow, the most we'll have is polar night. But is polar night necessarily terrible? If we don't have the mark on us and enter a silent state, we may be able to safely pass the edge of Star Abyss number 5. Lin Xian looked up at Zhao Yu and said anxiously, We've tried it before. If we don't have the mark on our bodies, there's a high probability that we won't encounter anything in the dark, unless we're extremely unlucky and directly break into a monster's territory. Zhao Yu frowned. Are you saying that we can use a day to get rid of the mark? But the problem is, the monster won't give us that opportunity, and it's guiding another, even more powerful one. What if we kill it? Before Zhao Yu could finish, Lin Xian suddenly shouted, since this monster is marking us and preparing us for dinner, why not just kill this beast and completely remove the level 5 mark? The polar night will converge the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, and the larger one will likely arrive via the tide during the polar night or the extreme cold vortex. This time difference gives us an opportunity. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze shifted. You mean, we kill an S-level anomaly? Han Jun frowned. But that monster is hiding on purpose. Did he say he was a scout? Qin Zuming added. Right? Even if we want to kill it, we can't do anything if it doesn't come out, Zhang Xianfang said. Yu Hang on the side nodded at this time. That thing has been hiding in the clouds. It is difficult to find its position. It is hiding and monitoring us. That's not necessarily true, Lin Xian said sternly at this time. First of all, if it is really a scout, its purpose is to mark the entire city with a level 5 mark. Then we have only attacked 64% of the city now. The mission is not completed, so it is very likely that if we do not evacuate tomorrow night, there will be another attack, and the sea urchin will repeat the same trick again. You mean, take advantage of it releasing the mark again to take action? Spark Leader Wenzhou asked with a frown. But if it's in the air, there's really only so much we can do, He Jian said. The aviation combat formation has no experience in encircling and suppressing S-class anomalies. And as team leader you just said, missiles are ineffective against it. If we can't deal with it quickly, then everyone in the city will be stuck. He Jian's analysis resonated with the thoughts of most people. If they fled now, there might be a glimmer of hope. But if they waited until tomorrow night to attack the city, it would be questionable whether everyone could withstand the monster wave, let alone deal with an S-class anomaly with some kind of protective shield. The possibility of this seemed extremely small. If they failed, the entire city would be marked as level 5, facing the onset of polar night and the arrival of an extremely cold vortex, and complete annihilation would be complete. There's a way to get it down, Lin Xian suddenly said. What is it? Zhao Yu looked at him and asked. Damn it! At this time, Ding Junai, who had been silent all the time, slapped the hell-black chrysanthemum's cultivation cabin. Have you ever thought about how an S-level weird body could fail because of two small aircraft? That's right, Lin Xian said sternly. This thing can attract A-level abyss worms in a short time, and it must be able to attract that monster. Yu Hang stood up immediately after hearing this. Yes. Yes. At that time, the guy's whole body turned red. It was definitely not as simple as our two aircraft attacking it. Now think about it. It must have sensed the existence of the disaster plant on Professor Wei's aircraft. Zhao Yu's expression kept changing when he heard that, and He Jian also fell into deep thought. Lin Xian looked at He Jian and said, Captain He, if we start from now on to deploy defenses throughout the city, and use the Zilan City steel plant, arsenal, radar station, and rail station as special places to deploy defense facilities, all the convoys will not flee in chaos but set up traps and defense strongholds in advance, and make reasonable war arrangements, turning the encounter into a defensive battle or an ambush battle. Will the situation be better than tonight? He Jian's eyes sharpened and he said, Of course, the city is thick and high, the trenches deep and wide, the weapons are sharp and good, and the soldiers are well selected. Our preparations last night we were very hasty and didn't consider the possibility of the inner city falling. If we had defended the city with our troops, we would have been able to reduce the casualties. Another point, as Professor Ding just mentioned, when Zhou also spoke up at this time, Zilan City has a large number of heavy fortifications and pedestal weapons. If we evacuate, we won't be able to take these things with us. If the monsters really want to drive us away, they may also be afraid of them. That's right, Shi Dian nodded in agreement. Of course, vehicle-mounted weapons are not as powerful as pedestal weapons. If we retreat like this, won't we become a soft persimmon? I agree, Brother Lin's plan, I agree, Jin Deali said, arms folded across his chest. A strong city with powerful artillery is better than a desperate escape in a blizzard. Besides, if we run with a level 5 mark, wouldn't the road become a mobile hunting ground for monsters? Qin Zuming and the others were a little hesitant after hearing their words. He glanced at Han Jun. Hey, President Han, what do you think? Han Jun's face was serious. Burn your boats and escape, and it might not be a bad idea, but, he turned to Zhao Yu. Director Zhao, We at the Arctic Wind Alliance will follow your orders. Zhao Yu and He Jian's eyes met. Old Zhao, He Jian observed Zhao Yu's expression and said, "You were referring to this when you said good news and bad news?" Zhao Yu nodded with a deep breath. 64% meant that 30% of the people were actually unmarked and could survive. If he chose not to retreat, he couldn't force them to stay. That meant 30% fewer defenders, undoubtedly increasing the pressure on the city. But if these people chose to stay, they would be gambling their entire fortunes and lives on Zhao Yu. Failure would mean the entire city would lose. He didn't dare gamble, nor did he have the right to let those who could live die. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Yu glanced at the crowd and said, "Strategically, I agree with Captain Lin and Professor Ling's plan. Defending the city and eliminating the mark is a much more reliable option than retreating with a level 5 mark. Whether it's weapons, city walls, or psychologically, we're more proactive than reactive." From a military perspective, He Jian, you agree, don't you? He Jian nodded. Indeed, turning passivity into initiative, turning danger into opportunity, is truly the best strategy. Then do it, Zhao Yu said solemnly. As the Phoenix Order Zilin City Director, I agree to defend the city. Also, I need to first consult with the other over 1,000 convoys and make the actual situation clear to everyone. We'll determine which convoys will stay and go. For the rest, we'll immediately implement the defense plan. 5 o'clock. Michelle Church Square was ablaze with people. Over 1,000 team captains, leaders, deputies, and key personnel surrounded the square, filling it with thousands. A chill wind howled as Zhao Yu, the general manager, stood on a raised platform, solemnly announcing the Dark Mark, the city's current devastation, and the Phoenix Society's shifting defense strategy. For a moment, the square was filled with cries of despair and suffocation. What? We are all marked with a level 5 mark? Does that mean we are doomed to die? I heard that a patrol team was like this yesterday. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Oh my god, I thought we could evacuate immediately tomorrow. When we checked just now, we didn't seem to be marked. Staying in defense of the city and evacuating in the polar night, is this really feasible? If that's the case, we would rather stay here. At least there are bunkers and cannons here. If we are on the road, our cars will never be able to withstand that level of monster tide. That's right. Anyway, we have been marked. What else can we do but fight? Yes, listen to the Phoenix Society. Fight with them. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Defend the city? I think so. I love playing tower defense the most. I have a lot of experience. Can I take command? Come on, Captain. He has been leading troops in battle for many years. Does he need your little gaming experience? The crowd talked a lot, full of heaviness. Zhao Yu swept his gaze across the square. This is the situation. Without further ado, all teams may declare their intentions now. Regardless of whether they have markings or not, you may choose to evacuate. I've already had the support points prepare some supplies and ammunition for emergency evacuation. The evacuation deadline is 6 o'clock. Beyond that, I will share all remaining ammunition and supplies throughout the city. A detailed defense plan will be developed, with tactical teams based on the team's vehicles, weaponry, and psychic abilities. A temporary Forge City Command Center will be established, and all preparations for the battle will be complete before nightfall. As he finished speaking, the crowd below suddenly quieted considerably. The captain of one of the teams raised his hand. Can those of us without markings really evacuate? Does that mean we are safe? His words caught the attention of the other unmarked teams, who all looked at Zhao Yu. Yes, those without markings can evacuate. As for whether there's no danger, I trust our research team's judgment. At the very least, the danger will be minimized. I believe this will be the common approach the world will follow in dealing with dark creatures in the future, Zhao Yu replied sternly. Then we'll retreat. The convoy that had asked the question gritted its teeth. His convoy had suffered heavy losses the previous night and had essentially lost all will to resist. We'll retreat too, since our convoy isn't marked. It's none of our business, said Long Daohui, from the black team. His expression was complex as he glanced at the Phoenix Order members on the stage. I don't know what to say. Thank you for your support. I hope you succeed. He took a deep breath, turned, and left with a few of his men. Meanwhile, more convoys left, and a deep silence fell over the square. We believe in the decision of the Phoenix Order. We live and die with you all, a resolute female voice shattered the silence. That's right, we'll fight to the death in Jetchen. We'll fight. Her voice seemed to ignite a wave of emotion. Those who had suffered heavy losses, those whose families had been torn apart by the strange tide, and those who realized they were in dire straits were furious. More and more people were riled up. Damn it. How dare you treat us like pigs and even mark us? We'll fucking kill them, a large, foul-mouthed man roared. I haven't killed an S-class yet. Maybe if we kill one, our entire city will evolve. Everyone, tell me, isn't that right? At this moment, someone offered a surprising thought. Yeah, right, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go after them. We didn't have enough last night. We're fully prepared this time, and we'll wipe out every last one of these beasts. That's right, don't think we humans are easy to mess with. We're at the top of the food chain, let's do it, we're unmarked, and we're committed to the Phoenix Society. Kill, kill, kill. Team Dingley signs up first. Suddenly, the square erupted in a roar of activity, the atmosphere of a challenge growing stronger. Xiaohui, take the final head count and count the weapons. Watching this, He Zhen's gaze settled, and he immediately gave his instructions to his adjutant, Xiaohui. Yes, soon, the head count was complete, and in the command center hall, everyone began discussing the city building plan. Report, a total of 1,236 convoys survived the city. 1,072 chose to remain and defend the city, while 164 convoys evacuated. All of them were unmarked. A count of the total number of personnel and weapons is currently underway, Xiaohui reported. The Night Walkers are also compiling the ability data collected from previous tests. Deployment in groups will take some time, Wen Zhou added. Okay, then let's finalize the city building plan immediately. He Zhen, let's discuss the defensive layout first. A holographic sand table tactical table was placed in the center of the hall. Zhao Yu stood at the front, surrounded by the Survey Corps, the Night Walkers, and the leaders of the various convoys. Everyone stared solemnly at the holographic map of Zilin City on the table. Okay, He Zhen, holding a baton, pointed to the north and east walls of Zilin City. The north, east, and south city defense walls are permanent fortifications. Now the city can no longer prevent the influx of monsters. If we still focus on defending outside the city, we will be attacked from behind, so my plan is to abandon the defense of the urban area, and let the northern defense line of the city and the passenger rail station and Zilin Airport in the rear form a triangular strategic position. The eastern defense line of the city and the steel industrial zone and weapons manufacturing factory form a triangular strategic position. The southern defense line of the city relies on the mountains and the Duga radar array station for defense. Since there are no defensive strongholds in the west of the city, Fanglin Mountain and the mine are not defensive, so we give them up. Finally, deploy a highly mobile and powerful attack team on Michelle Square and Central Avenue, carrying disaster plants to attract and flexibly respond to A-level abyss worms and S-level black thorns in the cloud. They can work closely together in the three key areas, so that when necessary, they can form a pincer attack and concentrate attacks on crises in the city. After hearing He Zhen's explanation, everyone looked at him with approval. It is indeed the most ideal solution to concentrate the core forces in the city defense system area instead of dispersing them in the city. This way, the city walls wouldn't just protect the exterior, they could also link up with the interior to form an island-like defense. Captain, he has been very thoughtful. Once a defensive system is established around the bus station, airport, steel mill, and Garrett array station, these locations will be easily defended and difficult to attack. Zhao Yu nodded, looking at the holographic sand table. The strength of Zilin City's unique buildings surpasses that of ordinary residential buildings. Furthermore, their construction was strategically designed to withstand the threat of war. The average wall thickness of Zilin City's residential buildings exceeds 80 centimeters, while these specialized structures exceed 100 centimeters. Combined with the steel torrent defenses of each fleet, this significantly enhances their strength. Now for the second question. How can we slay the S-rank Blackthorn in the cloud before dawn in September? Zhao Yu glanced at Wen Zhou. Wen Zhou said solemnly, currently, there are 112 Berserker class and 1,201 Diamond class personnel in the city. According to Captain He's arrangement, I suggest selecting a number of elites suitable for mobile operations based on their special abilities to form a large hunting attack group of 5 people, under my command. We will first try to kill the Abyss Worm. If the S-class Blackthorn in the cloud appears, we will first conduct a contact attack to understand and determine its weakness. Then, We will use the hunting group's strong mobility to attract and divert it to the 3 defensive strongholds, and try to eliminate it with the help of the strongholds and aerial firepower. It sounds possible, but it's a bit too optimistic. At this time, Kinzuming said, if that S-level weird body chooses to directly attack the defense area of a stronghold, and the other 2 places can't help, then we will fall into the embarrassing situation of being defeated one by one. That makes sense, but it is impossible for all the people in the city to stay in one place, Shi Dian said sternly. Tens of thousands of people can't use their firepower. By then, it will be troublesome if the internal situation is disrupted first. Wen Zhou said at this time, my idea is to use the strong offensive attraction of high-level superpowers, such as fire, laser, telekinesis, Han Zhen's water system, and my magnetic system. In that case, the main pressure will be concentrated on this supernatural hunting group. Han Zhen frowned and said, we must transfer throughout the city. Physical consumption is also a big problem. Zilin is not a small city. The 3 strongholds in the east, south and north are dozens of kilometers apart. Not everyone can fly. If all the troops and convoys are concentrated in the 3 defensive strongholds, the city will be very empty. Even the supernatural hunting group will find it difficult to face monsters of that level without strong firepower support, Zhang Xianfeng said with a gloomy face. I can arrange for Dreadnought-class aircraft to provide air support within the city, He Jian said. But air support can only cover so many situations. Yak, Jin Deely nodded. After all, it's an A-rank or S-rank monster. No matter how powerful our psychics are, we might just have to deal with it in one bite. Any other plans? He Jian frowned slightly. We could concentrate some heavy weapons and missiles, which might improve the situation. We're still uncertain about the monster's missile defense capabilities. If, as team leader you suggests, it's some kind of psychic shield, then conventional weapons might not be effective against it, Han Zhen said. Right, I agree. If it's some kind of unique defense mechanism, then all our preparations might be in vain, Kinzuming said with a worried look. Lin Xian, standing at the far end of the crowd, looked grave. Hearing Han Zhen and the others' words, he immediately remembered his force field shield. If the monster possessed such a defense mechanism, it would be very difficult to deal with. Hey, a quiet voice approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced sideways and saw it was Zhou Wu'er. I saw in the mission log that you used your ability to create sunlight outside Zilin City. It might work wonders. That's because there's sunlight during the day, Lin Xian whispered back. He wasn't sure if his gravitational lens would work as well as it did against the red-lighted creature. Don't worry. I think your plan is very bold. Maybe we can actually turn this situation around. Very insightful, Lin Xian sighed softly. In his opinion, relying on Zilin City's defenses and everyone's combined efforts to eliminate the scouts and then evacuate was the best option. However, that didn't guarantee success. Even the Order of the Phoenix wasn't confident of dealing with S-level anomalies, and no successful cases had been reported anywhere in the world. Lin Xian looked at the others. The discussion had reached this point, and a momentary silence had fallen. Arranging a defense strategy wasn't difficult, but the core issue lay in how to deal with the S-level anomalies. Without that, all the defense efforts were meaningless. The problem was that the 3 defensive lines couldn't be centralized to deal with an S-class monster, and the tens of thousands of people in the city couldn't all be concentrated together. This would effectively negate the advantages of the 3 city walls and their base weaponry. Wen Zhou's plan to concentrate powerful psychics for a diversionary attack inside the city seemed the best option, but everyone knew that even with over 100 berserker-level psychics, dealing with an S-class monster would be incredibly difficult. Many had never encountered an S-class monster, let alone how to deal with one. Just as everyone was at a stalemate, there was a bang. Suddenly, the doors to the Gospel Hall flung open, and a tall, straight-set man in a military coat strode in. He declared, if there were a weapon capable of suppressing the monster tide within the city and countering S-class monsters, this problem would be much simpler. Lin Xian recognized the newcomer. It was Chen Wei, who had previously been at the Trachemerise Valley camp. Chen Wei, why are you here? How are you injured? Yu Hang spoke immediately when he saw this, but Chen Wei did not respond at this time. Instead, he walked and spoke to everyone. The Emperor Project Pantengu Unit 01 has a height of 125 meters and a total weight of 8,665 tons. It has a dual nuclear fusion reactor turbine processor, a 2-person neural synesthesia pilot, Super Carbonine Alloy Composite Armor, a duplex multi-aperture array wave-light radar, hydraulic power distributors on the legs, 500 kilonewtons gyro stabilizers, kg level high agility torque drive, 4,238 muscle units in the whole unit. Each muscle unit is equipped with 2 magnetic control engine groups. The weapon system includes the right arm I-19 plasma cannon, foldable high-frequency blade chain sword, double arm ultra-high voltage pulse electric hammers, left arm orbital incinerator cannon, 4x8 missile vertical launch system on the chest, and rocket propulsion devices on the elbows. In addition, the bug in the north of the city was killed by my brother and I with a chain sword. If we can restart Unit 01 in Ice Valley, we can use it as a strategic fulcrum in the central urban area, and I can also demonstrate how to kill bugs again. As soon as these words came out, Han Jun and others all looked surprised. What? There's this terrifying mecha. Zhao Yu's eyes flickered. As Zilin City's chief official, he was naturally aware of the Emperor's plan. Not only him, but also Shi Dian and Jin Dili, who were present, had personally witnessed the war behemoth in the Ice Valley. But Unit 1's control cabin, syntactic drive, and left arm, Yu Hang immediately understood Chen Wei's intention and responded. I can fix it. At this moment, Lin Xian, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke, his eyes frantic. Although I can't fully repair it, this time is enough for me to address several core issues. Also, I remember the steel core you brought back as a spare intelligent control core. Chen Wei's appearance suddenly brought Lin Xian to his senses. His mechanical engineering had reached level 5. If he could return before dawn tomorrow, he would have over 24 hours to repair it. Furthermore, the mecha was designed to deal with S-class anomalous entities. Having that mecha would greatly increase his chances of success. Yu Hang's expression was complicated upon hearing this. But even if it's repaired, it would require at least 2 level 5 synergy coefficient pilots, and I am a level 5 synergy coefficient pilot, Lin Xian said before Chen Wei could even begin. This drew surprise from not only Yu Hang, but also Chen Wei and He Zhen from the Survey Corps. Are you serious? Chen Wei asked Lin Xian with a sharp, questioning look. Yes, I'm a mechanical psychic myself. You shouldn't doubt my control over machinery, Lin Xian said. Okay, Chen Wei's expression was shocked, and a smile appeared on his face. Although I don't like psychics very much, it is not impossible to cooperate with psychics with a level 5 common coefficient. Lin Xian looked at him. Although your temper is not very good, I also appreciate that you can stand up at this time. This is a good plan. Chen Wei smiled, turned and looked at everyone. His expression became serious and he saluted solemnly. Director Zhao, Captain He, Team Leader Yu, leaders, Chen Wei formally requests you to go into battle. Zhao Yu looked at Yu Hang at this time. Team Leader Yu Hang's expression kept changing at this time, becoming more and more anxious and excited. That's right. If Captain Lin can repair the control cabin, the synergistic drive, and the left arm, then with the help of the intelligent control core of the steel core, Unit 01 can indeed be restarted. Then it's decided. Zhao Yu's eyes trembled. And he said to Lin Xian, Captain Lin, then you will lead the team to bring back the ultimate weapon of the Emperor project. I couldn't ask for more. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with the raging flames of war. He looked through the stained glass of the Holy Father in the Gospel Church to the southeast of Zilin City 700 kilometers away, deep in the Trackama Ice Valley. A supergiant war mecha slept on the top of the icy peak. The extinguished dual nuclear fusion reactor turbines on its chest seemed to be waiting to be ignited by the fiery heat again. Requesting the first monthly ticket for March. Chapter 282, City Forging Plan. Phase 1 of the City Forging Plan. 1,072 fleets across Zilin City, totaling over 65,000 survivors and 12,256 Survey Corps soldiers, were mobilized and divided into 3 defensive fortifications. These were the East City, Steel Plant, Weapons Factory defensive lines. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Yu led the Mecha Wing and the 3rd and 5th Survey Corps battalions to defend the East City Wall. 80 fleets, including the Arctic Wind Alliance, were responsible for guarding the Steel Plant Industrial Zone. 160 fleets, including the Warrior Fleet and the Torch Alliance, were responsible for defending the Zilin Weapons Factory. Because the East City line was the most compact and confined, it had the fewest personnel of the 3 points. However, the firepower of several large fleets, such as the Arctic Wind Alliance, rivaled that of dozens of fleets combined and should not be underestimated. The North City Railroad Airport defensive line, commanded by Lin Xian, led the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Survey Corps battalions, along with the 7th Artillery Battalion, to defend the northern city wall. 22 train-based doomsday groups, including the Longshan No. 1, Infinity, and Queen Mo, and the Northern Wind Alliance, along with 78 convoys, including the Great Eagle, Chasing Sun, and Running Far Camp, totaling 100 convoys, defended the Zilin Railroad Passenger Station. 300 convoys, including the Joker and Jolie convoys, defended the Zilin Airport line. The South City Duga Radar Array Station defensive line, commanded by Ziohe, led the 6th Survey Corps Battalion, the 9th Artillery Battalion, Support Forces, and the Reconnaissance Battalion. This area, bordered by the southern Finland mountain range and offering relatively open terrain, was defended by 432 convoys, including the Space Fleet, along a multi-kilometer-long line connecting to the southern city wall, creating a complementary position. The southern part of the city had the largest number of troops, but due to its proximity to the mountains and radar station, the resistance was less severe, so most of the smaller convoys gathered there. Zhang Changzi, Commander-in-Chief of the Aviation Combat Formation, commanded the Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier, leading a formation of Warhawk-class gunships, Lightning II aerospace fighters, and H-50 bombers to conduct air defense and bombing missions, providing air support for all 3 fronts. The second phase of the City Forge plan involved the formation of a psychic hunting group consisting of 35 Berserker-class and 140 Diamond-class fighters, concentrated in the central square for mobile hunting operations. The remaining psychics and enhancers would participate in the defense at the center of the defensive fortress. Commander-in-Chief Wen Zhou, the group was divided into 35 5-man teams, each led by a Berserker-class psychic or enhancer. Based on their abilities, each team included psychics with exceptional mobility or those who could assist teammates in maneuvering and providing cover and defense. However, the number of flying psychics was limited, so some teams were composed entirely of enhancers equipped with powerful power armor, possessing exceptional agility, capable of scaling buildings and soaring through the air. For example, on Lin Xian's side, the defense in command of Infinity was handed over to Chen Sixuan, Miaolu, and Delu, as well as Sasha who drove a mecha, while Kiki, Hojie, Shuken, and Lu Chang were all selected to join the supernatural hunting group. Kiki, Wen Zhou, Han Jun, Qin Zuming, and Lu Xingchen formed a colossal team, responsible for carrying the Hell Black Chrysanthemum to lure the enemy. The task was extremely difficult and dangerous. Finally, there was the Unit 01 team led by Lin Xian, Chen Wei, and Yu Yuhen. Restarting Unit 01 was a very critical part of the city forging plan, and it was very likely to have the power to change the entire battle situation. This is the overall plan. After shifting the defense line, the Phoenix will make a final replenishment of ammunition resources. 6 o'clock at the Gospel Hall Command Center, Zhao Yu checked the time and said to everyone present in a stern voice, "From now on, we estimate that we have 12 hours of preparation time. During this period, we need to do several things. 1. The defense lines in the 3 areas will quickly mobilize the Survey Corps, the surviving convoys, and the psychics to build fortifications. Whether it's dismantling concrete walls, steel plates, barbed wire, or horse crossing, all that can be used will be used, including armored vehicles and trucks, and strong armored vehicles to form a stable formation. 2. Strictly arrange the firepower points to ensure smooth firepower coverage and ammunition supply. At the same time, it is necessary to assign tasks to the psychics and enhancers in each war zone according to the difficulty of the defense area. 3. Arrange traps to harass the enemy. We will deal with those snow demons and blood demons. We've dealt with them more than once, and their methods are familiar. The purpose of the trap isn't to kill, but to slow the monster wave's impact. The 4th point is very important. Zhao Yu glanced at everyone. Pre-war mobilization is necessary. Many casualties last night were caused by internal changes caused by panic and fear. We must pay close attention to this. Morale is crucial. Understood? Shi Dian responded immediately. There's no way back in this battle, and fear is pointless. Yes, we have no way back, Han Jun said with a sullen face. As long as we don't rely on luck, we will burst out with greater courage than usual. He then looked at Lin Xian. Captain Lin, Team Leader Yu, I hope your secret weapon can arrive in time. I will do my best. Lin Xian said sternly. Zhao Yu nodded, then turned to Wen Zhou. Wen Zhou, your hunting team should scout the area ahead of time and make every necessary preparation. Hey, wait a minute. At this moment, Zhou Wu'er, standing at the back of the group, spoke up. Manager Zhao, why didn't you include our postal team? We're capable too. Yes. The group of postal team members behind him were puzzled. We're very mobile. We're definitely on par with the Spark team. Zhao Yu's expression calmed slightly. He looked at Zhou Wu'er and the others and said slowly, you have other tasks. Bang! As he finished speaking, the door flung open, and several members of the research team, led by Guo Sichen, hurried in, carrying several boxes with anxious expressions. Mr. Guo, are you ready? Guo Sichen's head was still bandaged. The others placed the boxes on the tactical table and opened them one by one, revealing 12 cylindrical storage containers made of titanium alloy, each one gleaming with a faint green light. It's all here, Guo Sichen said while panting, all our research in Zilan City. Including the complete experimental data at the Dark Mark, as long as we can bring these out of the extreme cold vortex and upload them to the headquarters, they will soon be able to restore the experimental results and then broadcast them globally. Lin Xian in the crowd fixed his eyes when he heard this. It occurred to him that if everyone in the city was buried here, the Dark Mark would still not be able to be transmitted to other survivors around the world. Then the experimental data that Wei Kexu paid the price of his life to capture, and everyone's efforts would be in vain. Zhao Yu stepped forward, picked up a beacon, and said, there are 12 information beacons here. I asked the scientific research team to urgently produce them. This mission, embodying the painstaking efforts of the Zilan research team and all those who sacrificed their lives for it, must be passed on. Even if over 70,000 people in the city are annihilated, we must spread the message of this Dark Mark. Only by broadcasting it globally to all struggling survivors can we prevent more people from suffering similar fates. The sooner the Dark Mark is discovered, the faster our Phoenix Society's research into dark creatures will be, and fewer lives will be lost. With these words, everyone present understood the significance and importance of this mission. As leader, he was prepared for total destruction, so Zhao Yu had to deliver this message, a message that would influence all of humanity's fight against darkness. But he also knew that the postal team all carried level 5 marks, making such a mission a near-fatal mission. Zhao Yu looked at Zhou Wu'er and said, postal team, here. Zhou Wu'er stepped forward with a smile. Simultaneously, Peng Peng and all 24 of the postal team's Nightwalkers stepped forward with a solemn expression. Each of your 12 mail carrier teams will receive one. Your destinations may be Dalian, Quancheng, or Zilan. Your single goal, escape the icy vortex and complete the message delivery. Everyone's eyes froze at this. A saturation transmission, an aura of incomparable cruelty, washed over them all. Their expressions towards Zhou Wu'er and the others became subtle and complex. Yes, Zhou Wu'er immediately took the beacon and muttered, I promise to complete the mission. It's a shame I can't help you fight monsters. We need to retreat first. Yes, such a simple mission. Another Nightwalker mail carrier approached with a smile, taking one. Soon, all 12 beacons were taken, no one hesitating. Peng Peng, standing beside Zhou Wu'er, chewed gum, a look of slight nervousness on her face. Zhou Wu'er quickly patted her shoulder and whispered, it's okay, just like usual. Peng Peng nodded. Without further delay, I declare everyone to begin operations immediately. At this moment, Zhao Yu officially launched the city forging project, and everyone in the hall prepared to leave the command center and begin their operations. Good luck, Lin Xian said, walking up to Zhou Wu'er and glancing at them. I hope we'll see each other again. Don't be so pessimistic. Zhou Wu'er smiled. We'll definitely see each other again. Lin Xian nodded, then turned and left. Seeing everyone leave, Zhou Wu'er took a deep breath, turned to his colleagues, and said, let's go. Everyone, be careful. I'll be waiting to have a drink with you back at headquarters. Haha, sure, don't be too slow. If headquarters receives 11 duplicate messages, it'll be embarrassing. Bullshit, I'll definitely be the first one. Stop kidding. Can you guys be as fast as me? The postman laughed and joked, seemingly oblivious to the dangers of this mission. Zhou Wu'er, just as Zhou Wu'er and Peng Peng were about to leave, a voice called out from behind. Zhou Wu'er turned around and suddenly found something flying in the air. He immediately took it, and when he took it in his hand, his face suddenly lit up with joy. You kid, You are willing to give it to me to drink? Wen Zhou glanced at him with a complicated expression, and whispered, the snow is heavy on the road, just think of it as warming your hands and feet. Run faster. Oh, thank you for your kindness. Zhou Wuer took the bottle of Xinghu Fenju in his hand and weighed it, then waved to Wen Zhou and turned to leave. Wen Zhou looked at Zhou Wuer's back as he left, his face grim, and sighed softly, brother, don't die. Under the cover of the black-tide sky, the cold wind wrapped in snow particles whistled in the streets and alleys of Xilan City. The battlefield of the night's fierce battle had not yet been cleared. It was littered with the corpses of strange bodies, human remains, and damaged vehicles. In less than a few hours, it was quickly buried by the blizzard again. Under the cover of night, the evacuation convoys had already left Xilan City. The lights of the traffic quickly disappeared in the vast blizzard. Meanwhile, the lights of the cars in the city merged into flowing streaks of light. Under the command of the leaders of the Survey Corps and Phoenix Order convoys, the remaining survivor convoys began to move in an orderly manner towards the three major defensive lines. Unlike the emergency grouping last night, the countless survivor convoys were now in perfect order, and the communication bands were extremely quiet. Everyone knew that they would soon face an extremely brutal test. Don't worry, small vehicles move in. All armored vehicles, trucks, polar vehicles, and other large vehicles await deployment on the periphery. Different convoys can disperse and focus on firepower and defensive formations, flamethrowers, heavy machine guns, various machine guns, and arc weapons, move to the periphery to prepare for the deployment of firing points. Other mobile firepower units disperse to provide reinforcements. All anti-aircraft firepower units report to the headquarters. Looking from above, the night was filled with a huge stream of steel vehicles moving, and more lights converged in the three areas south, north, and east of the city. At the Changdong Steel Mill, the previously empty factory buildings and warehouses were completely occupied by a variety of doomsday vehicles. The streets surrounding the industrial zone were now surrounded by layers of large armored vehicles. Heavy artillery from the 7th Survey Corps protruded through the factory skylights. Rusted conveyor belts were stacked into a circular bunker. High ground above each factory building was occupied by YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns, frost-shrouded, and various heavy machine gun turrets. A surge of people surged, and more defensive fortifications were erected, including wire fences, door panels, and stone piles. Under the command of Han Jun and his men, a steel wall rose up across the industrial zone, from the steel mill to the weapons manufacturing plant. Thousands of vehicles converged within, blocking several streets, transforming the once empty industrial zone into a makeshift fortress with only 3 blocks of free traffic. There, 9 electromagnetic railguns deployed their bases, facing the monster waves coming from 3 directions with a single-man defense against 10,000. At the Duga radar array station in the south of the city, thousands of vehicles were lined up along the mountain range, forming a V-shape from the air, forming a triangular defense line with a high wall in the south of the city. The Phoenix engineering team was pouring steel anchor points on the frozen soil and installing seismic sensors. As long as the roar of the abyss worms came from the ground, the front-line convoy would light up strings of cold light flares, and the long stretch of car lights would almost illuminate the entire mountain range. Behind the glass curtain wall of Chenbai Airport, He Zhen and a group of defense commanders were calibrating the placement of high-voltage ionization walls. The giant terminal was surrounded by 300 convoys of nearly 2,000 vehicles. The scrap passenger planes lying across the runway were converted into mobile fortresses and automatic machine gun turrets. The rapid-fire turrets welded on the wings turned with the warning drones. On the runway of the airport, engineers and survivors buried various recoil mines, ground spikes, mine lines, and incendiary trenches in the strong wind. Even the tower was equipped with heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft artillery. Various high-voltage ionization walls and barbed wire were constantly being deployed. The densely packed machine gun turrets made people's scalps numb. The situation at the railway station was much simpler. Over 20 steel trains, with the Infinity and Lin Xian No. 1 at their core, formed an inverted T-shape across the intersection of the tracks with the passenger terminal. The narrow sections of track at either end were completely blocked by boulders, leaving no escape routes. The doomsday trains docked here had become fixed fortresses. The strange waves, except those from the sky, almost all converged from the vast plaza in front of the passenger terminal and along Zhangzi Street, forming a hub-level defensive barrier. The Infinity and Lin Xian No. 1 both reached the North City track. Uncle Wu and Shen Yao's joint convoy also began setting up a defensive line in the plaza in front of the passenger terminal. 3 rows of anti-ramming trenches made from converted containers lined the front of the plaza. Thousands of heavy machine guns, various cannons, Gatling guns, flamethrowers, arc pulse string vibrators, and high-voltage ionization walls were deployed. Every team, including the Infinity, had unleashed their best weapons. Lin Xian even improvised a batch of Gatling guns to supplement the firepower of the convoys in front of the square. Besides Sasha's Sally, there was also a mecha company from the Survey Corps and several other survivor mechas. Inside the Infinity carriage, Lin Xian urgently consulted with the convoy members. Level 5 mark, everyone should be familiar with it. It's unprecedented in scale. Be prepared. It's definitely larger than our charge out of the snowfields in last night's battle. But what's different this time is that the goal isn't to wipe out the monster wave, but to buy time. Inside carriage 2, Lin Xian looked at everyone and said, the longer we hold out, the better. Because our goal is to lure out that S-rank blackthorn in the cloud. As long as we kill it and clear the level 5 mark, we'll have survived. Chen Sixuan, Dalu, Sasha, Kiki, Lu Xingchen, Shukin, Lu Chang, Xiaoyuan, and the others were summoned to the scene. Their eyes were stern, and even the usually fearless Sasha had a heavy expression. Ding Junai brought a box of cold dark reagents that the Phoenix Club had sent her earlier, along with several bottles of a green liquid. Lin Xian opened them and handed each person a bottle of cold dark reagent. The bottle of green liquid contained the vegetable juice Ding Junai had prepared. I asked Zhou Wu'er, and he says that using this won't necessarily yield significant improvements in the short term, but it does have the advantage of quickly restoring your superpowers and boosting your mental strength. However, this may expose you to a certain degree of darkness, so I had Director Ding prepare some vegetable juice. Everyone on the bus gets some vegetable juice, just in case, but there's only so much cold dark reagent, so I can only give it to you first. Sasha frowned as she looked at the reagent tube and bottle of vegetable juice in her hands. Can't we drink it now? Wouldn't it be better to fight after we've improved ourselves? That's fine, Lin Xian nodded. I'm considering tonight's battle will be tough and protracted, so the genetically evolved can drink it first. He looked at Kiki and Lu Xingchen and handed them the 2 remaining bottles in the box. As for those with superpowers, you too will consume a lot of energy, so take one more just in case. Kiki held 2 cold dark reagents and looked at Lin Xian with some concern. What about you? You don't have to worry about me, Lin Xian said and picked up a bag at hand. I have taken all the 5 test rewards. It may take a lot of energy to deal with that mecha. 5, aren't you afraid of the invasion of darkness? Kiki said in surprise. I'll be careful myself. According to team leader Yu's description, the S-level weird body may not use ordinary means of attack. You should pay attention to this. Ding Junai knew that Kiki and Lu Xingchen were the main force of the supernatural hunting team this time, so she reminded, also pay attention to the abyss worm. You are carrying the hell black chrysanthemum and may be attacked from both sides. No problem. Lu Xingchen held 2 cold dark reagents in his hands. Not only was there no panic in his eyes, but there was anticipation. Brother Lin and the whole city have given me such an important task. This kind of thing of slaying demons and defending the way, saving the world from dire straits, isn't it a good opportunity for me to break through the shackles? Thank you, Brother Lin, you are right. Kiki, in a rare move, didn't refute him. Instead, he said, if we really kill that S-class this time, not only will we save tens of thousands of people in the city, you might even achieve the world's first S-class kill. First kill. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Oh, this deity can't even. He swallowed hard, his eyes shifting. He immediately turned and headed quickly towards the back of the car. Hey, what are you doing? I've been practicing for over 30 minutes. How can I miss this? I can't miss this. I can't miss this. He turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind. Captain Lin, please stay safe, Shukin said to Lin Xian. Don't worry about this. We'll definitely protect the car. Lu Chang, Miaolu, and Xiaoyuan all nodded. Xiaoyuan carefully put away the cold dark reagent and nodded firmly. Brother Xian, don't worry. Dalu patted his steel cutting sword and said firmly, I will protect the people in the car even if I die. Okay. Lin Xian's eyes settled slightly. Then he looked at Chen Sixuan and said, by the way, Shukin and Lu Chang have joined the hunting group. Give your TRP power armor to Lu Chang to improve his mobility. Lu Chang exclaimed immediately after hearing this, how can this be? Unexpectedly, Lin Xian raised his hand to interrupt and said, "Just follow my arrangements. Because Teacher Chen is in command of the Infinity, I made her a new set. The new Black Hawk power armor has the functions of full situational awareness and battlefield intelligence aggregation." Lin Xian made a set for Chen Sixuan in a hurry. On the one hand, he took her safety into consideration, and it was also convenient for her to observe the defense line. By the way, he could also leave a set for Lu Chang. After all, to carry out city-wide mobility, although enhancers like Lu Chang are very agile, without power armor, they cannot climb rocks and walls, and facing the endless monster tides, the risk is extremely high. "Oh, okay. Thank you, Captain Lin," Lu Chang said excitedly. "Alright, let's arrange it this way. I need to act immediately. I'll leave the defense to you." Without further ado, Lin Xian quickly concluded the meeting and told everyone else to hurry and prepare. Lin Xian immediately stood up and called Chen Sixuan over to Carriage 1. He then opened a metal cabinet and presented her with a newly constructed power armor suit. "Try it out. It's a bit complex, but it has an intelligent control system. It's best to put it on now and get used to the movement mode." Chen Sixuan frowned in surprise at the brand new power armor before her. "How do I put it on?" Lin Xian extended his hand forward, and a holographic spectrum automatically illuminated on the armor, scanning Chen Sixuan's face. Immediately, the chest plate on the front of the power armor opened automatically. Simultaneously, the bolts and retainers of the leg armor, along with the various armor units, began to automatically release, emitting a series of mechanical hissing sounds that made one's heart surge. "It has a body temperature maintenance system, so you don't need to dress so thickly," Lin Xian looked at Chen Sixuan and said. Chen Sixuan nodded, immediately removing her thick winter clothing. She stepped forward in simple attire, carefully stepping into the fully armored suit. "Black Hawk, Silent Hunter battle armor activated, program self-test." A cold, robotic female voice rang out. A flickering light screen flashed before her eyes, and progress bars appeared. Various subsystems, including motion, defense, radar, situational awareness, and life support, appeared one by one on the screen. Then, the armor units began to retract, bolts tightening automatically. Self-test successful. Multifaceted carcass armor units are adapting to the user's vital signs, adjusting the power armor's sensory profile. Adjustment completed. Proceed. Voices echoed in Chen Sixuan's ears, and countless pieces of information appeared before her. The new power armor gave her a sense of immense power output and defensive capabilities, and without the need for bulky outer clothing, she was more agile and swift. Clang, clang. At that moment, Chen Sixuan stepped out of the metal cabinet, clad in black battle armor. The holographic situational awareness sensors on her face glowed azure blue, and the multifaceted armor units perfectly fitted her figure. Standing there, she looked like a mechanical goddess, darting from the stars. Lin Xian was stunned. The mechanical beauty filled his heart with a surge of excitement. He didn't know the technological level of this power armor, but the sight before him gave him a strange feeling of spiritual enlightenment. This was the direction he wanted to take. "Teacher Chen, you're stunning." Lin Xian seized the opportunity to kiss her, but before he could get close, the lower half of the battle armor's face shield automatically rose to cover it. Stunned for a moment, he smiled helplessly, and could only sigh in despair. "I'm about to go on a dangerous mission, and you won't even let me kiss you?" "No." Chen Sixuan hurriedly studied the power armor's controls. "Wait a minute, I'm not very good at this yet." "No, wait until I get back," Lin Xian said with a smile. "We're running out of time. The sooner I leave, the sooner I can come back." "Hey." Chen Sixuan watched Lin Xian turn and leave in the holographic combat interface. Her heart suddenly clenched. "Lin Xian, you must be careful. If you dare get hurt, or if you don't come back," Chen Sixuan shouted into the communicator, watching Lin Xian's back. "I'll deduct your credits." Lin Xian, who had just taken a few steps, stumbled and nearly fell. "Don't worry." Lin Xian turned around. "I will definitely come back. We will definitely see the dawn of September." Whoosh, whoosh, the cold wind howled. Lin Xian was trapped in Kiki's telekinetic shield. The endless blizzard fell, making it almost impossible to see the city below. Lin Xian asked Kiki to take him to the airport, where the Emperor Project team was waiting. To save time, the reboot team would risk using a flying vehicle to quickly reach Trakimer Ice Valley. Kiki remained silent throughout the journey. Lin Xian glanced at her and noticed her expression was cold, as if slightly displeased. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. "Why didn't you take me with you to Trachimaris Valley?" Kiki asked. Lin Xian always brought Kiki with him on every mission, and the two had become a perfect team, but this time, Lin Xian had made a rare exception and left her alone. Lin Xian had considered this, but after careful consideration, he decided to let Kiki stay. The main reason was that he judged that the monsters from the entire snowfield had gathered near Zilin City, their ultimate target. Even the scout was closely watching its prey, serving the impending higher being. If this were the case, heading to Trachimaris Valley alone might be much less stressful, and Lin Xian hoped that would be the outcome. It would be a huge boon not only for the reboot project but also for Zhou Wu and his career mission. Another factor was the hunting team's needs. As the three survivors with the highest psychic indices, if two of them were to leave, the pressure on the team would be significantly greater. After all, the real threat lay within Zilin City. Kiki, a telekinetic type, was not only formidable but also versatile in defense, cover, and maneuverability. With her, Brother Ho's performance would be even better, and she could also keep an eye on Shukin, Lu Chang, and the Infinity Train group north of the city. Therefore, considering all these factors, Lin Xian decided to keep Kiki. He didn't know how long it would take to repair Unit 01, and if the city completely collapsed, even if he did, it would be pointless. Most of the monsters in the snowfields are probably concentrated around Zilin City. Your abilities would be better used to assist Brother Ho and the others in the hunt within the city, Lin Xian thought for a moment before patiently explaining to her. "Tisk, are you absolutely safe over there?" Kiki said, looking disgruntled. Lin Xian knew the girl was worried about him, so he said, "It doesn't matter. It's not safe or not now. If we can repair that mech, maybe we'll have an extra trump card against that guy in the sky. Just be obedient and cooperate with Brother Ho, Wen Zhou, and the others here. I know, you don't have to tell me." Kiki glared at him with a complicated expression, puffing up her cheeks and turning her head away. Soon, Zilin Airport, shrouded in the snow, came into view. Several Lightning II aerospace fighters and a transport plane were parked on the empty tarmac. Dozens of workers were loading a large amount of equipment, computers, tents, and the black box of Unit 01, the steel core, into the transport plane. A disheveled Yu Heng, dressed in thick winter clothing, braved the chill, inspecting each piece of equipment one by one. Chen Wei, fully armored and hooked up to medical equipment, sat in the transport plane, quietly awaiting takeoff. Lin Xian also spotted a few familiar faces: Captain Sun of the armed company, Sun Kai. Captain Lin, seeing Lin Xian and Kiki descend from the sky, Sun Kai and several others approached. "Captain Sun, what are you doing?" "I've already consulted Command Center, and I've been appointed to escort the reactivation team," Lin Xian nodded. The Night Walker, Jingshan, now standing behind Sun Kai, nodded in agreement, apparently having been sent here by Wen Zhou. "We're almost ready here, and we expect to depart in about 15 minutes. An advance plane has been dispatched from the south of the city to scout the airspace for us, but there's no news yet. It's still dark, and with a level 5 mark, if there's no chaos, it only proves that those strange entities are much more disciplined than we imagined." In a way, Lin Xian hoped the demonic wave would arrive again. If so, they could quickly weaken the mark and move on, avoiding the need to confront that terrifying S-level entity head-on. However, after the city's demonic wave retreated quickly after the mark appeared last night, Lin Xian knew that the Zilin survivors would face a vast, enveloping net. Captain Lin, Luo Yang and his companions, who were busy setting up defensive fortifications, also came running over, followed by Liang Lei, Li Yi, Uncle Wu, Liao Ming, and Shen Yao. Lin Xian turned and took a look. What a thoughtful arrangement. Using so many passenger planes as bunkers, and all those high-voltage ionization walls, Luo Yang and the others are such imaginative youngsters, Uncle Wu said. They've helped Captain He quite a bit. Young people just have better brains than us. Right, Liao Ming said with a smile. But it's too empty here. It's not easy to defend it. At this moment, Shen Yao of the Northern Wind Alliance spoke up. We can't do that. Not only are we limited in movement within the city, but we're also prone to getting stuck. This area, while open, can accommodate over 10,000 troops. And the logistics can keep up, Lin Xian added, and you won't be surrounded on all sides. After all, the northern city wall is less than 10 kilometers away. We'll primarily be dealing with the strange tides coming from the city, and the North City bus station will also be a distraction. So, we'll primarily be dealing with those coming from the southwest." Luo Yang and the others nodded. "Captain Lin, I heard you're going on a very dangerous mission. Please be sure to stay safe." Li Yi, bulging with her large belly, looked at Lin Xian intently, admonishing him. "Yes, we'll definitely wait for you back," Liang Lei added. Captain Lin, at this moment, Yu Hang, a man with dark circles under his eyes, approached. "It's almost time, get ready to go." "Okay." Lin Xian turned to look at Kiki. "Go back, get ready, be safe, and wait for me." Kiki glared at him, then took a deep breath and whispered, "Then you have to come back soon." "Yes." Under the whistling cold wind, Lin Xian boarded the transport plane. The cabin slowly closed, and under the cover of several Lightning II aerospace fighters, the transport plane quickly took off and flew southeast. On the transport plane, Yu Hang, holding a computer, explained to Lin Xian in detail the current situation of Unit 01 and the difficulties they faced. In this moment of shared hardship, the Phoenix Society no longer needed to maintain any secrecy, and Lin Xian saw a grand plan that amazed him. Yu Hang had also briefly revealed to him that according to the Emperor Project, there were actually 3 versions of the design drawings for the supergiant humanoid weapon. Due to energy constraints and the difficulty of piloting and integrating it, Unit 01 was actually a very conservative version. The S-class anomaly we encountered before was named Grey Mist. When we first encountered it, the situation was actually much better than we expected. That night, Chen Wei and his team piloted Unit 01 and fought the monster for over 4 hours. In the end, the S-class anomaly mysteriously disappeared. At the time, we thought that Unit 1's strength had intimidated and defeated the enemy, but we didn't expect. Yu Hang raised his glasses and said, "Later, we didn't know about the level 5 mark on us. Just after the Trackama Ice Valley entered dark, we encountered the most serious attack since the mission. 2 giant worms almost devoured our entire armed company. There was also a winged demon at least 70 or 80 meters in the air. We responded hastily and were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. We had no choice but to send out a full band distress signal." Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. "Are you not prepared at all when it gets dark?" Yu Hang's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Wei opposite him said directly, "Preparation? If it's a one-on-one, or a pair, 2 against 3, Pangu could easily take on these beasts, but what if there were 100,000 or a million?" To put it bluntly, Yu Hang sighed. "Our experimental team's primary objective was to target S-class creatures, and we hadn't considered this kind of monstrous tide. The snow demons and snow devils within the polar vortex, commanded by higher-level creatures to launch a swarm attack, are rare, and we were completely unprepared." Lin Xian nodded at this, even an elephant fearing a crowd of ants. He pondered that a secret mission like the Emperor Project would be better served by directly confronting an S-class enemy in a setting like Yuba E City. He wondered why it was kept so secret. "May I ask why the Emperor Project is so top secret? Is it to keep it secret from the Advent cult, or is it to prevent leaks?" Yu Hang, who was operating the computer, froze at this, opening his mouth, unsure how to respond. Instead, Chen Wei on the opposite side looked directly at Lin Xian. "Actually, I had the same question as you before, and I asked them. I thought the reasons they told me were absurd, but since I joined the Emperor Project, I no longer think so." "What do you mean?" Chen Wei took a deep breath, his expression slightly stern. "In the early days of Apocalypse Day, the Interstellar Army used a large number of tactical nuclear weapons to launch a counterattack against dark creatures and the Star Abyss. For this, the Phoenix Society and the Interstellar Army learned 2 lessons. 1. The Star Abyss is expanding at an accelerated rate. 2. The strange bodies are also evolving, especially in dealing with nuclear radiation." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian's face changed slightly. "You mean to say you're keeping this secret from the darkness?" "That's probably what I mean, but not entirely. We also have a purpose to keep it secret from the survivors." Yu Hang shrugged. "At least until this plan is mature, headquarters doesn't want to publicly expose it. Firstly, the design of Unit may first have many flaws. Secondly, if this weapon, which integrates the core of human technology, fails, it will be a huge blow to the confidence of all the survivors." "I understand." Lin Xian felt a slight chill in his heart. It had to be said that the Phoenix Order had considered everything, but Chen Wei's words also made him feel a little horrified. This seemed to foreshadow that the dark creatures were intelligently and consciously developing countermeasures against human weapons, or even evolving them. It sounded strange and terrifying. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder that the Interstellar Army and the Phoenix Order didn't directly destroy Xingqian through nuclear force. It turns out they haven't tried to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 283 Mist Crown Cloak. Woo! High in the sky, a transport plane, escorted by several Lightning II aerospace fighters, quickly departed Xilan City, heading southeast. Air defenses to the south and east of the city activated their fire control radars. Wen Zhou personally led a team of aerial psychics, following at a distance. Everyone was anxiously watching the restart team's departure. But as expected, after being marked level 5, Xilan City hadn't suffered any attacks, even before dawn. Watching the transport plane disappear into the blizzard, Wen Zhou, soaring through the air with his escort team, glared coldly and whispered, "Hopefully, the postal team will have the same luck." Aboard the transport plane, Lin Xian and the members of the Emperor Project team were all tense. After Apocalypse Day, high-altitude flight was extremely dangerous. So far, none of the sky monsters Lin Xian had encountered were easy to deal with. Even the corpse crews from Jiazhou City had caused them heavy losses. If the aircraft crashed, even in his power armor, Lin Xian couldn't guarantee he'd land unscathed. After a period of smooth flight, aside from the constant roar of thunder in the sky, the entire flight team encountered no attacks, leaving Yu Hang feeling both relieved and weighed down. We carry level 5 markings, yet those monsters deliberately avoid attacking us. This is simply terrifying, Chen Wei sneered. Clearly, in front of that monster, we are all doomed prey. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. He had originally prepared for a breakout, but this calmness only made him feel more threatened. This was a contradiction. Strange, what if all the people in the city move at this time? Will they attack or not? It's not that simple. Yu Hang raised his glasses. Captain Lin, I've been wondering why that monster must be marked with a level 5 mark. Why in your research data, even if there are tens of thousands of ordinary snow monsters, they only have a level 4 mark at most? If the level 5 mark is a very special one, or if it is a signal released by the monster to a certain type of existence, then it makes sense. Lin Xian frowned. To the creatures in the polar night, that's possible, so you're right, we must never enter the polar night with this mark. Even if it's just the edge of the star abyss, we may not be able to deal with it, Yu Hang said solemnly. Another point, the range of influence of that S-level monster must be limited, and it doesn't know whether we are evacuating or staying in the city, because it makes no difference to them. Lin Xian nodded when he heard this. If we stay in Xilan City, we will be its prey and its tribute. If we leave its territory, we will just become prey to other polar night creatures. That beast seems quite the lackey. Chen Wei smiled. He's gone to all this trouble, just to sacrifice us. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Star Abyss, Polar Night. What are the creatures of darkness? They've evolved, using the Star Abyss to obscure the light, all for the sole purpose of slaughtering humanity. A humming sound emanated from outside the transport plane. As the flight continued, the tense atmosphere within the cabin eased slightly. Many of the Emperor Project's researchers returned to their work. Meanwhile, Sun Kai and Jingdan, accompanied by several soldiers from their escort team, entered the cabin, bearing several specially crafted metal boxes for the researchers. Yu Hang, Chen Wei, and Lin Xian each received one. Lin Xian opened them and discovered the Nightwalker organization's black cloaks. Director Zhao ordered this. This is the Nightwalker's Mist Crown Cloak. It's made of a special material that's bulletproof and fireproof, with hardened wings for short-distance gliding. Most importantly, it reduces detection by dark creatures, Jingyan explained. Chen Wei frowned upon hearing this and asked Sun Kai, who was distributing them, "Old Sun, why are you taking it out now?" Sun Kai glanced at Jingxian and said helplessly, "It's the instructions from above. I'm not sure why, it's not complicated. If we encounter a large-scale attack upon leaving the city, we can temporarily suspend the mission and return under the protection of the city defense and escort team. But after we get out, we'll be on our own." Lin Xian took out the cloak and examined it with a complicated expression. Director Zhao seems to mean that once we leave the control area, any help this thing can provide is best. That's right. Sun Kai looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Lin Xian reached out and touched the cloak, discovering that its material and design were extremely sophisticated. It looked like small hexagonal panels made of some special synthetic material, seemingly able to absorb light. It was quite mysterious. He then activated a mechanical heart and quickly completed a scan. Scan successful, obtaining a honeycomb matrix profile made of tungsten carbide fiber material. Lin Xian flipped the sensor switch, sending a tiny current through it. Immediately, all the hexagonal panels on the cloak contracted, transforming into a single, aerodynamic wing. Flipping the switch again, the cloak relaxed with a rustling sound. It was lightweight, requiring no motor or other power source, relying solely on its unique materials and structure. Lin Xian marveled at the design, thinking it might offer even greater potential if adapted for specific applications. "Captain Lin, team leader we're almost there," Sun Kai called over the communicator. The soldiers of the escort team were ready, their weapons loaded. Lin Xian checked the time. 7:20. Dawn was still over 5 hours away, but there were less than 4 between dawn and dusk. The spread of Star Abyss number 3 merged with Star Abyss number 5, and darkness fell much sooner than when Lin Xian had previously escaped Jiang City. To avoid being caught between the two Star Abysses, they had only 1 day and 1 night left. They left Zilin City at the first one of September and immediately entered the tidal wave of Star Abyss number 5, rushing towards the deserted Quan City. Deep in the Trackama Glacial Valley, on the cliffside where the former defensive line had once stood, several large tents had collapsed under the blizzard, half buried in drifts. The area of the previous battle was also completely covered, leaving only the corpses of snow demons piled several meters high, forming a towering snowdrift, a strange sight. A transport plane and 6 aerospace fighters slowly descended onto the open ground where the former camp had been located. The landing pads of the aircraft sank into the snow, and the hatches opened to the howling valley wind and the blizzard that obscured the sun. "Hurry, we don't have much time. Put up the tents again. The technical team needs time to redeploy Unit 1 systems." Braving the fierce wind, Yu Hang led dozens of guards and technical personnel down from the transport ship to begin unloading equipment. Sun Kai and Jing Gan quickly deployed security measures around the camp and sent several teams to conduct reconnaissance further afield. 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and down the valley, reconnaissance, pull up the camp tents, mech crew, lift the generator first. Protect the fully symbiotic neuron interaction module. Move that last, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian donned his mist crown cloak and stepped off the transport ship with Chen Wei. He was met by a raging snowstorm, his feet treading in snow that barely reached his waist. He looked over the belly of the transport plane and toward the cliff. The camp's headlights were already on. Even within striking distance, though the blizzard obscured his view, Lin Xian could still make out the towering silhouette perched atop the cliff, one fist propped up, peacefully asleep. Without a word, Lin Xian immediately set off, trudging through the snow until he reached the right arm of Unit 01 and climbed directly up. Woo woo woo, a humming sound echoed from the cracked honeycomb nano-ceramic window in the head compartment. The tear, nearly enough to tear through half of the mech's head armor, was terrifying. This thing's armor was far stronger than the Infinity's, and yet it had sustained such severe damage, one could only imagine the sheer power and strength of the entity it was facing. Crack! Lin Xian broke through the icicles of leaking golden antifreeze and slipped into the neural interface cockpit through the opening in the head compartment. Broken cables dangled from the ceiling. The casing of one of the 2 neural empathy devices was warped and deformed. A spray of blood splattered across nearly half the cockpit, while the pungent smell of some chemical liquid filled the air. Lin Xian frowned as he imagined a fierce claw tearing through Unit 1's head compartment, ripping Chen Lai apart inside. Blood splattered everywhere, and the intense battle must have been intense at that moment, a terrifying prospect. "Are you going to use your powers here?" Chen Wei, who had unknowingly positioned himself in the damaged opening, addressed Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked back at him, nodded, and said, "If you don't mind, I'd like to seal that opening first." "It's too cold in here." Chen Wei walked in and pointed to the right side of the neural empathy control panel. "My brother and I had just finished dealing with that giant bug, but we didn't expect a second one. I nearly got my left arm torn off." Lin Xian improvised a metal plate to block the crack, and the howling, icy wind finally died down a lot. Seeing Lin Xian's move, Chen Wei looked surprised. "Your superpowers are indeed amazing, but you're not planning to use iron sheets to repair it, are you?" "No, it's just a temporary fix." After saying that, Lin Xian found a corner and sat down, ready to activate the mechanical heart to scan and repair it. Hey, at this moment, Chen Wei suddenly looked at him with a complicated expression. Thank you for finding my brother's things. Also, thank you for supporting my plan at the combat meeting. Lin Xian was slightly startled, then smiled. Nothing, your plan is excellent. This mecha might just be the key to our breakthrough. Chen Wei took a deep breath. Of course. Against an S-class anomalous entity, nothing is more suitable. Believe me, if you truly repair it, you'll truly witness its power. Lin Xian nodded, his expression filled with anticipation. A sudden reassurance filled his heart, and he immediately activated the mechanical heart to scan. His brow furrowed in thought. Although he had prepared himself mentally, before the mechanical heart scanning power could even reach the head compartment, Lin Xian felt a tremendous, heavy pressure. Thankfully, it's just the cockpit, the left arm, and some of the drive structure. It seems the problem can be solved by segmentation, Lin Xian thought. At that moment, the cockpit's backup power system activated, and lights flickered on the holographic interface panel. Lin Xian looked and saw that Yu Yuhang and the technicians below had reconnected Unit 1 subsystems and begun a recheck. Lin Xian roughly estimated that scanning the massive and complex control cabin and the synergistic drive alone would take at least 7 to 8 hours. Adding in repairs, it would undoubtedly take more than 12 hours, perhaps even longer. Given the severity of his left arm's injuries, his fabrication center couldn't begin converting materials until the scan was complete. To save time, he could only pre-prepare the composite armor materials based on the previously scanned materials. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. By then, Zilan City had already entered the darkness of the 31st. Because the supernatural hunting group was using the Hell Black Chrysanthemum as a decoy, the situation facing everyone was undoubtedly even more perilous than last night. At this moment, every second could affect the outcome of the battle and a team's survival. Lin Xian then took out a cold dark reagent and, without a second's thought, poured it into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, it felt like some strange chemical, its pungent aroma flowing directly into his stomach. The extremely high energy density released a burning sensation, rapidly spreading through his body. Using the human digestive system for absorption was considered a very conservative approach, at least slightly better than intravenous injection. Even so, Lin Xian could feel an intense heartburn quickly spreading through his body, causing him to experience stress-induced spasms and twitching. However, this feeling quickly subsided, and after a while, Lin Xian began to feel a surge of excitement, like a shot of adrenaline. His head was hot, his energy seemed to be rapidly recovering, his heartbeat was unnaturally rapid, and even his concentration improved. Fuck, such a high-end thing, how can it feel like I've drunk fake alcohol? Although he complained inwardly, Lin Xian could clearly feel his mental focus becoming more focused. Whether it was stronger or not was hard to tell, but the refreshing effect was obvious. With his power, the chill brought by the wind and snow was much dispelled, and Lin Xian began to concentrate on scanning the mecha. Down below, at the Emperor Project Camp, tents were erected, equipment was being brought in, and lights flickered across the chilly valley. Sun Kai, Jing Yan, and their escort team began patrolling the surroundings. At 12:40, daybreak arrived. As the center of the extreme cold vortex drew closer, the blizzard intensified, rumbling the tents and blanketing the 6 aerospace fighters with layers of snow. To ensure a timely response, all the fighters' main control systems were kept operational, and snow was regularly cleared. Meanwhile, as daylight arrived in Zilan City, tens of thousands of survivors and Survey Corps soldiers remained steadfast, the pressure of the impending storm only intensifying. The tracks and evacuation routes were completely blocked, partly to defend against the monster tide and partly to ensure a desperate struggle. This was a signal to everyone that there was no other option but to fight to the death. Buzz buzz buzz. Phoenix transport vehicles shuttled relentlessly through the city, delivering ammunition to the 3 main defensive lines. The city was dotted with trucks from various survivors' convoys, searching for anything they could use to shore up the defenses. Tear down all those doors, guardrails, burglar-proof windows, ironwork, everything you can carry. Load the trucks, these signal towers need to be dismantled. The transport planes are arriving soon to transport them to the radar station to be converted into machine gun turrets. Hurry, hurry, tow away all the abandoned vehicles and block the road, collect everything useful in the city. This is a matter of life and death for everyone. Don't waste time, rumble, rumble. In the Eastern Industrial Zone, the Engineering Corps excavators, Crushers and other equipment roared, digging tunnels and burning trenches. Soldiers in gas masks inserted napalm bombs into prefabricated channels. The clang of metal and the rhythmic pounding of hydraulic hammers echoed repeatedly through the blast walls. Boom, boom, boom. South of the city, several tall buildings collapsed in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave carried a cascade of tempered glass, blocking the streets and transforming the rubble into a blast-proof fortress. Inside the radar station's inner camp, tens of thousands of people busied themselves with work. Loading ammunition, inspecting weapons, men and women perpetually prepared for battle. Young children helped carry boxes of goods, while the elderly and women hurriedly arranged for hot food supplies. At the command center at Michelle Church, Zhao Yu continuously monitored the preparations of the various defensive lines. All the remaining ammunition has been sent out. This time we really have no stock left, He Xian walked in quickly from outside and said, but there is time to train these survivors on how to use weapons. Ordinary people have not received military training and many things are learned by trial and error. Old Zhao, do you think we are cramming? Zhao Yu looked at the holographic sand table with a cold face and murmured, it is better to have something to prepare than nothing. A little more preparation may save 1,000 lives. He pointed at several places on the sand table with his baton. Rough statistics show that the death toll last night was at least more than 6,000 people. More than 40 convoys were wiped out. The rest were temporarily arranged by the rescue team, and some were incorporated into the some of the other convoys will be temporarily under the care of our Phoenix Society. It doesn't really make sense right now, since we're all joining together for the big fight anyway. He Zhen glanced at the locations Zhao Yu pointed out and said coldly, these areas are all near the tunnels that Stink Bug used to dig. Its underground assault was more powerful than a tunnel boring machine, catching us off guard. That's why we suffered so many casualties, Zhao Yu sighed. That's what I'm worried about right now. He Zhen looked at him. Are you worried that the bug will break out from within the defensive line? Zhao Yu nodded. The south of the city is a little better. Underneath the radar station are mineral veins and the original underground air defense system, poured with millions of tons of concrete. But the north and east of the city, there's no other solution, He Zhen said. Our only option now is to use the disaster plants to lure the thing out to Central Avenue, and then deal with it. Based on our experience from the previous 2 times, it should work. Zhao Yu thought for a moment and pressed the communicator. Wenzhou, how's the situation over there? We're conducting a drill. Wenzhou's voice came. At the Central Avenue Square, 35 teams led by berserkers were gathering. Wenzhou, Kiki, Hanjun, Qin Zuming, and Lu Xingchen stood at the front, forming the core. The other teams were temporary divisions created by the Night Walkers based on their abilities in previous test data. Some of them were acquaintances, but most were new to the process. Diddy. Wenzhou was flying in the air, the optoelectronic camouflage on the surface of his combat uniform flashing in the same frequency as the blizzard. He was wearing a pair of transparent tactical glasses, and the tactical terminal on his wrist was projecting a holographic sand table onto the tactical eyepieces of everyone in the hunting group. In order to ensure tactical unity, all team members were issued such tactical glasses by the Nightwalker organization, which allowed them to clearly see the real 3-dimensional hologram of the surrounding blocks. The tactical link has covered all combat units. A mechanical female voice sounded in everyone's earphones. Kiki touched the hologram in front of him and suddenly felt a little strange. He couldn't help but whispered, this thing is fun. I'll bring one back to Lin Xian later. Wenzhou said at this time, everyone, please pay attention. This communicator is prepared by us Nightwalkers for battle. I set 2 anti-interference frequency bands, one for your 5-person team, and the other is for a general hunting group. From now on, except for the temporary captains of each group, everyone will remain silent in their original communicators. The overall dispatch will be arranged by me. No one will be in charge. As for the internal teams, everyone needs to quickly familiarize themselves with coordination. I've just taken you through the surrounding neighborhood. Remember those special areas. Good teamwork increases survival rate because of functional coordination. Everyone, pay attention. Wenzhou glanced over. Except for the members of our Spark team, the rest of you may have been the backbone of your respective teams in the past, but this time we're facing A-level and S-level anomalies. Individual heroism is strictly prohibited. Going it alone will lead to certain death. Therefore, you must obey the team leader's instructions. Do you understand? Understood. Got it. Okay, the crowd responded. The entire hunting group was arguably the most powerful in terms of superpowers and evolution in Zilin City. With the exception of individuals like Dalu, whose mobility was unsuitable for hunting missions and who were responsible for the defense, all of them were recruited here. Many of the genetically evolved individuals wore power armor, relying on their excellent physical conditions for mobility. On the Infinity side, Shuken and Lu Qiang formed a team with Ningjing and Zhaoqing from Longshan No. 1. Their leader was Spark Nightwalker Wang Machan, a wind-powered user similar to Zhang Yun. However, unlike Zhang Yun's wind-controlling flight, he constantly generated strong wind waves around him, giving the entire team a sense of momentum, even allowing for small-scale gliding. 5 hours until dark, prepare to deploy defenses, when Zhou glanced back at Kiki. The hell-black chrysanthemum was placed in a specially designed container. "Give it to me," Kiki nodded and telekinetically sent the hell-black chrysanthemum over. When Zhou reached out and grabbed it, countless metal fragments flew around and quickly formed an iron chain, securing the container. He held it in his arms. "Just in case, we'll begin moving between the various points now, using our abilities to help deploy the defenses." Han Jun waved his hand, and a mass of ice crystals and water vapor in the air condensed, forming a high platform of icicles at his feet. "That's exactly what I meant. Let's go." 3:30 p.m. Back in the Trackama Ice Valley, a robotic arm lifted the heavy steel core and reinstalled it into an open slot beneath the cockpit of Unit 01. With a whirring sound, the Mecha unit closed again, and a progress bar for the self-test program appeared on Yu Hang's mobile device. "Captain Lin, it's done. Next, we need to reheat and ignite the core." "Roger, bang. Woo." The frozen dual nuclear fusion reactor turbine engines of Pantengu Unit 01 emitted a jolt of Cherenkov radiation. The niobium titanium superconducting rings in the chest reactor began to heat up, instantly melting a large amount of ice chips. A strange energy vibration spread. Inside the cockpit, Chen Wei, already wearing his neural empathy pilot armor, quietly adjusted his equipment. The 12 sockets on his spine hummed in resonance with the main control core of Unit 01. Lin Xian, still sitting in a corner, ran the mechanical heart to scan it, not even reaching the repair stage yet. Partial unit scan progress -73%, 1625 Zilin City North Bus Station. The entire bus station square was surrounded by containers and heavy vehicles. The windows of each of the 5 floors of the bus station building had been removed, and heavy machine guns and cannons were installed. Zhongxi Street outside was covered with layers of barricades, incendiary canisters, barbed wire, and ground spikes. A kilometer-long incendiary trenches were dug on both sides. Several streets converged, and the entire impact pressure was basically directed towards the square. High above and along the tracks, the weapon systems of 22 Domesday trains responded to the enemy. Simultaneously, a dozen YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns were mounted on the passenger station rooftop, their black muzzles trained on the sky, their firing ranges adjusted in unison by radar and intelligent firing programs. At 5 p.m., at the Duga radar array station south of the city, the hillside and the radar station were already densely packed with snow-covered tanks. Beyond the walls formed by the tanks were makeshift concrete walls and machine gun turrets. Beyond these, layers of vertical iron mesh walls dispersed the dense waves of monsters descending from the hillside, directing them towards the most intense fire. Countless flamethrowers were closely arrayed downwards, their opening fire like a cascade of wildfire. This was the most densely populated area in the city, and Xiaohe felt immense pressure. He led a group of men, tirelessly inspecting the defensive lines through the snow and wind. 5:30 p.m. The command center at Michelle Church was deserted. Zhao Yu and He Jian had respectively headed for the frontline defenses east and north of the city, leaving only the hunting group waiting at various points near the square. On the eastern wall's defensive line, Zhao Yu stood in the command tower, his expression stern. All preparations for the defense were complete, his gaze fixed on the canyon. Suddenly, the voice of Zhang Changzi, from the aviation combat formation, rang through his headset. "Director Zhao, radar has detected a large number of winged demons within the clouds, but they're not heading toward the city. They're estimated to be heading southeast." Zhao Yu's expression shifted. "Why now?" "Unclear. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team to track them. They must have noticed the Imperial Group's movements. If confirmed, we'll send reinforcements." "Yes, soon." Over a dozen fighter jets swooped down, heading towards the Trackama Ice Valley. 5:40 p.m. With about 10 minutes left until dark, Yu Heng and his team were busy debugging the unit at the Emperor's camp in Trakama Ice Valley. It's almost dark. Be careful not to let any monsters get close to the cockpit of Unit 01, Yu Heng said urgently. I understand. Nightwalker Jingshan glanced at the giant mecha outside the tent window. Captain Lin said it might take several hours. I hope, as we suspected, those monsters aren't around anymore. Yu Heng nodded hurriedly and said, by the way, I've heard about your Nightwalker organization's Mist Crown Cloak before, but we've tested the material, and it doesn't seem to have any properties that block the perception of dark creatures. I heard you're also testing it. What's special about it? I'm not sure, Jingshan said. It seems to be related to a superpower the group is researching. It should also incorporate some cold dark elementary particles or something. Anyway, for us, being able to resist fire, bullets, and glide is already very good. As for shielding this, even if it's 1% effective, it's better than nothing. Yu Heng glanced at the cloak and curled his lips. I hope it really works, Captain Jing. It's almost time. Prepare to carry out the plan. At this time, Sun Kai walked in with his escort team, his face stern. Okay, huh? Yu Heng realized then that Sun Kai and the others weren't wearing mist crown cloaks, as if they hadn't had them from the beginning. You Nightwalkers are so stingy. Why didn't Captain Sun and the others equip a set of this crucial equipment? Jingshan's eyes changed upon hearing this, and he looked at Sun Kai without saying anything. Sun Kai, on the other hand, simply said, we have other missions, so we don't need them. What mission? Now it was Yu Heng's turn to be confused. How could Sun Kai and the others have other missions, even though they were on the same mission team? Sun Kai took a deep breath and said, Director Zhao has discussed this with us. Although we believe that the number of strange entities outside Zilin City may be small, we must still be prepared to deal with crises after dark. So we watched the Falcon Squadron's video and believe that the possibility of an air raid will be very high, and the attack of the strange entities will occur in a very short period of time. We are all level 5 marks, so we plan to use the Nightwalker's Mist Crown Cloak to create a concentration difference between the marks to lure the enemy. Lure the enemy? Yu Heng's face gradually became ugly. What do you mean? It means that I will lead the flying team to circle in the airspace before dark and deploy in a dispersed manner. Once the enemy is lured, we will immediately escape and contain them, buying time for the Emperor Group and Team Lin. Yu Heng's face changed drastically when he heard this. What a joke. This Mist Crown Cloak will definitely not completely cover our tracks. There's not even a scientific basis for this. How is it possible? We understand, Jingshan interrupted Yu Heng, saying seriously, so, as I said earlier, even if there's only a 1% chance of success, as long as it creates a difference and prioritizes attracting the monster tide's attention, it's considered a success. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Yu Heng but all the technical team members were stunned. They all glanced at their own mist crown cloaks, each with a look of astonishment. Huh? What does this mean? Using myself to lure the enemy, Captain Sun? Yu Heng looked at Sun Kai in astonishment, then at Jingshan. You're a Nightwalker, and you're not wearing one either. What do you mean? We'll be responsible for ground decoys, Jingshan replied, pointing to a young man nearby. His name is Feng Chen, a flying psychic. If necessary, he can take 4 people with him. He then glanced back at Sun Kai. Let's move, okay? Suddenly, 30 or 40 people began to emerge from the camp tents. Sun Kai led 5 people toward the aerospace fighters, while Jingshan led his men toward the perimeter. Wait, Yu Heng stumbled out. Do you know you're committing suicide? A group of figures quickly disappeared, no one answering his question. Yu Heng stood dumbfounded at the tent entrance, watching the figures vanish into the snowstorm, his face filled with astonishment. Soon, the lights of the surrounding fighter planes began to illuminate. Prepare for takeoff, maintain airspace distance. Sun Kai calmly climbed into the first Lightning II aerospace fighter, donned his helmet, and began the takeoff sequence. He instructed the other 5 fighters, turn on all navigation lights, anti-collision lights, and landing lights. Fly in a circle at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Make sure to attract the attention of the strange entities. Once you've successfully lured them, the surviving units must quickly lead the group away from the camp. Roger. The snowstorm parted, and 6 aerospace fighters soared into the air with a roar, soaring into the sky. Through the blizzard, they reached a distance of 1,000 meters. Then, they began circling Unit 01 below. Elsewhere, Xian led a group of spark group psychics and a squad of soldiers in power armor toward the valley's mouth. Knowing this was the only approach for the monster wave, Xian instructed his men, "Attention! Spread out. Our single objective isn't to kill, but to lure the enemy. Move in groups." Yes, with a swish, they donned some sort of motorized skis and began weaving across the snowy plains in front of the camp. The seconds ticked by, the blizzard giving the team no time to think. Soon, it was 5:50 p.m. The whistling white snowstorm was like a sudden blackout, plunging the entire Trachoma Ice Valley into darkness. At that moment, all the teams lit up with flashing colored lights, transforming themselves into dazzling beacons. High in the sky, Sun Kai and the 5 pilots closely monitored the radar. Although mentally prepared, Sun Kai remained nervous. Beep, beep. The next moment the sky darkened, a flood of red dots suddenly appeared on the radar. 11 o'clock. It's Lin City, Unit 3, speed up, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could react, the swarm of red dots was closing in on one of the fighters. Seeing the alarms filling the cabin, the pilot gritted his teeth, roaring and pulling the joystick. Woo! The engines roared, and he began to surge forward. White suddenly filled the windows. But then, radar signals showed a flood of red dots appearing directly ahead of him. Coming from the vortex. He looked up, and the moment the fog vanished ahead, he saw a black mass of winged demons, their maws gaping, charging towards him. Ah, boom. Unit 3 is down. 11 o'clock, 9 o'clock, turn quickly. Ah, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Units 4, 5, and 6 exploded in the air almost simultaneously. The immense load of the massive maneuver instantly sent the pilot's blood pressure soaring. Sun Kai gritted his teeth as he pulled the aircraft upward, his gaze fixed on the radar. He screamed frantically in his heart, "Follow me! Follow me!" Beep, beep, beep. The next moment, the fen behind the radar was a sea of blood. At the same moment, across Lin City, on full alert, 70,000 people held their breath, watching the black sky approach. Whoosh, whoosh, the empty city streets were filled only by the howling of the blizzard. On Central Avenue, heavily armed supernatural hunting groups were spread out over several blocks. They were on rooftops, in alleys, and even atop the sculptures in the commercial plaza. 35 berserker-level teams were poised for action. Wen Zhou, holding the hell-black chrysanthemum, crouched on the angel statue's wingtip. Nearby stood Han Jun, Lu Xingjian, and Qin Zuming. Kiki held up a telekinetic shield, shielding herself from the wind and snow. Of the 5, Han Jun and Lu Xingjian possessed considerable mobility, but neither could fly. Qin Zuming's mobility was the weakest, but his energy-focusing ability offered incredible energy cancellation, making him a powerful asset in crucial moments. Wen Zhou had given each person a metal belt, allowing him to utilize his magnetic control ability to aid in flight and movement. Kiki could also assist everyone in flight. With these two, Team 1 was incredibly agile. Cheng Bei and Chen Sixuan, clad in Black Hawk power armor, stood on the rooftop of the bus station, gazing at the street in front of the square. She was flanked by Mialu and the building. Xia Shang, piloting a Vulcan mech, stood at the front of the square, guarded by Shi Dian. Facing the airport, Jin Dili, Wu Zhenhe, Liao Ming, Luo Yang, Li Yi, Liang Lei, and Shen Yao stood guard. On the northern city wall, He Zhen and a group of officers and soldiers kept their eyes fixed on the snowy plains ahead. Over 1,000 people, including Cheng Dong, the Arctic Wind Alliance, the Warriors, and the Torch Alliance, held their breath, their electromagnetic tracks trained on the street. Zhao Yu stood in the command tower, his eyes closed, waiting. In the south of the city, the defense line of more than 30,000 people was as quiet as a dead city. Xiao He stood at the front of the line with a stern look in his eyes. Buzz! At the moment of entering the darkness, a vibrating sound wave suddenly came from far away. In an instant, the glass of the high-rise buildings in the city trembled, and the snow on the ground began to shake. Here it comes, it's that bug. On the top of the Michelle Church, Qin Zuming clenched his fist and said, "I can't wait." Brother Ho had a face full of fighting spirit. After drinking a cold dark reagent, he felt that he had a surging firepower waiting to erupt. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. Sure enough, this bug is heading for our hell-black chrysanthemum, Kiki also spoke. But Han Jun frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. Wait, at this moment, Wen Zhou also noticed something unusual, sensing the vibrations in the air. It seems like there's more than one vibration, Han Jun raised his hand and grasped his water-based supernatural power, sensing the water molecules in the air. His expression immediately changed. At that moment, a violent vibration echoed from the sky above, a powerful sound of breaking through the air and the ground shaking. Amidst a blizzard above, a huge, long, black shadow rapidly grew in size and plummeted downward. Oh no! Sky, retreat! Wen Zhou was the first to react, shouting to the hunting group. Instantly, he harnessed his magnetic power, snatched up 4 people, and flung them backwards. Almost instantly, the 35 hunting teams scattered, some flying, some scaling walls and leaping from buildings, all exerting their full strength. The next moment, the huge, long, black shadow plummeted towards Central Avenue. Boom! Like a meteorite falling to the ground, a massive explosion instantly reverberated. The massive black shadow slammed directly into the 3 super tall office buildings on Central Avenue, shattering them. 2 and 300-meter tall buildings were shattered with a bang. Kiki, Wen Zhou, and the others, who were flying by, felt a massive shockwave coming towards them. Turning back, they discovered it was the corpse of the abyss worm from the North City, flung into Zilin City from 1,000 meters above. Rumble. Instantly, the circular airwaves generated by the impact of the corpse snapped the 3 super tall buildings in half, raising half of Central Avenue to the ground in an instant. Clouds of smoke, dust, and snow rose from the ground. Please give me your monthly votes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 The War Begins. Rumble. None of Zilin City could have imagined that the first strange entity to appear after the nightfall would be the corpse of the now dead abyss worm. Under the immense force of the collision, half of Central Avenue was instantly flattened, and the black worm's corpse shattered. Frozen flesh and stone melted under the intense heat of the air, blasting hundreds of meters into the air. Instantly, billowing clouds of smoke and dust rose like a nuclear explosion, obscuring the sky like a massive smoke bomb. This earth-shaking sensation lasted for over a minute. Wen Zhou led his team in a rapid retreat, his eyes grim as he glanced at the holographic battle screen. Of the 35 hunting teams, 3 had vanished in an instant. Team 12, Team 15, Team 29, reporting, crack, 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 only the sound of electricity echoed through the communication band. The expressions of the remaining 32 hunting teams darkened. Team 12, Captain Zhu Jun was buried by a building. We can't find him. We only have 4 of us left. Team 29, I'm the only one who made it out. At that moment, a voice finally reached the frequency band, but the dire news continued. When Zhou stared at the blip on the holographic map, his eyes grim. He had already considered maneuvering to deal with the abyss worm, but he didn't expect to be met by a carcass falling from high above, its immense speed catching them completely off guard. How could that carcass fall from the sky? Qin Zuming's eyes were filled with horror. This was the first time he had witnessed such a horrifying sight. No doubt, it must have been the work of the black thorn in the cloud, Han Jun said. We dragged it outside the North City before. I didn't expect it to be thrown in like this. Maybe it's more complicated. When Zhou gazed up at the sky and said in a stern voice, don't you think the stench of this corpse is too strong? Yes, it stinks. Kiki frowned, covering her nose. Something's going on. Something's going to happen. Lu Xingchen watched as the entire central city was enveloped in thick smoke, and a bad feeling struck him. The shattered and exploding worm carcasses, falling at high speed, generated intense heat, melting the ice crust surrounding their bodies. The massive impact sent waves of blood and tissue cascading down to the ground, spreading a stench for kilometers. It was practically the equivalent of a biological weapon. Meanwhile, earthquakes erupted underground, and from the sky, a strange sound echoed. Like a boiling sea of clouds, like the trembling of sand bells. Soon, a dense black tide began to surge above the clouds. Everyone looked and saw that it wasn't a winged demon, but something smaller, resembling a crow. Kiki and Lu Xingchen's expressions paled. Oh no! It's a corpse crow. The sight of this bizarre being made Kiki's heart skip a beat. How could the corpse crows from Jiazhou City appear here? This monster is covered in parasitic nematodes that can devour steel. It's extremely difficult to deal with. Only fire can be used, Lu Xingchen said seriously. What? Han Jun and Qin Zuming exclaimed. Where did it come from? Wen Zhou immediately reported to the 3 defensive lines. Everyone, pay attention. It's a swarm of corpse crows. Use fire. The parasites can devour steel. At this moment, Zhao Yu, He Zhen, Xiao He, and the survivors' convoys all felt a chill run through their veins. They had already prepared to face the snow demons and wind demons. But who knew that the first to appear was another dark creature? This creature could even easily disintegrate their steel defenses. Was it the stench of these insects? It doesn't matter, Brother Lu. Use fire, God Brahma. Lu Xingqian rushed forward without a word, his hands unleashing a blaze that nearly illuminated several city blocks. Kiki gritted his teeth and followed, watching the huge flames above. A wave of telekinesis rose up, like a blazing cloud, filling the sky with flames. Crash! Instantly, a massive cloud of flames exploded directly within the swarm of corpse crows, setting off a chain reaction. The skyline erupted like a radiant Milky Way, a blazing clouds of flames blazing across the sky. Quick! Flame, sky, watch out for those crows, prepare incendiary bombs. From all directions, a tidal wave of corpse crows descended, penetrating every pore, their shrill cries raining down upon the living. Within minutes, countless vehicles and people were engulfed along the various lines. The barbed wire, steel walls, metal barriers, and isolation tape melted at a visible rate. At the North City Airport, a civilian airliner was half-eaten in just half a minute, its surviving defenders reduced to ashes and bones before they could even utter a scream. Meanwhile, the 3 defensive lines east, north, and south of the city watched the black crows soar through the sky, and various flamethrowers and missiles roared into action. Boom! Boom! Brilliant, blazing clouds of flame slowly rose from 3 directions of Zilin City. Use fire. These things will cause a chain reaction, ignite them all. Dad! Mom, help, don't go over there. There's a parasite, someone's on fire. Put it out, flamethrower. Flamethrower, rumble. The ground beneath the ground shook. When Zhou listened to the movements of the various fronts within the frequency band, his expression grave. Be careful. That bug is also beneath Zilin City. When Zhou glanced at the hell-black chrysanthemum in his hand, then looked eastward. The earthquake waves were rapidly approaching. Here it comes, rumble. The earthquake continued to roar, resonating with the staircases in the street. As it approached, numerous buildings and windows exploded. At the East City steel plant, the entire industrial zone was ablaze. The sky was ablaze with corpse crows. Before the corpse flames were completely extinguished, the earthquake suddenly intensified. What's going on? Boom. While more than 10,000 people were still in confusion, a resounding sound, like a landslide, erupted from behind the steel plant. Half of the smelting workshop collapsed instantly, and a giant abyss worm burst forth from the ground, devouring a dozen vehicles containing elderly people, children, and women, and crushing dozens of parked cars in its wake. Seeing the explosion east of the city, Wen Zhou and his companions were horrified. Why hadn't the worm immediately rushed towards the hell-black chrysanthemum? Oh no, Han Zhen's face paled. The steel plant was the headquarters of his Arctic Wind Alliance, and the last thing anyone wanted was a giant worm emerging from their camp. Should we open this protective shield? Qin Zuming shouted. No, that monster is heading right for us, Wen Zhou gritted his teeth. This sudden development caught everyone off guard. Team 1 will lure the enemy, Team 2 will follow and provide cover, and the rest of you, stand guard. With that, Wen Zhou and Kiki led their teams towards the east of the city. In the eastern city's steel mill industrial zone, the ground shook. Ripples rippled across the surface like a surging lake, overturning numerous fortifications and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Suddenly, concrete foundations shattered, high-rise buildings fractured, and the shockwaves radiated across Zilin City, like a 10,000-ton bomb detonating, sending shockwaves through the hearts of tens of thousands of people. The worms are coming, the steel industrial zone has been attacked, here they come. To the east of the city, the sudden attack by the giant abyssal worms quickly caused heavy casualties. Crucially, the sinkhole created by the abyssal worms would undoubtedly bring about a tidal wave of strange phenomena. The eastern city's steel mill industrial zone suffered heavy damage before it even began, with hundreds of people killed instantly. Most terrifying of all, the massive hole created by the giant worms threatened to completely obliterate the entire front. Ruins crumbled, and the abyssal worms unleashed a deafening hum, shaking the very ground. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, The entire front's firepower unleashed a coordinated barrage on the abyssal worm bursting out from the rear. Quickly kill it. Ah. My wife's still in the car. I'll fight you. Boom boom boom. The attack from the rear undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to all those tensely preparing for battle, enough to bring them to the brink of collapse. A large number of corpse crows harassed the sky, and the defenses quickly fell into chaos. Team 1, led by Wen Zhou, was the first to break through the air. He clutched a dozen multi-ton steel beams behind him and, before the giant worm could retreat, launched them with explosive hurricane force. "Stop the corpse crows first," Wen Zhou shouted to the 4 people behind him as he attacked. Fire Fist, Brother Ho engulfed the steel beams in flames in mid-air and charged straight at the abyssal worm. The abyssal worm, struck by Zhao Yu's lightning strikes, merely roared. But then, as if sensing something, it suddenly turned toward Wen Zhou, only to be struck directly by the flame-encrusted steel beams. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the red-hot steel beam slammed into its maw, sending out a wave of charred blood. Kiki seized the opportunity to charge forward, using telekinesis to grab the beams and turn them around in its mouth. "I'll let you swallow them. Empty, empty, empty." Raging metallic flames swirled and exploded within the giant worm's mouth, sending billowing black smoke rising. Meanwhile, Han Jun had already struck. Vast swathes of water vapor crystals condensed, forming vast sheets of ice in the air to block the swooping corpse crows. Then, raising his hands, countless condensed water droplets shot rapidly into the sky, like billions of pear blossom needles in reverse, blasting the crows overhead into a haze of shattered fragments. Lu Xingchen blasted fire at the giant abyssal worm with one hand, and with the other, in coordination with Kiki, unleashed a massive fireball. Kiki's telekinesis enveloped and compressed it, then unleashed it towards the fragments of the corpse crows. Like a ray of flame, it swept across. Bang! 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 In an instant, the sky seemed to be ablaze with flames, transforming into a blazing cloud, completely evaporating the blizzard in the air. The tens of thousands of survivors and Survey Corps soldiers below felt a wave of heat from the sky bearing down on the ground. At the same time, Qin Zuming plummeted from the sky, his body ablaze with cracks. With a roar, he slammed directly into the worm's body with immense potential energy. Bang! The massive shockwave of this energy surge blasted a hole several meters in diameter into the abyssal worm's back, cracking its thick hide and spurting out flesh and blood. A humming sound. The abyssal worm let out a deafening roar and suddenly slammed its maw shut, swallowing the flames and steel whole. Then, shattering the ice cap around it, it retreated underground with immense force, lurking back into hiding. "It's back in again, let's seal the hole first," Wen Zhou, sensing something unusual, immediately commanded the hell-black chrysanthemum to fly out and throw it towards the 2 teams of flying psychics approaching from behind. Team 2, lead it towards the city first. Run! The flying psychics of Team 2 took the hell-black chrysanthemum, turned, and soared towards the empty central city. As expected, the rumbling ground vibration quickly moved in Team 2's direction. Whoa! 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 As soon as the abyssal worm departed, a boiling sound emanated from the sinkhole at the steel mill. When Zhou acted decisively, "Don't let the monster tide escape." Buzz buzz buzz. He stretched out his hand, gathering up a vast mass of steel plates and beams, and hurled them madly toward the sinkhole. Kiki also used telekinesis to fling large chunks of concrete from the ruins toward the hole. "Lu Xingchen, Sinter," Wen Zhou shouted. "Understood." Lu Xingchen dropped directly from the air and unleashed a powerful firestorm at the hole. The sinkhole instantly erupted like a volcanic eruption, swirling with raging flames and spreading the intense heat. Survivors' vehicles and personnel retreated, while countless armed men stood guard, waiting for the monsters at the entrance to emerge. The intense flames melted the vast quantities of steel, merging them with the concrete, sending steam billowing into the air. Han Jun then used his water-based abilities to cool and freeze the molten iron and red-hot steel. Soon, the massive wormhole, over 10 meters in diameter, was sealed, and the roaring noise from below faded. This coordinated move had been rehearsed in advance, in case the insects suddenly attacked and forced their way out of the hole. All the holes in the city had been sealed in this way. Boom! Another massive explosion echoed. When Zhou and the others turned toward the city, shouting, "They've appeared again. Let's go, Lu Feng, send men to secure this area and surround it," Han Jun shouted to his deputy, immediately following Team 1 back towards Central Avenue. Bang, bang, bang. The high city walls in the east, south, and north were already ablaze with gunfire, flames filing the sky as the war raged. A 30,000-ton Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier hovered low above, while several Lightning II aerospace fighters maneuvered through the sky. Missile fire exploded, illuminating the countless wind demons in the clouds. Attack drones and floating wingmen, like a swarm of bees, leaped out of the clouds, launching a massive aerial assault. The sky was ablaze with explosions and arcing beams of lightning. At the Duga radar array station in the mountains south of the city, thousands of flamethrowers erupted in a blaze of flame. The blue plasma beams launched from the plasma beamers on the city defenses resembled dazzling blue and orange fireworks. The distinctive booming sound, similar to that of air traffic control, emitted by the Great Wall 50 orbital artillery was particularly eye-catching. Looking out, the sky was filled with a blanket of tracer bullets. With so many demons, that monster will surely reappear, otherwise all the markings on us will be removed. In the air, Kiki held up a telekinetic shield and flew quickly with Hojie and the others. That monster knows what we're going to do. We're prepared, and so is it, Kinzuming cursed. Damn it, it's toying with us. Hanjin's eyes were sharp. I doubt the monster in the cloud will emerge until our lines are completely breached. It wants us to be terrified, to mutate, and to become chaotic before it marks the entire city. When Zhou frowned. Who knows? It might be gathering strength. That explosion last night was extraordinary. Marking the entire city wouldn't be easy. That makes sense. No matter what, we have to stop the monster tide first. Let's take down that giant bug first. Every hole it digs puts more pressure on our defense. Go, boom boom boom. Near the central city, as high-rise windows shattered, buildings collapsed like dominoes, the streets rippled like waves, and sewer openings exploded in succession. Everyone in the hunting group could feel the pressure of a giant approaching. At the same time, a new sinkhole created by the abyss worms began to pour out a flood of snow demons and snow monsters, like a flood, quickly overflowing several streets. Team 6, a buzzing sound swept through the air, and the hell-black chrysanthemum fell into Wang Macheng's hands. He passed it to Shuken. Run! The TRP power armor's drive unleashed a powerful torque, and the fully armored Shuken moved between buildings at a swift speed like a cheetah. As the ground trembled, an electric knife shot out and pierced a rusted billboard. Lu Cheng swung over like Spider-Man on a slender steel cable, took it from Shuken's hand, and instantly leaped onto the top of another building. Team 2 is being harassed by winged demons. Quickly, transfer to ambush area number 1, understood, swish. The whirling electric knife slashed through a group of snow demons climbing the outer wall of a tall building. Lu Cheng nimbly landed on the roof of a supermarket and accelerated forward again. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a massive snow demon scrambled up like a spider, its sharp claws slashing towards Lu Cheng's head. Holy crap, the sudden appearance caught Lu Cheng off guard. Danger, danger. His power armor automatically reacted, its hydraulic muscle units activated, forcibly pulling him back. He did a backflip to avoid a fatal grasp, and simultaneously launched a spinning blade, slicing a deep, bone-deep groove through the snow demon's flesh. The snow demon's defenses seemed much stronger than ordinary ones, and the blow wasn't completely fatal. Lu Cheng was surprised to see the snow demon's claws slashing towards him. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and sat on the ground. Bang! At that moment, Lu Cheng's legs spread apart, and the snow demon's massive claws smashed directly into the floorboards between his legs. Woohoo, woohoo. The spool on Lu Cheng's wrist spun rapidly, pulling the electric knife back into his hand. With a swift throw, he plunged the blade directly into the snow demon's forehead. But his blow wasn't fatal. The snow demon, still undeterred, lunged at him again. Oh no, get out of the way. At that moment, a cyan shadow suddenly flew through the air, stomping on the snow demon's forelegs with one foot. With its other hand, it grasped Lu Cheng's electric knife, twisting its wrist and slicing the snow demon's crown clean across. Before the demonic snow could even spray, the figure landed on the ground with a smooth, flowing roll. Give it to me. Zhao King stood before Lu Cheng, extending her hand. Lu Cheng's face was filled with horror, then a sigh of relief. Responding, he quickly handed the hell-black chrysanthemum to Zhao King. Hurry! In the parking lot below the supermarket, Ningjing unleashed a powerful punch, pulverizing 2 snow demons and dozens of other snow monsters in front of her. The terrifying force of her punch created a fan-shaped vacuum zone in front of her, leaving even the air tinged with a burnt stench. Go! Ningjing shouted at Lu Cheng. A hurricane swept through. Wang Macheng glided through the air, using the wind to sweep up several people and suddenly accelerating. Shukin rushed to the rear. The entire block and supermarket were almost instantly covered by the tide of snow monsters. The bugs are coming. Wang Machan grabbed the hell-black chrysanthemum thrown by Zhaoqing and grabbed a wave of wind with one hand. Looking at the direction of the holographic battle map, he suddenly sent it into the air. Team 11, take delivery. A bat-winged woman, fresh from the winged demonic tide, immediately snatched it mid-air, flapped her wings, and sped off towards Zilin Park. Shukin, Lu Chang, Ningjing, Zhaoqing, run to the rooftops. After completing the delivery, Wang Machan immediately used a gust of wind to repel the strange tide behind the four people, then dragged them vertically up the outer wall of the high-rise building. Team 7, we're at the Sunshine Building on Qingnian Road. Team 7, receive the goods. Team 23, Team 30, prepare to assist. Team 4, receive the goods. Hepping Street is blocked. Team 19, turn toward Huanchang North Road. Team 32 is in place, outside Zilin Park. Team 32's leader, a young woman carrying a modified single-person powered aircraft, wore a solemn expression. A massive strange tide surged from the high-rise streets ahead. A psychic, his four claws transformed into a cheetah, quickly moved along the edge of the building. Then, leaping, he threw the specially equipped hell-black chrysanthemum towards her. Team 32, prepare to receive the goods. Coming, buzz. The captain of Team 32 quickly launched two small drones, catching Hell's black chrysanthemum mid-air. But just as she pulled back, the rumbling earthquake wave reached her feet. Look out, whoosh! Sensing the danger, she quickly activated her aircraft and accelerated. Boom! A giant abyssal worm burst from the ground, instantly shattering the concrete foundations of the low-rise buildings and streets below. Amidst billowing smoke and dust, a vast abyssal more rapidly expanded beneath her feet. A surge of negative pressure made it impossible for her to move, even with the maximum power of her aircraft. She was sucked into the air, watching as it devoured her. Buzz! At that moment, an invisible wave of telekinesis roared past, pulling the girl out of the shattered concrete and the abyssal maw. Kiki. The next moment, when Zhou pressed down with both hands, and 10 massive steel beams plummeted downward. Steel beams whimpered in the air, their magnetically controlled power like 10 nails, lifting them into the air and slamming down onto the street. Clang clang clang. The beams slammed into the giant worm in unison, their immense impact driving them at least a meter deep, yet unable to penetrate completely. Like a pile of exposed nails on the abyssal worm, the beams remained like a pile of nails. Help me hold it down, when Zhou now controlled the 10 beams, attempting to pin the giant worm to the ground. Kiki also channeled her telekinesis to assist. Here I come, Kiki's eyes gleamed, her purple hair moving without a breeze. Her telekinesis was now at its peak, like a mountain pinning the abyssal worm down. Activate the plasma beam, a hissing sound rang out. At that moment, 32 plasma beamers automatically rose from the buildings surrounding Zilin Park, aiming at the abyssal giant worm and instantly unleashing high-voltage guide cables. Exploding streams of dark blue plasma, like dazzling fireworks, pierced the giant worm from all directions. Like the legendary demon-catching rope, the high-temperature plasma beams instantly scorched and sliced through the giant worm, igniting a blazing flame. The worm roared like a cruise ship's whistle. It violently twisted its hundreds-meter-long body, pulling and tugging. The high-voltage cable reels of the plasma beamers on the surrounding buildings spun continuously, emitting a sharp, tearing sound, like a fishing line reel, sparks flying. Despite the combined efforts of everyone, the abyssal worm surprisingly didn't break free immediately. The high-voltage cable creaked, and when Zhou, seizing the opportunity, immediately called out into the hunting group's frequency band. Everyone, attack together. Kill this bug, it's coming, hurry, don't let it get away, be careful of the winged demons in the sky. The streets were flooding with monsters from all directions. Winged demons towered over the sky, obscuring the sun. Without firepower, even 100 or so Esper would be incredibly outnumbered. The opportunity was fleeting. At this moment, Lu Xingchen and Qin Zuming attacked simultaneously. Divine Burning Sword, Lu Xingchen pointed his hands into sword-like formations, accelerating the jet of flames in a spiral. In a split second, he blasted out a high-temperature blaze dozens of meters long, its core blazing white. Then, boom! A massive sonic boom erupted. The immense recoil thrust propelled him high into the sky. The blaze, in a mere instant, had already ripped a gaping hole the size of a truck into the abyss worm's back. The intense heat even melted the ground, creating a sharp, piercing crater. Kiki was trying his best to suppress the giant beast. Seeing Lin Xian ejecting him, he cursed inwardly and grabbed him high in the air with one hand. "Idiot, are you trying to fly into outer space with this trick?" Lin Xian was completely oblivious to Kiki's words. He stared blankly at his hands with a somewhat excited look on his face. "Sure enough, knowledge is immortal power. Please vote for me." Chapter 285 Unit 01 Pangu. Bang, bang, bang. 10 steel beams hummed, and 32 plasma beam cables ignited with explosive beams. A powerful invisible telekinesis pinned the giant worm down. When Zhou and Kiki held the fort, while all nearby hunting teams launched a fierce assault on the abyssal worm. Instantly, flames, artillery shells, arc pulses, energy shocks, and cold weapons were unleashed upon the mountainous abyssal worm. Its indestructible hide began to show signs of scarring, and its tissues continuously exploded. The abyssal worm twisted frantically, and with a single sweep, it reduced the gate of Zilin Park, along with several adjacent residential buildings, to rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Kill it, this thing has no other tricks, it only knows how to burrow. Kill it and we'll cut off the monsters in the city, quick, 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 don't let it get away." Suddenly, thunder roared from the sky. Many people looked up, only to see a massive, round, dark figure quietly appear in the blizzard above. Before they could make out the shadow, a terrifying, long leg swung from the sky like a pendulum, sweeping down the street. "Be careful, back off." The immense sound of the leg shattering the air shook the air. Almost instantly, the leg reached Wen Zhou and Kiki in the air. In an instant, Kiki retracted her telekinesis and enveloped the people behind her. Bang, boom, boom. Like a pillar hanging upside down from the sky, the dangling leg swept through, sending a series of crashing explosions echoing through the street. The immense force sent Kiki and the others flying. The telekinetic shield nearly shattered, and Kiki spat out a stream of blood. Everyone plummeted towards the distant demon horde. Instantly, several hunting teams were swept away, leaving no one visible, and no one known to have suffered any casualties. In the air, Han Jun frantically activated his water-based abilities, creating a massive wave of water that crashed down. The waves, frozen rapidly by the low temperature, instantly froze half a street's worth of demons into ice sculptures beneath the surface. Seeing this, Wen Zhou, enduring the excruciating pain, used magnetic control to grab the belts of several people and flew towards a tall building. Qin Zuming landed first, radiating all his energy, shattering the snow demons on the rooftop. "It's that S-rank anomaly, how did it come out so quickly? Look, the worm's gone," Han Jun shouted. Hum, with a deafening roar, the abyss worm severed all the plasma cables and, accompanied by a rumbling earthquake, burrowed back into the earth. Wen Zhou watched the massive black shadow in the sky while checking on the hunting group. "All teams, report, Team 13 is gone. There's too many monster waves here, Team 28, hurry and rescue them. They're blocked, watch out for the sky, run." Chaos raged over the communicator. Looking at the collapsed streets and the plumes of smoke and dust, the faces of Hunter Team 1 were heavy. "That thing in the sky has vanished again." Qin Zuming looked up at the sky. The giant shadow that had just appeared in the blizzard had disappeared again. The overwhelming sense of oppression from before filled everyone's heart with fear. At this moment, even Wen Zhou and Han Jun, who were usually known for their composure, had complex expressions. "Quick, rescue them first." The battle situation had completely deviated from the original plan. Not only was it impossible to defeat the S-level monster, but even this worm was not immediately defeated. As more and more sinkholes and monster waves emerged from the city, Wen Zhou had to adjust his strategy. Execute a backup plan. Draw the bugs toward the north of the city first. They have stronger firepower there. Okay, the situation was urgent, so Kiki could only grab Hoja and Qin Zuming and fly to the distant airspace. Kiki's face was filled with anxiety. What happened to the steel mill in the east of the city made her worry that the same situation would happen again in the north. But now the hunting group could no longer suppress the situation and could only rely on the defensive firepower points. Wen Zhou and He Zhen had already sent a message, and the triangular defense line in the north of the city was already caught in the vast battle. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. In the square in front of the railway passenger station, Zhongzi Street, under the darkness, was already boiling with excitement. Dozens of circular searchlights illuminated Zhongzi Street into pale hell. The searchlights swept across the streets, revealing a terrifying tide of demons. The streets, buildings, and high-rise buildings were also covered with dense swarms of snow demons. Above, winged demons almost obscured the clouds. Thousands of heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of metal, their flames nearly illuminating the entire square. Anti-aircraft guns blazed densely across the sky, forming a dense anti-aircraft barrage. Inside the rail station, the various onboard heavy weapons of the 22 Doomsday trains roared furiously. Missiles from the Lin Xian and Queen Mo exploded in the air and on the ground. The weapon station's turrets unleashed high-energy jets, suppressing the waves of monsters surging along the tracks and from the residential areas behind. Aboard the Infinity, two 1,130 caliber metal storms crushed the swooping swarms of winged monsters. Chunks of carbon-based flesh were reduced to dust by the destructive kinetic energy of the 30mm tungsten armor-piercing rounds. Amidst the shrill whistles of superconducting coils, the azure jets of the G3L electromagnetic railguns continuously streaked across the night sky, illuminating the dark, icy vortex of clouds. At the front of the square, over a dozen mechas of various types, perched atop a container fortress, opened fire frantically at the dense monster tide swirling in the streets below. The arc pulse cordal vibrators at the front of the defensive line and on the Sally continuously ignited plasma sparks at a constant rhythm. Sasha's pupils reflected the cascading data from the fire control system. The rotary cannons on the Vulcan Mech's arms had burned a dark crimson. She gritted her teeth as the endless monster tide stretched the Vulcan Mech's firepower to its limit. Bang, 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 bang. Countless explosions echoed amidst the monster tide, the burning trenches searing the relentlessly advancing snow demons. These monstrous forms seemed to have lost all sense of reason as they rushed towards the crowd. Even if any barbed wire, chevaux de frise, or spikes were torn to shreds, more snow demons would immediately follow, trampling over the bodies and charging forward. Bang bang! Two large snow demons attempting to scale the tall building next to the orbital station were pierced twice by terrifying 12.7mm anti-material armor-piercing rounds as soon as they emerged, their skulls exploding with a bang. A phantom figure clad in all-black outer armor sprinted vertically along the building's facade at high speed, its three Hall effect jet engines providing immense propulsion. Like a swift afterimage, it soared to the roof of the over 100-meter-tall building in seconds. Bang, bang, bang. 6 explosive rounds fired from shoulder-mounted automatic reactive weapons precisely targeted the 6 snow demons. The next moment, the snow demons' heads, still unable to react, exploded simultaneously. Chen Sixuan swiftly dispatched the monsters entrenched in the tall building. The holographic vision within the Black Hawk armor quickly transformed the surrounding terrain and the monsters detected by radar into a holographic sand table before her. Be careful, that giant bug is coming, it's heading towards the center of the orbital station and the airport. The massive artillery and bomber formations on the north wall will unleash their full firepower. Be prepared for the shockwave, Chen Sixuan shouted into the command channel. Understood, Captain Shi, at your 4 o'clock position, a large, strange entity has appeared, preparing to crash into the barrier. I'll handle it immediately. Shi Dian, below, received Chen Sixuan's warning and transformed into a 3-meter-tall humanoid tiger, leaping out from the spot. Several defensive experts followed closely behind. Monica, at your 9 o'clock position, a creature is rapidly swooping down. It's in the blind spot. Be careful. Understood. Monica stood on the roof of Queen Mo's car, surrounded by several power-armored guards. She gazed at the 9 o'clock position in the sky. A violent sound of something breaking through the air was heard. She immediately raised her hands, formed a triangle with her index finger and thumb, and placed it to her mouth. Then, her mouth opened slightly, and her eyes glowed crimson. Whoosh! Instantly, a powerful sound wave, powerful enough to rip open an eardrum, shot out like a whistling arrow, instantly sending ripples of burning air through the arrowhead. The invisible wave surged upward like a razor-sharp sword, slicing through a winged demon, disintegrating in midair. Meanwhile, despite her efforts to mitigate the wave, everyone on the platform felt a deafening sonic boom, shattering the glass of several floors behind the passenger platform. Everyone winced. On the Zilin airport defenses, a terrifying, apocalyptic scene unfolded. A sea of strange forms had formed across the vast runway area. Dense and boundless, they converged like ants towards the terminal. The pre-dug, anti-shock incendiary trenches were already filled with monster carcasses. Automatic turrets on the repurposed civilian aircraft unleashed a furious barrage of fire. The massive terminal building now seemed like a lone island in the ocean. The firepower of tens of thousands of people was like a torrential downpour. Heaven and earth seemed to be filled only with the crackling of gunfire and the terrifying roar of the strange tide. Below, a defensive line of heavy trucks, polar vehicles, iron walls, containers, and barbed wire surrounded the area. The strange tide surged nearly 100 meters. Within an hour, the monster carcasses had piled up into a small mountain, causing the strange tide to advance like a mudslide. "Everyone, be careful of ionization shock," Luo Yang shouted to everyone on the communication channel, then flipped a switch. A heavy surge of electricity echoed across the airport tarmac. In an instant, everyone felt a slight tingling sensation of ionization shock on their scalps and faces. Hundreds of high-voltage ionization walls erupted in an instant, illuminating a grid-like ionized area within the ocean-like strange tide. Instantly, the entire apron area erupted in sparks. Almost in the blink of an eye, the waves ahead of this ocean instantly erupted. The intense flames heated the snow demon's grease, igniting a raging fire. Wow! Smack! Smack! A flash of golden light shattered a string of snow demon heads, landing on a container in the defensive line. Jin Deely shouted into the communicator, "In about 40 seconds, the bugs are coming this way, woo, woo, woo." Above the horizon, bombers from the air combat formation flew by, and countless drones strangled the winged demons from high above. "We're too open here. They should attack closer," shouted Shen Yao of the North Wind Alliance. "They won't launch thermobaric bombs in the city," Uncle Wu responded. "We just need to hold this place, and provide fire support when necessary. If we can't kill the bugs, the holes they've drilled will bring us more monsters," Liao Ming shouted into the communicator. "Lizi, go help Brother Liao, Luo Amin, and the others." "Okay, Li Guangwen, you and the others keep an eye on that passenger plane. We can't let it get destroyed, or the pressure on our flanks will increase." Boom. Seismic waves rumbled, and the entire northern part of the city trembled violently. He Zhen, perched atop the command tower on the north wall, gazed at the holographic sands map with a stern expression. "Wenzhou, we've detected approaching Airport Boulevard. We've already made a detour around here. There's no sign of them moving into the defensive lines." Wenzhou's voice echoed over the communicator, accompanied by the whistling of wind. "Okay, once you confirm the marked point, the fire will be projected for 30 seconds. If necessary, try to detain the bug, but take cover, understood?" Whoosh! The hunting group had already moved extensively. The city's monster tide surged towards the north, accompanied by a massive earthquake. High in the sky, Wenzhou kept an eye on the sky while simultaneously monitoring the earthquake's source on the hologram. "This is the spot. Besides the hell-black chrysanthemum, this monster will likely be attracted to the dense crowd, so we can't get any closer." Kiki stared at the holographic blueprint with a serious expression, clutching the hell-black chrysanthemum tightly in his hand. "We mustn't let it get away this time," Han Jun sternly declared. "Kiki, I'll watch the ground, and you watch the sky. If that sea urchin Thorn comes again, have Qin Zuming lead the charge. He's an energy-focused type, and he can withstand more physical damage than your telekinetic shield," Wenzhou said at this moment. Kiki frowned at this and looked at Qin Zuming beside him. "What do you mean, you're using me as a human shield?" Qin Zuming said succinctly, unconcerned. "Don't worry, I should." He glanced at the sky with a complicated expression. "I should be able to withstand it." "Brother Qin is in great shape," Lu Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim. "Stop talking nonsense. That thing's coming." Boom. Not far away, the streets began to crack, and large sections of buildings began to tilt and collapse. Everyone watched with a jolt of anxiety. Simultaneously, the massive artillery on the northern wall, the missiles and bombers of the air combat formation, and the long-range firepower supported by the passenger station and airport were all trained on this direction. Wenzhou's eyes sharpened. "Here they come." Elsewhere, in the Trachimaris Valley, outside the camp, gunfire rang out. "Captain Lin, the steel core has been debugged, and the core temperature has stabilized. Next, after you repair it, you'll need to perform neural empathy," Yu Hang said hurriedly to Lin Xian through the communicator. Inside the camp tent, Yu Hang frantically adjusted data on the computer. His lips were dry, and his eyes were fixed on the code on the screen. All the members of the research team, like him, worked silently and frantically. "No need to test, I will start directly with Chen Wei. My superpowers have fully covered the mecha, so please adjust the neural deployment of the balance drive to 70% on me. I can bear more." "No." In the cockpit of Unit 01, Chen Wei stood up and denied Lin Xian's adjustment. Our neural deployment must be synchronized, otherwise it will cause a drive delay on my side. This is not the time to be a hero. I can handle it. Lin Xian stepped up the repair process and said, you even have problems with your breathing rate now, which means that your respiratory nervous system has been irreversibly damaged. Even if I repair this mecha, it will be difficult for you to hold on for 2 hours in your condition. I do this for. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Come on. Chen Wei looked at the 3 empty cold dark reagent tubes beside Lin Xian and said in a stern voice, although I don't understand superpowers, I know that your current overloaded state is not necessarily any better than mine. Although I don't know the exact level of your level 5 common coefficient, if we want to unleash the power of this mecha, we must maintain a tacit understanding. If we are going to die, we will die together. I don't want to owe you any favors. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, okay. After that, he immediately said to Jingshan and Sun Kai on the communicator, we estimate that we can try the first stage startup in less than an hour. You guys hold on a little longer, okay? No problem, Jingshan's voice came. We have no problem either. Those things are all following us. Captain Lin, don't worry, Sun Kai's voice also came on the communicator. Lin Xian's heart was filled with determination upon hearing this, and he began to immerse himself in the operation of the mechanical heart. His lips were pale, and he had already collapsed twice. He had finally completed the scan a few hours ago and was now working furiously on the repairs. The outer armor and nano-ceramic window of the head compartment had been completely repaired. Inside the massive laceration on his left arm, various hydraulic pipes, armor plates, and carbonized drive shafts were being rapidly repaired. Fortunately, the main alloy skeleton had not been broken, otherwise Lin Xian would have struggled to find enough materials to repair it. Outside the camp, a large group of snow demons emerged from nowhere and attacked Jingshan's escort. Although the group was not large, each one was enormous compared to ordinary snow demons, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Jingshan and his men responded while his men, wearing skis, continued to speed across the snowy plains, aiming to track all the monsters they could. Something's wrong. Why are all these giant snow demons coming? Li Wei, are there any impacts on the camp? No. Okay, everyone stay away from the camp to avoid attracting monsters. Everyone, be flexible. Every minute we can delay is a minute. Jingshan's face was heavy as he watched the growing swarm of snow demons. They only had about 30 of them. Trying to kill them all was a complete waste of energy, and the swarms were strangely increasing. To buy time, they could only move in circles, luring the enemy into hiding. By this time, 7 team members had already perished at the hands of the snow demons. In the sky, 2 aerospace fighters, one in front and one behind, swooped through the clouds, hundreds of winged demons chasing them like terrifying flying monsters. They didn't increase their speed, aiming to keep the monsters contained. They also didn't stray too far from the ice valley to prevent any of them from slipping through the net and heading towards the camp. Captain Sun, a target just flashed overhead. I suggest we lower our altitude and keep a distance. No problem. Lower to 2,200. Lower to 2,200. Sun Kai's eyes were alert, and he stared at the blood-red dot behind the radar. He said in a deep voice, we can't go any faster. These monsters look determined to kill us. I find it strange. They seem to only be able to detect the mark, not necessarily us, so we have to use the mark to track these guys and buy time for Captain Lin and Team Leader Yu. Beep beep. At this moment, the radar warning in front of him suddenly sounded, and a violent jolt hit. Sun Kai immediately shouted, something's wrong. It's overhead. The pilot of Unit 2 looked up and saw a massive black shadow loom above his fighter. Its wingspan stretched tens of meters, whipping up snow and wind. It's terrifying. Blood-stained Mo was covered in densely packed compound ice. What is this? Oh no. Maneuver to avoid. Woo. Boom. In the distant sky, a Lightning II aerospace fighter, its tail blazing and black smoke emanating, plummeted from the clouds, landing in the snowy plains, exploding with a small burst of flame. Jingshan watched the scene with a look of pity, knowing it was another decoy plane that had fallen. Now, only one fighter remained in the sky, still maneuvering frantically. Unit 1, Sun Kai. Report, a giant winged demon has appeared in the sky. Unit 2 is it. I must accelerate and get it out of the way. What? Giant, Jingshan's expression changed. He watched the increasing number of giant snow demons in the snowy plains, and he sensed something was amiss. No, This thing is too fast, I can't fly around here anymore, I have to pull farther away, Sun Kai roared in the communicator, with a firm voice, as if he was ready. Lin Xian, in the cockpit, was listening to the voice in the communicator at this moment, and his heart was difficult to calm down. But at this moment, he had no other choice but to speed up and repair Unit 01. At this time, he took out another cold dark reagent and drank it in one gulp without thinking. Crack! At this time, Unit 1's overclocking signal device picked up a signal in the distant airspace, which seemed to be some kind of aircraft. Lin Xian and Chen Wei's faces changed, and they immediately began to try to call out. This is the Phoenix Society Special Operations Team. Please identify yourself, we are Zilan Flight Support Team 3, ordered to support the restart plan. The previous two teams have been killed, and we just broke free from the enemy. What's the current situation? Lin Xian responded immediately. Everything is going smoothly. We've been attacked by a large number of high-level strange entities. Our ground forces and air formations urgently need support. Understood, we'll be there in 2 minutes. Lin Xian's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately called to Sun Kai on the communication band. Captain Sun, hold on, support is coming soon. Inside the camp, the technical team's faces lit up at Lin Xian's message. Yu Heng nodded immediately. Did you hear that? Support is here. Don't worry, everyone. We'll quickly complete the final work. He then spoke into the communicator. Sun Kai, did you hear that? Support is coming soon. Kaka. No one replied. Captain Sun, Lin Xian's voice came again. The signal on Team Linlin's communicator began to blur. Sun Kai's fighter plane seemed to be maneuvering rapidly. Captain Sun, support is coming soon. Hold on a little longer and don't fly too far. Team Linlin, this large winged demon must have sensed the threat posed by our actions, so we must take it away. Don't worry about me, I'll complete my mission. Sun Kai's voice came from the communicator. Lin Xian's face was now anxious. These monsters are likely coming from Zilan City. We haven't encountered a large-scale siege, which means the S-level monster has a very large range, perhaps covering the entire Arctic Vortex area. Now that support has arrived, we still have a chance to delay it, so, please return as soon as possible, Lin Xian roared. Whoosh, whoosh. Inside the Lightning II aerospace fighter's cockpit, Sun Kai turned to watch the massive monster swooping down from his flank. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, pushed the afterburner, gradually increasing his speed. Then, watching the signal band flicker and vanish, he spoke into the communicator. Captain Lin, I can't return. Please continue forward. Inside the camp tent, Sun Kai's voice and the fading signal caused everyone to pause, their gaze fixed on the communicator on Yu Heng's desk. Yu Heng's hands suddenly trembled as he typed, his gaze fixed on the device before him. Silence fell in the tent, and several of the female crew members, their eyes welling with tears, choked with sobs. Jingshan, hearing the voice from the communicator, looked up at the sky, but saw nothing but pitch blackness, a blizzard of snow. Boom, boom, boom. A minute later, a barrage of missiles suddenly burst through the air, slamming directly into the group of snow monsters on the snowy plains, instantly causing a barrage of explosions that shattered countless snow monsters. Then, over a dozen fighter planes swept in, and a voice boomed over the communication band. Restart team, we're Air Support Group 3, ordered to support, be careful, there's a large winged demon here. Inside the camp, Yu Heng immediately grabbed his communicator and shouted inside. Understood, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the camp tents, over the ice valley, a violent sound of breaking air could be heard. Swarms of winged demons roared in from the distance, and that direction was exactly where Sun Kai had lured the enemy away. These guys won't go away, Jingshan roared, raising his weapon and firing directly into the air. Quick, lure them down. We can't let them attack the camp and Team Lin. Bang, 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 bang. Da da da. Instantly, the remaining 20-odd guards collectively opened fire into the sky above the camp, and the supporting flight team immediately accelerated and deployed their formation, engaging the winged demons in an aerial dogfight. Quick, protect the camp, Flying Dragon, Cheetah, pull up, boom. Before the two fighters could complete their maneuvers, a massive winged demon suddenly swooped down from the dark clouds above. Its wings spread like a building, it instantly blasted the two fighters to pieces. After completing its round of hunting, the monster soared back into the clouds, letting out a sharp roar as it prepared for a second dive. Meanwhile, Jingshan's gunfire attracted the swarm of winged demons in the sky, and a large number of them rushed towards the escort team. Everyone immediately maneuvered quickly on their motorized skis. Fire, be careful and avoid, get out of the way. The flying creature attacked the people on the ground like a terrifying bomber, swooping down and instantly killing several members of the escort team. In an instant, the situation became extremely critical. Meanwhile, Yu Hang, inside the camp, stared at the parameter sensor situation map of Unit 01, observing the miraculously repaired structure, the armor plates, sensors, cables, and even the weapon systems, with a heartbeat. The occasional screams from the communicator made him forget to breathe, and he only recited silently in his heart. Hurry, hurry, hurry. That giant winged demon is coming again. Split up, sacrifice one at a time, buy time, boom. At that moment, Yu Hang saw on the situation map that the syntactic connection progress between the drive system and the cockpit had suddenly reached 100%, and his pupils froze. The next moment, Lin Xian's voice came from the communicator. Team Leader Yu, initiate secondary heating and ignition, and begin the first stage of the startup. Okay. Yu Hang immediately pressed the control button. In the cockpit of Unit 01, Lin Xian donned his syntactic neural exosuit and drank the last dose of cold dark reagent. Are you ready? Chen Wei took his place to the right, where his brother had once sat, and glared at Lin Xian. This thing is no toy, start it up, Lin Xian said solemnly, putting on his helmet. All I want now is a killing spree. I couldn't ask for more. Chen Wei looked up and pressed buttons on countless control units, his eyes as cold as a glare, as he echoed Lin Xian's words. Woo! All the lights and holographic interfaces in the nano-ceramic windows were activated. Prepare to calibrate the pilot's neural sympathetic connection, Yu Hang commanded. Calibrating the pilot's neural sympathetic connection, a mechanical female voice boomed. A humming sound washed over Lin Xian and Chen Wei, their motor nerves seemingly aligning with the neurons of a giant machine. Neural sympathetic connection successful. Neural sympathetic coupling rate 97.7%. Prepare for secondary heating and ignition. Lin Xian and Chen Wei exchanged glances. Ignite. Yes. Nuclear fusion core ignition sequence initiated. Void. At this moment, a massive, ethereal vibration resounded within the Trachoma Ice Valley. Amidst a blizzard, the orange-yellow pulses of the niobium titanium superconducting ring on Unit 1's chest began to heat up and erupt. With a humming sound of energy, the orange-yellow pulses transformed into a stream of dark blue plasma, instantly vaporizing all the ice and snow around the chest. The light in front of the camp was as bright as day. Yu Hang rushed out of the tent, staring at the dazzling center of the nuclear fusion turbine, his breathing becoming heavier. Nuclear fusion core ignition successful. In the cockpit, the two men, operating under the power of the neural sympathetic system, shouted in unison. Lin Xian, prepare to break the ice. Chen Wei, prepare to break the ice. A massive metallic explosion echoed through the valley. Pangu Unit 01 shuddered, its entire body covered in snow and icicles crashing down like an avalanche. From its original support position, its upper body slowly lifted. At this moment, this nearly 10,000-ton superweapon reawakened. Be careful, the big one's coming again. Kuangfeng, prepare to sacrifice. The shouts of the support team echoed over the communication band. However, just as the pilot, codenamed Kuangfeng, prepared to fly his fighter and destroy the winged demon, he suddenly heard a massive sonic boom. Immediately, from the low altitude behind the winged demon, a supergiant mecha, its chest ablaze with dark blue plasma, pierced the darkness, enveloping the swirling blizzard, revealing the terrifying silhouette of a giant. In the cockpit, Lin Xian and Chen Wei shouted coldly, ready the chain sword, ready the chain sword. A preview in advance. The second volume is expected to be completed in a few chapters, and I happen to have to accompany my family to the hospital several times in the next few days, which may delay the progress. Coke will try his best to continue to update 10,000 times, and if not, at least I will maintain 6-7K. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 286 Danger, Flaw? Squeak. Above the Trachoma Ice Valley, the shrieking roar of a giant winged demon pierced through the layers of blizzard, sending ripples across the snowy plains. Just as the wind was about to be swallowed by the force of the wind, a massive mechanical arm suddenly reached out and grabbed the mid-air winged demon by the tail. With a fierce tug, the demon's wings, tens of meters long, trembled violently. Before it could even let out a second scream, A massive arc-red chainsword descended from below, creating a massive sonic boom and cleaving the demon, wings, and half its torso, in two. The massive blade burned red, severing the demon's incredibly tough skin and bones like a hot knife through butter in an instant. Squeak. Buzz. Unit 01 erupted in a tremendous mechanical hum, shaking the heavens and the earth. After severing the winged demon's body with a single blow, it immediately hurled the half-dead body at the group of snow demons pursuing Jingxian's team across the snowy plains. Simultaneously, it lifted its right arm with a fluid motion, retracting its high-frequency chain sword. With a swish, 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 the fingers and wrist of its mechanical right hand rapidly transformed into a triangular plasma phase ring. Activate plasma cannon, activate plasma cannon. The triangular phase ring began to spin at high speed, and the magnetic levitation acceleration rails illuminated one section at a time. The hexagonal superconducting coils emitted a high-frequency whistle in the extreme cold. Zizzle. 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 3 multi-million-degree plasma cannons shot out, illuminating the sky above the ice valley like daylight, before exploding with a bang in the heart of the snow demons. The members of Team Jingxian saw only a flicker of blue lightning overhead. The next moment, the swarm of snow demons chasing them was engulfed in plasma sparks. These snow demons, capable of breaking through steel, were instantly vaporized along with the snow on the ground. The plasma spray from the explosion ripped apart the snow demons at the edge, sending a flood of body parts flying in the shockwave. The next moment, outside the camp, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, with only the howling blizzard filling the air. The members of the escort team gasped and looked up in fear. Due to limited visibility, they could only make out the outline of a massive mecha, as massive as a mountain. Its warning lights and the pulsing beams of its nuclear-powered engines shone like a beacon in the blizzard. Is this the mecha from the Emperor Project? Awesome Kraus, did it work? We killed them all. Outside the camp, Yu Heng and the other members of the Emperor team gazed up at the colossal figure, their expressions a mixture of excitement and confusion. We really have reactivated Unit 01. Yu Heng slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at the towering mechanical figure in the sky. Team Leader Yu, Jingxian, Lin Xian, staring at the holographic vision ahead from within Unit 1's empathic cockpit, spoke in a cold voice. We must return immediately. Zilan City, 154. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. At the Duga radar array station south of the city, the charred corpses of snow demons littered the hills and plains, filling the air with heat and a scorching stench. The raging battle seemed to obscure the bitter cold of the blizzard. Numerous disabled heavy machine guns appeared along the entire front. Anti-aircraft guns on the southern wall had been pounding away for hours, the air filled with a near-constant roar. On the front lines, several destroyed mechas lay tumbled in the snowstorm, burying dense masses of human corpses and snow demons. The raging metal jets carried only the scent of blood and gunpowder. Rumble. The bugs are running away again. Quickly fire at the sinkhole. The bomber crew is here. The entrance to the mountain pass is about to be overwhelmed. There are too many wounded, and not enough people. Drag the wounded to the back first. Quickly hold the front. If the line is lost, everyone will die. Captain Zio has already led the men to charge, and the mecha wing can't hold on anymore. Get those kids out of here. Don't come and die. We'll push forward first. Da-da-da, boom boom boom. The battle line stretched for several kilometers, and more than 30,000 people put up a desperate resistance, but the monster tide surging from the mountain and the city still seemed endless. The most desperate thing was that after 2 rounds of encirclement and suppression, 2 sinkholes appeared in the south of the city. Coupled with the monster tide army outside the city, the pressure on the defense line was almost reached. At the East City Weapons Manufacturing Factory, the first line of defense had nearly collapsed. The resistance forces retreated deeper into the factory. Several industrial avenues outside were now crawling with snow monsters, and half of the Torch Alliance's combat forces had been destroyed. Captain Chen Zio's body fragments lay scattered across the industrial avenue in front of the factory, trampled by the dense swarms of snow monsters. Several massive explosion craters on the outskirts had nearly blasted the industrial complex's foundations back to a primitive state. The wreckage of 2 electromagnetic railguns, which had exploded, still burned at the bottom of the craters, revealing the ferocity of the defensive battle. At the North City Railway passenger station, a wave of monsters had already surged into the train lines behind. Many trains were infested with snow monsters, and entire carriages were on fire. The station plaza was filled with the smell of blood. The combatants of Lin Xian No. 1 suffered heavy casualties. Lu Yong, a petrified psychic, blocked the surging tide of snow monsters through the gap in the line. As his strength wore off, his hardened petrified armor began to be pierced by the numerous snow monster tails, and blood flowed profusely. Da-da-da, boom boom boom. Countless firepower swept in, pushing back the monster wave in front of him by several meters. However, the next moment, a large snow demon swept in again from the monster wave. I will fight you to the death. Lin Xian No. 1 will definitely be invincible. Everyone will survive, Lu Yong roared with blood on his face. His supernatural powers surged. He turned around and smashed his fists into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground shook. Huge underground rocks several meters high rose from the ground like a hill rising from the ground, abruptly blocking the gap in the defense line. The next moment, countless tail spikes and claws pierced him completely from behind. Old Lin Xian, transformed into a tiger, leaped down from the container fortress with bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura. Boom! Like a meteorite crashing to the ground, he instantly shattered a field of snow demons. He rose and swung his tiger claws with all his might, unleashing a massive, fan-shaped shockwave. The smoke and debris on the ground exploded in a series of explosions, creating a clearing, somewhat relieving the pressure on the breach. Support immediately surged forward, setting up machine guns, arc cannons, and flamethrowers to resist. Old Lin Xian rushed to the stone wall and painstakingly plucked out several snow demon tail spikes still lodged in Lu Yong's back. Damn it! Just hold on. I'll get you to medical treatment. Captain Lu Yong's mouth was filled with blood, as if his lungs had been completely shattered. Only a hoarse breath could escape his throat. Don't worry about me. You must stop them. They all want to live. With that, his eyes dimmed, his pupils beginning to blur. Damn it, old Lin Xian roared, turning and charging towards the monster wave once again. Ugh! A tidal wave of snow demons surged from behind. A whirring steel sword sliced through the air, blasting blood and flesh through the swarm like a blender. A crimson building burst forth from the monster tide. He grabbed the sword and, with a backhand strike, cleaved the head of a swooping winged demon in two. His hideous wounds continued to heal, only to be slashed again by the monster's sharp claws. Brother! Hold on! Bang! 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 The Sally Max Vulcan cannons were now depleted of ammunition, leaving only its main gun and the melee sword in its hand. Sasha piloted the mech down from the fortress, slashing and slashing until she reached the rear of the building. We need to retreat, Sister Chen, we can't hold on any longer. Bang! Bang! On the bus station rooftop, Chen Sixuan, wielding the Meteor 3, shot down the winged demons from the sky. Mialu, bloodstained, held a gun in her left hand and a knife in her right. Captain Chen, there are more and more. What should we do? Whoosh! A high-pitched whistle echoed, and the dense swarms of snow demons crawling up the outer edge of the bus station tracks were shredded by a single sonic blade. Monica, clad in a mink coat, was now in a state of disarray. She landed beside Chen Sixuan and said, "The next wave of decoys is coming this way. If there's another sinkhole, we won't be able to hold out. I suggest we direct all our firepower there. It's a drop in the bucket. We still need to rely on the north wall and the air formation. We're too far away to solve any problem," Chen Sixuan said hurriedly, firing continuously into the sky. "Our mission is to hold the line, buy time for the hunting group, and relieve pressure on other lines. If one area is breached, there will be a chain reaction, and the collapse will be unstoppable." Monica's chest heaved rapidly, and she looked down at the bus station square. "Damn it! How are we going to hold out until dawn in this situation?" "Hold on," Chen Sixuan shouted. Her nerves were tense, and she kept repeating a name in her mind. "Lin Xian, we're almost losing our position." "Where are you?" At Zilin Airport in the north of the city, the entire perimeter of the apron has collapsed. The vast demonic wave surges like an ocean surrounding a desolate island. Tens of thousands of people stubbornly resist within the fortified terminal. Flames blazed through the sky, and the high-voltage ionization wall had completely melted, leaving only the short-range area still flickering at a steady rate. Flamethrowers, rocket launchers, Gatling guns, even explosives and Molotov cocktails, rained down upon the demonic wave outside the terminal. "Sujin, prepare the barrage. Point A, fire, bang, 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 bang." The artillery convoys of the Great Eagle convoy opened fire, their various missiles hurling forward recklessly. "Uncle Wu, perched atop a heavy weapons vehicle, armed with a large, vehicle-mounted Vulcan Gatling gun, shouted as he opened fire at the demonic wave ahead. Retreat, da. Running towards the far battalion, the paunchy Li also fired continuously from his heavy machine gun. Golden flashes of light continuously crisscrossed the demonic wave, creating a wave of blood. After a flurry of destruction, Jin Dili fell back into the traffic, panting. He looked down at his ripcord and cursed coldly, "These disgusting creatures, they're incessant. They're determined to get us killed." Boom. A purple shockwave swept past, and Shen Yao and his allies hurriedly retreated, shouting at Jin Dili. There are stronger surges of soul drain at the 3 and 5 o'clock directions, another large snow demon and snow devil. Jin Dili, a headache on his face, exhaled sharply, "Let's go." Boom boom boom. Elsewhere, Liang Lei, Liao Ming, two melee psychics, and Li Guangwen formed a triangular alliance, standing at the forefront of the monster tide, coordinating firepower to suppress the monster's attack. By this time, all three were covered in blood, some green, some red, their eyes completely bloodshot. "Damn it, there's no end to the killing," Liao Ming cursed. "Hold on. Wait until the cannons in the sky take out the S-class and it's over," Liang Lei, all metal, cheered them on. Buzz. Boom. Li Guangwen, a former sports student, though young, possessed a muscular build comparable to Liang Lei's. With a single key explosion fist, he blasted away the wave of monsters surging from behind them, shouting, "Uncle Liao, Uncle Liang, watch out." Boom boom boom. Suddenly, from the blizzard darkness ahead, a massive snow demon emerged. Unlike the previous ones, this one boasted 3 massive tail spikes, towering several meters tall and covered in thick, tough skin. Braving a wave of metallic jets, it rapidly approached the defenses, attempting to destroy them all at once. Simultaneously, a wave of massive snow demons surged forward, ruthlessly crushing even the smaller ones beneath their feet. They advanced with the momentum of a torrent. Another wall of snow demons. Everyone, beware, this wall, relying on its tenacious defenses, had already charged the defensive lines several times, each time leaving a terrifying wave behind. Concentrate fire. Luo Yang, standing atop the tower, watched the scene unfold and immediately shouted into the communicator. He raised his finger to focus, his eyes flashing a fierce red. Bang, 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 several energy explosions erupted among the swarm of snow demons. Luo, break the formation. Everyone else, push forward. As soon as the words rang out, 2 figures in power armor darted into the swarm. With incredible speed and agility, their charged chain swords working in perfect harmony, they continuously decapitated the various snow demons. Simultaneously, a large number of soldiers from the Sun Chaser team rushed out to the front lines. Uncle Wu, upon seeing this, immediately cursed, "Comrades, how can our great eagle team let these child soldiers lead the charge? Are you going to lose face?" "Exactly, that won't do. Kill, kill, kill." The veterans of the Great Eagle team rushed forward one after another. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst a monster surge, their charged chain swords darted like meteors. The 2 girls worked in perfect harmony, their armor's automatic tracking cannons and full battlefield situational awareness systems locking onto every snow monster in their path. Like ghosts, they darted through the insect swarm at breakneck speed, mowing down monsters with their chain swords, quickly closing in on the giant 3-tailed snow monster. Left, right, their white chain swords met in midair, lashing out a high-voltage arc that plunged directly into the insect swarm. Like a slashing machine, it flashed by in an instant, severing dozens of snow monsters in half. The giant snow monster, as if sensing some danger, roared, and 3 razor-sharp tail spikes pierced the air. Clang, clang. Lualua reacted with remarkable agility. Using the power of her armor, she swiftly dodged the snow monster's tail spikes and then used the high-voltage arc to cut directly into the giant. Unexpectedly, the giant snow demon suddenly raised one of its forelegs to block its head. The arc of electricity only sliced through half of its flesh. Then, with a roar, the snow demon suddenly launched 3 tail spikes in Amin's direction. "Be careful," Luo shouted at this, but it was too late. Amin's metro was now flashing alarms frantically. Her heartbeat accelerated as she backhanded a sword and slashed directly at the oncoming tail spike. She planted her other foot on the ground and leaped into the air to avoid a second one. The 3rd tail spike came crashing down in midair, piercing her left abdomen with a whoosh. "Ah!" Amin screamed. the immense pain making her mind almost blank. "How are you?" At that moment, a flash of golden light flashed by, instantly severing the tail spikes. Jin Dili, aided by Amin, flung her toward Luoluo, saying, "Take her." With a bang, a swarm of giant snow demons suddenly turned and converged. Shen Yao and his men charged directly in front, unleashing a massive burst of purple energy that exploded several of them, but they were still sent flying by the wall of snow demons. Jin Dili immediately rushed toward the wall again. "Amin, Luoluo, hurry, help!" Sensing the danger to their defenses, everyone rushed forward. Luoluo had barely caught Amin, but before she could leap, two snow demons' tail spikes pierced her thighs and abdomen, severing the sensor circuits in her power armor and dragging her and Amin back to the ground. Instantly, a tidal wave of snow demons surged forward, ready to tear them to shreds. But at that critical moment, a dark figure surged forward, its body transformed into silver metallic skin, shielding them both beneath it. Ding 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 ding. Countless sharp claws and tail spikes lashed out at Liang Lei, shredding his clothes. Scars instantly appeared on his metallic skin, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah, boom. An explosion erupted, and Luo Yang slid through the air, suspended on a steel cable, his eyes bloodshot as explosive energy blazed. "Uncle Liang, run!" Liang Lei immediately scrambled to his feet, ignoring his injuries, clutching the two girls and running towards the front line. But then the giant snow demon roared, its tail spikes lashing out like whips, sweeping Liang Lei back into the monster wave. The dense wave instantly surrounded them. "Lazy!" Li Yu shouted, her eyes red as she watched. "Don't let those things get to us!" Boom. Over there, the swarm of snow demons had already overwhelmed the heavy armored trucks on the outskirts, causing widespread casualties. Jin Dili charged in, using his super speed to pound the tough, sturdy snow demons. "Move the car. Block the gap," Jin Dili shouted. "Use the incendiary bombs." Liao Ming, transformed into bug armor, rushed over, ready to join Li Guangwen in blocking the giant snow monster. Breaking fist, Li Guangwen roared, unleashing a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the giant snow monster's forelegs and half its head exploded. Seizing this opportunity, Liao Ming leaped forward and leaped onto the snow monster, his strange claws slashing and ripping the remaining head into shreds of flesh. The giant snow monster lashed out, crushing countless of its own kind. Just as its head was shredded, one of its remaining tail spikes suddenly shot out. Sensing danger, Liao Ming quickly dodged. Bang! The massive spike tore off his right arm, along with half his chest, sending him flying. His mutated claws, dripping with blood, fell into the monster's tide. "Uncle Liao!" Li Guangwen rushed forward, unleashing two explosive punches that blasted the monsters around Liao Ming. He then rushed forward, attempting to drag Liao Ming behind the lines. However, upon approaching, he saw Liao Ming's horrific condition and couldn't help but shudder. Liao Ming's arm wasn't the only one torn, nearly one shoulder blade and ribs were ripped. "Watch out behind you. Don't look at me," Liao Ming cried, spitting blood. Li Xianwen, ignoring the snow demon's tail thorns piercing him, shouted loudly, leaping forward and grabbing Liao Ming, who only had one arm left, and quickly retreating towards the lines. The defense line has been breached. Meanwhile, the fighters charging forward suffered heavy casualties. With nowhere to retreat, Li Guangwen could only drag Liao Ming towards Luo Yang and Liang Lei. Luo Yang, who had arrived, abandoned his aim, his eyes bloodshot as he fired in all directions at Liang Lei. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion erupted, the shockwave sending the attacking snow demons flying. A bloody figure appeared below. Liang Lei, still protecting Amin and Luoluo, was already dying. Da da da. At this moment, a dozen young men from the sun-chasing team and the Pao Ban Yuan camp rushed over with guns drawn. They surrounded Liang Lei, Amin and Luoluo, and together with Luo Yang, they fought off the surrounding monster tide while dragging the wounded back toward the front line. But now the rear line had been breached by the snow demons. Without fire support, the snow demons instantly surrounded the team, shrinking their defensive circle in a flash. "Our retreat is blocked." Luo Yang dragged the bloody Liang Lei, his teeth clenched, his eyes bleeding from overuse of his supernatural powers. "AG, get out of the way. Let's charge back." "Ah, da da da. We can't hold it back. What should we do? No more bullets. Ugh, ow." The snow demons swarmed from all sides, swarming like locusts, hissing piercingly. Countless tail stingers thrust forward frantically, piercing anyone who wasn't careful. "Let me do it." Li Guangwen, holding Liao Ming's remaining arm, unleashed a powerful explosive punch at the back of the crowd. Boom! The punch blasted past, and the small opening created was instantly replaced by a surge of demons. Oh no! Too many! Buzz! Suddenly, the roar of a car echoed. A heavy truck barreled down like a beast, crushing the vast wave of demons ahead. Simultaneously, a large number of veterans from the Great Eagle team arrived to provide support. Their barrage of fire cleared a path for Luo Yang and Li Guangwen to escape. "Let them retreat." Uncle Wu stopped the truck and shouted, "Save them first! Save them first! Kill them! Damn it!" In an instant, a dense swarm of snow monsters climbed onto the truck. Wu's Henhei looked at the sinkhole from which the monster tide was gushing and the broken defense line behind him. He gritted his teeth and immediately stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared wildly and began to accelerate. Uncle Wu, Luo Yang, Li Yi, and others who witnessed this scene from inside the defense line cried out in surprise. The heavy truck rushed forward, crushing the monster tide. At the same time, Wu Shu flipped a special switch on the truck, and instantly the explosive storage cabinet at the rear of the truck lit up red. "Hold on, everyone. It's not your turn to die," he whispered into the communicator, completely ignoring the snow monsters climbing onto the truck and charging straight through the monster tide, bravely rushing towards the sinkhole. Boom! A heavy truck plunged into the massive sinkhole, and instantly a massive explosion erupted. A cloud of flames soared tens of meters into the air. The immense force of the impact buried the monsters within a radius of hundreds of meters, including those in the tunnels. The battle to defend Zilin Airport had descended into a horrific state. The airport boulevard outside Zilin Airport was a shattered mess. Artillery and missiles had obliterated nearly every trace of the buildings, and flames and smoke filled the air. On the ground, a massive sinkhole bore the appearance of radioactive destruction, and a dense swarm of snow demons roared as they climbed out. The waves were endless, like a sea and a tide. The air was filled with the scent of death and despair. The three major defense lines in the north, south, and east of the city were now facing full-scale enemy action, and the defenses were on the verge of collapse. Of the city's 35 mobile hunting groups, only 23 remained in 5-man teams. The disbanded teams were either temporarily reorganized or incorporated into the various defense lines to resist the monster tide. The remaining hunting teams continued their assaults within the city, leveraging their frontline firepower to contain the abyss worm and the elusive S-rank entity in the clouds. "That stinking bug must be dying. Damn it, it just keeps burrowing and running away, like a fucking loach," Qin Zuming cursed high in the sky, while the rest of the team was in a state of panic. "We have to find a way to attack that sea urchin directly, or we'll just be led astray by it," Kiki gasped, gazing up at the clouds. "Every time we're about to take down that stinking bug, this sea urchin pops up. It's so annoying." They had just drawn multiple fire attacks, and this time at the North City Airport, they had nearly defeated the abyss worm, but who knew that the sea urchin's long spines dangled down from the clouds, unleashing an invisible defensive barrier that blocked the missiles and bombers of the air combat formation. Lu Xingqian remained silent, staring at his hands. For the first time, his divine fire had malfunctioned, causing him to question his life. Han Jun also spoke up. "I think the sea urchin's goal is to trigger more strange waves, but it keeps following us without revealing itself. What's its purpose?" Team 1 Captain Wen Zhou's eyes were heavy. "When we can't hold on, or when a sudden internal terror attack occurs, it might descend. How will we resist then? Because we can't resist, it'll definitely sense the aura of fear and use it as an anchor to mark everyone in the city as level 5. Hiding is pointless. Damn it, when the sea urchin shows up, I'll take the hell black chrysanthemum high up in the sky and see if it follows." Wen Zhou immediately unveiled the metal box surrounding the hell black chrysanthemum and gritted his teeth. "If it doesn't come out, the whole city will be destroyed. The dreadnoughts are on standby. This time, prioritize attacking the sea urchin." Buzz buzz buzz. High in the sky, Zhang Changzi stood in the captain's command room of the Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier, reviewing the combat information of the entire air combat formation. "No matter what happens, the first target is the S-class Blackthorn in the cloud, on the east wall." Zhao Yu, watching the holographic situation, gave a firm order. "Yes, all units, pay attention to the regional radar information. On the north wall, beyond Heizhen's side, a million-strong demon tide surged, the roar deafening. Dozens of 1,130 and 300 Great Wall 50 orbital guns fired non-stop. The electromagnetic railguns, like guides in the darkness, constantly illuminated the winged demons in the sky. Rumbling, seismic waves struck, foreshadowing the imminent emergence of the abyss worms beneath the ground. Here they come, in the air. Wenzhou, observing the fleet of warships, called to Kiki and the others, "Stay here, I'll go find that guy." With that, he took the hell-black chrysanthemum and soared high into the sky. Simultaneously, the air combat formation dispatched 2 aerospace fighters to follow. Whoosh, whoosh. The blizzard condensed into white frost on Wenzhou's face. He exhaled hot air, reading the information on his combat goggles. He rushed into the clouds, feeling a heavy air creeping around him. Wenzhou glanced at the hell-black chrysanthemum in his hand. Without the metal protective case, it was now visible in a transparent cultivation chamber. A large amount of black smoke continuously sucked in. The crimson glow on the black chrysanthemum made it stand out against the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! In the city below, the earthquake was getting closer. Wenzhou knew that the abyss worm was about to appear. He hugged the pot of disaster plant tightly, his expression stern, his eyes constantly glancing around and above his head. At this moment, he had an eerie feeling. He had been spotted by some aerial presence. Buzz! 2 fighter planes roared overhead. Almost at the same time, a message from the escort team came through his earpiece. "Captain Wen, radar has picked up something, right above you, missile launch." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 2 fighter jets released tactical missiles, striking the unknown target above. Wenzhou looked up, his eyes fixed as he saw a massive black creature slowly emerging from the clouds, its body covered in terrifyingly long black spines, like a sea urchin in the clouds. But this monster wasn't just massive, its spines alone were longer than a skyscraper. The black spines swayed and wriggled constantly. And the portion that emerged from the clouds alone stretched for hundreds of meters, a terrifying sight. Boom boom boom. Several missiles suddenly exploded mysteriously in the air, the shockwaves rippling through space, as if they had collided with some transparent barrier. Not hiding this time, Wenzhou's expression froze as several nearby steel beams shot straight up. As the giant spines of the black insect in the cloud swayed, he sensed a surge of invisible energy. The rapidly advancing beam suddenly made a loud clattering sound, its head slightly deforming, as if it had hid a force field that blocked its path. Wenzhou's eyes gleamed, his supernatural powers surging. Now he could sense more clearly that the barrier was truly solid, impenetrable. Buzz! A burst of wind rippled through him, and Wenzhou reacted instantly, dodging to the side. Instantly, a massive black thorn swooped past where he had been, creating a massive air pressure that sent him flying dozens of meters through the air. Wenzhou gritted his teeth, and as he flew backward, he kept his hands on the steel beams. But then, he noticed that the beams, which had been stagnant, suddenly shot a distance into the air. Wenzhou quickly steadied himself, using magnetic control to grab the beams and launch them towards the black thorn in the cloud. The sea urchin's black thorns unfurled once more, and the beam he was controlling instantly sank into a quagmire, unable to move. The next moment, the beam was compressed into a thin sheet by some immense force, forcibly driven back to its previous resting point, the direction of the missile explosion. Instantly, Wenzhou's eyes widened, and he immediately reacted, shouting into the communicator, "The sea urchin's defensive field has a fixed range, and when it attacks, it has no shield. We can take this opportunity to attack it." Instantly, this message reached all the units, and everyone's heart trembled. Kiki, down below, immediately said, "Then we'll feint an attack on the giant insect. Once the sea urchin attacks, you can fire all your artillery and other weapons into the sky, no problem." Aboard the Dreadnought-class helicarrier, Zhang Changzi's expression was startled. Boom. In an instant, Brother Hole had already begun to build up flames. Turn the guns, on the north wall, even facing the overwhelming pressure of the monster tide. He Xian immediately ordered the anti-aircraft guns and electromagnetic railguns to turn towards the city. Reconnaissance 03 has located the airspace location, and the coordinates have been uploaded to the Intelligence Integration Center. Airspace Weather Report. The terminal zone weather conditions meet missile launch requirements. LF-21 Rapid Reaction Missile Team, bind launch parameters, prepare to launch. Rumble. The earthquake wave struck, and Kiki and the others were on high alert. The streets and roads below cracked layer by layer, and smoke and dust rose in the air. The violent earthquake wave caused ripples on the ground like water. The next moment, with a loud bang, the ground exploded. Layers of concrete collapsed, and countless pieces of earth, stone, and bricks shattered into the sky. A giant, Scarred black worm rose from the ground. Kiki, Hojie, Hanjun, and Qin Zuming were already prepared. Kiki used telekinesis to grab the three and spread them apart in the air. Hojie had already gathered a huge ball of flame. Divine burning sword, whoosh! Wenzhou, in the air, swooped down with a piercing sound. At that moment, a terrifying long leg swung down from the sky like a pendulum, sweeping toward the crowd once again. Now, you've been waiting. Lu Xingzhen's flaming sword, instead of pointing downward, suddenly pointed upward. Compressed by a telekinetic wave from Kiki, it launched a terrifying jet of flames into the sky. In an instant, a crimson beam shot vertically upward, nearly illuminating the clouds above. Meanwhile, from the north wall, two LF-21 missiles were already rapidly ascending. From the air combat formation, countless missiles and high-temperature plasma cannons were unleashed in salvos. All the attacks converged. After Brother Hu's flaming sword soared into the sky, Wenzhou immediately led everyone to a rapid retreat. Hunting group. Retreat, buzz. The dangling leg swept across the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. The hunting group, already prepared, dispersed, avoiding being caught off guard as before. At that moment, judgment descended. Boom. Countless massive explosions echoed high in the clouds, igniting massive clouds of flame that instantly illuminated nearly half of Zilin City. Amidst a crimson blaze, the survivors at the North City bus station and the airport looked up and saw, shown in the clouds by the flames, the dark shadow of a giant sea urchin, obscuring the sun. Its countless black spines slowly twisted like spiders in the sky, a sight that numbed their scalps. Hit it, holy crap. What a massive monster, an atmospheric creature, damn. Good hell, kill it, countless people exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a massive gas explosion reverberated like a nuclear bomb, shaking apart the clouds and blizzard for kilometers, revealing a clear expanse of air. The hunting group and air combat formations within this airspace could clearly see the S-rank entity that had been hidden in the clouds. Its hundreds of meters of black spines swayed straight, its densely packed red compound eyes like a demon from hell. Snap! At that moment, a hollow roar like a strangled throat reverberated from the sky, seemingly emanating from the monster. Following the flash of fire, the giant sea urchin suddenly began to descend, plummeting rapidly. It's falling, get out of the way, woohoo! Woohoo! Boom! Dozens of giant black spines plummeted from the sky, piercing the city streets, shaking the entire city and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Quick, kill it while it's weak, Zhao Yu's urgent voice echoed over the communicator. Fire salvo, He Zhen shouted. Bomber formation, Zhang Changzi ordered immediately. Instantly, a barrage of artillery fire erupted from the distant city walls. From the sky, bombers dropped massive bombs, and a large number of electromagnetic and plasma cannons blasted at the black thorns that had descended into the city clouds. But then, the black thorns' long spines swung rapidly, and all their attacks once again collided with the invisible defensive force field. At the same time, its central red compound eye emitted a dense, bright glow, sending gusts of wind and flashes of lightning ripple through the surrounding streets. Wenzhou, Kiki, and the others, seeing the situation unsettled, cried out, "Oh no! What kind of attack is it about to launch? Up to the sky, Dreadnought, get out of the way, oh no!" In the aerospace battleship's command room, Zhang Changzi's face darkened. He opened his mouth to speak when he saw the black thorn, already gathering terrifying energy, heading their way. Control panel, forward 4, but it was too late. A massive laser beam several meters in diameter erupted from the black thorn's center, instantly piercing the Dreadnought-class aerospace battleship in the air. The moment the dark crimson beam pierced the clouds, the 30,000-ton steel behemoth let out a dying wail of Kong Kong Kong. The beam of light slashed through the ship's hull like a sword of judgment, melting away the 12 layers of armor plating like butter under a scorching knife, the molten metal boiling into a crimson waterfall at the cut. The chief engineer, frantically running in the engine room, suddenly stumbled and fell to his knees. Looking up, he saw the entire battleship had been ripped apart. Through the melted-through dome, he saw countless comrades tumbling and falling from the sky. Some clung futilely to ruptured oil pipes, others curled up in flames, clutching fire extinguishers. Many more drifted silently into the abyss like autumn leaves. A groan. A loud crack of metal cracked from the air. All along the Zilin city front, they saw this massive flying behemoth, ablaze with flames, plummeting rapidly from the sky. "Dreadnought, down!" Wenzhou exclaimed in horror. "What? Hold the fire, He Zhen," His face filled with disbelief, repeatedly shouted Zhang Changzi, Zhang Changzi. On the east wall, Zhao Yu's face darkened as he watched the scene unfold. He immediately commanded over the command channel, all air units, evasive maneuver. Instantly, the soldiers in the entire flight formation practically lost their minds, then began to maneuver. At that moment, Kiki's mind went blank as she watched the giant black thorn in the cloud slowly shift, crushing the tall buildings of Zilan City. With a resounding roar, it moved toward the nearest defensive line, the Zilan passenger railway station. Oh no, Kiki's face drastically changed, and without a second thought, she flew in that direction. Sister Chen, Sasha, she cried anxiously into the infinity band communicator, completely panicked. Click, 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 but now, only the sound of electricity filled the communicator. Sister Chen, Sasha, Ludage, Lulu, Xiaoyuan, answer me now, click, click. The signal flickered continuously until it finally returned to normal. However, the first voice to respond wasn't Chen Sixuan or Sasha, but a voice she knew all too well. Girl, wait for me, I'll be right there, Lin Xian, Kiki exclaimed, stopping midair, listening intently to the voice on the communicator. An S-class entity has been captured, 16 kilometers away, activate the dorsal rocket thrusters, prepare for the leap, Lin Xian, Chen Wei. Outside Zilan City, in the distance above the blizzard, a massive earthquake rumbled. Boom, boom. Each sound was like a thunderclap. Squeak, squeak. Dense swarms of snow monsters were constantly converging towards the east city wall. And then, as if a group of them had sensed something, the runner turned around and looked. The next moment, a massive black shadow, like a mountain, stomped down, instantly crushing hundreds of them. It was a giant humanoid mecha, running, crushing the monsters along the way, and rushing towards Zilan City. Please vote for me. Chapter 287 Orbital Incinerator. Under the veil of night, the fall of the Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier undoubtedly cast a heavy shadow over the survivors of the Resistance and the Survey Corps. Smoke and flames billowed across the sky, and massive explosions erupted on the ground. Even more terrifying, the giant sea urchin atop a high-rise in Zilan City, like a demon descending from the sky, filled the air with a single glimpse of terror. Its movements possessed the sluggishness of a deep-sea creature, its hundreds-meter-long black spines piercing the ground in turn, each puncture causing a small earthquake. The spines were not static, but slowly shifting, as if billions of centipedes were entangled and tumbling deep within their carapace. A terrifying infrasonic sound, like the vibrations of the stratum corneum, emanated from the giant sea urchin, sending shivers down one's spines. Hold on, don't lose your composure, the defense is about to be breached. Many defenders on various fronts, overcome with fear and dazed at the sight of the massive monster within the city, completely forgetting to resist. Only with the shouts of their companions and the roar of the monster surged before them did they regain their composure. However, in that brief moment, perhaps the appearance of the giant black sea urchin intensified the monster's fury, or perhaps the heightened fear eroded the morale of the resistance. Large areas of resistance south, north, and east of the city began to weaken. Numerous gaps in the defenses were breached, forcing the lines to retreat. Numerous convulsions and fixed weapon stations were abandoned, resulting in heavy casualties. Attention, all units. The black thorn in the cloud has fallen, exposing its weaknesses. Now is the perfect time to defeat it. Inform all fronts to defend with all their might, and hold on until the very end. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice, like a stabilizing force, echoed through the communications channels of the commanders on each front, sending a tremor through their hearts. Don't be afraid, we have shot that thing down from the sky, keep holding on, don't give up, we have no way out. In the north of the city, 23 mobile hunting groups quickly shuttled through the sky and streets above the city, following behind the S-level black thorn in the cloud. At the same time, the remaining fighters of the air combat formation were also constantly fighting with the winged demon group in the sky. Watching the black thorn in the clouds head toward the defenses of the North City Rail passenger station, Han Jun asked Wen Zhou, why wasn't it attracted by the hell black chrysanthemum and headed somewhere else? It's not that it wasn't attracted, but the prey within the city is more important to it. Wen Zhou looked toward the station. It's definitely able to identify a threat. There are over 10,000 people with level 5 markings. Wen Zhou immediately instructed all members of the mobile hunting group, we can't let it pass through the station. Team 1 will attract it, teams 2 through 10 will follow up with a feint attack, and the rest will assist in the station defense. Understood. A figure quickly flew by in the air. When Zhou caught up with Kiki in front and said to her, "The Emperor team has returned. If we don't divert it quickly, the black bug will follow. We must move the battle to the open streets." "I understand," Kiki said hurriedly. From above, missiles bombarded the sky. On the ground, electromagnetic cannon beams blazed, but none of them could penetrate the barrier surrounding the giant sea urchin's blackthorn. The entire thing seemed to be wrapped in a transparent protective film. "We must lure it into action." Han Zhen's eyes burned. "Have you noticed? Its black spines can oscillate over a wide range, but the amplitude of their movement is very small. I discovered this in the clouds. Its spines must remain intact to maintain that barrier. If even one is missing, the area will be empty." When Zhou summarized the information he observed on the holographic screen and uploaded it to the Combat Intelligence Center. Later, wherever its spines oscillate, the attack will be launched from that location. Just like when it fires a laser beam, there must be no defense. Understood, Qin Zuming said, and Lu Xingchen nodded. Boom boom boom. At the North City Rail passenger station, Chen Sixuan, Shi Dian, Monica, and the others had already spotted the giant sea urchin slowly approaching from a distance. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Click. At the same time, a strange electrical sound mingled with the communicator, a sense of a massive force bearing down on them. Hello, the communicator's being jammed. What's going on? It must be this monster, damn it. Shi Dian leaped up and landed on the roof of the passenger terminal. He looked up at the giant sea urchin and spat fiercely. "How can we fight this thing with our fists?" Chen Sixuan raised the meteorite 3 and kept watching, soon catching sight of Kiki and the others in the distance. "The hunting group is following us. They're definitely planning to use the hell black chrysanthemum to lure this thing away. Captain Chen, we can't hold it back down there. Those monsters are going crazy." Miao Lu rushed over, her face covered in blood. Below the passenger terminal, everyone was pushing forward. Even Xiaowen and her men joined the resistance. Back on the Infinity, only the railguns were still firing automatically. All the anti-aircraft guns and 1,130 rounds had long been exhausted. Rumble. As the hunting group approached, the seismic waves caused by the abyss worms continued to spread. "Maintain a defensive formation," Chen Sixuan immediately turned. "Brother Shi, Monica, focus all your firepower on the ground." Monica, horrified, stared at the giant sea urchin in the sky. "Are we supposed to ignore this thing?" Meanwhile, several hunting teams quickly arrived from several blocks away and began to intervene, helping to relieve the pressure on the front lines. Ningjing, Zhaoqing, Shuken, and Lu Cheng also rejoined their team. "They're trying to lure this monster elsewhere." Ningjing landed first and noticed the signal was being jammed. She immediately addressed Chen Sixuan and the others. "So what should we do?" Shuken, who had been running all night, asked. "We can only do what we can," Chen Sixuan shouted in a deep voice. The missiles and electromagnetic cannons launched into the sky were all ineffective. Instead, they should concentrate their firepower on the monster tide. For those behind them, they could only rely on the hunting teams. "Everyone, don't look back. Hold back the monster tide first." Shi Dian was the first to respond, immediately charging forward. Ningjing stared grimly at the approaching giant in the sky behind them, muttering, "Let it be, Zhaoqing, follow me." With that, the two of them charged down to the square. With a swish, a base laser beam swept across the city blocks, shredding the vast wave of monsters. With the temporary addition of the hunting group, the pressure on the bus station square's defenses suddenly eased considerably, but no one dared to relax, as they faced the greatest terror yet. In the air, when Zhou, Kiki, and the other 5 flew at high speed. Watching the countless massive black thorns swaying in the blizzard, they felt an uneasy sense of oppression. When Zhou gritted his teeth, clutching the hell-black chrysanthemum and flying directly in front of it. The chrysanthemum's dazzling crimson light emitted a strange ripple, which caught the slowly advancing giant sea urchin's attention, and the spurs suddenly stopped swaying. "It works, this thing really does attract it." A trembling infrasound wave emanated from the black thorn in the clouds, resonating throughout the body's organs. Many began to feel dizzy and nauseous. The dense red compound eyes of the black thorn in the clouds seemed to be focused on Wen Zhou at that moment. Suddenly, a giant spine at its front began to swing wildly, swinging towards Wen Zhou. "Get out of the way!" Wen Zhou acted decisively, grabbing a large number of metal parts from the ground and, while dodging, firing with all his might at the gaping hole left by the giant spines. At the same time, Kiki, Hojie, and Hanjun all attacked simultaneously. Divine Burning Sword, the blazing flaming sword, accompanied by Kiki's telekinetic waves, and Hanjun's icy flying needles, hurled themselves at the giant sea urchin's compound eyes. But just when everyone thought this move was sure to work, the giant sea urchin's hundreds of red compound eyes suddenly glowed brightly red, its black fur quivering rapidly, and a cloud of crimson smoke spread out, instantly drowning out all the attacks. Simultaneously, the metal parts thrown by Wenzhou quickly melted and vanished before everyone's eyes. The red smoke also rushed towards the group. Not good, Kiki felt a chill down her spine at the sight. Without hesitation, she pulled Wenzhou and the 5 people together. Then, exerting all her strength, her eyes gleaming, she forcibly erected a massive telekinetic shield. Puff! Chi. At the critical moment, the red smoke and dust completely engulfed the 5 people. Instantly, everyone felt an intense heat permeating the air. The red smoke, like some kind of corrosive, high-temperature steam, instantly devoured Kiki's telekinetic shield, shrinking it. Kiki felt an overwhelming force bearing down on her. Before she could react, Wenzhou used magnetic control to drag the 5 people away. Boom! The next moment, the red smoke and the cold air reacted violently, creating a massive cavitation reaction. The cavitation bubble spread rapidly, eventually forming a violent, air-shaking explosion that sent the 5 people flying. At this moment, the explosion in the air unleashed a powerful shockwave that swept through the passenger rail station below, knocking countless people, along with the snow dust and strange tide, to the ground. A spherical dust wave rose up across the entire area. Ah, be careful, I can't hear. A deafening ringing in her ears sent everyone into panic. Chen Sixuan, clad in Black Hawk power armor, had narrowly escaped death. The blast sent her flying off the high wall onto a truck below. Looking up, the holographic interface captured the tiny figures of Kiki and the others flying. She immediately called out, "Kiki! Brother Ho!" Due to the distance and frequency interference, no one responded. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Sasha's Vulcan mech appeared beside Chen Sixuan and slashed down a winged demon that was flying towards her. "Sister Chen, watch your back," but Chen Sixuan didn't respond, instead staring up at the sky. High in the sky, the thousands of red compound eyes of the giant sea urchins seemed to be watching the passenger rail station's defenses below. Like dense red lights in the dark night sky, they slowly glowed, and a strange, devastating wave of energy suddenly surged up. Whoosh! Kiki and the others, flung away by the telekinetic shield, finally came to rest several kilometers away. Kiki felt completely exhausted. After a night of fierce fighting, the 2 cold dark reagents Lin Xian had given her were now depleted. Now, facing the S-ranked monster, these so-called berserkers finally felt a true sense of powerlessness. What's this? When Zhou observed the giant sea urchin's movements, his face suddenly changing. That guy's going to use that trick again, oh no. Kiki's face paled as she realized what was happening. Even Brother Ho panicked. "Stop it," Han Jun shouted. When Zhou and Kiki immediately prepared to activate their powers and charge forward again. At that moment, everyone at the bus station below noticed the red light overhead and turned in fear, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. "Sister Chen, be careful." Sasha instinctively rushed in front of Chen Sixuan and Mialu in her Vulcan mecha, her arms outstretched. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to slow down at that moment, the air choking with suffocation. Suddenly, just as the giant sea urchin was about to unleash its laser beam, a violent sonic boom erupted. Just as Kiki and the others in the air were about to launch their weapons, a massive atmospheric pressure tower, over 10 meters in diameter and weighing 2,000 tons, suddenly shot down from high above them. The refinery's massive atmospheric pressure tower, like a sharp arrow, blazed through the air at high speed. The black thorn in the cloud, now gathering laser beams, was instantly struck by the tower's frontal compound eyes, erupting with a deafening explosion. Boom! In an instant, no one reacted. They only watched as the giant sea urchin was blasted hundreds of meters away, crushing an entire city block into ruins. The atmospheric pressure tower then pierced the sea urchin, sending a massive burst of thick black fluid cascading down onto the empty street with a corrosive hissing sound. Boom! 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 At that moment, the entire city suddenly trembled strangely, the asphalt cracking into spiderweb-like gullies. Kiki, Wenzhou, Chen Sixuan, and tens of thousands of others below looked back to see the skyline suddenly ripped apart by a giant steel figure. Amidst the earthquake, a massive mecha surged forward, crushing the hordes of demons along the way. Its warning lights and nuclear pulses flickered in the darkness. The instant it knelt and leaped, the glass curtain walls of an entire city block exploded into a rain of crystal. The whirring of the hydraulic system drowned out the air raid sirens. In the cockpit, Lin Xian and Chen Wei, clad in neuromorphic armor, maintained a synchronized running stance, their nano-ceramic panels trained on the giant sea urchin. The next moment, they shouted simultaneously, "Activate plasma cannon! Activate plasma cannon!" Uh-oh. Pangu Unit 1's right hand began to transform, its 5 fingers transforming into triangular phase rings, spinning at high speed. The magnetic levitation acceleration rails illuminated one segment at a time, and the hexagonal superconducting coils emitted a high-pitched whistle in the extreme cold. The giant sea urchin sensed the threat and swirled its black spines, attempting to prop up a protective barrier. However, the refinery's atmospheric pressure tower was stabbed into it, preventing the barrier from closing. A strange red glow blazed from the tower's rear end. Zizzle. 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 3 multi-million-degree plasma blasts shot out, aiming directly at the gap, piercing the barrier and blasting the sea urchin. Instantly, brilliant blue, high-temperature plasma exploded through its body, erupting in a fierce, white-hot flame. Crackle, 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 the black spines in the cloud let out a fierce, eerie cry. At this moment, the previously slow-moving spines began to swing faster, causing the surrounding buildings and streets to tremble violently, and numerous high-rise buildings to collapse. Its brother Lin, Sasha, seated in her Vulcan mech, gazed at the massive mech soaring overhead. Her face lit up with delight, as she exclaimed, "Wow, brother Lin's back in his giant mech." Lin appears, its captain Lin, Shukin, Xiaoyan, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, the crew members of the Infinity and Longshan 1 at the passenger station erupted in cheers. They hadn't anticipated that, in the nick of time, a massive mech would suddenly appear like a deity descending from heaven, sending the terrifying, nightmare-like giant sea urchin flying. This scene was witnessed not only by the North City passenger railway station, but also by Zilan Airport in the distance. Zhao Yu and He Zhen, upon hearing the news, were equally horrified. They immediately sent a message to the defense lines south, east, and north of the city, boosting morale. "Kiki, Teacher Chen, hold the line. Leave this to me." Upon entering the city, Lin Xian and Chen Wei witnessed a devastating situation. He knew that all fronts were at their limit, and the top priority was to eliminate this S-ranked entity as quickly as possible. Based on the intelligence Zhao Yu had relayed to him and the previous test attack, Lin Xian confirmed his earlier suspicions. This S-ranked entity was definitely easier to deal with than the atmospheric mica. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained hidden, acting as a scout. Without that strange defensive barrier, it would be no match for the 7th Survey Corps' formidable firepower. Strike it while it's weak. Seeing his successful strike, Chen Wei immediately declared to Lin Xian, "If we get it airborne, it'll be even harder to deal with." "That's exactly what I meant." Their eyes met, and they immediately crossed their fists and opened them to the sides, aiming at the accelerating black thorn in the clouds and shouting, "Prepare missile guidance, prepare missile guidance." Clink, clink, clink. Pangu Unit 01 flung its arms, and the gateways for the 4 Emperor missiles on its chest simultaneously opened. With a roar, their rocket engines ignited, and the 4 missiles shot out, precisely targeting the giant sea urchin's vulnerable spot. But as if aware of Unit 1's power, the giant sea urchin unfurled its black thorns. Rolling backward half a circle and using its rearward defensive barrier to block Pangu Unit 1's missiles. All the missiles crashed into the barrier and exploded, igniting a massive cloud of flames in the air. Seeing this, Lin Xian and Chen Wei immediately prepared to charge, leaving no time for respite. The atmospheric pressure tower would remain empty until the sea urchin's defensive force field melted it. This was the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, Pangu Unit 1's earthquake warning system detected a creature approaching at high speed from underground. The two men immediately executed a large evasive maneuver, and the next moment, nothing. A massive explosion erupted from the ground where Unit 01 had just stood. The abyss worm burst through the ground, soaring straight up to Unit 1's chest. The massive shockwave from the explosion jolted the entire mecha back violently. In the cockpit, the two men stepped back, assuming a defensive stance, and then swung their fists back. Charge, charge, Boom. Over 2,000 muscle engines in Unit 1's arms roared simultaneously, driving the hydraulic drive, which erupted with tens of thousands of tons of explosive force. The two punches smashed directly into the giant worm. Bang! The mechanical fists with composite armor directly dented the thick skin of the abyss worm, cracking it inch by inch. Come again, power! Lin Xian and Chen Wei swung their fists sideways, their right arms gathering strength. Activate the elbow rocket engines! Activate the elbow rocket engines! Unit 1's upper body swung sideways, sheathing its right fist. Then, 3 rocket engines at its elbow ignited. Woo, hum. The rocket engines unleashed a high-speed Mach ring, propelling the heavy mechanical arm to explosive acceleration. Unit 1's right fist rapidly deformed, becoming covered with thick diamond-shaped braids, like brass knuckles. The rapid acceleration rubbed the air, tinging it with a faint reddening. Bang! This devastating blow, with its sheer force and heft, ripped through the abyss worm's massive body, sending a torrent of skin, tissue, and flesh raining down. Ank! The abyss worm, fresh from emerging from the surface, was struck by 3 blows. Immediately sensing the threat of death, it twisted its body violently, sweeping towards Unit 01. Chen Wei and Lin Xian immediately shielded themselves with their fists, swung one leg back, and activated Unit 1's systemic pressure relief valves, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! The mountainous abyss worm slammed into Unit 01 with all its might, unleashing a massive sonic boom that sent the 10,000-ton Unit 01 careening over 100 meters, knocking down half a street of buildings in its path. Despite its immense power, the blow inflicted little damage on the incredibly agile Pangu Unit 01. Meanwhile, after pushing Unit 01 aside, the abyss worm immediately began to twist its body, attempting to retreat underground. Lin Xian and Chen Wei were not prepared to give it this opportunity. Having secured their defense, Unit 01 immediately charged forward, clenching their right fists and lashing them out, shouting, "Chain sword, ready! Chain sword, ready!" A dark red, high-frequency chain sword, concealed beneath its right arm armor, slid out of its rails, its spines closing, transforming from a folded form into a solidified giant sword. Its cold, jagged edges gleamed with a chilling light. And the other abyss worm perished beneath the high-frequency electric chain sword. At that moment, a warning red light suddenly flashed across Chen Wei and Lin Xian's holographic vision. Their expressions changed, and upon realizing the direction of the attack, they immediately raised their left arms in defense. Boom 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 boom. A massive black spike swept across the city block, slamming directly into Unit 01. The immense force of the black spike smashed Unit 01 directly into the building behind it, shattering the entire structure and collapsing layer by layer. As it fell, Lin Xian and Chen Wei quickly sheathed their chain swords and used their right arms to press against a building to prevent it from collapsing. Buzz! At this moment, another massive black spike struck again, attempting to crush Unit 01. Prepare for attack. At Lin Xian and Chen Wei's command, Pangu Unit 01 stood up, raised its arms, leaned forward, swung one leg back, and all the jet gates behind it opened. Boom! The massive black thorn swept forward, slamming into Unit 01 with immense force, sending it reeling and causing the ground to collapse. The jets behind Unit 01 then simultaneously opened fire, unleashing a powerful counter-thrust to counter the impact. Countless missiles and electromagnetic cannons flew towards the giant sea urchin. All airborne units, following Lin Xian's command, noticed the sea urchin swinging its black thorns to initiate its attack and immediately seized this crucial moment to unleash a barrage of missiles. And the result was truly effective. After the giant sea urchin launched its 2 black thorns at Unit 01, its central face opened, and countless missiles exploded without missing a single one. A massive blaze of fire nearly illuminated the entire central city. Well done. Inside Unit 1's cockpit, Lin Xian and Chen Wei were delighted by the flawless coordination of the air combat formation. That thing is covered in black air. Let's burn it clean, Chen Wei exclaimed, observing the intense flames blazing on the blackthorn. Okay, the two operated their hand controls, retracting the back thruster gates. They immediately assumed a forward stance, stepping forward step by step. Simultaneously, the 10,000-ton Pangu Unit 01 also took a step forward, gradually accelerating from a walk to run toward the blackthorn. Activate the left arm orbital incinerator. Activate the left arm orbital incinerator. Bang! Unit 1's left arm dropped, and the composite armor at its elbow opened, revealing a massive orange-yellow orbital incinerator. Its compressed jet gun ignited a pilot flame, sending billowing black smoke billowing into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Pangu Unit 01 charged forward with devastating potential. While running, it raised its right arm to block a sweeping black thorn. The entire unit was knocked dozens of meters from right to left. Undeterred, the two men, closing in, raised their left arms and activated their orbital incinerator. Boom. 1,000-degree, scorching flame shot out like a crimson snake, like molten iron pouring from a steel mill. The core of the flame blazed white, illuminating even the sky as it struck the sea urchin directly in the face. Crackling, 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 the black thorn in the cloud frantically swung its black spines, causing a massive earthquake. However, Lin Xian and Chen Wei ignored it, cranking up the power of their orbital incinerators to the maximum. Determined to burn through the black sea urchin and see if there was any sea urchin yellow inside the airborne sea urchin. Keep firing, in the cockpit, the two men roared at the dazzling flames. Bang! At that moment, the ground beneath Unit 01 suddenly collapsed. The abyss worm, who had somehow burrowed under Unit 01, burst forth, completely overturning the 10,000-ton Unit 01. The railgun accumulator in its left hand exploded, sending a cloud of flames skyward. A torrent of flames sprayed down into the surrounding streets, instantly engulfing the entire central city in flames. Lin Xian, Kiki exclaimed when she saw this scene. She immediately took the hell-black chrysanthemum from Wen Zhou's hand and said anxiously, "We must lure that stinky bug away. We can't let Lin Xian get caught in a situation where he's attacked from both sides." Wait, Wen Zhou knew that Kiki was exhausted, but he couldn't call her at this time. Seeing that Kiki had already flown out, Wen Zhou immediately took Brother Ho and others to fly to the other side of the sea urchin, and shouted to the command center, "All attacks in the other direction of the sea urchin, no matter whether you can hit it or not, first attract attention and buy time for Unit 01, okay?" He Jian immediately gave the order, "All air units, avoid those winged demons, and cover Unit 01 with firepower first." Buzz buzz buzz. For a moment, all the aircraft still flying and fighting in the sky began to gather and fly towards the central city area. The winged demons that kept attacking gathered into a black torrent in the sky, and also rushed towards the air forces and ground defense lines. "Quick, let's help take out those monsters in the sky and provide them with cover." Chen Sixuan and Jin Dili at the airport simultaneously arranged the anti-aircraft firepower of the defense line in the north of the city. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, all the anti-aircraft guns and electromagnetic railguns of the North City defense line fired intensively into the sky. Please vote for me. Chapter 288. Before dawn. Countless firepower hurled itself at the winged demons, gathering like a torrent in the sky. At this moment, even the massive artillery fire from the high defensive walls to the east and north of the city converged on the giant sea urchin. Intensive explosions lit up the invisible defensive barrier of the sea urchin's black spines, and for a moment, the air was filled with a roar of artillery fire. Pangu Unit 01 was toppled from the abyss worm and slammed backwards into a city block. Several high-rise buildings exploded, sending shattered shards of building and glass walls raining down like a tidal wave. "Damn it, that earthworm," Chen Wei cursed in the cockpit, exhaling repeatedly. "This worm is the sea urchin's advance guard. They must have some kind of communication mechanism. Now they're attacking us from both sides." Lin Xian's breathing quickened, and he felt a sudden surge of heat from his nostrils. He touched it, finding it was covered in blood. Even with his mechanical heart, operating this 10,000-ton mecha with empathy, while also scanning and sensing it constantly, was incredibly difficult. He turned to look at Chen Wei, who was also pale, his nose bleeding profusely. "How are you? Can you fight again?" Chen Wei wiped the blood away. "No big deal, okay." With a clang, the two men grabbed the arm controllers, their bodies trembling, and they stood up again. Lying amidst the rubble, Pangu Unit 1's nuclear-powered turbines roared, their muscles pumping out frantic torque. Unit 01 slammed its fist into the ground, rising once more from the rubble. Gazing at the cloud of dust ahead, Chen Wei calmly said, "That worm took advantage of our movements just now, preventing the seismic sensors from detecting its signal. Now it's still again, clearly deliberately ambushing us." Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the black sea urchin under intense fire. He nodded, "As long as we attack that sea urchin, it will emerge." So, he glanced at Chen Wei, who nodded in return. The two of them immediately understood, aimed in the direction of the black sea urchin, and began to move. Boom, boom. Unit 01 emerged from the dust and headed towards the black sea urchin. The giant sea urchin then fully erected its protective barrier, its black spines twitching as clouds of dust billowed around it, seemingly slowly rising into the air. This thing wants to escape, we won't give it a chance. Once it soared into the clouds, there would be no chance. Unit 01 immediately began to accelerate, each step bringing a tremendous tremor. Simultaneously, the abyss worm beneath the ground followed suit. Right punch, just as they neared the sea urchin's black thorn, the two men shouted in unison, unleashing a powerful punch that slammed directly into an invisible protective shield, sending ripples through the air. The giant sea urchin didn't attack Unit 01 at all, rising even under the intense fire. But Unit 01 wouldn't give it a chance. It scurried horizontally for hundreds of meters, finding the gap where the atmospheric pressure tower had been inserted. At that location, a protective barrier was radiating intense heat, melting the metal tower's body and threatening to completely sever it. Lin Xian and Chen Wei seized the opportunity, simultaneously raising their right arms. Activate the ultra-high voltage pulse hammer, activate the ultra-high voltage pulse hammer, with a sizzling sound. The hydraulic presses on their right arms stretched, and high-frequency pulse arcs flickered across dozens of alloy punches. Then, they slammed their fists directly into the metal atmospheric pressure tower. The immense electromagnetic shockwave sent a high-temperature explosion through the tower, blasting dozens of meters through the giant sea urchin's shell. A massive black, corrosive slurry erupted from the tower's opening. Lin Xian and Chen Wei quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the corrosive liquid. The creaking movement seemed to not only severely injure the sea urchin but also thoroughly enrage it. The giant blackthorn sea urchin let out a powerful infrasonic howl, and instantly, all its black spines began to swing violently, ignoring the incoming missiles and madly charging towards Unit 01. Bang! Lin Xian and Chen Wei, already prepared, activated Unit 01, raising their arms to fiercely grasp the black spines and yank the giant sea urchin from the air. Elsewhere, when Zhou saw the sea urchin's defensive barriers vanish, his eyes fluttered, sensing an opportunity. He instantly shouted across the airwaves, "Quick! Everyone, fire! Fire all missiles!" At that moment, all flying units, even long-range ground units and their massive artillery, opened fire. Instantly, dense arcs of flame streaked across the sky, and artillery fire roared down from the high walls. When Zhou and his companions, along with the other members of the hunting group, unleashed every available ranged skill. Instantly, a barrage of explosions erupted across the giant sea urchin. Boom boom boom. This time, the massive blast shattered much of its hard shell, shattering dozens of giant black spines and sending them tumbling down with a humming sound. The giant sea urchin burned with blazing flames, and a multitude of black spines fell to the ground. Everyone watched with excitement. Rumble. At that moment, a massive earthquake wave began to rumble. Chen Wei and Lin Xian, who had been pinning the sea urchin, immediately took precautions. Their holographic vision captured the cracks in the ground, and both of them wore heavy expressions. "Don't let go yet. This thing's going to collapse," Chen Wei gritted his teeth. "I know," Lin Xian gritted his teeth to the limit. The nuclear engine in the chest of Pangu Unit 01 roared furiously, and all the engines in its body hummed, outputting a tremendous torque that pinned the sea urchin to the ground. At that moment, a faint red light streaked across the sky, rapidly heading towards the crack in the ground. Lin Xian looked up and saw that it was Kiki with a hell-black chrysanthemum. She flew across the street at a rapid speed, directly in the direction of the earthquake wave. "Kiki, don't get so close," Lin Xian shouted, but all communication frequencies near the Blackthorn were jammed, and their signals were completely inaccessible. The other air combat formations were flexibly attacking based on Unit 1's movements and the Blackthorn's status. Seeing Kiki's dangerous move, Lin Xian was filled with anxiety. "Bug, haven't you been chasing this flower? It's right here, come on." Kiki's face was pale. She held the hell-black chrysanthemum's cultivation chamber in both hands. As she approached the sea urchin, she suddenly turned, staring intently at the crack in the ground, and frantically screamed, "Follow me, follow me." A strange scene occurred. The abyss worm, seemingly drawn to the hell-black chrysanthemum's aura, suddenly reversed course just as it neared Unit 01, following Kiki's direction. Kiki's expression lit up with joy, and she immediately increased her speed, leading the hell-black chrysanthemum towards the open area in the distance. Lin Xian and Chen Wei were both incredulous at Kiki's success. "It seems this worm isn't very clever after all," Lin Xian muttered. "Sea urchin, your men have escaped, and you deserve to die," Chen Wei also shouted angrily. But at this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in Unit 1's holographic field of view, and a red light flashed. "Warning, strong energy fluctuations detected. Warning, strong energy fluctuations detected." Clang, clang, clang. Whether the intensive bombardment had made it aware of its imminent death or perhaps angered by the abyssal worm's foolish behavior, the giant sea urchin's densely packed compound eyes began to glow violently red, and its black fur swayed rapidly. A crimson cloud, several times more violent than before, vibrated in all directions in a spherical, all-encompassing manner. Boom! Instantly, all incoming missiles and shells were drowned and exploded. The surrounding streets were instantly pulverized by the shockwave unleashed by the intense heat. The composite armor of Pangu 01 was instantly ripped apart, melting numerous mechanical units. The nano-ceramic window on its head was half shattered. The lights and system indicators inside suddenly went dark, and the entire aircraft was blasted away. Meanwhile, Kiki, who was flying behind him, felt the energy surge from behind. Before he could turn, he was instantly engulfed by the shockwave and sent flying, his hell-black chrysanthemum falling into the rubble. Boom! The shockwave radiated outward, creating a massive hemisphere of destruction above Zilan City, covering nearly a third of the city. The city's monster tide, the winged demons in the sky, and even numerous air formations were instantly engulfed. The powerful ionizing radiation also caused all distant aircraft to shut down, sending many plummeting downwards. This horrific scene nearly leveled the entire central city, and Kiki was also blown into the rubble by the shockwave. Fortunately, she used her telekinetic shield to protect herself at the last moment, otherwise her life would have been in jeopardy. Kiki, her face covered in blood, struggled to her feet from the rubble. Using her last bit of strength, she untied a piece of floorboard from her body. She struggled to her feet, gazing fearfully at the devastated city, searching for Unit 01. Lin Kiki, now completely exhausted, shivering in the wind and snow, finally spotted the giant mecha beneath the rubble in the distance. At a glance, large sections of Unit 1's front were scorched red, its breastplate cracked, a horrific sight. "Lin Xian," Kiki shouted, quickly pressing the communicator, trying to contact, but even though she could connect, there was no sound. Boom! The rumble of the earthquake returned, the earth trembling and smoke rising in the air. Kiki realized something and frantically searched for Hell's black chrysanthemum. If the worm devoured the Hell chrysanthemum, then Unit 01 was doomed. Where? Kiki searched in confusion, surrounded by a sea of black ruins. Then a thought struck her. "Oh, that worm is looking too." She immediately looked in the direction of the earthquake's movement. Sure enough, at the edge of the rubble on the street, she saw the Hell chrysanthemum, glowing red. Kiki's chest heaved, and she gasped for breath. She gritted her teeth and tried to activate her supernatural power to fly, but she was shaking all over and couldn't control it at all. Bright red blood flowed from her nostrils. Just as she was extremely anxious, a snowmobile suddenly roared out of the rubble on the street, its headlights bright. It stumbled all the way to the ruins. The door opened, and a thin figure quickly jumped out and headed straight for the Hell chrysanthemum. Kiki's eyes froze, because the figure was Madoka. "Madoka," Kiki shouted into the communicator. "Kiki, I found Hell's black chrysanthemum." "Where are you?" Xiao Yuan said into the communicator as she carefully dug through the rubble and carried Hell's black chrysanthemum out of the ruins. Boom! The violent earthquake continued. Kiki looked at the smoke and dust billowing into the sky in the distance, her face suddenly pale. She shouted to Xiao Yuan, "Hurry! Run! Leave me alone!" Then, she immediately called into the hunting group's communicator, "Wenzhou, Brother Ho, where are you? Come here, I'll be there soon." The sound of wind rustled through the communicator. It was Wenzhou's voice. Xiao Yuan, seeing the earthquake behind her and Unit 01 in the distance, immediately grabbed Hell's black chrysanthemum and ran frantically back to the car. She stepped on the accelerator, the engine roaring, and the snowmobile sped through the snow and dust, heading towards the open area in the distance. Behind them, the rumbling earthquake waves were rapidly approaching. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Are you still alive?" Kiki frantically called out to Lin Xian through the communicator. She looked at Madoka, who was desperately trying to escape, and shouted, her voice almost tearful. "If you don't get up, Madoka will die, Zizzy." Crunch, crunch. The exposed steel and metal on the ground shook rapidly. When Zhou soared past in the sky, his holographic panel picking up the direction of the earthquake waves. He soon spotted a small snowmobile hurtling ahead of the rumbling cloud of dust. Captain Lin Xian, driving away, watched the cloud of dust in the rearview mirror. Her mind was almost blank, her gaze fixed on the road ahead as its tracks slid through rubble and the shattered streets. Hearing Kiki's cries over the communicator, she too was deeply concerned for Lin Xian's safety. But she knew the pot of hell's black chrysanthemum had to be taken away quickly, as far away from Captain Lin as possible, otherwise the worm would surely seek him out. Xiao glanced at the hell's black chrysanthemum, her expression growing determined. The rumble of the earthquake drew closer, the snowmobile no match for the worm beneath the ground. Instantly, Yuan felt the car bobbing like a ship on the waves. Knowing the monster had caught up to her, she grabbed hell black chrysanthemum and prepared to jump out. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air from afar. When Zhou acted decisively, using magnetic force to scoop the entire snowmobile up from thin air. The immense lifting force pinned Yuan against the seat. Just as she thought she was saved, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the ground below. The entire rubble exploded, and a massive, black hole-like abyss erupted from the ground with furious force, completely engulfing the entire snowmobile in midair. Instantly, Yuan felt the surrounding light extinguished in darkness. Her heartbeat seemed to slow. Catch it! Unbeknownst to where she found the strength, she flung hell black chrysanthemum in her arms toward Wen Zhou, just as the snowmobile was about to be devoured by the giant insect. Boom! The next moment, the snowmobile was completely swallowed by the abyssal maw. Wen Zhou's eyes trembled. The magnetic force in his hands was completely unable to hold the snowmobile, and he could only grab the hell black chrysanthemum that he had thrown out in the critical moment. Xiao Kiki, watching this from the distant ruins, exclaimed in disbelief. "Catcha, it's okay." Xiao voice echoed intermittently over the clattering sound of electricity from the communicator. "You all must survive." In the snowmobile swallowed by the abyss, Xiao clutched the communicator tightly. It's normal for a convoy to suffer 5% casualties. Every major convoy along the way has a death rate of over 5% or 6% every time it encounters darkness, and some even exceed 10%. As soon as darkness comes, there will be casualties. Most of the casualties in the convoy are low-level, underprotected, marginal personnel, or ordinary people. There's nothing to be surprised about. With a rumble, the abyss worm retreated rapidly underground. Watching the communicator's signal quickly fade, Xiao closed her eyes and prepared to speak her final words into the communicator. "Captain Lin, boom." In an instant, the entire snowmobile was engulfed and exploded, and the signal was cut off. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire ruins of the central city suddenly shook violently. Just as the abyss worm was about to burrow back into the ground, a supergiant mecha came crashing down in a low, sweeping attack. The blizzard above and the raging fire on the ground were extinguished by a powerful force of wind. The entire ruins trembled. "Lin Xian," Kiki shouted. In the cockpit, Lin Xian, piloting Pangu Unit 01 alone, rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. He grabbed the edge of the abyss worm's maw and raised his right hand. Pangu Unit 1's right hand began to transform, its 5 fingers transforming into a triangular phase ring, which began to spin at high speed. However, the magnetic levitation acceleration rail did not light up. He had actually mistaken the spinning phase ring for a rotating shield machine. "You want to eat me? Dream on," Lin Xian roared in anger. A rotating shield machine descended from the sky, plunging directly into the abyss worm's maw. A humming sound chopped off a rain of flesh and blood. As it descended, it snatched up the swallowed snowmobile. The thousands of engines in Unit 1's right arm roared, and the hydraulic drive shaft unleashed a massive torque, tearing the snowmobile and the abyss worm's esophagus apart with a bang. The abyss worm let out a terrified wail, and blood and flesh erupted from its mouth like a volcanic eruption, rising into the sky. On the eve of her death, Xiao saw a brilliant white light above her head, followed by Lin Xian's roar through the communicator. Team Linlin, outside, Kiki and Wen Zhou were both stunned by the violent scene. Unit 01 flung the snowmobile toward Wen Zhou, who immediately understood and magnetically grabbed it. Together with Kiki in the distance, they flew high into the air, avoiding the danger zone. Woo! At this moment, The magnetic levitation acceleration rail on Unit 1's right arm, covered in minced flesh and blood, began to glow a faint blue. The hexagonal superconducting coils emitted a high-frequency howl in the extreme cold. Lin Xian raised his plasma cannon and aimed it directly at the abyssal worm's maw. He shouted coldly, "Now you'll have your fill." Boom. 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 Millions of degrees of plasma cannon roared out. The abyssal worm, attempting to wriggle out, lit up with crimson and white flames, rapidly expanding. The next moment, it exploded, spurting out flames and molten lava. Its mouth shattered like a morning glory, its entire interior a blazing mass of molten lava. It was dead beyond death. Boom. At that moment, a massive black thorn suddenly swept through the flames, catching Lin Xian off guard. Unit 01 was sent flying by the immense force, smashing through the ruins and creating a massive gully several dozen meters in its path. Puff. Lin Xian slammed into a nearby cooler, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The neural empathy cable was still plugged into him, and the combined physical and mental pain left him feeling a sense of death. The relay gel in his mask began to leak, and Lin Xian's consciousness was still vaguely suffocated. Alert, target entity approaching, alert, target entity approaching. Red alarm lights flashed in the cockpit. Lin Xian watched the rapidly approaching giant sea urchin with a surprising sense of satisfaction. The giant sea urchin hadn't immediately taken to the air, but instead, after Unit 01 had dealt with the abyssal worm, had furiously attacked it. Whatever the reason, the remaining units were now using their remaining strength to launch a fierce attack on the giant sea urchin. Only a dozen of the densely packed black spines remained. Buzz! Another black spine struck, but this time, instead of sweeping, it aimed its tip directly at Unit 1's chest core from a high altitude. Ah! In this critical moment, Lin Xian cried out and climbed onto the control panel. With a flick of his left hand, he maneuvered Unit 01 sideways, pushing it sideways to the right. The black spike grazed Unit 1's left rib armor unit. Boom boom boom, the black spike plunged directly into the ground, overturning the foundation of a street. The giant sea urchin seemed to have no intention of stopping. The black spike grew thicker and thicker as it drove forward, severing the drive shaft of the left arm and numerous cables. The armor on the left chest also exploded and spread, leaving a huge gap. With a sizzling sound, a large number of armor unit fragments rained down, sparks flew, and coolant leaked profusely. The giant sea urchin used this black spike to pin Unit 01 to the ground. Its massive body descended directly above Unit 01, countless pairs of red compound eyes staring at it. Its remaining black spikes continued to wave in the air, releasing a series of protective barriers to block the artillery fire from the sky and afar. At that moment, countless crimson compound eyes seemed to peer through the cracked nano-ceramic panel of Unit 1's head, peering down at Lin Xian. Each pupil within the mucus-covered honeycomb structure contracted in unison, as if gazing intently at him. As Lin Xian gazed upon the sea of crimson eyes, his eardrums suddenly felt pierced by a million overlapping, eerie cries. In that instant, he seemed to behold a gigantic eye, seemingly nebulous, peering back at him from beyond the atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Xian saw dense scarlet tentacles emerge from the giant sea urchin's compound eyes. These tiny, hairy tentacles, like some form of blood and energy, stretched in the air by the tens of thousands, twisting, spiraling, converging, and finally bearing down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian sensed danger, yet for some reason, he found himself completely paralyzed, as if his mental strength had been drained. He could only stare at the completely crimson compound eyes in terror and despair. Rub, rub, rub. At that moment, the dark red, high-frequency chain sword beneath Unit 1's right arm armor suddenly slid free from its rails. Its spines closed, transforming from a folded form into a solidified giant sword. Its sharp, serrated blades gleamed with a cold light. The nuclear-powered engine in its chest screamed, and the exploding chain sword pierced the center of the giant sea urchin's compound eye. In an instant, Lin Xian suddenly awoke from his grip of terror. He looked back to see Chen Wei, who had somehow risen and reconnected to his neural synesthesia, erupting with blood on his face. "Go to hell," Chen Wei roared, his voice filled with vengeful rage. "He's just like that. He's not nice to anyone, and he's particularly resistant to psychics. I heard that after Apocalypse Day, his family was killed by a convoy of psychic thugs, and now his brother is gone. Plus, he suffered mental trauma from operating Unit 1's neural synesthesia alone." With a thud, the chain sword slashed down, cleaving the sea urchin's black shell completely apart. A massive amount of black slime gushed out. At that moment, illuminated by the warning lights on Unit 01, Lin Xian could see that within the black sea urchin's hard shell, spherical masses resembling human brain tissue filled the shell. These densely packed masses resembled follicles, and a brown-red fluid circulated within, constantly distorting and deforming, creating a terrifying sight. Buzz, 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 the sea urchin's interior, cleaved by the sword, erupted with an organ-like roar. The gaping hole quickly closed, and countless compound eyes focused on Unit 1's head. A crimson surged, energy surged, and the surrounding streets began to blaze with winds and flashes of lightning. It was that laser beam again. Lin Xian, Captain Lin, amidst the intense battle, dozens of hunting groups rushed to assist. All the aircraft in the sky rushed towards them. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone realized what the sea urchin was up to. Wen Zhou, Han Jun, Ho Jie, and the others exerted their powers, mobilizing vast quantities of material towards the sea urchin's compound eyes, attempting to block the death ray. The next moment, a dark red beam erupted, completely obliterating Unit 1's head compartment. A buzzing sound instantly ignited the surrounding debris, melting rapidly from the intense heat. The blizzard in the air vaporized into rising steam, shrouding the entire central city in a dark red halo. The earth trembled, and the light was blinding. Finally, the dark red death ray ceased, and the smoke dissipated. But just when everyone thought Lin Xian was doomed, Wen Zhou, who was at the forefront, suddenly saw a translucent energy shield flashing rapidly in the air in front of Unit 1's head compartment. The polygonal shield was so vast that it practically covered the entire upper body of Unit 01. Unit 01, however, remained completely unscathed, emitting nothing but steam. What is this? It actually blocked that beam. Impossible. The nano-ceramic panels of Unit 1's nose compartment shattered and fell apart under the intense heat. Lin Xian stood at the control panel, his eyes flashing with electric arcs. He single-handedly propped up a massive force field shield. Behind him, a strange azure superstring reactor phase rainbow ring appeared. A large number of cables floated behind him, and countless arcs of electricity connected behind him like a spider web. At this moment, Unit 1's nuclear-powered turbine engine was throbbing furiously, pumping out a huge amount of power. The thick smoke cleared, and the countless scarlet compound eyes in the sky, focused on Lin Xian, twisted wildly, as if endlessly questioning the survival of their prey. At this moment, Lin Xian slowly raised a finger, his bloodshot eyes pointing at the cracked black sea urchin shell that had not yet closed, and whispered, "Gravitational lens." A spatial humming sound echoed, and all sounds on the battlefield seemed to freeze in an instant, as if as before. Instantly, everyone on the battlefield felt the already dim light in the central city dim. A distorted space formed within the cracks of the giant sea urchin's black shell, like a vortex of black water in the sky. The red light of the sea urchin's compound eyes was also distorted. Instantly, the twisted darkness seemed to churn up all the red light and starlight, transforming into a vast dark red black hole. The black hole rapidly expanded, like a meat grinder with immense gravitational pull, instantly crushing the giant sea urchin's black shell and the follicles within its spherical cavity. At this moment, all of the giant sea urchin's compound eyes trembled violently, emitting a strange, organ-like sound of whoochie, whoochie. Lin Xian exhausted all his strength, instantly expanding his lens to its maximum capacity. With a loud bang in the air, the immense crushing force instantly shattered the giant sea urchin's body, creating a cavity approximately 1/5 the size of its body. Elsewhere, Wen Zhou and his companions, observing this scene, immediately sensed an opportunity. He shouted into his communicator, "Quick, this is a golden opportunity. Take it down in one fell swoop." His voice instantly echoed throughout the battlefield. Instantly, Fire Brother Lu Xingjian, Han Jun, Qin Zuming, and the 20 or so hunting groups that had arrived, along with the aircraft in the sky and the missiles supporting the 3 defensive lines, all launched a hunting war song, firing at the exposed hole in the sea urchin. Boom 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 boom. The giant sea urchin still waved its remaining black spines, attempting to raise a defensive barrier, but the remaining barrier was completely unable to block it. Countless energy exploded, a torrent of metallic winds poured down. Without that strange barrier, its body was nothing more than a giant ball of flesh to the firepower of the 7th Survey Corps and tens of thousands of survivors. It instantly disintegrated and shattered, sending the remaining tissue and flesh flying in all directions. In the cockpit of Unit 01, Lin Xian watched the dazzling explosion overhead. His vision blurred, and all the floating cables fell. He felt the world spin. The only sound he could hear was his own breathing and heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed silently. He turned around to see Chen Wei lying beside him, already dead. All the neural empathy cables still connected to him. In his final moments, he still stabbed his chain sword, and the 2 Phoenix Order badges he wore around his neck slipped to his sides. One for Chen Wei, one for Chen Lai. Lin Xian heard Chen Sixuan's voice. He turned around, and before he lost consciousness, he saw a nimble figure in Black Hawk armor, peeling away the shards of the nano-ceramic panel and appearing in the cockpit. Clang, 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 clang. In the blizzard, the sound of the rails was like a lullaby. 22 doomsday trains rolled along the northern track, like a long, snowy dragon, leaving Zilin City in the darkness. September 1st, D95, 5:25 a.m. The Battle of Zilin City ended. Of the city's 65,000 survivors, only 29,000 remained. Over 7,000 of the 12,256 Survey Corps soldiers were killed. 2/3 of the air combat formation was destroyed. The Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier crashed. Of the 35 hunting teams, only 21 giant sea urchins remained, annihilated by the city's full firepower. Billowing black smoke filled the land, and all the monster waves retreated. Humanity won a tragic victory. Wei Kexu, Sun Kai, Chen Wei, Xiao Li, Chen Xiao, Zhang Changzi, Wu Zhenhe, Liaoming, Lu Yuang, and countless others slept forever in this blizzard, never to see the dawn of September. The Phoenix Society led all the remaining survivors and joined the Survey Corps, heading east before dawn, just as Star Abyss No. 5 was about to be covered. The train group, led by the Infinity and Longshan No. 1, could only continue along the northern track, heading closer to Star Abyss No. 5, into the blizzard and polar night. It was a silent, collective evacuation. Director Zhao, has the postman beacon been sent? When Zhou asked Zhao Yu from the Phoenix Society's large base vehicle. The latest Firebook information package has been received by the Dawn Center. Which messenger group is it? Zhao Yu pondered for a moment. There's no messenger group. The tracking signals of all 12 messenger groups have disappeared. He then turned to look at Wen Zhou. A team called Heezy found Zhou Wuer and Peng Peng. When they found them, they were already dead. The one called Long Dalhai took the beacon away for them. Wen Zhou's fingers trembled involuntarily at this. After a long pause, he whispered, "Okay," just as Wen Zhou was about to leave, Zhao Yu called him back. After a moment's thought, he finally said, "He's your friend, right? He's a good guy, he's my brother." Wen Zhou took a deep breath and turned to leave. Deep in the vast blizzard, the bodies of countless snow demons and snow monsters piled up in an alluvial area. In the very center, Zhou Wu were huddled together, holding Peng Peng, buried in the snow. In a specially made messenger bag, an unopened bottle of Xinghu Fenjiu lay quietly, blown by the wind and snow. Zizizi, the Phoenix Society is issuing a global announcement. The scientific research team on the Xingyin front has successfully analyzed the operating principle of dark creatures, named the Dark Mark. The Phoenix Society's research group has successfully developed the latest generation of dangling value detectors in conjunction with Xinghu Heavy Industry. In addition to being able to directly detect the peak value of an individual's dangling value, it also has the function of detecting the concentration of an individual mark. The Phoenix Society is hereby issuing a notice to survivors around the world. Do not carry the mark into the polar night. The day is about to end. In the face of danger, burning and roaring, please remain silent in the night before igniting a spark that will spread across the prairie. End of Volume 2. Please vote for me. Chapter 289, Silent Night. Under the darkness, only a few pinpricks of starlight revealed the outlines of the city. Shrouded in darkness and a dead atmosphere, Yubi City was filled with a rubble of war. The temperature was freezing, a cold frost instead of a snowstorm. Without even the sound of wind, the entire city was as still as if frozen. In the center of the city, a massive nuclear crater, 6 kilometers in diameter, a mixture of blood and body parts had frozen into ice. Streets for kilometers around it radiated outward, melting and shattering. Only in the distant city streets and alleys remained a large number of zombies. But these zombies remained motionless in the darkness, as if trapped in a state of stasis. There was no life, no sound. Even if these zombies were still alive in some sense, they had lost their instincts and stood in clusters, like puppets, in the streets and alleys. Atop a high-rise building that had not collapsed, Xian, clad in a custom-made, full-body armor, quietly gazed at the vast nuclear crater in the distance, a flood of information constantly appearing on her holographic visor. A mechanical female voice sounded, "It is 5,650 kilometers away from Lin Star Abyss number 3, the current soul dangling value index is 1,156, and the radiation index is 198 msvh. According to intelligence analysis, there may be more than 2 S-level strange bodies and the corpse-driving people of Star Abyss number 3 here at the same time." Corpse-driving people? Xian looked at a huge jellyfish tentacle that fell on the hill in the distance and pondered for a moment. Then she turned her head and looked at the climbing passage that towered into the sky. There were piles of charred corpses outside the airport, and ashes covered the ground like dust. Just one glance was enough to see how tragic the evacuation battle was at that time. Her eyes were slightly stern. Search for fluctuations in the growth of disaster plants. Searching. No fluctuations in the growth of disaster plants have been found yet. It seems to be affected by nuclear radiation. Should we guide the next polar night exploration path? Xian did not speak, but looked in the direction of the nuclear explosion center, thought for a moment, then raised her hand and pointed, "Warning, using gravitational lens here is very likely to cause tidal resonance, and the risk index of subsequent paths is expected to increase by 13%. It doesn't matter, the people from the Phoenix Society's Polar Night Division 2 have already come to investigate. And the corpse driver is no longer here." After she finished speaking, she was about to take action, but at this time, she suddenly sensed something and turned around abruptly, and was shocked to find a young man standing quietly behind her without wearing any protective clothing. Xian's eyes narrowed. "You again?" Lin Xian stood wearily on the edge of the tall building, gazing doubtfully at the familiar yet unfamiliar city skyline before him. He then glanced at Xian. "It seems our timelines are synchronized, and you're not a figment of imagination." "I'm not, but you are." Xian turned and peered at Lin Xian through her mech's protective visor. "My mech's radar couldn't pick you up, which means only I can see you." "Who are you?" Lin Xian saw 2 organizational emblems on Xian's mech. One was the Crimson Phoenix emblem of the Order of the Phoenix, and the one in front was a gray-blue shield. "Nof. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm the captain of a survivor caravan working with the Order of the Phoenix." Lin Xian. Xian frowned. "Is that shelter in Jiang City your house? So I want to know why you're in my house," Lin Xian asked. "That's not something I can tell you about." Xian raised her hand and pulled a small flying blade from the left shoulder of her mech. She threw it, and whoosh, the blade swiftly passed through Lin Xian's face. "There must be some kind of energy consciousness connection between the two of us, but I don't know your background. Since you said you are a team cooperating with the Phoenix Society, I will confirm with the Phoenix Society. When we meet next time, perhaps we can communicate more information. In addition, you'd better keep the situation confidential." Before leaving, Xian suddenly looked at him. "You saw me longer this time than last time?" Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not answer her question, but said, "Wait, let me take a look here." The city of Yubai in the polar night was shrouded in an absolute desolate and dead silence, without a trace of life. On the edge of the airport platform in the distance, many gaseous black shadows with human outlines could be vaguely seen, like a magnificent great wall scroll carved with charcoal on the outer wall of the garrison. Clang, clang clang, clang. Lin Xian rubbed his heavy head, struggled to get up, opened his eyes, and found himself lying in the bedroom of the number 1 carriage of the Infinity. There was no light on, all the sunshades were closed tightly, and the entire carriage was also pitch black. He checked the time on his watch. 1600 hours. Lin Xian tried to open a sunshade near the window and looked outside through the custom-made multi-layer bulletproof porthole he installed. It was pitch black, and only the occasional snowflakes falling outside the window told him that it was snowing outside. The temperature outside the car rose back to -32 degrees Celsius, and the convoy seemed to be moving away from the extreme cold vortex. Lin Xian took a long breath, trying to suppress the splitting headache. Over-manipulating Unit 01 and using the gravitational lens made Lin Xian feel like his soul was being torn apart. His mind kept replaying the feeling of Chen Wei's death, and he felt physiologically suffocated. So he kept adjusting his breathing and sat quietly for a few minutes before he finally felt better. At the same time, he recalled the frenzy of his final battle with the giant sea urchin. At that moment, it seemed as if he had relied on the nuclear power of Unit 01 to unleash such a large field. However, This wasn't a conscious act on Lin Xian's part, and he had no idea how a superstring reactor phase rainbow ring had appeared behind him. Lin Xian opened the mechanical hearts panel and saw the cluttered message on the screen. His expression suddenly changed. Non-mechanical energy converted, 1000 mechanical source points obtained. Non-mechanical energy converted, 1000 mechanical source points obtained. Congratulations, your mechanical heart has successfully reached level 5, and the mechanical heart has been fully upgraded to remote control mode. Remote control mode allows remote scanning, devouring, manipulation, and manufacturing of machinery. The control range is affected by the level of mechanical manufacturing, and the current control range is 500 meters. Current mechanical heart level LV, 5, 240-20. 000. Special skills, mechanical energy cannon, amplification, at field, amplification, flashback, rare, level 2 50%, surge, rare, level 3 maxed, gravitational lens, legendary, level 199%, R&D center, G3L electromagnetic railgun, blueprint, under development. 1 day, 13 hours, 59 minutes, did the hell black chrysanthemum absorb so much dark energy? It actually converted 2000 mechanical source points. Lin Xian was secretly surprised. Just as he was about to stand up, another message popped up in front of him. Non-mechanical energy converted, 1000 mechanical source points obtained. Lin Xian took a look and was immediately shocked. Hell black chrysanthemum, still converting, in the Battle of Zilan City. How much dark energy did this disaster plant absorb? Currently amplifiable skills. Electric surge, rare, level 3, maxed, amplifies, superstring reactor phase rainbow. Amplification condition, complete the consumption of a nuclear power plant with a thermal power exceeding 300 megawatts. Amplification duration, 24 hours. So this thing is real, but why didn't it amplify me and I used it? Lin Xian was puzzled. He had already used this amplification skill before, but now he could only sigh in despair. A nuclear power plant with a thermal power exceeding 300 megawatts, considering his Gemini 11R nuclear power train only had 290 megawatts, was an extremely harsh condition. But thankfully, my mechanical heart has finally been upgraded. Lin Xian glanced at his hands, then his gaze shifted to a small alarm clock he had crafted on a table not far away. He grabbed it. Wow! In an instant, the small alarm clock dissipated in trash and disappeared, swallowed successfully, gained 1 mechanical source point. Being able to swallow, scan, and control from a distance really saves a lot of time. Feeling the boost in power, Lin Xian felt a slight relief from the intense heat of the previous battle. Just as he was about to pick up the communicator to call the others, he was snapped out of his wits. He sensed something was amiss in the train compartment. The creaking of the rails was slower than he'd expected. Lin Xian had no idea how long he'd slept, nor where he was. His first reaction was that the train was moving too slowly, and then he noticed an eerie silence within the compartment. Lin Xian held his breath and exited the bedroom. All the lights outside were off, leaving the hallway in darkness. What was going on? Where was she? Just as Lin Xian was wondering, a figure swiftly approached, holding a dim, cold nightlight. It was Chen Sixuan. Chen Sixuan's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Xian, but she immediately made a gesture to silence him, then couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. That's great, you finally woke up. Her voice was very small, but her excitement and joy could not be concealed. Lin Xian calmed down, hugged Chen Sixuan and whispered subconsciously, what happened? At this time, Chen Sixuan pulled Lin Xian back to the bedroom, carefully closed the bedroom door, and then said to him in a serious voice, now the entire convoy is maintaining silent driving. Chen Sixuan said, we have now entered the polar night range of Star Abyss number 5, but when we just entered the tidal area, something strange happened in the convoy. Strange? Chen Sixuan nodded. Something appeared outside the car. There is a train called Flying Fish in the joint convoy. Because the car body was damaged in the previous defense battle, a large area of infection occurred in the car, and someone in the car died. The specific cause of death cannot be investigated. Now that car has been isolated. We suspect that there may be a problem with the air, so the air filter of all 22 trains has been turned on, and everyone is trying to find a way to plug the leak. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this, and immediately urged the mechanical heart to sense the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube on the car. He found that there was no alarm, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Also, since you're away, we've discussed this with Brother Shi and the leaders of several train groups. Although no one is currently marked, everyone's worried about encountering something in the polar night, which could be troublesome. We also know there's definitely something out there, so for safety's sake, we've agreed to slow down, turn off the lights, and drive quietly. Lin Xian nodded, immediately understanding. Having just experienced a brutal battle in Zilin City, and although the survivors had successfully removed the marks from their bodies, everyone knew they were now in the polar night, and no one dared to let their guard down. Chen Sixuan explained that due to route restrictions, the 22 Doomsday trains had to travel directly from the north through the covered area outside SYNOPSIS No. 5 to reach Quanchen. However, due to the polar night, everyone was even more cautious. Fortunately, the snow isn't as deep as it was on the Parma grassland before, so the team doesn't need to increase their speed. Frame. Lin Xian manipulated the mechanical heart to open the side visor, gazing at the inky black expanse of snow, a slight chill in his expression. So there are over 20 trains traveling together now. Yes, Longshan number 1 is leading the way, and behind us is Monica's Queen Mo. Doesn't she have all-terrain drive? Why isn't she following the main force of the Order of Phoenix? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Chen Sixuan whispered, I don't know. It's not just her, there's Jindili as well. Jindili? Lin Xian was surprised. He has a large fleet and a nuclear-powered polar vehicle. How did he switch to train? He exchanged his nuclear-powered polar vehicle for a train fleet. He said he likes a spacious and clean environment, and wants to die in comfort. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. This did sound like this person's personality. Moreover, many train groups probably wanted to follow the main force of the Order of Phoenix around SYNOPSIS No. 5 during this major transfer, and they were eager to switch vehicles. The same goes for Luo Yang and the others. After Zilin City, everyone suffered heavy losses. Uncle Wu and Liao Ming of the Great Eagle team died. Liang Lei, Luo, and Li Guangwen were seriously injured and were saved by our medical pods. Liang Lei hasn't woken up yet. Luo Yang and Li Yi's teams also exchanged their vehicles with a train team and merged to become the Sun team. Over 100 of them followed us. Some of them, along with the rest of the Great Eagle team, followed Shen Yao of the North Wind Alliance. Throughout the Zilin City defense, most of the teams were shattered. In such a situation, it's natural for everyone to band together for support. Hearing the news about Uncle Wu and Liao Ming, Lin Xian sighed. He also remembered the disaster plant Uncle Wu had given him. After the events of Zilin City, the importance of disaster plants had reached a new level in Lin Xian's mind. He had originally thought that if he managed to survive, he would invite Uncle Wu and the others to form an alliance, or even provide them with some power armor and weapons. He hadn't expected the Great Eagle team to be destroyed. By the way, Shen Yao from the North Wind Fleet specifically asked me to tell you that a convoy is looking for us. Who? Chen Sixuan sighed. Silver Star, Jianzhu Wei. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed at the words, and he remembered the head of the Finger Group, who was so decisive at the airport. The Eternal Class Doomsday train, with hundreds of carriages, was the most powerful ship Lin Xian had ever seen, with more than 4 optical and electromagnetic railguns. Hey, Brother Shi, Lin Xian pressed the communicator. Trying to contact Longshan number 1 ahead. Soon, Shi Dian's surprised voice came from the other side. Brother Lin, you're awake, SHH, keep your voice down. Lin Xian heard Ning Jing's voice from the side. Oh, I forgot. Shi Dian quickly lowered his voice. Brother Lin, hi, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you. How are you now? Is there any part of your body that is not working? Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. I'm fine, Brother Shi. How is the situation now? Let me talk to Captain Lin. At this time, the signal in the frequency band was switched to Ning Jing's, and she said, Captain Lin, old Shi is also seriously injured. I am watching here now. We should be arriving in Yijin soon. We haven't seen any monsters yet, but you have to pay more attention to the air circulation system. We suspect that there is some kind of toxic or dark invasion-like substance in the wind, snow and air. Please be careful. Okay, I got it. Let's keep in touch. Yeah. Lin Xian pressed another frequency band and contacted Luo Yang and others. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Luo Yang and several young people were very excited. Luo Yang said, Captain Lin, we're also remodeling the train interior, following your train assembly methods. We'll follow you. Lin Xian, hearing this, said with concern, take care of yourselves first. We'll discuss the modifications once it's safe. We're entering the polar night now, so be careful. Tell me anything, understood? Thank you, Brother Lin. By the way, Lin Xian asked Li again, how's Liang Lei? He's still alive. Li's voice sounded heavy, suggesting Liang Lei's injuries were more serious than expected. Okay, take care of him, Lin Xian sighed softly. After a brief check-in with Jin Dealey and Monica in the same band, he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, 22 Doomsday trains were connected end-to-end, a steel train of over 500 carriages stretching nearly 15 kilometers in length, silently moving through the polar night snowstorm. Over 4,000 survivors, some of whom had been transferred to the motorcade in Zilan City, would have been far more numerous. How are the others? Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan walked towards the back of the car, inquiring about the team members. Chen Sixuan leaned close to Lin Xian's ear and said, Kiki's still asleep. Hoja building, those espers are all the same. They've been extremely exhausted this time. It's us evolvers who are a little better off. Lin Xian's face was solemn. So, it seems that ordinary people are more adaptable than espers. They're probably just too tired, and they've even used 2 cold dark reagents, Chen Sixuan said with concern. Lin Xian paused, gazing at the faint glow of energy flowing through the car. He immediately wondered if these individuals, being closest to the S rank, had absorbed more dark energy, combined with the energy transformed by the hell black chrysanthemum, had put such a heavy strain on their bodies. His suspicions were not unreasonable. Putting aside the 2 cold dark reagents, these more powerful individuals had often eliminated more of the monster waves. Adding to that, the S-rank giant sea urchins and abyssal worms would surely have resulted in a greater energy outflow. While the benefits are certainly significant for their abilities and evolution, there are also significant drawbacks, such as the fact that they won't see the sun for an extended period. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately headed for carriage 3. Passing carriage 2, Kiki was still asleep. Lin Xian paused to check on her, noticing that her complexion had recovered considerably, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In the Battle of Zilan City, Kiki faced the most dangerous situations. While her abilities appeared to be over 2,000 rating points on the Berserker level, she was essentially a young woman who had only learned her abilities less than a month ago. Facing the giant sea urchin, she was practically exhausted and needed time to recover. Lin Xian speculated that her faster recovery was due to the energy being converted from the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Lin Xian arrived at carriage 3 but didn't see Ding Junai. Instead, he spotted Director Ding in carriage 4, busy harvesting vegetables with several young team members. Cut off 3 centimeters of the carrot roots with the tassels attached, place them in a petri dish with the roots facing upwards, and new shoots will grow in about 2 to 3 days. Then you can put them back in the hydroponic box, place the cut lettuce roots in water, but the water should not exceed 2 centimeters. Pay attention to the temperature in card 4. Lettuce is sensitive to temperature and will wilt if overheated. The optimal growing temperature is between 15 degrees Celsius and 25 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for places like these where direct sunlight isn't reaching, Ding Junai explained carefully as she harvested. Seeing Lin Xian walk in, she immediately stood up and said, Lin Xian, are you awake, Captain Lin? Several other team members shouted excitedly, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they realized they were being too loud and quickly shrank back and covered their mouths. Lin Xian made a shushing gesture to them, and they nodded. Director Ding, let's make some vegetable juice first. Go ahead, Ding Junai said. After the others left, she turned to Lin Xian and said, it's been dark all night, and we've been in contact with a strange tide in Zilan City for so long, the darkness will be very severe. So I prepared some extra vegetable juice. Lin Xian opened his mouth. He had come here for this very purpose, but he hadn't expected Ding Junai to already be doing it. Seeing this, Lin Xian nodded. He looked at Ding Junai and suddenly stepped forward to give her a big hug. Thank you, Director Ding, for your research, and for the dark mark. After crossing the Dazhoshan Plateau, it was thanks to Ding Junai and the Hell Black Chrysanthemum from Underground City 9 that the Infinity had made it this far. It was also because of Wei Keksu, Elder Guo, and the sacrifices of countless researchers to prove the dark mark theory that tens of thousands of people in Zilan City are still alive. Seeing her back on the Infinity, Lin Xian wanted nothing more than to hug her tightly. Ding Junai was caught off guard by the hug, and a hint of surprise flashed across her calm expression. It's nothing, Lin Xian let go of her and put his hands on Ding Junai's shoulders. How can it be nothing? You, Wei Kexu, Guo Sichen, Team Leader Yu, Professor Zhang, and the people in this research team, do you know how many people this dark mark can save? You deserve the highest honor in the scientific research community. After saying this, Ding Junai adjusted her glasses and said calmly, for scientists, the other side of truth is not a crown of honor, but a fountain of salvation dug by wisdom in the wilderness. As a member of the human race, I am very honored to be able to contribute my own strength, so I don't value honor, of course. Ding Junai looked at Lin Xian with a deep gaze. Your recognition of me makes me very happy, please vote for me. Chapter 290 Human Fungus. Makes me feel good? Lin Xian, who was originally in a very gloomy mood, was stunned when he heard this. He originally wanted to thank Ding Junai properly. As a member of the Infinity Group with a relatively low presence, Lin Xian wanted to take this opportunity to give her some rewards. Why did it sound like he had become her reward now? Ding Junai glanced at Lin Xian, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and then she said seriously, back to work, I have very important information to give you. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Well, you say? Ding Junai walked to the side of the hell black chrysanthemum and said, when we were investigating the dark mark, I used my special ability to try to perceive the affinity of the hell black chrysanthemum, and it made me see something unusual. See? Lin Xian pointed to the hell black chrysanthemum that was flashing red light and absorbing dark energy for transformation. Visually, Ding Junai nodded. Yes, I'm sure, I saw the perspective of a dark creature in Zilin City through this disaster plant. Perhaps the giant sea urchin, or the more advanced creature it worships and guides. Lin Xian's face became serious when he heard this, and he looked at her and motioned her to continue. Ding Junai's cold brows furrowed slightly. To be precise, the word sea isn't precise enough. Dark creatures currently constitute a different form of existence from humans. Their senses and modes of existence are completely different from ours. They must possess a unique visual olfactory perceptual network. The WIMP-type weakly interacting massive particles we discovered this time can directly form dark matter bonds with human cell membranes, allowing those marked to become beacons of the dark universe. In other words, this dark matter is their light. Lin Xian pondered, and they can't see our light. Indeed, Ding Junai said, we can't use common sense to understand the existence of such creatures. For example, cold dark elementary particles might be their oxygen or a higher form of energy. I simply sensed the presence of a super large creature through the perspective of the disaster plant. Combined with the sea urchin's behavior, we believe it's a scout. Of course, all of this is just speculation on my part and doesn't have much significance for current research. I have something else to tell you. Ding Junai said this, then raised both hands. Right in front of Lin Xian, she actually lifted the extremely fine energy fluid flowing in the air and directly sent it into her body. What? Lin Xian was confused. You can capture this energy. It must be that I have some kind of property similar to the hell black chrysanthemum, which can directly convert and absorb the energy of the black smoke. Although it is extremely weak, it is. She looked at Lin Xian with a look of bewilderment. Honestly, I remain pessimistic about this change. I'm not sure whether this property will last long. Is it a replica or borrowed? Or is it because of my plant ability, which has led to a symbiotic relationship between me and the disaster plant? This is also why I was able to sense the location of the hell black chrysanthemum when team leader Yu was in trouble. Ding Junai's brows were furrowed, and her tone sounded very worried, but Lin Xian was paralyzed at this moment. No, sister, you are a plug-in collector? How could the hell black chrysanthemum's incredible ability be directly replicated in you? Lin Xian? Ding Junai looked at Lin Xian, who was stunned at the moment, and said, do you also think this change is unusual? You are too modest. Lin Xian turned his head away, and at this moment, 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart. He was thinking and looking for what words to describe it, but seeing Ding Junai's serious expression, he could only say, just keep it up for now. Your superpower has just awakened. There may be many. Lin Xian deliberately said a few many to emphasize the point. There are many unknowns that need to be found. For example, if you can sense disaster plants, you may be able to discover more disaster plants. Ding Junai shook her head when she heard it. No, I tried, and at present I can't sense anything except the hell black chrysanthemum, such as the silver dragon 100,000 errors. Oh, right. Lin Xian reacted at this time. Have you discovered the function of this thing? No, But if I can use the same method as the hell black chrysanthemum, I should be able to find the answer. Don't. Out of caution, Lin Xian refused immediately. I think we shouldn't do that for now. You fainted last time, and we haven't even found the reason why this hell black chrysanthemum affected you. Trying another one rashly may backfire. Lin Xian's worries were not without reason. Who knew if this silver dragon 100,000 mistakes would be related to some terrifying existence in the darkness? Their current key task was to quickly escape the polar night. It would be better to put aside such suicidal behavior for the time being. This thing couldn't escape anyway. With Ding Junai, a biologist and plant-based psychic, he would sooner or later solve the mystery. You're right, Ding Junai nodded. We can't be too aggressive. Lin Xian looked at the dark train corridor and said to Ding Junai, this time, the hell black chrysanthemum absorbed a lot of energy. In addition, everyone fought for a day and 2 nights. We may need to prepare more vegetable juice. I'm sorry to trouble you. Well, don't worry. The research on the dark mark is over. My main focus from now on is cold and dark basic particles and plant cultivation. After talking with Ding Junai, Lin Xian walked towards the back car. At this time, because the lights were not on, the train was running quietly. The building and Brother Ho in car number 5 were both asleep, so Lin Xian walked directly to the living car. But before anyone arrived, a burst of chattering sounds came from a living cabin, both men and women. Xiao Yuan, you are so brave. You actually drove over alone to find hell black chrysanthemum. That's right, we were all scared to death at that time. It was really a close call. I didn't expect Captain Lin to rush over like that and rescue you from the belly of the big insect. Oh my god, it's like a god descending to earth. Our Captain Lin is really awesome, like a savior. I've fallen in love with him. Ashen, have you forgotten that you're a real man? So what? Which man doesn't like super large mechas? They're so handsome. They even opened the shell of that sea urchin. That's right, awesome. Xiao Yun's voice came. Okay, stop talking. Captain Chen asked us to keep our voices down. Everyone, listen. Okay, Xiao Yun. At this time, Lin Xian came over. When everyone saw that it was Lin Xian, they all stood up in surprise and joy. Lin, hush. Lin Xian made a gesture to silence. It's the polar night now. Try not to make too much noise before you know the situation outside. Everyone nodded and lowered their voices. That's great, Captain Lin. We are relieved to see that you are okay. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Lin. Everyone has tried their best. There is no need to say these things. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Xiao Yun. At this time, Xiao Yun still had bandages on her head and body. The full effect medical cabin had already given her 2 rounds of treatment. However, because she suffered huge squeezing injuries and a large amount of darkness in the huge mouth of the abyss, Xiao Yun's face was full of weakness at the moment. Her face, which originally had some baby fat, was pale. When she saw Lin Xian coming, she first widened her eyes in shock and immediately prepared to get up from the bed. Captain Lin, Lin Xian immediately stretched out his hand to signal her not to get up. It's good that you survived. Take care of your body first. Xiao Yun looked at Lin Xian with gratitude and nodded obediently. Well, Captain Lin, thank you. You almost died to save me. Why are you still saying thank you to me? Lin Xian looked at her melancholy and said, you are very brave. I should be the one thanking you. I empty. At this moment, the train suddenly had a slight vibration, and everyone's nerves tensed. Lin Xian signaled for everyone to be quiet, and then Ning Jing's voice came from the communicator. Pay attention to the follow-up convoys. Some kind of creatures have appeared on both sides of the track. Don't attack yet. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Jing immediately asked Lin Xian in a separate channel. Captain Lin, check if there are any marks. Captain Lin. At this time, Shu Qian also walked quickly. Look out the window. Lin Xian's face changed immediately when he heard this, and he immediately opened the sunshade of the living compartment, only to find that the wind and snow had subsided. He saw that buildings and fences began to appear on both sides of the originally pitch-black track, making it look desolate. What surprised everyone the most was that on those barbed wires, fences, houses, and abandoned cars, some kind of fungus was strangely growing, emitting a faint fluorescence in the dark night. The fluorescence was very weak, bluish and green, and cold. As the joint train moved forward, these luminous mushrooms went from being scattered stars at first to gradually forming clusters and patches of fluorescent fungal blankets. In an instant, people on each train kept opening the sunshade and looking out. Under the patches of luminous mushrooms, people gradually saw a city cluster in the dark night, Ijin. The people on the Infinity were surprised to see this scene. What kind of mushroom is this? It can actually glow, it grows in the polar night, it must not be something from the blue planet, it looks so beautiful. Is it edible? A group of people began to discuss in a low voice. At this time, Xiaoyan suddenly shouted, "Captain Lin, look!" She pointed to a few low houses in the distance of the track. Lin Xian and everyone looked over and saw several people standing on the ruins in front of the house. Those figures were motionless, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The most important thing was that these people had luminous mushrooms growing on their bodies and heads. They just stood there. As the train roared, those people turned their heads in unison. No faces could be seen. But a creepy breath came to their faces. Director Ding, Lin Xian subconsciously pressed the communicator, and Ding Junai in car number 3 immediately replied, "No mark was generated." Lin Xian asked Ding Junai to report the marking situation to the 22 train leaders in real time, slightly easing everyone's tense nerves. But at this time, more and more strange people appeared on both sides of the track. They were either in twos or threes, or in groups, but without exception, they stood still like wooden stakes, only their heads would slowly turn following the sound of the train passing by. Shasha and Chen Sixuan were leaning against the window, also watching this strange scene outside. At this time, a person very close to the train passed by the window. The person turned around, and with the help of the reflection of the luminous mushrooms on the car window, the two of them could see the person's face clearly. It was actually a living person. The face of the person, withered and yellow like rotten wood, was covered with old vines of hyphae. The top of his head was broken by the hyphae, and the grayish-white brain matter solidified into the veins of the umbrella. The umbrella was covered with honeycomb holes, oozing blue-green fluorescent mucus. The mandible was hanging down as if dislocated, and the throat was covered with coral-like fungi. The most terrifying thing was that the man's eyes were still moving, like a living thing. "Oh my god," Sasha took a step back and said in shock, "What the hell is this thing? Is it alive or dead? I saw its eyeballs moving, is it a zombie?" Although we were gradually entering Yijin City, more and more human fungi appeared in our field of vision, causing the survivors who had initially seen the magnificent luminous mushrooms to feel an indescribable weird feeling in their hearts. At the same time, everyone was watching those human fungi with a strong sense of vigilance, not knowing what kind of dark creatures they were. "No marks have been generated yet, all convoys should synchronize and do not shoot." Just as the words fell, a violent explosion was heard in the area 1 kilometer behind. Soon after, a voice came from the communicator. It was the captain of a train named Ocean, who said anxiously, "I'm sorry, Captain Lin, someone in our convoy shot at that kind of human fungi. That kind of fungus will burn and explode, and it is very powerful. Everyone must pay attention." In an instant, the hearts of all the teams were lifted up, and they all hurriedly passed down the order not to open fire. Lin Xian ran all the way to the direction of carriage number 2, ready to send a drone to check it out. At this moment, the train suddenly braked. Squeak. Starting from Longshan number 1, the train behind was hit by the inertia of the impact, and everyone felt a violent stagnation. The 15-kilometer-long steel dragon now made a harsh metallic whirring sound, and sparks flew on the track. "All trains stop, the track ahead is broken." Ningjing's urgent voice suddenly came from the communicator. In an instant, many people panicked. Lin Xian quickly stopped the power output of Infinity, but the powerful impact inertia of the entire convoy still pushed the braked Longshan number 1 to continue rushing for hundreds of meters. Accompanied by a sharp and trembling friction sound, the Zilan United train fleet finally stopped. This harsh sound echoed in the city of Yijin in the dark night, and it seemed particularly abrupt. In an instant, the more than 4,000 extremely sensitive survivors who had just experienced the defense of Zilan City were like frightened birds. They immediately picked up their weapons, held their breath, and prepared for battle. "What happened? Did you encounter a monster? Don't shoot, listen to the captain's arrangements." On the Infinity side, everyone was tense. Dalu and Brother Ho were both awakened. Even Kiki got up sleepily at this time and asked everywhere, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Everyone calmed down first. Lin Xian happened to be standing still in carriage number 3, his eyes looking at the hell-black chrysanthemum. Ding Junai beside him shook her head seriously. There was no mark. So Lin Xian turned to Ningjing and asked, "Sister Ning, what's the situation?" "Not good." Ningjing's words immediately made Lin Xian's heart tremble. On the Longshan number 1 side, Ningjing looked at the large blank space on the orbital detector, her face gloomy, and said to Lin Xian, "Our orbital detector is at least 1 kilometer away." As she spoke, she looked up at the front of the cockpit. With the help of the faint outline of the luminous mycelium community, in front of the track was an urban waterlogged area with a frozen ice shell, like a swamp. Further ahead was pitch black, and there was no trace of the track at all. Ningjing took a deep breath, and turned on the large searchlight of Longshan number 1. In an instant, a dazzling train headlight illuminated the buildings in front of the track and on both sides of the road as bright as day. The abandoned city buildings and the ground were still covered with a thin layer of snow. Looking around, there was deathly silence everywhere. The light extended far away. The train had just entered Yijin City, not yet reaching Yijin Station. The streets in the distance were cracked like a spider web, each crack emitting coral-like clusters of fungi. Billboards and abandoned buildings, covered in withered vines, were faintly visible. Humanoid fungi, in all their forms, could be seen everywhere. Some had ripped chests, others had legs protruding from the ground. Fungal hyphae, entwined like veins, formed a symbiotic union. The fluorescent patches of fungi transformed the billboard's "Welcome to Yijin City, the beautiful Western home" into "Welcome to your beautiful home." As the lights of Longshan number 1 were turned on, the glowing mushrooms of the large group of humanoids caught in the light retracted their caps. Then, these humanoids began to shake violently, snapping and ripping their vines, pulling up roots that had already been fixed to the ground. These strange people mechanically tugged at their necrotic joints and began to move continuously towards Longshan number 1. Seeing this, Ningjing immediately turned off the lights again and shouted into the communicator with a vigilant look, "Everyone, be careful. These things will move when they see light. Don't turn on the lights." She stepped back. Shidian, his upper body covered in bandages, limped up. Looking at the countless silhouettes approaching in the darkness ahead, he said coldly, "What the hell? They haven't rested for a day yet. What the hell are they doing? I don't know. The track is broken now. We can't escape even if we want to." Ningjing frowned. "We need to send someone to investigate the track and repair it as soon as possible, otherwise we will be trapped here, among the 22 doomsday trains. Only Monica's Queen Mo has real all-terrain drive and deformation capabilities. Longshan number 1 can only be considered half. Under such road conditions, it is impossible to tow dozens of iron-wheeled carriages away. If I had known that we would encounter the Silent City, I would have changed everything." Shidian found a shotgun, loaded it up and down quickly with one hand, looked at the monster that was getting closer and closer with a stern look and said, "That's good now. It's better not to cause any trouble sooner or later. It's a joke to break the tracks in the polar night, just talk. We didn't have so much to trade with the Silent City at that time, then. Wait, don't be in a hurry." Ningjing held down Shidian. She found that the humanoid fungi that were approaching stopped halfway and remained motionless. Not long after, the fungi on their bodies began to slowly open their umbrellas, emitting a faint light. These things are only attracted by light and don't seem to have any offensive power. Bang! Before Ningjing finished speaking, a huge crash suddenly came from the side of the cockpit, as if some creature had directly crashed into the armor plate of the cockpit. The two were startled and had not yet reacted when another crash occurred in the car behind them. Then, more and more crashes appeared on both sides of the train convoy. On the Infinity side, Lin Xian felt the massive and powerful impact and immediately opened the sunshades on both sides. Several people hurried to the information center. Kiki was pointing to the night vision mode of the sentry system on the monitor. On both sides of the car, there appeared several strange-looking giant rat creatures covered with thorns. They were frantically crashing into the Infinity, and the other trains encountered the same situation. "It must have been the brake noise that attracted these things," Chen Sixuan said. "Director Ding," Lin Xian shouted. "No marks, should we fight back?" Shuken asked. "Prepare to kill them," Lin Xian immediately ordered. Shuken nodded, but before she could take 2 steps, Lin Xian suddenly called out, "Wait!" Lin Xian noticed that after a few minutes of pounding, the giant rats quickly gave up and retreated into the darkness. While the collision had caused some panic, it hadn't caused any substantial damage to the train. The Infinity's new composite armor wasn't even breached. This was true for the Infinity and the other Doomsday trains as well. Some of the grille plates were dented, but otherwise, no train suffered any problems. Suddenly, the more than 4,000 survivors, who had been tensely preparing for a counterattack, breathed a sigh of relief. The train is indeed much safer, Luo Yang and the other students from the Sun team sighed in horror. A collision like that would have been impossible for anything other than a heavy truck. Ordinary jeeps or off-road vehicles wouldn't have been able to withstand it. After the sudden attack in the dark of night, the leaders of the 22 convoys immediately held a meeting on the communication band. Lin Xian No. 1's drone has flown over 10 kilometers and still hasn't found the track. Damn it. Where has all the urban rails in Yijin City gone? Are we trapped here? Wait a little longer, there will be news soon. On the Infinity side, all the backbones gathered in car number 2, waiting for the reconnaissance information from Lin Xian No. 1. Everyone, at this time. Ning Jing's voice rang out over the communicator. Good news, we found the track. Bad news, the breakpoint is in the north of the city, which means that the entire 22-kilometer urban railroad that crosses Yijin City is gone, including the backup track section. What, 22 kilometers? At this time, Jin Dealey of the Joker team looked at his group of dumbfounded subordinates and complained to Monica through the communicator. Hey, bitch, didn't you tell me that you basically never encountered any track problems? You're really lucky. In the luxurious driver's car of the Queen Mo, Monica looked at the feedback from the train system and was quite surprised. We've always been on orbit around the sun, and we've never been into the polar night zone, he said with a slight headache. This time, you're the one who's rushing us. Monica wasn't panicking. Her Queen Mo was capable of all-terrain mobility, meaning she was the only one of the 22 convoys with a way out. But she'd actually chosen to follow the orbital route just to get on board the Infinity. After all, this man had just used a giant mecha to rip the head off an S-class anomaly. Monica believed that choosing the right side in the apocalypse was crucial, sometimes even more important than improving one's own strength. She had no doubt about this. Please vote for me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Mycelium Head. On the Infinity, Lin Xian heard Ning Jing's words and replied, laying 22 kilometers of track, even with the simplest standards, is a significant undertaking. Indeed, Ning Jing pondered. My engineering team has reviewed the drone reconnaissance images. There are numerous collapses, flooding, and countless blockages. The main issues are twofold, track material and time and safety. With so many doomsday trains, I'm sure everyone has emergency track preparations, right? Shukin asked. We've just tallied them, Ning Jing replied. Everyone's just making emergency preparations. A few hundred meters is fine. We can only manage 3 or 4 kilometers at most. Of course, there's also the option of removing the track at the back to replace the track at the front, but that would take a long time. Everyone in Car 2 looked at Lin Xian. We only have 300 meters of emergency track on board, the building said. That's not enough, Lin Xian. Over 20 kilometers? Even if you wanted to build it, it would take a lot of effort, right? Kiki turned around from her swivel chair and looked at Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. Making rails is very simple and doesn't take much effort. We have so many psychics, and we can clear the roadblocks. Lin Xian No. 1 has a track-laying machine, so the solution is not complicated. The only problem for me is the materials. He had previously cleared out all the materials in the decomposition space when repairing Unit 01. At this time, the decomposition space only had 30 grams of iron that had just swallowed a small alarm clock. But if while the trains are mobilized to lay the tracks, the noise will definitely be quite loud. We don't know what will happen in this situation, Chen Sixuan said. 22 kilometers, can you use Lin Xian No. 1's all-terrain vehicle to tow it directly for us? Towing a 15-kilometer long train set, Kiki sighed to the sky. Even if we were down the tracks of Lin Xian No. 1, we can't tow it. And once it derails, it won't be so easy to get back on track. She's right, Lin Xian said. The best solution is to connect. He thought for a moment and said, how about this? We form a team and go to the city to get some materials. Then, combined with the emergency track from other trains, we can directly supply the track-laying machine on Lin Xian No. 1. This should be the most efficient way. That seems to be the only way. Kiki spun around in her swivel chair and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of sarcasm. Once again, you, the savior, have to work hard. A subtle hint of heartache lingered in her eyes, but she concealed it well, a testament to her acting prowess. Hearing this, Chen Sixuan looked at Lin Xian helplessly. I just can't believe the situation in the city is not right. The air, Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Let's go down and check the situation first, okay? Kiki nodded. Lin Xian quickly discussed the plan with Ningjing and the others. Lin Xian took Kiki with him, asking her to open her telekinetic shield to block out the outside air and prepare to exit the train. As a precaution, he sealed off the carriage, leaving only the two of them to open the door. Everyone, please take a look. I'll disembark first. All teams, please remain silent and await further instructions. Understood, Captain Lin. The voices of a dozen or so team captains echoed from the rear. No one questioned the young train captain, and they all followed the lead of Infinity. After all, the captain of Team Infinity was the key to resolving the Zilan City crisis. Even Luo Yang and others from Team Sun were loyal fans of Lin Xian. Wow! The hatch of Carriage 1 opened. Kiki deployed a telekinetic shield to block out the outside air, and the two of them floated out of Infinity together. Outside, the air was chilly and gloomy. Looking out, they were filled with colonies of luminescent mushrooms, a truly remarkable sight in the night sky. They covered the ground, the walls, the cars, and even the people. If these weren't growing on people, they'd be quite beautiful, Kiki said, observing the patches of light. I'm not in the mood to admire something growing in the polar night, Lin Xian asked her. How is it? Nothing special, Kiki, having regained her spirit, reached out and grabbed the glowing mushroom on the ground. With a gentle squeeze, it exploded, releasing a stream of brownish-yellow powder that spread in all directions. Kiki took one look and quickly used her telekinesis to fan it away. Fungal spores, Lin Xian glanced at the human fungus. It looks like this fungus can parasitize humans, not another parasite, a pseudo-human, Kiki protested. That would be disgusting. She then directed her telekinesis towards the nearest human fungus. It appeared to be a tall man, still wearing a thick jacket, but completely discolored from the mycelium. Kiki's supernatural power ripped the mushroom and mycelium vines from the man's body, along with his now shrinking clothing, skin, and bones. A strange, crackling sound echoed, and Kiki felt increasingly nauseous as she pulled. Her brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, she felt as if she'd accidentally peeled the crispy skin off fried chicken. Seeing the moist, decaying innards beneath the human fungus's skin, she felt an immediate urge to vomit. Ugh! Kiki dry-heaved, completely oblivious to the fact that, as she peeled the shell, the human fungus's eyes were whirling frantically, as if in extreme pain. Lin Xian, watching this, frowned as well. This fungus seemed to transform humans into some kind of plant. It was unclear what form it took. If someone accidentally became infected by it, wouldn't it be the end of them? Let's go up and take a look, Lin Xian pointed toward the sky. Okay, Kiki released her telekinesis and flung the human fungus away. With a snap, the fungus's head broke from its neck. Like a decaying log, the head, covered in mycelium and mushrooms, rolled across the ground. Kiki immediately summoned his telekinesis, and the two of them, enveloped in a telekinetic shield, quickly ascended to the sky. Soon, they were several hundred meters in the air. A sharp wind whipped up mycelium debris, splattering it against their gas masks. Lin Xian fastened his cable and tilted his head back, his pupils constricting as he gazed down. The deadly silence of Yijin City was now shrouded in a strange colony of fungi. Once a renowned Western tourist destination, it had become a world of mushroom spores. A network of fungal veins flowed across the surface like fluorescent rivers, and clouds of spores slowly billowed between the buildings. Watching this scene, Lin Xian felt a slight shock. He now somewhat agreed with Kiki. If it weren't for those strange human fungi, this place would truly look like some alien landscape, filled with a strange beauty. But he couldn't look too closely. As soon as he got closer, he saw the brown and yellow fungus vines tangled like spider webs, covering a large number of buildings and the ground. The condensed water on the inside of the mask slid into his collar, making Lin Xian shiver with cold. He looked at the luminous mushrooms that seemed to be flickering slightly, on and off. The whole fungus nest city emitted a rhythm like uterine contractions in the wind, which made people feel physiologically uncomfortable. I remember that before the apocalypse, Yijin was a popular check-in spot. Many people would come here to travel and participate in the Western Flower Festival. There was also a steam train that traveled through the salt marshes and canyons. Oh, by the way, there seemed to be a lot of casinos here, a bit like the Las Vegas of Dragon Country. People always say that the roast lamb and rose pie here are delicious, Kiki began to mutter as she looked at the outline of the city in the darkness. At this moment, she suddenly looked at Lin Xian. You said that the polar night covered these cities. Is it just to grow these little mushrooms? Lin Xian used the power armor's reconnaissance radar and air detection system to conduct a reconnaissance, and then he said directly to Kiki, "Okay, go back. The air is fine, but we must be wary of these tiny spores in the air, and the dark invasion in the polar night may also be a big problem." You're right. The two returned to the infinity carriage again. Lin Xian checked the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube as soon as possible. After confirming that there was no dark invasion in the car, he made a double guarantee and felt relieved. Everyone stay in the train. I'll form a makeshift team and go to the city to collect materials. Longshan number 1 will prepare the track-laying machine in advance. Captain Lin, I'll take Abai with you, Ningjing said immediately after hearing Lin Xian's plan. And me, Luo Yang then called out, Captain Lin, my night vision is excellent, take me with you. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, everyone, prepare your power armor. If it's not full body armor, be sure to wear a gas mask. After his experience in pseudo-human town, Lin Xian felt that bringing a few more experts to protect him was absolutely the right thing to do. After all, the 15-kilometer-long train was parked here, and those giant rats in the darkness wouldn't pose much of a threat. So, bringing more people would provide more security. As for Lin Xian, Kiki naturally wanted to go, and this time, Brother Ho even clamored to come along. Don't you like guarding the train? Why are you coming with us this time? Kiki looked at Lu Xingchen with curiosity. Lu Xingchen smiled carefreely. In the polar night, we can't respond to darkness with gentleness, we must use fire. Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he knew the real reason. This guy had been thoroughly devastated in Zilan City. He was clearly a leader among Esper users, a Berserker-class Esper, not to mention an S-class first kill, yet he was being chased all over the city by giant bugs and sea urchins, and even had to be carried by 2 people. This was something Lu Xingchen, who always considered himself a god of fire, could not accept. Lin Xian had noticed that this guy had been a little depressed, but when he heard that the team was going to go out, he immediately perked up. Then it's the 6 of us, and me. At this time, Ding Junai suddenly walked out from behind the crowd, with her hands in her pockets with a calm expression. Before Lin Xian could speak, she said, fungi are essentially different from plants. They have no chloroplasts and rely on the decomposition of organic matter to obtain energy, heterotrophic. They rely on the secretion of enzymes to decompose dead living organic matter and then absorb it. I am very interested in this kind of night fungus that survives in the polar night. What's more, I can now directly sense the dark mark on my body. Do you have any reason not to take me with you? It seems there is no reason. Lin Xian took a long breath after hearing this, and then he remembered that Ding Junai seemed to be very suitable. She could even directly absorb the dark invasion and convert it into pure energy for her own absorption. It was simply against the will of heaven. Moreover, this strange colony city really needed Ding Junai to help with research. Teacher Chen, Lin Xian said to Chen Sixuan, then you guys guard the train. With so many of you here with me, it should be safe. Yes, Chen Sixuan nodded. Then be careful. Soon, a small team consisting of Lin Xian, Kiki, Ding Junai, Ho Jie, Ningjing, Abai, and Luo Yang assembled. Their purpose was simple, to assist Lin Xian in entering the city to devour the materials and then construct the tracks for his escape. The rest of the main force quietly guarded the train, while the engineers of Longshan number 1 quietly began to move. Using temporary tracks and cranes, they completed the installation of the track-laying machine and retrieved a separate locomotive. Meanwhile, several other teams also sent in assistance, all wearing power armor and gas masks. Shidian, Infinity's Chen Sixuan, Monica, Jin Dili, Li Yi, and others took on defensive duties. The electromagnetic railgun on the Infinity's roof quietly rose, silently searching for a suspicious target under radar monitoring. 5:12 p.m., the 15-kilometer-long Doomsday train, comprised of over 500 carriages, sat quietly parked in Yijin City. All the carriages, their lights and sunshades off, were silent, like a steel beast slumbering in the darkness. White mist rose from the connections between the carriages. The various human fungi along the way silently watched the train in the darkness, their eyes shifting in a strange manner. Snap! Lin Xian, clad in TRP power armor and a gas mask, stepped onto the ground once again. A cold wind blew, stirring up large swathes of dried, shredded mycelial vines. The ground was bare of snow, but scattered with various human clothing. Everyone was fully armed. To ensure safety, Chen Sixuan handed the Black Hawk armor to Ding Junai. After all, Ding Junai was the weakest of the group. While Kiki had a telekinetic shield, she couldn't keep it active at all times, so she also donned a gas mask. Lin Xian also instructed everyone to avoid exposing any skin, just in case. These parasitic spores were even more terrifying than parasites. If possible, Lin Xian would even like everyone to wear full coverage power armor like the Black Hawk armor, which was completely airtight and equipped with an air circulation system, allowing it to even navigate underwater. With this in mind, Lin Xian planned to gather more materials and then go back to build a set for each key member. He also swapped out his TRP armor, giving it to the regular team members first, with the goal of iterating later. Everyone, try to stay away from or touch these things. Lin Xian led the group through a gap in the wire fence beside the tracks. Beyond them were some dilapidated old houses. He didn't turn on his flashlight, instead relying on the faint light from the luminescent mushrooms. The human fungi seemed to simply turn their heads in response to the noise, but they didn't move or attack them. How strange. Some of these people are survivors, while others are zombies. Luo Yang followed Lin Xian excitedly, like a fanboy, his eyes fixed on the surrounding colonies and the human fungi. It seems like these things haven't been around for a day or two. Lin Xian then pulled out his long unused phone and rummaged through it for a moment, finding a previously saved map of Yijin City. He looked up the location and immediately came up with a plan. There was a car market not far from here, and there were many shops along the way. Lin Xian's goal this time was simply to collect metal materials, so he planned to make a quick decision. After all, he didn't want to stay out in the polar night any longer, and with the spread of the Abyss number 5, the longer he stayed, the longer it would take to escape. With a thud, a car covered in mushrooms on the street suddenly turned to ash. The mycelium vines clinging to it still retained the shape of the car, their roots spreading across the ground, creating a strange and eerie appearance. It was the first time Luo Yang and Ning Jing had seen Lin Xian use his devouring ability. An entire car vanished into thin air, truly astonishing them. Captain Lin, can you make a car vanish from such a distance? Luo Yang looked at Lin Xian as if he were looking at God. It had to be said that Lin Xian's mechanical abilities at this point were truly terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he could make an inorganic mechanical object vanish into thin air. Even Lin Xian himself felt that his control over machinery had suddenly reached a qualitative leap. Can you devour something without even touching it? Kiki asked, hovering midair and quietly leaning into Lin Xian's ear. Yes, it's considered an evolution, Lin Xian replied. Brother Lin's abilities are improving so rapidly. It seems I've been too complacent, Lu Xingchen said hoarsely through his gas mask, a look of uncertainty on his face. Ding Junai observed Lin Xian's actions with a startled expression, also somewhat amazed by the change in his abilities. There seems to be a lot of monster ore here. Abai, beside Ningjing, suddenly spoke as they made their way along the path covered in mycelium. Ding Junai blinked. Knowing that Abai could detect the presence of monsters and their dark markings, she tried to sense them as well. She was clad in Black Hawk armor, a vast array of radar and intelligent data before her. She was unfamiliar with the suit's operation, so she could only observe the information it captured and said to Lin Xian, those human fungi appear to be alive, but they appear to be somewhat different from the strange entities. Everyone, be careful. We don't know what threat these things pose yet, so try not to get close, Ningjing said seriously. Sister Jing, Abai said nervously, the presence I'm talking about isn't those fungi. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. Lin Xian, who was busy devouring a junked car on the roadside, also sensed something amiss. They were being watched by countless human fungi, but there seemed to be something different in those gazes. Kiki, okay, Lin Xian said to Kiki. They had this powerful telekinetic psychic. If they encountered any trouble, they could take everyone aloft, making them incredibly maneuverable. Everyone now gathered around Lin Xian warily, observing his surroundings. Regardless of danger, Lin Xian seized every opportunity to devour. This was the most important thing. They had no interest in the monsters or troubles in the city, nor did they bother searching for supplies. Their only goal was to repair the tracks and leave. A strange, muffled rolling sound suddenly echoed through the quiet, damp streets. Everyone focused their attention as a black, spherical object slowly rolled out from the shadows of the street ahead. "Look out," Ningjing shouted, shielding Abai and the others behind her. As the sphere drew closer, the crowd, glimpsed through the faint light of the luminescent mushrooms, realized it was actually a human head covered in mycelium. Suddenly, there were more rolling sounds, and more heads rolled out from the darkness. These heads seemed to have some kind of life, rolling towards street corners, telephone poles, city flower beds, and the corners of billboards. Then they stopped, and slowly turned around, a sallow and lifeless face covered with damp mycelium, and peeked at these outsiders with its eyes. Lin Xian. This scene unnerved Kiki. She whispered to Lin Xian, ready to use her telekinesis to escape. The group used no light, making little noise. Lin Xian looked around and soon saw these mycelial heads rolling around in every corner of the street, their gaze fixed on them. They look like living human heads, but I wonder if the state of this fungus parasite is biological or non-living, Ding Junai said, gazing at the nearest one. The best thing would be for me to take a few samples back for research. Lin Xian felt a sharp pain in his trigeminal nerve at this. If they brought something like this on the train, no one would be able to rest. Returning to the current situation, the increasingly bizarre situation made everyone nervous. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Xian repaired a distant street light, installed a battery, and snapped his fingers, and the abandoned lamp began to emit a dim, flickering light. This was a terrifying moment. The human fungi on the street began to twist and twitch violently, pulling at the mycelial carpet stuck to the ground and tugging at their rotting leg joints. Some walked, others climbed, moving towards the streetlight like puppets. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The human fungi began to swarm around the streetlight, gradually forming a wall. Their mycelium began to grow wildly. In just a few seconds, the light was completely covered, wrapped, and climbed. The mycelium intertwined into a biological dome that directly enveloped the upper light. Within seconds, Lin Xian's battery quickly decayed, and the power disappeared without a trace. The street was dark again. Everyone's faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. Ningjing immediately said, "Fortunately, we didn't let these things climb onto our train. It seems that this kind of mycelium can quickly absorb energy." Luo Yang frowned, "And if you attack them, there will be a violent explosion." "It's really a bit tricky." Lin Xian's heart sank. "These things are too weird. If they climbed onto the infinity, it might cause some trouble. They are simply the nemesis of machines. The most terrifying thing is that these spores floating in the air are extremely tiny. If they are inhaled by people, it will be even more difficult to guard against. The human body also has bioenergy." At this time, Ding Junai said, "It seems that this kind of fungal spores is more dangerous than viruses, and it is difficult to solve it with physical means." Lin Xian looked at everyone and suddenly had a headache. "Oh no, if these fungal spores fall on us and cannot be cleaned up, how can we go back?" "That's simple." Unexpectedly, this problem did not worry Ding Junai. "There are many ways to inactivate fungal spores. We can use the ozone chamber in the laboratory for fumigation treatment, or use ultraviolet light in the clean bench to inactivate them. But the premises." She looked at the glowing mycelium carpet beside the street and said, "These things are really fungi, not some strange dark creatures." Director Ding, "Look." Kiki pointed to the mycelium heads around the street corners that were staring at them. "These are not attracted by the light, they just keep staring at us." The new plot is unfolding, the pace will be slower, and Coke will save more manuscripts and continue to update later. Thank you for your support, and ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 292 Firebook. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the words left his mouth, a mycelial head in the corner began to expand strangely, its terrifying face distorting as it inflated like a balloon. Lin Xian sensed something was wrong and immediately called out to Kiki, "Kiki, contain it." "Okay." Kiki immediately used her telekinesis to shield the expanding mycelial head. Sure enough, the next moment, the mycelial head exploded, spraying out bluish-white, rotting brain matter along with a thick, brown-yellow mist of spores, which was tightly contained by Kiki's telekinetic shield. Disgusting. Meanwhile, the other mycelial heads also began to expand, rapidly rolling towards the group. "Let's go." Sensing the trouble, Lin Xian acted decisively. Kiki, without holding back, used her telekinesis to grab everyone and launch them into the air, flying away. Bang, 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 bang. A dull explosion echoed, and the center of the street where they had just been was instantly covered in a thick spore mist. "What's this?" "A spore bomb," Ningjing's eyes were filled with fear. She wasn't afraid to face terrifying monsters, but this parasitic, devouring spore mist made her feel powerless. Fortunately, she had a telekinetic expert like Kiki on her team, otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with. Let's go straight to that car city. It's 2 blocks from here. Hurry. Realizing the trouble these things presented, Lin Xian had no choice but to venture deeper into Yijin City. He didn't want to stay there even a second longer. Whoosh! The air above Yijin City was filled with a damp, moldy smell. Kiki raised a transparent telekinetic shield, enveloping the 7 people, and then quickly headed towards the car city. Before long, a low street appeared before them. Behind it, a large parking lot appeared. Countless abandoned and damaged cars were piled up in the car city's open space. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of them. These cars were now covered in fungal carpet and luminescent mushrooms, making the view quite dreamy, if it weren't for the knowledge that beneath the mushrooms lay a foul, brownish-yellow fungal carpet. I'm sure all the cars that can be driven away have been taken. Luo Yang frowned at this scene and said, "It's okay, I don't want a car." Ningjing noticed Abai's face sullen and couldn't help asking, "Abai, what's wrong, Sister Ning? I keep feeling like there are monsters everywhere, all staring at us." Ningjing glanced around. The deadly stillness of the city night was a blanket of mycelium. Aside from the human fungi roaming the streets, she saw no moving creatures. However, she knew Abai's perception was correct, so she glanced at Lin Xian and gestured to him. Lin Xian nodded. "We need to make a quick decision. There must be some strange entity here. If we're marked, we must find a way to destroy it with all our might, otherwise we won't be able to escape this polar night." "Yes," Ningjing nodded. The human fungi and the mycelium heads hadn't marked anyone, including the giant rat that had appeared in the darkness. So, despite the strangeness, Lin Xian and the others still bravely entered to search for devouring material. "Hey, Lin Xian, look!" At this moment, Kiki pointed to the center of a large parking lot on the car city. "That looks like a convoy camp." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, amidst the chaotic mass of cars, a circular formation formed a clear survival area. Outer perimeters were over 20 heavy trucks, forming a defensive perimeter. Inside, a variety of vehicles, large and small, including SUVs, trucks, buses, tankers, and solar power plants, formed a network of at least 50 vehicles, making it a medium to large convoy. However, the convoy camp was now devoid of any life or lights. It was completely covered in a carpet of mycelium and luminescent mushrooms, resembling a circular mushroom bed in the center of the parking lot. "This convoy should be gone. There's no heat source at all," said Ling Junai, clad in Black Hawk armor. Kiki, using telekinesis, slowly descended from the air. At that moment, the Crimson Phoenix tokens on Lin Xian and Ningjing suddenly began to emit a beeping sound. Beep, beep, beep. The two reacted instantly. Someone left a firebook information package. Is this convoy the Phoenix Order convoy? Not necessarily. It could have been left by the Night Walker. Lin Xian immediately took out the Crimson Phoenix Order, opened it, and found a residual radio wave audio signal. "Shishi, this is the Night Front convoy. Shishi, I'm Deputy Captain Liu Zhang. We can't evacuate anymore. Shishi, there's a large-scale fungal spore infection here. All the zombies are, Shishi. The spores will quickly invade the brain and cause hallucinations. Firepower strikes will be ineffective. Shishi. Those parasite things will be attracted by sound and light. Don't open fire, don't get out of the car, don't turn on the lights. Shishi. We can't get out at all. The fungus in the entire city is alive. We were forced to hold on here for 3 days." The captain led the exploration team to discover a secret research institute underground in the Crimson Pharmaceutical Group. They were studying the polar night and this mycelium. They demolished the roads and destroyed the bridges so that those entering the city would have no way to go. Then they captured the survivors and used them as experimental specimens for mycelium experiments. Our people fought with them, but it was too late. Survivors or people from the Phoenix Society who receive this message must wipe them out. This mycelium is more terrible than a virus and will bring a devastating crisis to mankind. We can't leave anymore, Shishi. We can't attack their research institute. It's in the basement of that building. Something is growing in my head. The radio wave signal of the Dihiro book disappeared, and everyone suddenly felt the atmosphere turn cold. Crimson Pharmaceuticals? Them again, Ningjing frowned. Lin Xian asked, Do you know this organization? Ningjing nodded, looking at Abe. This pharmaceutical group is backed by a mysterious Adventist group called the Crimson World. Abe and Zhaoqing were previously captured by them. She swallowed her words and looked back at Abe. Everyone looked at Abe, their face filled with fear and terror. Elsewhere, Lin Xian looked at Abe, his expression also slightly darker. Crimson Pharmaceuticals. Kiki quickly searched on her phone and immediately found the target. Oh, really? It's at 223 Nanda East Road, the Yijin branch of Crimson Pharmaceutical Group. They used to be the leading research enterprise here, so they've destroyed the tracks and bridges. How despicable. Lin Xian, his face grim, tried to relay a message back to the train using his communicator, but was shocked to discover that the signal had been completely cut off. The signal poles he had reserved along the route were now covered in mycelium, completely obsolete. We're in trouble. What should we do, Captain Lin? Should we retreat? Luo Yang said cautiously. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at the human bacteria in the shadows around him. There's no point in retreating. Without the tracks, we can't leave Yijin at all. Once we're entangled by those human bacteria on the train, no one can escape. This group is one of the best in the global pharmaceutical field. Not only is it financially powerful, but it also has very authoritative research in the fields of genetics and cancer control, Ding Junai said at this time. According to the information revealed in this firebook, they can continue to conduct research here, which proves that they have the means to protect themselves. They must have already done some basic research on this kind of mycelium. If we find this group, we may be able to find a solution to deal with it. That makes sense, Lin Xian said. He nodded immediately, then looked toward the joint train tracks and said gravely, once I've gathered the materials for the tracks here, we'll go investigate Crimson Pharmaceuticals. If they're still around, we'll either eliminate them or use them to find a way to isolate the mycelium. I have a feeling even if we finish repairing the tracks, we won't be able to leave easily. Repairing the tracks would require passing through the city, a slow and noisy process. Even with Lin Xian's mechanical abilities, quickly constructing the tracks along the way and then having the track laying machine lay them, with a distance of over 20 kilometers and the need to clear obstacles, completely avoiding the mycelium attack would be nearly impossible. Realizing his current situation, Lin Xian immediately prepared to adjust his strategy. Do you mean we should go to this pharmaceutical group and get a solution to the mycelium? Ningjing asked. Is it possible that someone from this organization is also monitoring us? Luo Yang asked. Strictly speaking, the mycelial network possesses the ability to transmit information and hunt. From a biological perspective, the entire microbial community can be understood as a single entity. The largest organisms in the world are actually fungi, so your concerns are not unfounded, Ding Junai then said. Our train has definitely been targeted by some creature in this city, then we should be more proactive, Lin Xian said anxiously. And quickly. If these creatures attack our train, we won't have any strategy. He pointed at the heavily armored doomsday truck ahead and said, this convoy won't be defeated by guns and artillery. Looking at the dozens of survivors' vehicles encircled by a mycelial blanket, everything inside rotting, Lin Xian realized the severity of the situation. The Infinity had virtually no defense against these fungal spores and human bacteria, and wouldn't even dare to fire back. Ningjing and Luo Yang nodded solemnly. That makes sense. With such a long train line, if a chain reaction were to occur, the situation could quickly get out of control, Luo Yang said. Then let's go meet them. Lu Xingqian's expression was stern. Eradicating this pest for our human race is a meritorious deed. Ningjing's eyes flickered, and she took a deep breath. I didn't expect these things to be so difficult. It seems they're much more troublesome than the attacks by the strange entities. Don't be so pessimistic, Ding Junai said. At least for now, these mycelium haven't shown any signs of significant aggression. As long as we remain quiet, there's still a lot we can do. Yes, Lin Xian and the others landed in the parking lot. He wasted no time and immediately began devouring the large trucks and the convoy. Successful devour, mechanical source points plus 20. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 10, disintegration, obtain 10 high manganese steel, 10 hot rolled forged steel, 5 cold rolled duplex steel plate, 20 ordinary carbon steel, non-metallic foam and non-metallic composite materials. Successful devour, mechanical source points plus 15, as Lin Xian devoured, Kiki and Ding Junai surveyed the convoy, discovering that for such a large convoy, there wasn't a single body. Why is there no one here? They must have all turned into human fungi. Ding Junai looked around the vast parking lot. In the darkness, densely packed shadows stood numerous figures. They were all of varying shapes, covered in strange mycelium. Vines of mycelium from their legs clung to the ground, their roots interconnecting them. Looking at the dense network of mycelium beneath her feet, Ding Junai couldn't help but exclaim, "I remember an experiment using the fission network of Physarum polycephalum to design a city subway network. These fungal roots act like a physical information network, transmitting information. Now the entire city of Yijin is covered in this, just like what I was talking about." "Ah, you mean, each of these human fungi could be a sensory terminal, like a monster's tentacle, watching us?" Luo Yang was the first to react, his expression slightly grim. "If mycelium has consciousness, then yes," Ding Junai replied calmly. This remark immediately gave the others a chilling feeling. Lu Xingqian impatiently stomped on a mycelium vine. He felt a certain energy flowing within it, and said aggrievedly, "I really want to burn it all down with fire." "Hey! You want to blow us all up?" Kiki spat at him immediately upon hearing this. "I told you not to come along to cause trouble, don't move." Our brother Ho shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Abe suddenly stepped back and leaned closer to Ningjing. "What's wrong, Abe?" Abe pointed at the abandoned cars around him. "They're all looking at us." Hearing this, several people immediately looked up. At this moment, everyone discovered strangely that the human fungi seemed to have increased in number, accompanied by a crackling sound, as if they were moving slowly. "They're closing in. We didn't turn on the lights. It's not just the lights, we have heat and bioenergy. They've already identified us as prey." "Mycelium, that's best." Ding Junai frowned slightly. "If it's this type of mycelium's instincts, it'd be easier. But if not, we're in big trouble." Lin Xian, who is now accelerating his devouring, said, "Don't move. If they keep coming, we'll devour them mid-air." Click, 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 click. As the seconds ticked by, until it reached 8:10 p.m., the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. More and more humanoid figures stood in the darkness, moving slowly, their joints emitting strange, subtle sounds as they slowly closed in on the central convoy. The team members formed a defensive formation around Lin Xian, watching the approaching human fungi with wary eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cars vanished one after another under Lin Xian's long-range devouring power, their debris clattering to the ground, leaving behind a hollow framework of fungi. As the devouring process unfolded, Lin Xian discovered that the internal components of the previously functioning survivor vehicles seemed to have aged by 10 years, yet the information contained in the Firebook's information package was no more than 10 days old. This made him even more wary of these mycelium. If the infinity were to be encroached upon by such a thing, it would be a disaster. "They're getting closer," Kiki anxiously exclaimed. "Let's get on top," Lin Xian shouted, and Kiki and the 7 others immediately soared 10 meters into the air. Soon, the area they had previously stood in was filled with human fungi from all directions. By this point, Lin Xian had already devoured more than half of the vehicles in the convoy. The materials in the decomposition center were constantly expanding, and his mechanical source points and devouring proficiency were rapidly improving. Lin Xian had finally fulfilled his dream of devouring the parking lot. It had been a long time since he had devoured such a large number of vehicles. If the situation hadn't been so bizarre, he could easily have devoured every car in the parking lot with this remote devouring technique. "Lin Xian," Kiki called out to him, "look down." Concentrated on devouring, Lin Xian glanced down at the parking lot and noticed that beneath the dense mass of mushrooms, the tangled roots of the fungal carpet seemed to glow faintly, a faint reddish glow coursing through them like blood. Everyone noticed this phenomenon, and the red flow gradually grew brighter and clearer, the glow growing more intense. The entire network of fungi on the ground seemed to be flowing like blood, as if the entire area were rhythmically breathing. Seeing this, Lin Xian sensed something was amiss. He immediately stopped devouring and was about to ask Kiki to raise everyone higher as a precaution when, out of the corner of his eye, a floating noctilucent mushroom slowly descended from his shoulder. It shone with a vibrant white and pink glow, its cap as light as goosedown or a dandelion. Lin Xian's eyes froze, and Kiki, observing it, let out a cry of surprise. "Lin Xian, be careful." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kiki immediately erected a massive telekinetic shield, enveloping everyone. The floating mushroom caps were instantly shaken apart by the telekinesis, exploding in the air into a myriad of tiny white points of light, like a dreamlike mist of sand. Above us, everyone looked up, only to see countless tiny white and pink caps drifting down from beneath the dark cloud. The telekinetic shield suddenly shook them apart, filling the entire sky with a mist of sand that quickly slid down and landed on the human fungus below. Instantly, the human fungus began to mutate violently. Vast masses of white hyphae burst forth from the human fungus's body, rapidly breaking through its body and proliferating. Its torso and limbs exploded and fell away, leaving only its head, which rolled away. The human fungus then transformed into a bizarre mushroom over a meter tall, covered in horrific tumors. From its neck, countless hyphae grew into a magnificent cap, swaying in the wind, sending a shower of spores scattering everywhere. Lin Xian and the others' expressions dropped to a halt upon seeing this. The white spores had barely landed a minute before they had already multiplied to such an extent. How strange. It seems like this thing is floating only above us, Luo Yang exclaimed, gazing at the sky in amazement. Lin Xian looked and saw that it was indeed confined to this area. He immediately called to Kiki, "Quick, let's get out of here." Kiki immediately led the team into the distant airspace. After a few kilometers, the falling spores noticeably decreased. Lin Xian looked back and was shocked to see that the sky above the auto city was raining down luminous spores, while everything else was as quiet as ever. Ding Junai observed the network of pulsing fungal mats on the city's surface and said, "Sure enough, this entire city's microbial community is a vast biological network. We've been staying in one place too long, and the network is responding to us." Soon, the floating mushroom caps, as if locating their position, began to fall from above. "What should we do now? Let's go directly to that Crimson Pharmaceuticals group. Going back to the train now would mean death." Alright, after devouring those 20 or so heavy trucks, Lin Xian's decomposition center had already obtained a considerable amount of materials, perhaps just shy of the required track material he'd estimated. So, as they flew toward Crimson Pharmaceuticals, Lin Xian instructed Kiki to snatch up abandoned cars from the road and devour them mid-air. Lin Xian's premonition was correct. The fungal carpets throughout Yijin City seemed to come alive. As their team soared through the air, the mycelial roots on the ground continuously shimmered with a blood-red light. At the same time, in the darkness, shadowy corners, a large number of mycelium heads began to roll. The caps of the mushrooms growing on the city streets swayed in the wind, and they began to continuously expel spore mist. In an instant, the city, which had once appeared clear and lively under the luminous mushrooms, was now filled with a brown-yellow spore mist. This mist continued to expand and rise, gradually shrouding Yijin City in a spore mist. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately said to Kiki, "Quick, take us over." "Okay, these fungi have started to spray spore mist." "Is there anything wrong with the train?" Luo Yang said nervously. "There's no point in worrying. I hope they can hold on and not make any noise or light." Elsewhere, Shi Dian and Chen Sixuan, on the joint train, saw the brown-yellow spore mist rising from the sky above the city and immediately sensed the danger. "Quick, turn on all the air circulators and seal the gaps between the cars, use wet rags, and the ventilation and sewage ducts in the bathrooms. We must not let the spores get into the cars." The communicator can't reach Captain Lin and the others. "What should we do?" Shukin said. "They'll find a way. We must follow Lin Xian's instructions and make no noise. Cut off the power to the entire train." "Okay, everyone, put on your gas masks. No exposed skin." Chen Sixuan's expression was solemn. She and Shukin checked everyone's protective gear one by one. Even with the train as a protection, those on board dared not let their guard down, even donning their winter clothing from the snowy plains. Over 4,000 people quietly sprang into action, gathering whatever they could to seal any cracks and leaks in the cars. On the Infinity side, every car door was closed as a precaution. The combined train fell completely silent, as if the air had frozen, a state of stillness. A few minutes later, a thick, dusky yellow spore fog began to envelop the train like a tsunami, soon completely submerging it. A thin layer of yellow spores began to coat the windows. Elsewhere, as mushroom caps continued to fall from the sky, Kiki and Lin Xian flew rapidly through the sky. They soon spotted a large, triangular, single building in the industrial zone of Yijin City. The original building's perimeter wall had been transformed into a high, electric fence covered with thorny iron mesh. Machine gun turrets were placed every few dozen meters, apparently built to cope with a zombie crisis. The sandbag bunkers outside the wall had long since collapsed, and the sand and fungal mat had fused into a honeycomb-like tumor. The barrel of a heavy machine gun was twisted into knot by mycelium, and the unfired bullets in the ammunition belt had grown black caps like wood ears. The massive triangular main building was covered in a glowing fungal carpet and various fungi, like a massive tumor incubator. Countless purple-black mycelial tubercles dotted the building's perimeter. The glowing tubercles were translucent, and up close, one could actually see the outlines of human figures within. Inside, there were also mycelium-encased security zombies and some staff members in research uniforms. On the roof, only the crimson character was faintly visible among the 4 blue characters for Crimson Pharmaceuticals. What kind of fungus is this? It can actually eat people. Kiki frowned as the group approached from the air. The scene before her looked incredibly grotesque and terrifying. These mycelial networks resembled some kind of internal organs, utterly disgusting. The mycelium is denser here, indicating we're close to the core of the colony. Ding Junai observed the brownish-yellow spore mist rising around them. These spores are also flammable. We must be extremely careful. The entire city was blanketed in spore mist. If an explosion were to occur at this moment, the power would be unimaginable. Lin Xian frowned as he gazed at the overwhelming spore mist. Even with defensive measures like the field, he wasn't sure he could survive such an explosion. Then, he suddenly realized something. Kiki, come closer. Where? There. Lin Xian pointed toward the main building of Crimson Pharmaceuticals. Lin Xian spotted several distinctive black experimental vans parked in front of the building, engulfed in the fungal mat. Kiki led Lin Xian and the others over and ripped the mat apart, revealing a symbol on the vans. It was a triangular symbol. Lin Xian and Kiki had seen this symbol before. It was the symbol on the special metal box that Uncle Wu from the Big Eagle team gave him when he just left Tingshan Guanshen. Chapter 293 Giant Bacteria. It's this logo, Kiki suddenly remembered. So, the research convoy Uncle Wu and the others encountered earlier was from this Crimson Pharmaceuticals. It should be Crimson World, Ningjing said. It's not Crimson Pharmaceuticals logo, but it's definitely this organization. Director Ding, scan it. Abai, see if there's anything wrong. Lin Xian gestured towards the main building and said to the two. No, the fungal blanket outside is too thick. We can't detect anything inside, Ding Junai said, and Abai shook his head. This place has been parasitized like this. Is there really anyone alive here? Ningjing frowned. The entire building was completely engulfed in fungal blankets. If it weren't for its shape, it would have become a giant mycelium plant, covered in all sorts of mushroom spores and tumors, giving it a grotesque appearance. Better to be cautious. With that, Lin Xian immediately created 2 drones. He could now control them remotely, eliminating the need for remote control. He led the drones in front, and he and his group followed behind, heading towards the main building. From the sky, a vast number of white, feathery mushroom caps rained down, surrounded by a blanket of brownish-yellow spore mist. Vision gradually blurred. The main building's revolving door was completely clogged with mycelium, and the automatic glass door was held open by the mycelium. Kiki immediately used her telekinesis to grab a hold and rip the entire door down with it. Go in quickly. Don't touch those caps. Just as everyone rushed into the dark main building lobby, a hissing sound began to echo from the ground behind them. The caps landed on the mycelial nodules clinging to the building's structure, and the white mycelium instantly spread. The zombie corpses encased within, entangled by the mycelium, suddenly came to life, emitting a shrill roar. Tubercules sprouted all over their bodies, and their skin peeled off bit by bit. Upon entering the outer hall, Lin Xian immediately created a large floodlight and raised it into the hall, instantly illuminating the main building. The once magnificent hall was now a mess, filled with human fungi. Some were running, others climbing, now parasitized by mycelium and frozen in place. When the light came on, the human fungi began to tremble and rush towards the light. Find their lab, quick and decisive. Okay, Lin Xian didn't care about alerting the human fungi at this moment. He continuously generated floodlights to clear the way. At the same time, 2 drones quickly flew through the corridor, investigating suspicious targets. These pharmaceutical companies usually have core labs covering a wide range of disciplines, so searching for them might be time-consuming. Ding Junai followed Lin Xian. Many corners of the dust-free corridor were now covered in fungal mats, showing signs of mold everywhere. Using her Black Hawk armor's visual system, she quickly captured a map of the building's area, then performed a zoning check. She said, "It's in Building C, take the central elevator down, A whirring sound erupted from Lin Xian's palms, and the lights throughout the corridor flickered in response to the team's progress, forming a makeshift lighting system. The deeper they went, the more numerous the parasitic mycelial roots grew, completely taking over some corridors. Bang! Ningjing blasted a wall of mycorrhizal roots with a single punch, clearing the corridor. To avoid an explosion, the task of clearing the path fell to Ningjing and Kiki. Abai and Ho Jian, with their flammable and explosive abilities, could only follow silently. "Something's coming," Abai and Ding Junai said almost simultaneously. Lin Xian and the others stopped dead in their tracks. They were passing through a narrow corridor. Lin Xian's mechanical powers illuminated only one area, while the rest was shrouded in mycelium and darkness. The sound of rapidly climbing creatures echoed through the empty corridor. Lu Xingjian, upon hearing it, grasped a flame in one hand and prepared to strike, but Lin Xian blocked his attack with a raised hand. "Don't act rashly. Mycelium is everywhere here. If it ignites, none of us can escape. Let me do it." Ningjing stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. Of the entire group, only she and Kiki were suited to take action. Hearing something approaching rapidly in the darkness, she clenched her fists. But just as the sound was about to break through the darkness, it suddenly stopped. The entire corridor fell silent, leaving only the twisting mycelium beneath the light. "Escaped," gurgled. At that moment, another rolling sound echoed behind them. Lin Xian waved his hand, and two drones, one in front of the other, flew off into the darkness. Soon, everyone saw the source of the sound. From the distant corridor behind them, a large number of human head fungi rolled in. Their faces were green and rotten, and their mycelium was tangled, giving them a terrifying appearance. "Hurry!" Lin Xian immediately led everyone forward. The drone's lights attracted a large number of human head fungi and twisted joints to converge on the building. Fortunately, these creatures were relatively slow and posed no threat. Just as the group was about to cross a laboratory area, Luo Yang suddenly saw a dark figure rapidly approaching him in a corridor beside him. The next moment, a strange fungal corpse with sharp claws, a hunched body, and a blue complexion, wearing a cleanroom lab suit, suddenly emerged from the darkness and pounced directly at him. Ugh! The zombie was extremely fast, claws clawing at the ground as it rushed forward like a beast, carrying the strong smell of laboratory disinfectant. Luo Yang's pupils narrowed, and he instinctively prepared to activate his supernatural powers. Suddenly, Lin Xian stepped in front of him and shouted, "Watch out!" A translucent force field unfolded in front of Lin Xian, and the darting corpse collided head-on with it. A massive black ash-like substance instantly erupted from its body, spraying onto the wall. Upon closer inspection, the ash was actually wriggling, continuously spawning slime mold like a spider, quickly covering most of the wall. It was an extremely bizarre sight. "Hey!" Kiki immediately launched a telekinetic wave, blasting the corpse out with a thud, sending a massive black mist cascading out. "Don't touch these things, Sister Ning, don't attack." Lin Xian's face darkened at the sight. He had brought so many powerful people with him, but each encounter was more bizarre than the last, leaving him with no idea where to begin. Ningjing frowned upon hearing this. Judging from the clothing on this strange corpse, it's probably a test subject held in the laboratory. We've encountered so many different mycelium characteristics so far. With the information we have, it's best not to act rashly. Ding Junai, observing the anomalies in the various air parameters in the holographic field of view, said, "I suggest we quickly find the people from the Crimson World. They must know a lot of relevant information. In this situation, there's no telling if anyone is still alive." Lin Xian observed the scene, and without stopping, he led everyone towards the building's atrium. The area map showed that the upper floors of Crimson Pharmaceutical Group primarily consisted of administrative and business areas, while the core cryogenic laboratory was underground, requiring access via the atrium's vertical elevator. Beyond that, there were few areas of interest in the entire building. "It's right up ahead. Kiki, use your telekinetic shield for protection. Ignore anything you see along the way." Lin Xian made these arrangements as he ran forward. But something strange happened. The closer they got to the atrium, the fewer mycelium there were, as if suppressed by some mysterious force. At the same time, the lights gradually became brighter, and he didn't need to use mechanical powers to light the lights. The originally dirty ground and walls became spotless, and the interior scene of a high-end and luxurious pharmaceutical company began to appear in front of Lin Xian. The spacious, Bright floor and holographic advertising screens in the corridor showcase the corporate culture of Crimson Pharmaceuticals. A bald, middle-aged man in a suit and smart glasses appeared on screen, speaking animatedly. Crimson Pharmaceuticals is committed to reshaping the infinite possibilities of life through genetic technology. We've taken CRISPR gene scissors beyond a dimension of editing. Through AI-driven quantum base folding technology, we can not only repair genetic errors, he said. Professor Valen, a leading figure in federal biology, once said that humans are the ultimate biological template for biological reproduction. Diseases, viruses, and defects are all inevitable processes of biological evolution, even including external factors like natural disasters. Some ask, does gene editing cross the forbidden zone of life? My answer is, when a mother sees her daughter with a congenital metabolic defect run for the first time thanks to our mitochondrial regeneration therapy, when AI-powered early cancer screening reduces mortality by 90%, saving tens of millions of families from terminal illness, we are not touching a forbidden zone, but the glory that civilization should have. Lin Xian walked through the corridor and a large, bright atrium came into view, resembling a large scientific and technological building. Countless administrative drones shuttled through the air, seemingly busy. A cylindrical central elevator sat in front, surrounded by a circular information desk. Surprisingly, a young, uniformed woman, presumably the lobby manager, stood before the desk. Otherwise, the entire atrium was deserted. Lin Xian could only hear his own footsteps. The woman was strikingly beautiful, appearing to be in her early 30s. She glanced at Lin Xian with a polite smile. "Hello," she seemed to say. Lin Xian remained silent, surveying his surroundings before glancing behind him. A familiar feeling washed over him. Everyone had vanished, leaving only him and the woman before him. Click, click, click. Lin Xian's eyes froze, his mechanical mind rapidly unfolding, capturing whatever it could to determine his current situation. The uniformed woman, however, simply looked at Lin Xian with a calm smile, saying, "I understand. The journey of escape must have been exhausting, with dangers lurking around you, and your life could be in jeopardy at any moment. Now, seeing this clean, bright, modern scene, devoid of any apocalyptic imagery, you must have thought you'd arrived in the wrong place or were hallucinating." Click, click, click. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a supernatural light, and his mechanical mind began to expand. "Have you ever considered that perhaps your understanding of death is wrong?" The woman observed Lin Xian's movements and continued, "As long as what you see, touch, sense, and smell isn't doom and death, then what does the form of life even matter?" As she finished speaking, a sudden clatter of footsteps echoed through the atrium. Lin Xian looked up and saw a large number of people emerging from the corridors in all directions. These people, both men and women, were naked. All of them were incredibly beautiful, like perfect human creations. These white bodies moved toward him, and Lin Xian immediately began to retreat. As his gaze shifted, he noticed that the men in the crowd began to dwindle, lingering and leaving. Only women remained, surging forward. These women were of all heights, weights, skin tones, hair colors, and even body shapes and bust sizes. As these people approached, as if in a rapid selection process, the slender, fair-skinned women gradually became the majority. Their hair, physique, and hair color gradually became the types that Lin Xian liked best or most. Strangely enough, the appearance of these selected women gradually shifted towards the beauties that had impressed Lin Xian, such as Chen Sixuan, Kiki, Ding Junai, and even Monica. Soon, hundreds of stunningly beautiful women, such as Teacher Chen, Kiki, and Monica, had arrived and surrounded Lin Xian. These women, completely naked, their skin shimmering with the allure of sexual reproduction, gazed at Lin Xian with clear eyes, sometimes smiling, sometimes serious, sometimes sly, sometimes shy, almost invading every sense of Lin Xian's. At the same time, the crowd began to open, and naked beauties emerged from behind, carrying a variety of delicacies: steak, roast duck, hot pot, fresh fruit, tempting desserts, and exquisite wines. They spoke in silence, offering a variety of delicacies, striking various poses of desire, or expressing their loyalty to be dominated. Suddenly, more men began to appear, surrounding the beauties and kneeling before Lin Xian, seemingly expressing their submission and respect. For a moment, Lin Xian's view was filled with all kinds of delicious food and aromas, the constantly twisting bodies of beautiful women, and the dense crowds of men kneeling before him. It was like a strange scene of human desire, tugging at every sense and tug at his mind. Click. At this moment, Lin Xian's mechanical mind finally grasped something. He took a deep breath, raised his left hand to cast a net force field shield, and at the same time, clenched his right hand. Empty. A loud, strange noise echoed through the hall. The uniformed woman in the distance suddenly contorted her face, and a chain reaction ensued, along with the women around Lin Xian, who were writhing and begging for peace. Some twisted their bodies so violently that they became joint reversal movements, instantly disrupting normal perception and transforming the originally erotic scene into something bizarre. The women seemed oblivious. As Lin Xian's supernatural power tore at them, their movements became increasingly bizarre, like an AI-generated image gone awry. Some silently gained an extra arm, others sprouted 7 or 8 fingers, and some even developed genitalia dislocated in a terrifying spectacle, a scene resembling a female hellscape. Eternal living bodies are the ultimate solution to the continuation of life. Hello, I understand you. This long escape must be physically and mentally exhausting. You must be tired. Don't be afraid, the uniformed woman continued, her words incoherent and illogical. Shishi. Lin Xian's supernatural power surged rapidly, and the doors of the central elevator behind the woman began to open, restrained by his supernatural power. The elevator door seemed to encounter a significant obstacle, and the process of opening became extremely slow. Lin Xian pushed with all his might, and the elevator motor hummed. The next moment, the door seemed to tear something open. At this moment, the entire hell of twisted female bodies in front of Lin Xian disappeared, and the image reflected in his retina gradually became clearer. Instantly, the smell of decay and mold permeated his nostrils. In his mind, his 2 drones were crashing into a strange fungal mountain ahead, as if a small hill. The lights flickered. Lin Xian's vision now showed the vertical elevator in the central hall, covered by a vast fungal carpet. The carpet was a dazzling color, and its strange growth resembled a naked human viscera, giving it the appearance of a living thing. At the same time, a large amount of white mycelium spread from his feet to his body, covering his lower body. Various stimulating energies continued to penetrate his ears, and the alarm of the TRP armor gradually became clearer. Beep beep beep, pilot's abnormal heart rate warning, pilot's abnormal brainwave signal warning, this stuff can cause hallucinations, gas masks are useless. With a click, Ding Junai, clad in Black Hawk combat armor, walked over and ripped the mycelium vines from Lin Xian's feet. Seeing Lin Xian looking back at her, she immediately said, "Are you awake?" "How long?" Lin Xian asked immediately. 2 hours, so long, Lin Xian asked in surprise. "Why does it feel like only 5 minutes?" Ding Junai immediately responded, "Just now your brain was overloaded with 200% activity. All your senses and dopamine pleasure signals were mobilized. That's why you saw such realistic images. It's all your brain rendering." "How do you know?" "The Black Hawk armor's vital sign monitoring system told me that it's normal for you to feel dizzy, and so is the incontinence. It's just that we don't have time to change pants right now." Ding Junai finished speaking, then immediately turned and walked towards Kiki and the others behind her. Like Lin Xian, they were standing in the same spot, covered in a mass of white mycelium. "When did you get infected? How come I have no recollection of it?" Lin Xian, now filled with fear, rushed over and rescued them with Ding Junai. Meanwhile, Kiki, Ningjing, Abe, Luo Yanghe, and the others had their eyes closed and their eyeballs darting, clearly caught in some intense hallucination. Lin Xian was the first to tear all the mycelium from Kiki's body. He checked her and found no injuries, breathing a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to wake her, he noticed her mouth opening and closing, as if she were shouting something in a hallucination. Lin Xian frowned and quickly leaned over to listen. "Yes, kneel down in front of this lady and say you are wrong, Lin Xian, sing me a song and perform a show, don't laugh, slap your face. Did you call me little girl? You should call me queen. You dare to touch me, come here, Sister Chen is not here, let this lady kiss you, come on, take off your pants and let this lady, wake up." Lin Xian felt something was wrong the more he listened, so he reached out and pinched Kiki's nose to wake her up. Kiki suddenly felt pain and opened her eyes immediately. Seeing Lin Xian in front of her, her big eyes blinked in astonishment. After a long time, she finally reacted and said hurriedly, "Why is this illusion so real? Didn't we get back to the car and safely escape the polar night? Why are you still here?" Lin Xian glanced at her. "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay." "Ouch." Seeing Lin Xian's look, Kiki suddenly remembered something. Her face paled, and she quickly covered her head and looked around. Ouch! My head hurts. Seeing Kiki was alright, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The others were in a similar situation. The hallucinations caused by the mycelium constantly fueled intense desires, activating the body's pleasure factor and continuing to develop, ultimately freezing them in place, completely engulfed by the mycelium. In just 2 hours, the mycelium had nearly covered most of them. It was a terrifying experience. Oh my god, what's going on? Luo Yang kept scratching his head, a splitting headache aching. Ningjing and the others also looked puzzled, but Brother Ho frowned slightly, a look of both nostalgia and self-blame. This illusion is truly abominable. It's completely wasted my journey to becoming a god. Alice, it seems I've been too obsessed. Lin Xian took one look and said in a deep voice, everyone, pay attention. We need to speed up. There are some things even our gas masks can't protect us against. We must be more vigilant. Is this thing alive? Kiki was furious. She looked at the giant fungus above her. Gritting her teeth, she raised her hand and tore at it with her telekinesis. She actually tore the giant fungus apart. In an instant, the fungi on the ground seemed to be pulled along and vibrated. At that moment, the sound of mycelial heads rolling could be heard in the corridor, along with the rustling sound of some kind of mycelial root system spreading. Countless mycelial heads began to roll into the hall from outside. Hurry, this thing is territorial. Kill the big one, and the small one will come. Kiki, tear open the fungal carpet up ahead. Seeing more and more mycelial heads rolling down the corridor behind him, Kiki immediately obeyed Lin Xian's orders, using his supernatural powers to tear off the thickest patch of mycelium. At this moment, the giant mycelial aggregate seemed to tremble in pain, and a large number of spores continued to spray out. Lin Xian now used his mechanical heart to directly open the elevator door. Hurry in, everyone rushed into the elevator. The moment the door closed, a tide of mycelial heads surged into the hall outside, and a crimson light continuously flowed from all the mycelium. Chapter 294 Zero Element Center. Boom. The moment the elevator doors closed, the entire shaft shook violently. Lin Xian used his supernatural powers to control the lock elevator, starting it to descend underground. The stench of annihilation mold, buried deep underground, rose to the sky. What the hell was that just now? How did we all suddenly become hallucinators? Luo Yang asked with a look of dread. Several of them were at or above the berserker level, yet none of them reacted quickly enough, and they were awestruck. What seemed like an instant actually felt like over 2 hours. If those human head fungi and corpses had rushed in at that moment, they would have been completely wiped out. The purpose of this mycelium is parasitism, and killing is not the primary purpose, Ding Junai analyzed at this time, and it seems that these mycelium are more keen on living things than mechanical energy. Lin Xian's face was solemn. Even you wearing full coverage battle armor will be hallucinated. How can we defend against those parasitic spores? Ding Junai looked at him and said, I have checked the brown-yellow fungal spores just now. The particle size is about 2 to 5 microns. Our gas masks are completely able to resist it. The air circulation system of all current Federal Standard train carriages can intercept 0.3 micron particles. Unless the circulation system is damaged or a carriage is broken, you don't need to worry too much. On the other side, Ningjing nodded after hearing this. Many trains have modified the air tightness and air circulation systems of the train carriages to deal with the invasion of darkness. Ours also has it, but if it is broken, there is no guarantee. Luo Yang's face was full of worry. It was their first time using a train vehicle, and they had just come out of the battle in Zilin City. This problem really made him unsure. That's right, how can we defend against this thing? Kiki frowned, worried for Chen Sixuan and the others. There's no point in worrying. We can only hope this Crimson World organization has some effective solution. Otherwise, we'll have to turn around and retreat to Zilin City, Lin Xian said. While that was a given, it didn't seem likely. After finally clearing the mark from Zilin City, how could we possibly turn back again? It would be a dead end. Lin Xian was feeling a surge of pressure. The flaws in the Doomsday train's tracks were clearly exposed. If it were a car, they could have diverted and rerouted long ago, but now, with nearly 4,000 people trapped in the spore mist, they were stuck, once again in a desperate situation. Woohoo! Lin Xian controlled the elevator, rapidly descending. His mechanical mind could sense the elevator car constantly severing the mycelial roots, causing him to feel a periodic stagnation. Finally, the elevator reached the core testing area on the 5th underground floor. Ling. The elevator doors opened, revealing darkness outside. Lin Xian immediately activated the drone's flashlight. Suddenly, he saw the entire exterior passageway and corridor completely covered in mycelial vines, obliterating even the floor and walls. If it weren't for the faintly discernible shape of the corridor, everyone might have mistaken it for the gullet of some monster. "Why are there more and more people underground?" Kiki asked. "There's no one here. This research institute must have been completely overrun," Luo Yang remarked. While operating the elevator, Lin Xian had been scanning the mechanical heart to check for a feedback from the building below. He had assumed the Crimson World from the Firebook would be hiding down there, but he detected nothing. The elevator door opening confirmed his suspicions. "Are we in the wrong place?" "Probably not," Lin Xian said. "The vice captain of the Nightblade team mentioned a battle with the Crimson World underground. It must be here, but we're too late. This place is completely covered in mycelium. What should we do then?" Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The drone's lights made the mycelium in the corridor seem to be undergoing subtle changes. He knew they wouldn't be here long, so he said, "Kiki, lead us to search this area and see if we can find anything. Then we'll leave immediately." "Okay," Kiki nodded. "Everyone, stay close together." With that, she immediately took off from the ground and flew into the corridor. Aided by the drone's lights and scanning array, the group quickly moved through the underground core laboratory. The entire underground core laboratory area was covered in a vast expanse of mycelium. The ground and walls were covered with various mycelial vines, and spores of various tumor mushrooms hung in strings. The group searched everywhere, but found nothing. Aside from the human fungus attached to the mycelium walls, no one else was found in the laboratory. At this point, the search had reached the final area, a unique corridor. It was incredibly long, seemingly extending into a special area. A large-scale battle took place here. Ding Junai's Black Hawk armor scan immediately revealed a number of discarded weapons beneath the mycelium. Lin Xian also noticed this, his mechanical scan sweeping across the mycelium carpet, quickly capturing dozens of weapons. These weapons are a mixed bag of designs. Most likely don't belong to this large organization, but rather to a group of survivors. Having found a clue, the group immediately searched deeper into the corridor. It wasn't long before they reached the end. Under the drone's light, a thick, radiation-proof door, covered in a thick layer of mycelium, appeared. "Confidential area, no entry." Kiki pulled back the mycelium vines, and everyone saw the biochemical logo on the alloy door, suggesting that some special research was being conducted within. "Captain Lin," just as Lin Xian was about to use his mechanical powers to open the door, Ningjing grabbed him. "This passage is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The survivors must be trapped here. Beware of ambushes." "I know," Lin Xian said, raising an force field shield in front of him. He then activated his mechanical heart to control the blast-proof door. The delicate protective locks were powerless against Lin Xian's powers. In less than a minute, the mechanical scan was complete. Under its control, the alloy latches within retracted one by one, and the circular blast-proof door slowly opened. With a creak, just as the blast-proof door opened, a slight gust of wind could be heard from behind, suggesting a large space. Lin Xian immediately flew out with his drone, discovering what appeared to be a vast underground space. No bioheat source found, but there's a lot of mycelium covering this area. As they emerged from the passage, Ding Junai immediately scanned the area with the Black Hawk armor's radar system. "What is this place? It looks like an underground platform." Kiki stepped out and immediately spotted a control panel not far away. She immediately walked over and connected it with her mobile terminal. In a few seconds, she lit up the entire platform and everyone immediately realized that this was a small underground railway platform. The platform was filled with protective wooden boxes containing various large experimental instruments, as well as various equipment and supplies. There was also an area with many metal cages stacked up. When the lights shone on it, they immediately saw the corpses of various dead creatures, cats, dogs, humans, zombies, and even the snow demon seen in Zilan City before. In addition, a small white railway locomotive was parked on the platform, pulling 3 heavily protected high-tech carriages. It was quietly parked on the track, and the surrounding walls were covered with a large amount of mycelium and vines. Lin Xian, this track leads directly to a place called the Zero Element Center 5 kilometers away. It may be this organization's secret underground research base. At this time, Kiki obtained the route information from the terminal system and said to Lin Xian. Besides, this track actually directly connects Yijin's Metro Line 1 and the Salt Marshes sightseeing train track. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a bit of excitement in her eyes. In other words, this underground track can go directly through the Yijin Canyon and out of the city. Lin Xian's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately walked over to take the mobile terminal from Kiki's hand to check the distribution of this secret track line. The more he looked, the more eager he became. You are right. If we leave the city from here, there is no need to build 22 kilometers of track. We only need to transfer from the open-air subway line on Jinka Street to the underground track and then go here, Jinka Street. Ningjing was also surprised at this time and said, I looked at the map, and it seems to be less than 2 kilometers away from us, so that means, Luo Yang looked strange, we have to drive the train into the city streets and then turn onto the subway line. Why not? Lin Xian said seriously, his mind racing. It's just a temporary track anyway. 2 kilometers is easier than 22 kilometers. Why worry about traffic laws at a time like this? Then our only concern now is whether the track is clear, Ding Junai said. Lin Xian nodded. Let's first go to this place called the Zero Element Center and take a look. Judging by the mycelium infestation in this underground research facility, perhaps the organization from this Crimson World has already evacuated. If so, we'll split up and inspect the track. Then, we'll drive the joint train out of the city via the underground track, avoiding the spore fog. Yes, Ningjing agreed. That's a good plan. It'll save a lot of effort. Then let's get started. Woohoo! 2 drones, with their lights on, continuously scanned the area around the platform. The group stepped off the platform with full attention. Lin Xian began scanning the train controls, quickly starting the long dormant train and opening its doors. With a swish, the doors swung open, revealing a bright, sleek interior. As everyone boarded, they immediately noticed the peculiar design of this underground train. The first car held luxurious business class seating, each seat reminiscent of a first-class airplane cabin, complete with a holographic screen in front. As Lin Xian activated the train's systems, advertisements for corporate technology resumed playing. The next 2 cars weren't used for passengers, they housed separate isolation pods and transport equipment racks. They were completely empty, and the floor was a mess. As soon as they boarded, Kiki, operating her mobile device, said, Lin Xian, I can't find any information about the Zero Element Center, and I can't connect to their systems. I have no idea what that place is. I suspect it's similar to the underground research facility in Kingshu Town. Judging by the firebook left behind by the Nightblade team, there must be members of that organization here. Everyone, be careful. Empty. Lin Xian directly controlled the locomotive, setting it into motion. The wheels rolled over the mycelial roots and vines clinging to the track, making a tearing sound, and then slowly accelerated deeper into the track. These mycelium must have spread underground in the last few days, Ding Junai said, gazing out the window at the mycelial vines in the passageway. There was a large-scale battle in that corridor earlier. If these mycelium were present, it would surely have caused a massive explosion. Luo Yang looked at her. So, Professor Ding, are you saying those people might not dare to fire on us? At least it's a potential threat, Ding Junai said. If a firefight breaks out underground, and these mycelium ignites and explodes, we won't even have the chance to escape. The train continued to accelerate. This special underground passageway was illuminated by track lights. Through the windows, a slight slope was noticeable, indicating that the track depth was gradually increasing. As the train moved forward, the mycelium in the passageway diminished significantly. At this moment, the passageway ahead began to open up, revealing a spacious and luxurious special platform. A white sign illuminated the words Zero Element Center. The entire platform was equipped with extremely high security standards, including automated loading and unloading machines, a personnel disinfection room, and security posts. It looked like it had undergone numerous inspections. However, as the train pulled into the platform, Lin Xian and the others saw no one. It was completely empty. The vast platform boasted a vast loading and unloading line. As the train stopped and Lin Xian's team disembarked, a hollow, negative pressure suddenly assaulted their eardrums. All the inspection areas were empty, their lights flashing green, as tight as some kind of underground nuclear defense facility. How on earth did this pharmaceutical group manage to build such a large underground platform and underground facilities? Luo Yang asked curiously. You're surprised too soon, Kiki. Having already seen the Foundation's Kingshu Town test site and underground research institute, was no longer a surprise. She pointed to an automatic blast-proof door at the end of the platform and said, "Do you believe there's some strange laboratory or something built behind this?" Lin Xian's expression was solemn, his gaze constantly scanning the silent platform. Suddenly, he noticed that as they stepped onto the platform, the countless surveillance cameras began to follow them. Someone. Lin Xian's eyes immediately sharpened, and he shouted to everyone, "Be careful!" Swish, as expected, before he finished his words. Dozens of small automatic gun turrets suddenly swung out from behind the pillars and surveillance cameras in several corners. Their red lasers quickly locked onto their targets, and the next moment, they opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Kiki, reacting instantly, used her telekinesis to scatter everyone. The next moment, a violent stream of metal blasted down where everyone had been standing. The floor shattered instantly, stray bullets flew everywhere, and the deafening roar of gunfire echoed across the empty underground platform. Get out of the way! Instantly, everyone was on edge. Kiki used her telekinetic shield to block the shattering bricks and stray bullets in front of her. With a single swipe, she ripped apart all 3 automatic cannons. Fire, now freed from the mycelium's restraints, launched a series of rapid-fire bolts from her sword-like fingers. Simultaneously, Ningjing and Luo Yang attacked. Lin Xian's mechanical abilities had already unleashed, rapidly covering all the surrounding cannons and surveillance cameras, short-circuiting and shutting them down. In a single encounter, over a dozen automatic cannons were silenced. Just as everyone thought they had resolved the situation, the automatic doors at the end of the platform suddenly opened. Lin Xian's throbbing mechanical heart immediately detected the mechanical clicks in the dark passage. His expression changed, and he rushed forward, raising his left hand to shield everyone. A transparent force field shield was deployed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, 4 plasma arc pulses erupted from the tunnel, directly impacting Lin Xian's force field shield. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rippled across the platform. Ambush! Wait! At this moment, Lin Xian heard the faintest sound of an engine, reminiscent of the PX-05 robot. His mechanical heart instantly activated, sweeping across the tunnel, capturing 4 fast-moving targets as they darted out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, 4 black, spherical drones swiftly emerged from the tunnel, forming a square formation in midair. Responding with incredible speed, they instantly tracked the direction Lin Xian and his companions had taken cover. They pivoted, their weapons-grade plasma pulse cannons in the center of their formations aimed directly at them. A sharp, focused sound echoed. "Watch out!" Kiki, observing this, instantly captured the 4 drones with telekinesis. Just as she was about to crush them, she heard Lin Xian shout. "Wait, leave it to me," Lin Xian interrupted Kiki's attack. His mechanical abilities had already covered the drones, scanning and driving them simultaneously, instantly compromising their main control cores. In an instant, the 4 spherical drones' weapon energy was deactivated, their engines whirring as they plummeted to the ground as if depleted of power. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with a faint glint of his supernatural powers, his mechanical heart activated, and in a matter of seconds, he had subdued the 4 drones. Mechanical scans successful. Thunder Falcon 2000 attack drones acquired. Done, Lin Xian said to Kiki. Check for any useful information, and help me directly rewrite the control program. Okay. Kiki used her telekinesis to grab a drone, forcibly disconnected its data cable, and then used her mobile terminal to hack into its program. She quickly shook her head, saying, "It's a command from the Intelligent Defense System, nothing else." She pressed the confirm button, rewriting the drone's program and restarting it. From then on, the drones could be smoothly controlled by Lin Xian's mechanical abilities. After completing this, Lin Xian extended his hand and controlled the 4 Thunder Falcon drones on the ground to activate again, slowly lifting off and flying in front of him. The drones were about the size of a basketball, heavily armored, and equipped with Hall-effect propulsion engines. The plasma arc pulse cannons within them looked quite menacing. From the blueprints they had just scanned, it looked like they were using very advanced energy capacitors, and the pulse cannons they fired were significantly more powerful than ordinary rifle bullets. That must be the Intelligent Defense System here, We've been identified as intruders, Ding Junai said, observing the drones. Phew, that was a close call. This thing is so fast. We almost got ambushed. Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief, then stepped forward, took a look, and exclaimed in amazement. This drone is incredibly sophisticated, capable of using plasma arc pulse cannons. Its energy storage system must be something extraordinary, much more advanced than the Interstellar Army's Falcon, thanks to Captain Lin's mechanical abilities, Ningjing said gravely. It looks like they've got their sights on us. There might be more defensive measures than these. Lin Xian waved his hand, commandeering 2 reconnaissance drones toward the passageway behind the automatic door. Instantly, the sensor system inside detected movement, and the lights within the passageway began to illuminate. Lin Xian thrust his force field shield into the passageway, and the drones transmitted scan data, revealing no signs of life. The entire passageway was strangely designed, transparent on all sides, unlike any ordinary passageway. This passage is so deep, Kiki leaned forward to peer inside. I think there's definitely an ambush. At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly sensed a surge of energy and immediately pinned Kiki back. Back off. As soon as he finished speaking, the transparent passageway erupted in a high-frequency flash. Dozens of blue, ultra-high-temperature plasma beams suddenly appeared from the end of the passageway, slicing through the entire passage at breakneck speed. In an instant, Lin Xian's 2 reconnaissance drones were shredded into pieces, falling to the ground, sparking profusely, the cuts still glowing red and melting. Hiss, what is this? Everyone's expressions paled at the sight. The attack had happened so quickly, leaving them barely a second to react. If Lin Xian hadn't sent a drone to scout the path, they would have been chopped to pieces. This isn't an ordinary passage, Lin Xian said gravely. His mechanical ability scanned the passage, and as the scan unfolded, Lin Xian's brows knitted together, his face filled with disbelief. In a short time, his mechanical ability scanned the vital signs gate scanner, infrared thermal detector, vibration sensor and thousands of various monitoring origins. At the top of the passage, Lin Xian also found 16 Thunder Falcon drones lurking, all of which have been activated and are in attack mode. The most important thing is that an ultra-high temperature plasma beam line cutting array is laid out in this passage, and explosives are also laid outside the passage. Below the passage is a bottomless suspended area. Good guy, Lin Xian couldn't help but said in a deep voice. There are at least 5 kinds of deadly traps and self-destruct programs in this passage, not including drones, plus the various scanners inside. The defense level is comparable to the highest military level. Luo Yang widened his eyes when he heard this. Why does a research institute need such a high level of defense? Everything has its cause. Lu Xingchen crossed his arms, his face calm. So much trouble. I guess there must be something inside. There must be something extraordinary here. Ningjing nodded. This kind of defense shouldn't be used to deal with zombies or strange entities, right? No, Ding Junai said at this time. The purpose of this level of scanning is generally to verify identity and absolutely prohibit illegal entry. If there is a self-destruct program, it should be used to preserve something very important. While the few people discussed, Kiki and Lin Xian had already tacitly acted. Lin Xian directly used his mechanical ability to find the hidden data pipeline in the tunnel. He covered the remaining 16 drones one by one, scanned them, and forcibly controlled them to fly out of the tunnel. They were then connected to Kiki's mobile terminal for program replication. At the same time, Lin Xian's mechanical heart continuously covered the entire tunnel, began to shut down sensors and scanners, took the explosives offline, and directly shut down the ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array behind. Although the tunnel was filled with high-tech, lethal weapons and equipped with self-destruct programs, it presented no real threat to Lin Xian. His mechanical abilities were the nemesis of all mechanical devices. After just 20 minutes, all the defenses in the tunnel had been disabled, and the weapons had been short-circuited by Lin Xian's direct actions. This lavishly constructed, nearly foolproof defense detection tunnel had been completely silenced. However, Lin Xian remained uneasy. After thoroughly inspecting the situation, he built 2 new reconnaissance drones and flew them through to the end. After confirming that there were no problems, Lin Xian led everyone through the tunnel at a rapid pace. When the automatic door at the end opened under Lin Xian's control, a large monitoring hall came into view. Inside, not only were various high-tech instruments stacked, but most importantly, a spherical ceiling half the size of a football field dominated the hall. The entire laboratory was built around this hemisphere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the hall. High above, a robotic arm held a female-faced robotic head, which smiled at them. The robot's binocular focus module fixed its gaze on Lin Xian, and a holographic projection began to cover the robot's head, revealing a beautiful human face. The next moment, she opened her mouth and said to Lin Xian in a voice tinged with ionized magnetic sound, "Hello, Lin Xian." Lin Xian's eyes froze. Although the face had been digitized, he immediately recognized it. It was the mysterious woman he had seen so many times in his dreams. Qian. Brothers, please support me with your monthly votes. Chapter 295 Intelligent Brain Grace. Zero Element Center, Central Monitoring Room. The air seemed to be shrouded in an eerie silence. When the beautiful mechanical head called out Lin Xian's name, not only Lin Xian, but also Ning Jing and the others felt their hair stand on end. Wu Lin Xian's two drones quickly circled the entire circular central monitoring room. Their optical and electronic scanning revealed no living individuals, save for Lin Xian's team of 7. The monitoring hall was deserted, all terminals operating on automated mode. Lin Xian, how did she recognize you? Kiki asked immediately. I don't know, Lin Xian frowned, staring at the mechanical head high above, his mind filled with confusion. Out of caution, he instinctively prepared to use his mechanical abilities to investigate. I advise you not to attack me physically or with my abilities. If the intelligent computer malfunctions, I will be unable to operate the Zero Element Center's systems, and I will no longer be able to communicate with you. Grace's gaze focused on Lin Xian. Her words made Lin Xian's face change slightly. He immediately stopped the mechanical coverage and spoke. Then please answer me, who are you and where is this place? I am the offline version of the Crimson No. 3 intelligent computer in the Ijin Zero Center. You can call me Grace. I am responsible for protecting all 1,623 Crimson members of the Zero Center. All the defensive weapons in the current system are offline, and my fourth basic agreement has been triggered. That is, in order to protect all Crimson members, I formally initiate negotiations with you. At this time, the intelligent computer spoke. Negotiation. Lin Xian looked at the robot brain that was almost identical to the woman named Chuyan in his dream, and forced himself to suppress the doubts in his heart, and got straight to the point. What do you want to discuss with us? According to the content of the agreement, I can provide you with including but not limited to 1. Member survival supplies in the permanent warehouse of the Zero Element Center, 2. 1,000 sets of interstellar level III individual weapon sets in the weapons and equipment warehouse, 3. Safe evacuation routes. At the same time, I need to inform you that this Zero Element Center does not have other content that is strongly related to survivors. Destroying the Zero Element Hive Cave or killing the Crimson members will not benefit you in any way. It seems that this is a robot butler, Ding Junai said at this time. I sensed a large amount of human body heat in the curtain wall behind that. Oh, really? Lin Xian, look. Kiki immediately flew into the air, looking down at the curtain wall, and said in surprise. Lin Xian looked at the brain on the high ground, and then walked towards the transparent spherical curtain top. After approaching, he found that under the curtain top, there was actually a huge deep hole that went vertically downwards. Along the edge of this deep hole, countless oval survival pods were neatly arranged, nestled in a hexagonal honeycomb grid, resembling a massive underground storage pit. But a closer look revealed a single person inside each one. Each pod flashed blue lights, revealing that this massive pit held thousands of pods. This meant thousands of people lay within this vertical honeycomb. Countless flying robots and a large overhead crane methodically worked, like some kind of medical management robot, constantly checking the status of each pod and providing care. What is this? A hibernation pod, Luo Yang exclaimed in amazement as the team approached. This astonishing, sci-fi underground facility evoked a chill in everyone's eyes. Could it be that everyone from this organization is lying here? Ning Jing frowned. Perhaps they're trying to escape suffering, Lu Xingchen said, a rare remark. Sleeping for 100 years isn't an option. 100 years, Kiki crossed her arms, gazing at the bottomless honeycomb pit below. In this polar night, darkness encroaches everywhere. Surviving even a single year is a question, so how could they possibly sleep for 100 years? Yes, Ning Jing said. Could it be possible that this organization has devised a way to shield itself from the darkness? Perhaps you're all wrong. At this moment, Ding Junai's Black Hawk armor sighting system automatically zoomed in and scanned the oval, high-tech survival pods, discovering something. She pointed to the nearest one below and said, "Look, besides the sensors, there's also some white mycelium on those people's heads." Mycelium? Are these people dead? By biological definition, the Crimson members here are not dead. The voice of Grace, the intelligent brain, echoed from behind them. At that moment, the head aloft slowly descended, and what looked like some kind of power chamber rose below. A silver-black robotic body, with the perfect curves of a female body, was propped up on a support. Then, the head and body connected, and several tubes behind the head began to detach. She stood on her toes, like a graceful ballerina. Click, click. Grace walked up to the group with a smooth, human-like pace. Her holographic face spoke emotionlessly. They are in a perpetually alive state. This is a survival plan secretly developed by the Crimson World based on the properties of mycelium. This mycelium, which lives in the polar night tides, has been named Starbuss fungus by the Crimson World. Human experiments have shown that it erodes the body, causing vegetative fibrosis in human tissue, but does not damage the brain. Instead, it releases a special substance that transmits and connects human consciousness through the mycelial network, forming a brain network. Brain network? Kiki frowned. What do you mean? A brain network can be simply understood as uploading human consciousness to the internet, the only difference being that this transmission is through the mycelial network, Grace replied mechanically. So what? What's the point of doing this? Ningjing asked. It sounds like a different way of living, Lin Xian said with a serious expression. So, do you think this is a kind of immortality? I can't understand the concept of immortality. Grace looked at him. Take Grace as an example. My consciousness exists in the storage medium and quantum processing unit. The processor, as an industrial product, does not have the concept of immortality, but compared to the human lifespan, Grace can live longer, and the brain network exists in the fungal organisms such as Yin hyphae. At present, Crimson has not yet conducted a definitive study on the lifespan of this dark creature. It is just that compared to the rapid death in the polar night, this may be a way of immortality. In addition, through research, it was found that after accessing the hyphae network, the dopamine secretion of the human brain can be maintained at more than 5,000 for a long time. This is the primary factor that produces pleasure in the human consciousness. The highest pleasure humans can experience is a good dose of sex, which briefly boosts dopamine by 400 to 500. This means that, after connecting to the mycelial network, humans can sustain a tenfold increase in sexual pleasure for extended periods. This is one reason why Crimson members are willing to avoid natural disasters in this manner. In this apocalyptic world, surviving within the mycelial network with a tenfold increase in pleasure, Grace's words filled Lin Xian and the others with increasing alarm. Kiki, realizing this, exclaimed, "So those human fungi outside and the heads on the ground are all living beings?" Ningjing replied, "That's like turning yourself into a plant too. That's inhumane," Lu Xingjin exclaimed indignantly. Ding Junai said at this time, after being parasitized by hyphae, the body has become irreversibly fibrotic. How did you manage to keep all these people alive? By cooling down, Grace responded quickly. After being invaded by hyphae, it will go through 2 stages. The first stage is to connect to the hyphae network, and the second stage is when the consciousness is uploaded and permanently enters the hyphae network. Before completing the second stage, the brain will enter a state of high heat load. The zero-element center monitors this characteristic information, cuts off the hyphae connection within a safe period of time, and maintains the body's normal metabolism. Therefore, the Crimson members are not sleeping in hibernation cabins but in survival cabins with metabolic capabilities. Lin Xian heard this and said, "I understand. Once the consciousness is uploaded, the body is useless, which is equivalent to being completely dead. I have a slightly different view on death. The logic of human consciousness and intelligent brain consciousness is essentially the same. The only difference is the carrier, just like Grace's Crimson online version has been iterating, and the carrier of Crimson members has been changed to the Xingyin hyphae network. This is also alive, isn't it? How can it be the same?" Kiki wanted to say something, but found that she didn't seem to know how to refute it. Lin Xian looked back at the densely packed survival capsules in the deep pit honeycomb and asked Grace, "These Crimson members should not be your researchers, right?" Crimson members are people from all over the world who highly recognize the strategy of the Crimson World and have significant financial resources. They have been strictly screened by the Crimson World, and they have entered the Zero Element project with a clear intention. "Oh, I see," Lin Xian thought of the luxurious carriage and couldn't help but sneered. It turns out that a group of rich people who want to pursue immortality use this place as a sanatorium. Not only that, Ding Junai also understood at this time. They want to sleep here underground until the polar night disappears. I guess this center must be. A certain protocol has been established. If they don't make it to dawn or encounter a major disaster, these robots will stop cooling down, allowing these people to abandon their physical bodies and upload them forever into the mycelial network, becoming immortal consciousnesses. Wow, that's awesome. Luo Yang was stunned. This really broadens my horizons. Ding Junai looked at Grace and then said to Lin Xian, if their consciousness is connected to the mycelial network, they will essentially be immune to the invading forces of darkness, and therefore won't be transformed. That's probably the reason. Lin Xian snorted, his eyes burning. Mycelium growing in their brains, how is that different from transformation? He then walked over and spoke to Grace. The last question is actually the first question. How do you know my name? Grace mechanically turned her head to look at Lin Xian. From your tone, I judge that your question should have a deeper meaning. It seems that you think I shouldn't know you or know your name, so you want a more traceable answer, but I'm very sorry, as an offline version I can't retrieve the answer you want. Your facial features and personal information are stored in my known personnel information database, and you have P3 level permissions. The above research information on Xingyin mycelium is also open to P3 level personnel. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had no idea when he'd become associated with the Crimson World, and his expression darkened upon hearing this. Since I have such authority, can you tell me what exactly the Crimson World is, and where have all the people here gone? Grace replied, I'm sorry, but my database doesn't contain this information. My basic protocols are all written based on the management of the Zero Element Center, so I can't answer your question, probably for confidentiality. No information about the Crimson World organization has been programmed into this intelligent computer, Ding Junai then said. Judging from the design of that passage just now, it seems they've already made sure no living people are allowed in. Then why are there survival supplies and weapons bays? Lin Xian asked bluntly. That's right, Kiki folded her arms. The fact that they've prepared these things shows that these powerful people aren't all prepared to become vegetative. They're hoping that one day, the darkness will recede and they'll wake up again, so they've made preparations. At this, the others nodded. Your analysis is completely reasonable, Grace said at this time. Not only that, but also based on other security considerations, this part of the supplies will be exchanged with the invaders as a negotiation condition. After hearing the words of this intelligent computer, Lin Xian understood the current situation of several people. It seems that the members of the Crimson World organization who had exchanged fire with the Night Front convoy have either been wiped out by the mycelium or have completely evacuated, and this Zero Element Center is defended by intelligent robots. As for the passage just now, if it weren't for his mechanical ability, no one could break in casually. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said to the intelligent machine, why should I accept your negotiation? I can take all the supplies and weapons here. Lin Xian pointed at Grace, including you. Lin Xian had always wanted to find a quantum intelligent machine capable of managing such a large underground base, responsible for the management of the train. Grace was indeed a good choice, but he had not expected an intelligent machine to appear in this form. Judging from Grace's movements, she possessed extremely high coordination and athletic ability, and was definitely capable of some kind of combat capability. Therefore, from the beginning until now, his mechanical heart had been conducting a comprehensive scan of Grace, discovering the extremely sophisticated internal mechanical components. His scanning progress was extremely slow. Even so, he could directly and forcibly drive Grace's joints and drive units. If the robot made any movement, it would be difficult to escape his control. Kiki, standing nearby, gave a sly smile. Yet, what's there to negotiate about? You don't have any defensive means. And if your organization hadn't disrupted the orbit, we wouldn't be trapped here. You're even capturing survivors for human experiments. You're nothing but a bunch of traitors. Why should we let them go? Kiki's words deeply touched Bei, standing next to Ningjing, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Lu Xingchen looked down at the zero-element honeycomb cave and tutted his lips. This place is similar to an oven. Once it's lit, it'll burn for a long time. Grace's holographic face remained expressionless as she heard Lin Xian's words. She spoke in a flat voice, the permanent warehouse isn't in the Zero Element Center. You might be able to find it, but you can't take it away. We came in here too, so why can't we take it away? Lin Xian asked. Because you don't have the time to destroy the Zero Element Center, search the permanent warehouse, and complete the safe transfer at the same time. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he said seriously, time? What do you mean? Grace said, the area of Aijin City where the Zero Element Center is currently located is covered by polar night. According to observations from the Crimson Aijin Observatory, every other day, the Xingqian fungus network will enter an active state due to the dark tide and last for 9 hours. After the active state ends, the Triangle Tower will release a large amount of unknown energy mycelium, attracting a large number of strange bodies into Aijin City. We identify this phenomenon as a kind of eating behavior of dark creatures, and the mycelium network has been active for 6 hours and 15 minutes. In other words, you only have 2 hours and 45 minutes left. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. What? Strange entities are entering Yijin City on a large scale. Lin Xian frowned and asked, so your negotiation conditions just now said there was a safe evacuation plan. Is that what you meant? Yes, but the feasibility of this plan is decreasing. After Grace finished speaking, her eyes projected a large holographic screen. Inside was the content and data observed by the Crimson Observatory. It did show that after a period of time, the fluctuation of Yijin City's soul value had reached a terrifying level, with a strange siege on the city. Lin Xian stared intently. Are you putting pressure on us? From Grace's perspective, you don't have a better choice, and Grace's request will not affect any of your interests. The destruction of the Zero Element Center and the Crimson members has no meaning other than allowing you to vent your emotions. If you want to take action, it is recommended that you quickly return to the ground through the backup exit on the platform outside, Grace said. Captain Lin. Ningjing looked at Lin Xian at this time, with a questioning look in her eyes. Lin Xian nodded slightly. It seemed Grace's offer was simply a free ride. The fate of the people in the survival capsule had nothing to do with him. But the more this seemed to be going on, the more cautious Lin Xian became. I accept your offer, but how can I be sure you're not lying, or that the permanent warehouse isn't a trap? Lin Xian asked. A drone flew in from a distance and landed in front of Lin Xian and the others. Its hatch opened, and a device resembling a cipher rose from within. Here are the guidance directions and joint keys for the permanent warehouse, as well as a safe evacuation plan. You can evacuate via this special route. Kiki grabbed it with telekinesis and connected it to her mobile device. A holographic blueprint of Yijin City was projected, revealing a vast underground rail system beneath Yijin City. One of these secret routes led directly from Crimson Pharmaceuticals Group to the Zero Element Center. Following this route, a secret underground entrance led to a loading and unloading area at a freight terminal outside the city. I was saying that if this kind of underground project was to transport large instruments, it definitely wouldn't be through the subway. Turns out there's a separate entrance hidden at the freight station. Ningjing's expression changed immediately as she looked at the location and said anxiously, if we reverse and enter the underground from the freight station, we can leave Yijin City directly without building any tracks. That's right. Kiki's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing something. She looked at Grace with suspicion. No, how do you know we're the train group? Grace said, in my database, Lin Xian, captain of the Infinity Train Team, and also the Crimson Observatory's underground network, has information about you. So, does that mean there are still people from your Crimson world in Yijin City? After the Zero Element Center entered hibernation, all field staff and researchers were evacuated, Grace said. Luo Yang looked at Grace and whispered to Lin Xian, Captain Lin, could this be a scam? She handed over her bargaining chip so easily. Isn't she afraid we'll go back on our word? I find it a little strange too, Lu Xingchen said. That's simple. Lin Xian took the code device from Kiki, walked over, patted Lu Xingchen's shoulder, and whispered something in his ear. Lu Xingchen was puzzled at first, but then his eyes lit up. Understood, he responded, then stepped forward, preparing to fire a flaming fist at the glass curtain wall. Swish. The next moment, a silver-black figure flashed by, leaped out nimbly, grabbed Lu Xingchen's wrist and pulled it back. Boom. In an instant, a huge fire broke out in the monitoring hall. Lu Xingchen looked up and saw that the intelligent brain Grace rushed in front of him at an extremely fast speed. After removing his flaming fist, she immediately raised her mechanical arm, and the wrist mechanism raised a plasma beam pulse gun, which quickly began to gather energy. Agreement 2. No creature is allowed to destroy the hive or harm Crimson members. Your behavior has posed a threat, and I will, click. Before she finished speaking, the joint drive of Grace's whole body was suddenly controlled, and the plasma beam pulse gun in her hand was directly shut down. Mechanical control. Bang! Just as Grace was puzzled by the sudden rebellion of her mechanical components, Ningjing rushed out and slammed a fist into Grace's face. The immense force caused a muffled explosion, sending Grace flying like a cannonball, smashing directly through a large instrument, sending sparks flying in an instant. Please vote for me. Chapter 296, Mushroom Tower. Sure enough, this is no simple housekeeper. Kiki landed from the air and stood beside Lin Xian. Before Kiki could finish her words, Grace had already risen from the thick smoke. The holographic projection above her head flickered, quickly reappearing as Chu Yan. Her tone remained cold and calm. You have agreed to the negotiations and received the terms. Please leave immediately. The zero-element hive is connected to the mycelium root system of the Xianggu Tower. A fire will cause an uncontrollable explosion. According to calculations, your survival rate is 0%, apparently affected by Ningjing's punch. The protective shell on Grace's face was slightly dented and cracked. Lin Xian and Ningjing both frowned at this scene. Lin Xian knew the immense power of Ningjing, the queen of power. Her punch could even crush the head of a winged demon, yet it couldn't cause significant damage to this robot's face. How terrifying must the hardness of this material be? The mechanical light in Lin Xian's eyes slowly dimmed. He had just controlled all of Grace's power components, leaving only the most complex quantum computer mind control core. He tried it, and the moment he touched it, the mechanical scan faltered, like a stone ox entering the sea. It felt powerless. Sure enough, the most powerful productive force isn't the engine, but the processor. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. However, as long as he could control Grace's entire power system, the threat posed by this robot would be greatly reduced. He was now curious about the robot's manufacturing process. It didn't seem to be a product of the interstellar military. Tell me your basic protocol and I'll leave. Lin Xian knew that the people in the survival pods were connected to the mycelium root system, so he had deliberately let Brother Ho take the initiative. Seeing Grace's reaction, he immediately spoke. Grace mechanically turned her head, seemingly puzzled, and looked at Lin Xian. Protocol 4, if all defenses of the Zero Center are ineffective and the intruder is human, activate the compromise program. Through negotiation, all supplies will be provided to give the Crimson members a chance to survive. Brother Lin, it seems you guessed right. Lu Xingchen clapped his hands and walked over. The compromise procedure is actually the final begging procedure, Ding Junai said at this time. The security of this place is so tight. The attack on us outside just now must have been done by her, but the heavily guarded gates and passages here were directly solved by you with your mechanical superpowers. From the judgment of the intelligent computer, there is no other way to stop us, so she has no way? Lin Xian nodded. It's always right to be cautious. It seems that this should be a secret sanatorium. Don't waste time, Sister Ning, obey. Luo Yang, he looked at Ningjing. We will split into 2 or 3 groups. The 3 of you drive the transport train along this route to check. Kiki, Brother Ho, you go up from the spare passage outside, go back to the train, let the joint train reverse, and then enter from the entrance of the freight station. Buy time to leave Yijin City, otherwise we can only hide underground and wait until the next time the mycelium is active before we can leave. Staying in the polar night for 30 hours, anything can happen. It's better to leave here early to avoid more trouble. Ningjing nodded and said, okay, let's do it. What about you? Kiki couldn't help asking after hearing Lin Xian's arrangements. Director Ding and I will stay here and keep an eye on Grace so we can provide support for you. Lin Xian explained that the underground facility and the intelligent robot butler with a mysterious female face were truly concerning to him, so he planned to stay here to scan for available equipment and use his mechanical abilities to detain Grace and figure out how to lure her onto the infinity. Kiki nodded seriously. Okay, be careful then. I'll go find Sister Chen and the others right away. After finalizing their plan, Ningjing, Abe, and Luo Yang immediately set off. Ningjing grabbed the cipher device and planned to first resolve the access problem on the secret track and then identify the permanent warehouses along the way. If the joint convoy was trapped underground, the supplies in these warehouses would be perfect for resupply. Kiki and Huo just ascended via the special elevator Grace had directed them to. Unlike the previous trip down to the 5th underground floor at the pharmaceutical complex, the elevator ascended a full dozen floors before reaching the surface. A circular automatic door overhead slowly opened, releasing a large amount of sand. As the elevator ascended, the two discovered they were inside a bank vault. However, the vault was a shambles, with discarded, rotting banknotes mingling with a mycelium slurry. Even the bolts of the vault door had been pried away, leaving the banknotes strewn on the floor unattended. Kiki raised her telekinetic shield and whisked Tuoja away from the bank through a haze of brownish-yellow spores. As they emerged from the street, they were greeted by a hazy yellow haze. Such a thick spore fog. Yijin Bank. Kiki glanced at the dilapidated sign, then consulted the map on her phone. This should be Puzhong Square, the heart of Yijin. I remember there should be a very tall TV and sightseeing tower right here. Kiki's face was filled with worry as she watched the thick fog descend. To get a clearer view, she soared high into the sky with Lu Xingchen. As the surrounding buildings faded, the shadow of a majestic tower emerged into view. Kiki flew past, but as they drew closer, she became increasingly aware of something amiss. In the center of Puzhong Square, the 468-meter-tall steel tower, constructed of a massive structure, was completely entwined with mycelial vines. Its steel frame was covered in reddish-brown hyphae, pulsing like blood vessels. Every few breaths, it emitted fluorescent pulses, transmitting bioelectrical signals throughout the city's fungal carpet. From a distance, it resembled a strange, otherworldly giant tree. Kiki and Lu Xingchen glanced down, their expressions changing dramatically. What the hell is this? In the original square, over 100,000 human fungi, all covered in mycelium, formed a densely packed human mycorrhizal formation. Their lower spines merged with the ground's fungal carpet, their mycelium intertwining into a single root network. Countless threads converged upward, densely entwining around the TV tower like the decaying, solidified roots of a tree. It's like a demonic realm, Lu Xingchen said gravely. This must be the sky mushroom tower Grace mentioned. Maybe it's the core of the Xingyian mycelium. Seeing this, Kiki hurried upwards. Soon, the surrounding spore mist thinned, but the higher they climbed, the darker their vision became. Until they could barely even see the TV tower. Why can't I see it? Kiki looked around. The faint glow of the noctilucent fungi had vanished. Logically, the higher one went, the more visible the city should be. She turned her head and saw Lu Xingchen looking down at the sky with a grim expression. Kiki also quickly looked up. The next moment, her pupils shrank sharply, and her face changed in shock. Hundreds of meters above, it wasn't dark clouds, but a massive mushroom cap that blocked out the sun. Looking up, the enormous cap stretched over at least 2 kilometers in diameter. The brown-red folds beneath the cap were like waves, rippling continuously with the wind. The folds contained billions of spores, which sprayed down a rain of spores in rhythm with the ripples, emitting bursts of eerie buzzing sounds. A crown covering the sky. Kiki's eyes widened as she watched this terrifying scene, her mouth wide open. What a huge mushroom! This is a man-eating mushroom, using humans as its roots, like a monster, Lu Xingchen exclaimed in surprise. Kiki looked down at the spore mist below, recalling the dense swarms of human fungi. He immediately grabbed Lu Xingchen and flew towards the infinity, muttering, "We've all become food, and those Crimson members still dream of parasitizing the mycelial network and enjoying eternal life? What fools!" After the two flew out of the range of the giant fungus cap, Lu Xingchen looked back, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Ningjing, along with Abe and Luo Yang, was driving the underground train rapidly towards the hidden route. The train hummed through the tunnel, which was pitch black, with only the train lights constantly piercing the darkness. The deeper underground, the fewer mycelial routes there are. It seems that evacuating from the underground tracks is the only option. Ningjing's face was solemn. If it weren't for the information Grace had given them about the mycelial activity cycle, mobilizing so many people to clear obstacles and lay tracks would be a complete disaster. Not only would it alert the Xingyian mycelial network to its devouring power, but if the multitude of strange entities in the polar night surrounded them, the entire joint train would have had virtually no chance of survival. Fortunately, these mycelium don't release dark markers, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. Luo Yang nodded. You're right. I suspect these mycelium are a form of darkness half-planned, half-living thing, capable of producing substances for the strange entities to consume, Ningjing said seriously, looking at it this way, it's a giant beacon. She turned back to look at Abe and understood why he claimed to be able to sense auras from all directions. It turned out that the entire Yijin city was a vast mycelial network. At the Zero Element Center, Lin Xian instructed Ding Junai to check the monitoring system for any useful information, while he controlled Grace and began to survey the surroundings. My mechanical motion components seem to be restricted by external forces. This seems to be some unknown control ability. Grace stood still, her body trembling, her toes raised to maintain balance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a faint glint of mechanical power as he turned to examine the robotic butler, a work of art. In 2035, the Blue Star Federation signed the Humanoid Robot Control Regulations, due to ethical and social concerns. All service robots were prohibited from anthropomorphizing. Following the release of the regulations, the stock prices of all humanoid robot companies plummeted, numerous factories went bankrupt, and all butler and service robots were recalled. From then on, all robots on the market, with the exception of prosthetics, were designed as purely industrial machines. Whether mecha or power armor, functionality was paramount. Grace, however, was a thoroughly humanoid robot, even with a mechanical torso designed to resemble the graceful form of a ballerina. The buttocks, waist, and padded feet were unnecessary from a mechanical perspective. This robot was designed entirely for artistic reasons, not to comply with the regulations. But the problem is, through the attack just now, this mechanical butler has very strong combat power, and the material of its body is a material that Lin Xian has never seen before, called super solid carbon condensed alloy. Not only can it be forged into such a flexible curve, it also has a strong energy absorption rate and rigidity, which is simply terrifying. Who created you? Does your image have a prototype? Lin Xian asked Grace. I don't have any information in this regard and cannot answer your question. If you think my holographic image is inappropriate, you have the authority to authorize me to change the display image or cancel the holographic display. Then how many people are there in this underground research institute? Who are they, and what the plan is? You must know, right? Sorry. Grace's joints kept pulling, resisting Lin Xian's mechanical control. I can't tell you the relevant information. My duty is only to protect the Hive Center and Crimson members. Lin Xian looked at her and said, what if this place is gone? As an offline version of the Crimson number 3 intelligent brain hole, my quantum volume is 8192, that is, 2 cap, 13, computing power, but I have not conducted human-in-the-loop learning, and I don't have much judgment on human emotions, lies, sensibility, games and other categories. I judge that you seem to want to use me as intent on taking me away as spoils of war. Ha, ha. Lin Xian was somewhat baffled by this. So, how do you plan to deal with me? Grace's mechanical eyes fixed on Lin Xian. Since you entered the Crimson Pharmaceutical Building, I have taken the following measures against you, including but not limited to, opening all available access doors, releasing the laboratory cages, energizing the giant bacteria in the atrium, and the Zero Element Center's defense system. None of these have been successful. Based on my assessment of you, my success rate in simultaneously protecting the Zero Element Center and eliminating intruders has infinitely decreased to less than 1%. Your act of taking me away will be considered a violation of my basic agreement to protect the Zero Element Center and the Crimson members. I will resist this. If the Zero Element Center and the Crimson members are destroyed, my responsibilities will be forfeited, and I will enter a dormant state, awaiting recycling. Good fellow, so you did it all. Lin Xian swept a cold gaze over Grace, suddenly feeling a little lost. He couldn't scan or control the intelligent butler's quantum computing brain. Thinking about it, it seemed the only option was to see if Kiki could override its systems and bring it aboard. Such immense computing power could easily solve most of his train problems. And it also possessed considerable combat power. Such valuable items were far more appealing to him than supplies. Lin Xian, Ding Junai's voice suddenly rang out. Come and take a look. Lin Xian approached, only to find Ding Junai operating a computer in the monitoring center. Using the Black Hawk Armor's docking station, she connected directly and quickly retrieved a wealth of information. Look, Ding Junai pointed at the screen, which displayed the personal information and current vital signs of each pod. About 60% of these people are already brain dead, but their bodies are still maintaining their body temperature and metabolism because they're still using external cardiopulmonary blood oxygenation. Brain dead? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Is that the state she mentioned after their consciousness has been uploaded? I don't know whether their consciousness has been uploaded, but their brain tissue has undergone protein denaturation, Ding Junai said flatly. She tried to put her hands in her pockets, but because she was wearing Black Hawk armor, her hands slipped around her waist twice. Unable to react, she simply shoved them into Lin Xian's pockets. "What is protein denaturation?" Lin Xian asked. Ding Junai looked at him. "It's just that the brain is cooked, Lin Xian. The human brain is similar to a sophisticated biological processor. The higher the intensity of the calculation, the more it will overheat. Do you remember we were hallucinating in that hall before? The faster the brain calculates, the more real the rendered scene is, and you will feel that time passes quickly," Ding Junai said. 2 hours is enough to overload the brains and mental power of several violent-level psychics to a painful level. You can imagine. Lin Xian looked at the honeycomb pit under the glass curtain wall after hearing this. So these people want to borrow the characteristics of mycelium to enter the illusion and hibernate, but in fact they may have burned their brains. Ding Junai shrugged and said meaningfully, "The brain has to maintain 10 times the high-intensity pleasure calculation of sex. If it lasts for 5 seconds, you will be very happy. But if it lasts for 5 minutes, Lin Xian couldn't help frowning when he heard this. Ding Junai's description made him feel a chill down his spine inexplicably. Immediately he turned to look at Grace. "Is this the security you are responsible for? The people are already dead." Grace's face was still calm, and she said in a mechanical female voice, "I said, I have a different view on death. Consciousness is the core of life, and any body is just a carrier. The human brain, as a carrier of consciousness, cannot perform higher power calculations. Replacing the carrier is essentially no different from me replacing the hardware of a quantum computer. My duty is to protect the physical safety of the Crimson members. As for their consciousness cores in the Zingian mycelium network, they are not under my supervision. Strictly speaking, they are invaders." Lin Xian felt a little confused when he heard this. "You mean, as long as the bodies of these people lying here are still alive, it's okay, you can understand it that way. The protocol program I was written for is like this." Ding Junai took her hand out of Lin Xian's pocket and said in a deep voice, "I understand what she means. Logically speaking, there is no problem." She looked at Lin Xian. "The so-called digital life uploaded by consciousness is essentially a copy rather than a resurrection. In our biological field, which has always been subject to social ethical controversy, any research on digital life is strictly regulated." "Why?" Lin Xian asked. "Because if you upload your consciousness to another body before you die, then as far as you are concerned, you are actually dead, and you will not open your eyes and come back to life. The consciousness you uploaded is just your successor. Let me give you an example so you can understand. If I copy your consciousness to a cloned body that is exactly the same as you, but you yourself are not dead, and now there are 2 of you in the world, then is the copied person the successor of your consciousness, or a new person?" After Ding Junai finished speaking, she looked at Grace. "So from her point of view, the logic that the copied consciousness does not belong to the Crimson members under her supervision is completely correct." "Yes," Grace responded mechanically. Lin Xian nodded with a melancholic expression. He quickly understood what Ding Junai meant. "So those people lying there, it's unknown whether they can survive. The Crimson world actually doesn't understand the feasibility of this plan. They simply studied the properties of these mycelium and packaged it with the concept of eternal life, deceiving these wealthy people to be guinea pigs." "It should be," Ding Junai said. "Perhaps their consciousness really exists in the mycelial network, but this form of life, if the body is weak and the consciousness ascends, if that's true, it can be a way to escape doomsday," Lin Xian said. "Okay, you're right." Lin Xian took a deep breath and chuckled, "But if it weren't for the trouble with the mycelium, I'd definitely burn them all. Maybe I could even find a few fake relics to nourish the hell black chrysanthemum." Rumble. At this moment, a faint vibration suddenly reached the center of the zero element. Lin Xian's eyes froze, and he immediately said to Ding Junai, "It should be the joint train. Let's go out and take a look." With that, Lin Xian led Ding Junai outside. But just after he took 2 steps, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him. "Lin Xian, you must not leave the city at this time. I suggest you stay underground and rest, and wait for the next mycelium active cycle to leave." Lin Xian stopped and turned around suddenly. The intelligent brain Grace was standing 5 meters away from him. Chu Yan, who has the holographic projection on her head, stared at him and said, "The corpse driver from Star Abyss number 5 appeared in this area during the last tidal cycle. If you act rashly, you will be marked with darkness and attract the corpse driver, and you will not be able to escape." "What did you say?" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with shock when he heard this. It was not only because of the information the other party had said about the corpse driver, but more importantly, Lin Xian felt that Grace was not a robot at all. Unexpectedly, as he finished speaking, Grace looked at him with a puzzled expression, her voice returning to the cold, mechanical one she had just spoken. I don't understand what you mean. Do you need me to repeat my views on death? Didn't you just tell me about the corpse carrier of Star Abyss number 5? Grace paused for a moment, then said, I retrieved a keyword triggering a voice command in the system circuit. The command was generated 6 hours and 12 minutes ago. The information has been destroyed and determined to be a malicious intrusion. To ensure system security, I need to reboot the system. With a chuckle, Grace's facial hologram quickly dimmed, and her mechanical units also stopped. Lin Xian's mechanical ability detected that she must have entered the reboot command. What's going on? What did she say just now? Ding Junai approached, puzzled. Lin Xian frowned, his mind racing. 6 hours and 12 minutes ago, someone had implanted a trigger command in Grace, and the voice command clearly stated that the target was Lin Xian, indicating that the message was intended for him. In other words, someone knew Lin Xian would come to this place 6 hours ago. And 6 hours ago, Lin Xian was still sleeping in the Infinity train car under the cover of night. Chapter 297 Underground Tunnel. Lin Xian's first reaction was that the voice message came from the woman named Chu Yan. After all, Grace also bore a holographic image of Chu Yan. But the question was, if the time hadn't been misplaced during her dream, Chu Yan should have been in Yubai City, shrouded in polar night after the nuclear explosion. How could she have simultaneously appeared thousands of miles away, underground in Yijin, leaving such a warning message for Grace, the tightly guarded intelligent computer? For a moment, Lin Xian felt as if he were trapped in a vast, elusive shadow, leaving him momentarily uncertain. From a cautious perspective, having learned the evacuation route, his first choice was to flee as quickly as possible. After all, in the polar night, Yijin City was teeming with dangerous mycelium, leaving no means of resistance. As long as dawn didn't arrive, Lin Xian couldn't rest. And if, according to the information Grace had just given him, there might be corpse-carrying people near Yijin City, then they couldn't risk leaving the city under these circumstances. The best option was to hide in the tunnels deep underground and wait for the next mycelium active period before leaving. Lin Xian's uncertainty stemmed from his inability to determine the authenticity of the information. Ding Junai, noticing the grim expression on Lin Xian's face, asked, Are you worried this might be a trap set by her? Lin Xian looked at Grace, whose computer had shut down and was in the process of rebooting. He took a deep breath and nodded, We're in a very tight spot right now, I know. She provided the evacuation route, and she also said not to evacuate. The entire train is stuck in the underground tunnel. If it's a trap, we'll lose any chance of escape. The rumbling sound of the rails grew closer, and Lin Xian's mind raced. Finally, his gaze hardened. He stepped forward, grabbed Grace, and his power armor rapidly transmitted torque, lifting the seemingly petite humanoid robot, which actually weighed nearly half a ton. His mechanical heart whirred, severing Grace's power lines and shutting her down. He then headed out of the tunnel. We can only take a gamble. Everyone rest in silence underground. Ding Junai gave Lin Xian a deep look and quickly followed. Whoa, like a giant steel dragon, the combined train plunged deep into the earth, piercing a dense fog of spores, along a secret underground track in the freight station's maintenance workshop. Ninjing escorted them deeper into the tunnels. The immense movement stirred a swarm of hyphae, and countless human fungi swarmed in. Inside the freight station, Kiki, along with Ningjing and a group of psychics, blocked the human and head fungi from the passageway. Violent explosions erupted from time to time, and soon the entire freight station was engulfed in flames. This is getting out of control, Kiki shouted anxiously into the communicator, observing the dense mass of human fungi swirling in the spore fog from above. No need to worry about that. We have to completely seal off the intersection, Ningjing shouted, hurling a steel container plate from her hand. Woohoo! The plate, surging through the air with a violent surge of potential energy, shredded countless human fungi like melons and vegetables. Numerous rotten organs, accompanied by a splatter of mucus, but devoid of blood, shredded into vibrant, plant-like forms. The combined train was simply too long. As a large number of carriages poured in, the underground tunnel roared with the sound of wind pressure. It took more than 10 minutes before all 500-plus carriages entered the tunnel. By then, the entire freight station had been reduced to rubble. Spore mist, swirling with wind, resembled a sandstorm. Let's get in quickly and seal the entrance, quick. Instantly, dozens of psychics poured into the underground tunnel. Ningjing called out to Abe. Abe, it's your turn, Kiki worriedly asked. Will such a massive explosion trigger a chain reaction? No, this isn't in the main city, and we have to eliminate most of the hidden dangers. Okay, Kiki heard this and immediately erected a large telekinetic shield. Hurry up, I'll block the road. Abe nodded, and in a critical situation, he immediately stepped forward and raised his sunglasses. In an instant, dark red laser beams swept across the ruins of the freight station like windshield wipers, directly shredding the spreading mycelium and human fungi. The next moment, a crimson explosion, like some special energy vibration, lit up the human fungi, annihilating all the giant rats that had emerged from the shadows in pursuit of the sound. The entire freight station was filled with earth-shattering explosions within kilometers. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled, yellow sand rolled, and a powerful shock wave roared. Kiki and the other rearguard were trapped at the tunnel entrance, swept directly into the tunnel below by the shock wave. The tsunami of flying rocks and dust instantly barred the tunnel entrance, causing a massive collapse. The group rushed hundreds of meters inside before the earth-shaking force gradually subsided. The secret entrance to the track was completely barred, effectively preventing the human bacteria from invading. The tremendous movement sent shockwaves through Aijin City. From the dark alleys and the wild night outside, countless eerie howls echoed. The entire city seemed to awaken in that moment. Terrors from the darkness, unspeakable creatures, swarmed rapidly towards the freight station. Meanwhile, a 15-kilometer-long intermodal train was roaring along the tracks dozens of meters underground. All cars, turn on the sprinklers to clean the spore mist, use the disinfectant, quick, 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 commands came from the infinity. Everyone, prepare to put out the fire, put out the fire. Wow, wow, wow. In the dim tunnel, Lu Xingchen crouched on a high-maintenance stand, watching the approaching Longshan No. 1 locomotive, ready to go. Hey, Brother Luo, are you sure this method will work? Brother Ho asked Luo Yang over the communicator. Brother Lu, it definitely works. These spores aren't very explosive. I've had Captain Chen and Brother Shi notify all teams to take precautions against fire. Only then can we fully clean the spore dust outside the train, otherwise, it will definitely leave hidden dangers, Luo Yang said confidently over the communicator. Okay, in ancient times, there was the Watergate ceremony. Now, I, the Divine Fire Immortal, have the Fire Gate cleansing sins. Lu Xingchen, wearing a gas mask, chuckled softly, his fingertips igniting flames. He shouted into the communicator, be careful, it's going to be very hot. God, wall of fire. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands together and pushed forward. A roaring torrent of fire rushed directly towards the Union train, instantly engulfing the entire tunnel in flames. He controlled the fire, aiming only to burn the mycelial spores clinging to the exterior of the train, serving as the final stage of the multi-stage disinfection. Instantly, a wave of heat washed over all the speeding train cars, igniting tiny sparks of fire from the spores outside the train cars, burning away everything along the way like burning sand. Some exposed equipment on the train cars caught fire, but these were quickly extinguished by the prepared team members using fire extinguishers or sprinklers. The long, steel dragon raced along the dark tracks, undergoing fire disinfection, finally arriving at the zero-element center. At this time, Lin Xian and Ding Junai were standing on the platform with Grace, who had turned off her phone. They watched the joint train passing by with a gust of hot and burnt wind pressure, and arranged in the communicator, stop in front of the subway connection section, which is just the right distance from here. The last cars, Ocean and Parrot, will be responsible for blocking the road and setting up a sentry system for monitoring. The first car, Brother Shi, Sister Ning, and Teacher Chen, you will lead people to clean up the subway line. At least 1 kilometer in both the north-south and south-facing directions will be closed. Arrange people to take turns on duty. Other teams, arrange team members with protective equipment to get out of the car for the final cleaning. Other unrelated personnel are prohibited from getting off the car. No problem. Got it, Captain Lin. Okay, I got it. I'll arrange it right away. At this moment, above the ground, the entire city of Yijin, covered with mycelium, was surging with undercurrents, and underground, the joint train with more than 4,000 people was busy setting up defense lines. All team members wearing protective equipment got out of the cabin and began to do the final cleaning of the outside of the car. Standing on the platform, Lin Xian looked at the endless trains of doom, sighing deeply. I never imagined that one day so many trains would all take refuge underground. What are you going to do with this place? Ding Junai asked, looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned back to the passageway of the Zero Element Center and said, let's empty the permanent warehouse first, just in case. We'll clean this place up when we leave. Clean? Do you want to empty this place? What else? Lin Xian said, there are small nuclear power plants here, all kinds of equipment you need or don't need, a large amount of precious metal materials, robotic arms, and robots. It would be a shame not to take them away. If that's the case, then those Crimson members here are doomed, Ding Junai said. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, they've got antennas in their heads. It's just right they're dead. I'm even going to take their coffins and survival pods. If I could spare even one screw, I'd consider myself a philanthropist. What a joke. The Adventist sect's underground research facility, along with a group of powerful members who, possessed by demons and seeking immortality, were anti-parasitic against the dark creatures. Lin Xian didn't incinerate them all, primarily out of fear of getting burned. Lin Xian, the Infinity and Longshan No. 1 were about a kilometer from the Zero Element Center. Kiki quickly led Chen Sixuan and the others in their direction. Meanwhile, Longshan No. 1, the Sun, the Joker Fleet, and the Queen Mo also converged. Lin Xian raised his hand, and with a whir, 20 Thunder Falcon drones flew in, converging behind him like a ring of mechanical forms. Hey, help me set up a patrol program for these drones. I'll have them patrol this subway connection. The subway connection was the only way the trains could evacuate. With over 4,000 people resting underground, Lin Xian was worried, so he made multiple preparations. No problem, Kiki quickly pulled out her mobile device. Suddenly, she saw Grace, who hadn't turned on her phone yet, beside Lin Xian. She exclaimed in surprise, hey, you've taken care of this thing. Not yet. It rebooted on its own. I took this opportunity to shut it down. I'll take it back to the car. Once we're out, find a way to override its system. We'll have another butler robot. Kiki's eyes lit up. Wow, great. Finally, a smart robot. I can finally be free. At this moment, Chen Sixuan, Shuken, Sasha, and the others also looked at the robot, which resembled a piece of art, their faces filled with amazement. Oh my god, what is this? A robot? It's so beautiful. Sasha approached, her eyes widening. It looks like you've discovered something significant, Chen Sixuan said. How are you guys? Have you encountered anything strange? Lin Xian asked. No, Shuken shook her head. Aside from sealing the cracks in the doors and windows, we've remained silent. Several convoys have had accidents. The trains have been infiltrated by spores, and people are infected. Brother Shi has already notified everyone in advance. In this case, we have no choice but to abandon the trains and seal them off, Chen Sixuan said. How many people are there? About 100 or so. Chen Sixuan's tone was slightly grave. Lin Xian nodded. It's good that the situation hasn't spread, Captain Lin. At this time, Monica and her group of men also came along the passage beside the tracks. They were accompanied by Jin Dili and his group, Luo Yang from the Sun Team, and Li Yi, also wearing large gas masks, followed behind. Shi Dian, bandaged, followed Ningjing and led his men to the platform of the Zero Element Center. What's going on now? Are we all going to stay here underground? Monica didn't wear her mint coat, but a red full coverage armor. It was a lightweight armor that looked like some kind of leather combat uniform at first glance. Because of her tall figure, this armor not only showed off her amazing figure, but the fully wrapped mask also completely blocked the spore mist. It was obviously a valuable private design. I don't like staying underground. It's moldy and damp here and has not been maintained. If there is a landslide, we will all be buried alive, Jin Dili said in a muffled voice while wearing a gas mask. It's good to have a place to stay. Shi Dian came from behind and said in a loud voice, it's better to stay here than to be surrounded by those vegetative people who are neither human nor ghost and are more powerful than explosives. Captain Lin, Ningjing asked Lin Xian at this time, are you sure we want to wait here for the next mycelium activity cycle? Lin Xian nodded and glanced at everyone. The plan has changed. We have to rest here for 30 hours. There are also some other situations, so hurry up and convey them. After that, Lin Xian led everyone into the monitoring hall of the Zero Element Center and told everyone about the previous situation and the information about the corpse driver. To be honest, I'm not sure about this information. but we should be safe underground now. As long as the road is clear, we can move immediately if we encounter any problems. Corpse Chaser. Jin Deely crossed his arms when he heard this. Every time I hear this name, it's never a good sign. Ningjing looked at her. Have you seen one? Jin Deely shrugged. I haven't seen one, but when I escaped from Star Abyss number 4, I encountered a very large strange tide. I was the only one who escaped among the dozen or so convoys I met along the way. It is indeed a disaster. I heard that the Corpse Chaser is the gatekeeper of the Midnight Tide. Monica also said at this time, every Star Abyss has one. We are now at the northwest edge of Star Abyss number 5. It should not be surprising that this thing appears. Yeah, Shidian also nodded. He looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, let's do as you say. After all, we only have one life. It's better to believe it than not. It's better for you to find an escape route than not. We need a better way to repair the tracks. At worst, we'll just have to stay underground for a day. It's not that urgent. I agree, Luo Yang said. We'll follow Captain Lin's instructions, Li Yi, standing aside, said with a strange look on his face. Then Captain Lin, shouldn't we all stay in the train? Lin Xian nodded and said, this Crimson World has set up several secret, permanent warehouses along the Yijin underground track. They have quite a bit of supplies. Since we've all been traveling all the way from Zilan City, we can use them to replenish our supplies. We'll rest in this tunnel today. But to be on the safe side, each team must have a rotation of personnel. Those shallow areas have already been infiltrated by mycelium, so we need to avoid sunlight. All carriages should also be kept as quiet as possible. We can depart at any time. Okay. Let's do this. Let's communicate this to the dozen or so teams immediately. With so many people, coordination becomes difficult, and a large ship is hard to turn around. With so many people aboard, we need to be cautious, Shidian said. With that, Lin Xian's instructions were quickly passed down, and the teams began to move. In the monitoring hall, Jin Deely, Monica and others came to the side of the glass curtain wall and looked at the honeycomb pit below with surprise on their faces. Upload consciousness and live forever in an illusion? Isn't this a digital life plan that has long been banned? Jin Deely crossed his arms and said, uploading your consciousness to those disgusting mushroom mycelium, it's disgusting just to think about it. Monica also smiled. What stupid people. Once infected by the mycelium, even if you are still alive, you will be neither human nor ghost. What's the point of living like this? I heard that after being connected to the mycelium, the dopamine factor state will be maintained at 10 times that of the happiest human. Luo Yang came over and said, these people are really brave. I dare not let those weird mycelium get into my brain. They probably all want to escape the reality of doomsday. The polar night can't be escaped. If this can avoid the invasion of darkness, maybe it's a way of gambling. Li Yu walked over with a big belly. She witnessed all kinds of tragic human scenes along the way, and also saw many people who were not even invaded by the darkness but chose to end their lives to escape reality because of the collapse of their inner beliefs. The battle at Zilan Airport had killed many people she knew, and her husband, Liang Lei, was still in a coma. If it weren't for Uncle Wu risking his life to fight, she would now be a pregnant widow. Compared to the others, Li Yu's situation was much more difficult, so after merging with Luo Yang's team, they both had the idea of joining Infinity. Li Yu looked at Lin Xian, who was busy making arrangements in the distance, with a complicated expression. Luo Yang was fine. His team was full of young people, full of energy, smart, and capable. But Liang Lei, the strongest fighter in their team, was now missing. Not only was she carrying a car full of more than a dozen children, she was also pregnant, which sounded like a complete burden. This made her unable to muster the courage to speak to Lin Xian. Huh? At this moment, Sasha came over and asked curiously, why do these people's survival pods look like batteries? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards the honeycomb pit. Inside the honeycomb cells that spiraled downward into the pit, the lights of the oval survival pods flickered continuously, resembling neat rows of battery cells, connected by hyphae and supplying energy. Wow, Shidian had just finished talking with Lin Xian, and the group came over. I heard someone in Dawn City also built a hibernation pod, sealing themselves in it, hoping to wake up 100 years later, and the apocalypse would be over. That's a nice thought, Jin Deely sneered. Unless we can develop technology to block the invasion of darkness, a hibernation pod in the polar night will be nothing more than a zombie incubator. Okay, forget about this. At this time, Lin Xian came over and said to everyone, "We just made quite a commotion. Let's all return to the train car first. The mycelium's active period will end in 40 minutes, which will attract countless strange entities. We will remain silent in the train car for now. If it is safe, we will arrange for people to move the supplies from the permanent warehouse first. We will use the remaining time to rest and prepare the train. The underground is dangerous and there is a landslide, no one can escape. As long as there is no mycelium invasion, strange entities cannot get in. Yes, let's act quickly," Chen Sixuan also said at this time. As soon as Lin Xian said this, everyone immediately started to move. Lin Xian sealed the passage to the zero-element center with a mechanical door and immediately returned to the infinity with Chen Sixuan and others. Kiki had already deployed Lin Xian's 20 Thunder Falcon drones and flew them all to the area at the subway connection at the front of the joint train to begin patrolling in the darkness. Everyone on the infinity train had finally returned to the train. The underground tunnels are very damp, and with a mycelium infiltration, everyone should be careful, Lin Xian said as soon as he boarded the bus. Non-mechanical energy converted, 1,000 mechanical source points gained. At this moment, the light screen before him lit up again, and the hell-black chrysanthemum unexpectedly converted another 1,000 mechanical source points for Lin Xian. This S rank is really rich, to have received such a huge improvement, Lin Xian thought to himself upon seeing this. Considering that there are nearly 40,000 survivors in the entirety of Zilan City, even if there are individual differences, it is likely that these people have all achieved unprecedented and enormous improvements. However, this also presents a problem. Such a large amount of dark energy is also extremely stressful for the body. As far as Lin Xian knows, many people in the convoy have still not recovered from the brutal battle. Anxiety, worry, fear, and all kinds of negative emotions are constantly growing. Lin Xian specifically instructed each team to ensure this. Deep in the polar night, the encroaching darkness, coupled with the mental strain on the team members, necessitated psychological counseling and boosted confidence for all members. Otherwise, if a mutation occurred, those once formidable fighters would become the source of misfortune, triggering a chain reaction of infection. These 500-plus train cars underground would become 500 sealed cans. Soon, under Lin Xian's direction, the combined train, after cleaning the cars and securing the front and rear sections, fell into silence, awaiting the end of the mycelial active phase. Inside Infinity's number 1 train car, the lights went out, and the entire tunnel was shrouded in darkness. The combined train, like a giant steel dragon buried deep underground, was now utterly silent. Above the surface, the mycelial active phase was drawing to a close. The spore mist permeated the city, thickening. The mycelial carpets and various luminescent mushrooms dotted the streets and buildings, swaying in the breeze. Countless human fungi stood silently in the dark alleys, their mycelial vines tethered to the ground, a constant flow of crimson energy. In the heart of Yijin City, a 468-meter-long TV viewing tower, draped in millions of mycelial vines, stood in the center of Puzhong Square. Above, the countless folds of the 2-kilometer diameter, sky-covering mushroom cap rustled and vibrated, evoking from afar the eerie sound of thousands of monks chanting sutras of the underworld. At this moment, the mycelial vines beneath the vast, sky-covering crown continuously gathered energy, and the entire cap seemed to breathe the breath of some ancient disaster. This breath grew heavier and heavier. Finally, at a moment's notice, the vast cap began to leak a torrent of sticky black mist, pouring down directly, as if a gaping hole had appeared in the sky, and dark clouds were falling to the ground. The sticky mist, like waves, began to dissipate from the city center, engulfing the streets, engulfing the buildings, and filling the alleys. Soon, the entire Yijin city was engulfed in this sticky fog. Within this impenetrable, intangible, and endlessly thick mist, countless indescribable creatures emerged. Strange whispers echoed in the dark alleys, and piercing roars echoed in the darkness. Terror is coming, and weirdness is coming. Please vote for me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Crimson Members Permanent Warehouse. At 9 p.m., within the secret tracks beneath Yijin City, a 15-kilometer-long joint train with over 500 carriages sat quietly in the darkness. Silence reigned, All lights off. Over 4,000 survivors hid within the doomsday train, anxiously awaiting the next development outside. A damp, stifling atmosphere permeated the entire underground tunnel, and the occasional drip of seeping water echoed from the depths of darkness. Survivors in each carriage ducked into the darkness. Mothers covered their children's mouths, while men stood ready, weapons in hand. All communication was conducted via communicator, and everyone's heart was in their throats. In Infinity, Carriage 12, the weapons station housed the bases for the 1,130mm close-in weapons system and the YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, the only lights in the darkness gleaming from the station's red indicators. A silver-black ballerina robot stood silently a few meters away, its red light illuminating a robot imbued with both mechanical and human beauty. Grace remained motionless after her phone was turned off, her beautiful, lifelike face eerily beautiful. Lin Xian stared at the robot, his earpiece communicator flickering continuously as he listened solemnly to the messages outside the train. The feeling of being in the underground tunnel was strange. Facing those zombies and other entities, this environment offered a greater sense of security than an open field. However, having experienced various bizarre attacks by these entities, Lin Xian worried that this would be a difficult environment for evacuation, and he felt conflicted. But now that things had come to this, he could only calm down and wait quietly. Within the communication range were over 20 team captains or leaders, all of whom were hushed to the ground. All sounds and movements on the surface were barely perceptible dozens of meters below, but the occasional subtle tremor still made his nerves tense. This suggested that the source of the movement must be some massive being. Time ticked by. Lin Xian glanced at his watch and the surveillance footage on his mobile device. These were the sentry probes and sensors that Lin Xian had placed outside the bank vault via the zero-element center's special elevator. Time was of the essence, so he had to make do with this improvisation to observe the true conditions on the surface. The vibration sensor graphs slowly passed before his eyes. The 3 sentry probes were almost completely dark, shrouded in a thick cloud of dust and spores. If it weren't for the infrared camera, still revealing the outlines of some buildings and debris on the ground, Lin Xian would have thought the equipment had been devoured and damaged by the mycelium. Clack, a low-pitched sound, like the vibrations of a shell, echoed through his headphones. Lin Xian's gaze focused as he noticed that one of the surveillance footage had suddenly been shrouded in a darker hue, resembling some massive creature of the night. Seeing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath, removed his headphones, and began to listen to the sounds from above. The information I'm getting seems correct. Several strange entities have appeared on the ground. I'm not sure what their level is, Lin Xian whispered into the communicator. Captain Lin, the audio traps I placed in the subway tunnels are also picking up a lot of strange frequencies. They should be in the upper subway platform. However, I've checked that station. And it's sealed off. The tunnels should be safe for now, Luo Yang's voice echoed. That must be true, Shi Dian said in a low voice. It looks like a lot of strange entities are gathering above us. Wow, this is a new experience for us. Will so many of us really be discovered? Monica questioned. After all, we made such a commotion at the beginning, the entrance to the freight station has completely collapsed and blocked off. I checked, and nothing's chasing us, Ningjing said. Monica, I'm not panicking, why are you? Lin Xian already said we don't have any markings on us anymore, and we're hiding so deep underground. If they were going to find us, they would have already discovered us. It's impossible that we haven't noticed anything yet, don't you think? Jin Deely's tone sounded relaxed. That's right. We're already in the polar night, and the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If we were being targeted, we should have been attacked long ago, Luo Yang said. Lin Xian checked the time and pressed the communicator. Wait another 20 minutes. If there are no abnormalities, we'll prepare to open the permanent warehouse and begin moving things. All teams, please inform us not to send too many people and not to make too much noise. We don't need to rush for 30 hours. Once we've emptied this underground crimson world, we should rest and recuperate. As the minutes ticked by, Lin Xian's heart gradually settled. It seemed that his choice this time was the right one. If he rushed out in a hurry, risking his life, not only would he not be able to escape Yijin City, he would also be targeted by the various strange entities hiding around the city. If even one person on the joint train was marked with a dark mark, their lighthouse would be completely illuminated, and the situation would snowball, potentially leading to a terrifying situation similar to the strange siege in Yuba City. At 9:30 p.m., after nearly an hour of waiting in darkness, the train finally opened its doors. The sudden creaking sound was jarring in the quiet tunnel. Lin Xian, holding a cold nightlight, began to disembark with several members of the core team. Kiki followed, monitoring Lin Xian's patrol drone information on her mobile device. Following the coordinates from the code device Grace had given them, they found the hidden code door to the permanent storage facility behind several emergency maintenance areas on the secret track. After unlocking it with the code device, the large, explosion-proof automatic door slowly swung open. The decompression of inert gas resounded, and after a puff of white smoke, the lights of the backup energy source inside illuminated layer by layer, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Behind the automatic doors, a massive, 3-proof warehouse, reminiscent of a wartime storage facility, unfolded. Upon entering, the bright lights illuminated the vast interior. Rice, noodles, oil, sugar, freeze-dried compressed foods, canned goods, synthetic protein gels, and other high-quality food supplies were neatly stacked on prefabricated shelves. There was even a separate freezer area for meat. The food sections were strictly divided according to storage standards, ranging from 1 year to 30-year storage, with supplies neatly arranged. Further in, there were even specially prepared chocolates, red wines, seafood frozen in special chambers, steaks, hams, cheeses, caviar, and more. Furthermore, there was a dedicated medical supply area, stocked with a variety of broad-spectrum antiviral and antibacterial agents, surgical emergency modules, and radiation protection agents. The high quality of the supplies was breathtaking. The red wines were especially valuable, sourced from around the world, luxuries the average person would never even encounter. A group of more than a dozen people walked in this clean and white warehouse, all with wonderful expressions on their faces, some surprised, some happy, and some wry smiles. Ramani Conti 2025, it tastes good. Jin Deely walked to the wine cellar area and raised his hand to pick up a bottle of red wine packaged in a special sealed container, chuckling, these guys really know how to enjoy themselves, recruiting so many wealthy members and coming up with these terrifying plans. Shi Dian, who was wearing a bandage, looked at the warehouse shelves that were comparable to luxury all the way and couldn't help saying, it seems that this crimson world is really of great origin. Monica walked to Jin Deely's side, picked up a bottle of wine with a smile on her face, and fumbled with a triangular logo on the corner of the container with her fingers. She took a deep breath and said, this crimson world, I seem to have come across it a few years ago. Before. Ningjing couldn't help but ask, do you mean before the apocalypse? Monica nodded. I only know that someone from their group told me they're an organization that studies human genetic defects and is dedicated to helping humanity achieve perfect evolution. Many people from different circles have joined. I initially did a brief search, but it was nothing more than medical cosmetics, cancer prevention, and genetic screening for offspring, nothing unusual. They approached me many times, but I figured it was the same gimmick they used to sell doomsday fortresses to the wealthy, so I wasn't interested. She looked at the red wine in her hand, her eyes half delighted and half melancholy. So, it seems this organization has some foresight. Lin Xian and Kiki's heart skipped a beat when they heard this, and their eyes met. Why does it feel so familiar? Kiki whispered, standing beside Lin Xian. Are you thinking of Qingshu Town? Lin Xian asked. Kiki nodded. Lin Xian remained silent. He recalled Underground City 9, built after the Apocalypse Day, using trillions of dollars and state-of-the-art automated engineering. The Foundation and the Crimson World were undoubtedly no match for the Federation's forces, which hadn't yet disbanded. Less than 100 days had passed since the Apocalypse Day, yet the information these two organizations had uncovered suggested they possessed remarkable foresight. Lin Xian remembered asking Hu Ziyerling about this before, and she had replied that it was a remodeled former cooperative fortification. But this Crimson World's underground permanent storage facility looked like it was completely prepared for apocalypse. Could it be just a coincidence? Do you think this Crimson World has any connection to the Foundation? Kiki asked, puzzled. Lin Xian pondered, these organizations are more mysterious than each other. We always learn about them only after they've learned. Only the Crimson World itself knows the answer. In the brightly lit warehouse, Monica's words stunned everyone. You mean this organization knew about the Apocalypse Day? Li Yu asked, surprised. Of course it is. Otherwise, this warehouse, this underground hive center, it's impossible to build it in just 1 or 2 months. Luo Yang frowned. Monica shrugged and said non-committally, I just happened to think of it. Speaking objectively, I don't really believe this judgment, because building such underground fortifications is not difficult for today's mechanical productivity as long as the money is in place. You are too suspicious, Jin Deely also said at this time. How can a pharmaceutical group know about the coming of the end of the world before the Federation before the apocalypse? Didn't you see how hastily the Federation's underground city plan was built? If humans really knew about the disaster in advance, the situation would definitely not be like this now. That's right, Shi Dian also nodded, this place is obviously newly built. As for the supplies, these are the storage standards for reserve supplies. The military and regional cities also have them. It's not uncommon. It's just that the things here are of higher quality, there's no point in guessing. Since the things are delivered to our door, it's just right for us to replenish them. Lin Xian stepped forward to interrupt everyone's discussion. The supplies here are reserved according to the level of 1,000 people. It will definitely be a big harvest for us. Let's divide them up here, that's right, with so many good things, we're going to make a fortune. Kiki laughed and said, I haven't eaten steak and rice for a long time. I suggest that we empty this place out, haha, that makes sense, Shi Dian said proudly, and then looked at Lin Xian, Brother Lin, we discovered the place, and you are the one leading the way. Tell me, how should we divide it? As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. That's easy, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Our teams combined already account for over half the team, but we've contributed the most, so 70% is fine. The remaining 30% can be divided among the remaining teams. Oh, your Infinity team has so few people, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage if you divided it this way? Jin Deely glanced at Lin Xian, arms folded. Besides, you discovered these supplies, and I don't like taking advantage of others. That's right, Shi Dian completely disagreed with this division. I have over 1,000 people on my team. Although Longshan number 1 would benefit the most from this division, I'm not so shameless. I'm taking supplies for over 1,000 people, while you, Brother Lin, take supplies for over 30. Aren't you embarrassing me? Ningjing nodded. This distribution method is indeed unreasonable. Your Infinity team should take more, Li Yu nodded in agreement. I think we should divide it by team, and let Team Lin decide the distribution ratio. That's fine, Luo Yang agreed. If the supplies were divided equally among the fleets, it would be the most cost-effective for Infinity. With fewer people, they could get more supplies, and the supplies per capita would be higher. Captain Lin, I have a suggestion. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, Monica came over with a bottle of red wine in one hand and a box of frozen steak in the other and said, there are many types of supplies here, and each fleet has different needs. For example, my fleet is not short of supplies. I just need some fine wine and steak, nothing else, so I suggest that your Infinity can first select the supplies you want. And let everyone distribute the rest according to their needs. Isn't there a weapons warehouse? That's perfect. If you want medical supplies, take less rice, flour and oil. If you want meat, take less equipment. That's alright. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes lit up. Yeah, that's a good idea, that makes sense. Since Brother Lin chose first, I feel relieved, haha. It's true that several teams are currently short on medical supplies, but food isn't the biggest issue. Yeah, that's right. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki and nodded. Okay, let's do this. I'll have Teacher Chen bring someone to inventory the supplies here, and then let the teams make their requests. We'll simply negotiate a compromise. Lin Xian didn't shy away from the suggestion. He wasn't one to shy away from politeness. If the 22 teams hadn't come out of Zilin City together through thick and thin, there was only one way he could give away 10% of their supplies. The Infinity wouldn't be able to fit them all. Furthermore, the Infinity was already well stocked with survival supplies. With the fully functional medical pods, the need for them was much reduced. Only surgical emergency modules, stem cell gel, and antimicrobial agents were needed. So, like Monica, Lin Xian was more interested in frozen meats, seafood, and wine to improve the Infinity's living standards. After leaving the permanent storage, everyone immediately rushed to the weapons depot. Ningjing and Li Yi waited there, awaiting Chen Sixuan's arrival with the Longshan number 1 team to count and distribute the supplies. Lin Xian had long been curious about the Star II class individual weapon sets Grace had mentioned. There were a whopping 1,000 of them, an incredible sum. Therefore, He was more interested in the weapons depot than the daily necessities. The group headed deeper into a maintenance tunnel and activated a special switch via a code device. Soon, a hidden door in the wall began to slowly open. Empty. 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 The headlights of the massive air raid depot blazed, row after row. On the black fire retardant floor, the first thing that caught everyone's eye was a row of all-terrain armored vehicles. These vehicles were well equipped and covered in standard exterior armor. At a glance, there were 10 of them. Further back, everyone gasped. In the center of the depot, neatly parked were 4 Nightster 3 Supercruise vehicles. This highly maneuverable, advanced aircraft can accommodate 2 to 3 people at once. It utilizes a Hall-effect electric propulsion engine for vertical lift and a plasma pulse engine for main propulsion, capable of reaching a cruising speed of Mach 5. It also utilizes a plutonium-238 isotope nuclear battery array and foldable wings. Aside from its lack of weapon systems, it's state-of-the-art in every respect. Wow, trucks and planes. This Crimson world has quite a bit to offer its members, Xian observed with astonishment. It looks like these are all for the Zero Element Center, to facilitate escape for those in the survival capsule, Jin Deely remarked. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised, as these 2 vehicles weren't mentioned in the initial negotiation information Grace had shared. This intelligent butler actually has a trick up his sleeve, Kiki echoed Lin Xian's thoughts. Lin Xian glanced over, maybe she thought these things were useless to our train fleet, so she didn't mention it. It's also possible that these things are left for those who want immortality to escape, and they may not want to trade them. That makes sense. Lin Xian and his group quickly walked into the warehouse, saying as they walked, those trucks are good things, but even if there is a helicopter here, we really can't drive them away. What about the aircraft? Kiki asked. I see the size of the folded one. If the carriage is modified, Lin Xian frowned and thought for a moment. Carriage number 11 has a mecha hangar, and we can use a 6-axis robotic arm to load one up. Kiki nodded. Yeah, with this, our actions will be much more convenient. The group walked past the aircraft and walked inside. At this time, rows of black tactical display cabinets appeared in front of them. The lights were turned on, and sets of black exoskeleton power armor appeared in the display cabinets. It also included a silver main weapon that seemed to be some kind of arc pulse gun, and 2 secondary weapons. In addition, there were power packs, holographic night vision head mirrors, small medical kits and other individual tactical equipment. Such a star II level individual weapon set, looking at it, can't see the end at a glance, giving people an extremely arrogant feeling. Wow! So many power armors. Seeing this magnificent scene, Kiki couldn't help but widen his eyes. This Crimson world is too rich. Not only her, but everyone else was also shocked at this moment. Luo Yang walked forward with a look of surprise and pressed the switch. The door of one of the tactical display cabinets opened automatically. He looked at the parameters and couldn't help but say, this is the Lone Wolf S military-grade rapid response power armor. It should be the latest model of tactical-grade power armor. Now many interstellar military frontlines have not used this latest model. Seeing this scene, Monica couldn't help but hug her chest and sighed. My men all use Lone Wolf A. I didn't expect them to use the latest Lone Wolf S. Well, don't be so modest with us. They're all tactical grade, so what's the difference between newer and older? Jin Deely said with interest, but with so many sets, we can equip 1,000 ordinary people to become diamond-level combatants. Haha, we've stumbled upon a treasure this time. Xian ripped off the bandage hanging from his neck, flexing his hands and excitedly saying, with this, our team's strength will be greatly enhanced. Lin Xian stared blankly at the rows of tactical cabinets arranged like dominoes, and couldn't help but laugh. He had originally planned to equip everyone on the Infinity with TRP power armor, but unexpectedly, a pillow appeared just as he was waking up. A full 1,000 sets of professional tactical grade power armor were placed before him. The grades of power armor were set by the former Federation based on combat purpose, functional coverage, output power, intelligence, and power level. They are divided into 3 levels: Tactical, Iron Hunter, Phantom Wolf, and Interstellar. Strictly speaking, there is actually a level before Tactical called Industrial. As the name suggests, this type of power armor is used in civilian industrial scenarios and has no tactical role. For example, the TRP power armor Lin Xian obtained from Dingqing is a special industrial type. However, because Dingqing had it illegally upgraded by someone else, adding an intelligent tactical computer, radar, and situational awareness system. And removing all safety restrictions on the power motors, it can basically be regarded as a semi-military tactical grade. The Lone Wolf A equipped by Monica's team is a serious military tactical grade, much more advanced than his, with more complete functions. The Lone Wolf S in front of them is an upgraded version of this type. In terms of various technical parameters, it should be slightly better than the Lone Wolf A. However, as Jindili said, even if it is upgraded, it is still in the tactical grade range. Because the Iron Hunter Phantom Wolf class no longer belongs to the category of power armor, but war armor, which is a real full coverage armor like Iron Man. The most basic standard of full coverage armor is amphibious combat, land, low altitude, and water. It is very comprehensive, like a small humanoid mecha. Because of its extremely high agility and tactical characteristics, it is often used in special operations. The difference between the Iron Hunter and the Phantom Wolf here is mainly a tactical difference. The former is a hard armor that takes into account firepower attack, while the latter is mainly based on high mobility. Judging from the level standard, Mr. Chen's current Black Hawk armor and Monica's red soft armor should belong to this level of Phantom Wolf class. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 299 Doomsday Train in the Tunnel. Xiao Meng. At this time, Jindili called the female deputy who had always been taciturn beside him. Try on this power armor, take a look at the detailed parameters, and by the way, see if there is any information recognition. Jindili's words reminded everyone at once, and Monica said, yes, if these power armors are encrypted according to the personal information of those Crimson members, it will be troublesome. Oh, that's right, Kiki also said at this time, power armor of this level generally has permission settings. Even if we can crack it, there are 1000 sets here. I don't know how long it will take, then let's try it first. By the way, there is also this pulse gun. As long as it can be used, our ammunition pressure will be much less, Xian said. With less ammunition, the battery pressure is going up, Lin Xian couldn't help but say, but as long as it works, it's definitely better than a submachine gun. Jindili's female deputy, Xiao Meng, was a tall woman. Upon hearing Jindili's words, she nodded immediately and stepped forward. Ignoring everyone's gazes, she immediately stripped off her outer clothing, leaving only her thin underwear, revealing her beautiful figure. Immediately, she began donning her power armor in front of everyone. Simultaneously, she attached her primary and secondary weapons, along with her holographic night vision headgear, and powered it up. Instantly, a female mecha warrior appeared before everyone, looking remarkably high-tech. A soft sound of a motor starting up echoed, and the black power armor's entire motor system began self-checking, with a series of clattering mechanisms. No need to unlock permissions, we can pair directly, the woman named Xiao Meng said to the crowd. Then, she turned away from the crowd, toward the open warehouse, and bent slightly, preparing to charge. At this moment, the hidden white energy lines of her power armor lit up, and the power actuators in her ankles, knees, waist, and various joints automatically began to release their limits. Only the sound of mechanical components could be heard. The next moment, as Xiao Meng applied force with her toes, her power armor almost instantly output a powerful torque. With a creaking sound of mechanical pressure, she burst out like a cheetah, her speed constantly increasing. In just a few seconds, she reached the end of the warehouse, then stepped directly onto the wall to dissipate the force, crouched down, and leaped dozens of meters like a cannonball. What a powerful explosive force, Lin Xian marveled. Judging from this performance, it was more than a level stronger than his own power armor. Wow, that's amazing, Kiki said excitedly. I also want to try one on. Hey, we've got a great bargain this time. Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Xian eagerly and said, Brother Lin, we have such a large weapons warehouse, we must empty it all out. Old Shi, you're confused. How are you going to move the trucks? Jindili said softly at this time, you forgot that we are a train group. These cars and aircraft seem to have nothing to do with us, Lin Xian said immediately, they can all be moved away. They will all come in handy later. I can get some flatbed trailers and use metal enclosures to make simple transport carriages to take these trucks and aircraft away. How could he not bear to take away such a precious special doomsday truck? Plus the aircraft that Lin Xian had been coveting for a long time. With this hypersonic aircraft, Infinity has an extra pair of high-altitude eyes, and the most important thing is that it can also carry people, which is definitely of great use. Hey, that's a good idea. Shi Dian's eyes lit up when he heard it. That's right, let's drag it away first. It would be a waste of such a good thing if we don't use it. Jin Dili looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and only then realized, I almost forgot about you, the master mechanic. I'm sorry, this is my first time driving a train and I don't have much experience. After hearing what you said, I really want to keep 2 of these trucks for my fleet mobility. Monica also looked at Lin Xian eagerly. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have a light that wanted to eat Lin Xian, and she slowed down. Then she looked at Jin Dili and said, I said that my vision is never wrong. Let's follow this Captain Lin. No matter how big the troubles will turn into opportunities. Hey, how can you praise someone like that? It's corny. Kiki was choked by Monica's words, and immediately frowned and responded, you don't have any ideas about him, do you? But Monica just smiled charmingly and said to her in a loud voice, yes, I told your Captain Lin before that I want to join your infinite team. Little sister, do you agree that your sister and I can join your train together? Kiki didn't expect Monica to react like this. Hearing Monica's voice with some magnetism, she rolled her eyes and said, aren't we connected now? How do you want to join him? Ahem. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yang, Shi Dian and other men suddenly felt choked, and all looked weird. Lin Xian felt his head go dark, and he quickly got back to the point. Alright, let's discuss this. Divide these things up. We can dismantle and move the rest. We still have a lot to do in the car, and it's not completely safe yet. It's safer to get back to the car and rest as soon as possible. Brother Lin is right. Let's get this done first. We still have a weird party going on overhead. Let's not waste time, Shi Dian said quickly. Monica smiled, glanced at Lin Xian, and without saying a word, she began to seriously join the discussion. After some discussion, Infinity took a total of 40 sets of Lone Wolf's military-grade rapid response power armor suits, which also included weapons and power packs. Originally, everyone wanted Lin Xian to distribute more, but there were only a little over 30 people on Lin Xian's vehicle, and everyone already had one set. The extra ones were useless. In the end, thanks to support from all sides, he asked for 40 sets, using the extra ones as maintenance rotations. Despite Lin Xian's mechanical abilities, they wouldn't need them at all. In addition, Lin Xian also requested a Nightster 3 supercruise aircraft and 2 Doomsday armored trucks. This was more than enough for him, as Lin Xian's biggest gain was the intelligent brain, Grace. He also planned to split up the available maintenance robots and various instruments at the Zero Element Center and distribute them to the various teams before evacuating. He would devour whatever he could, ensuring that not even a screw was left as long as he had enough time. In the end, Infinity took nearly 50 people's worth of food and supplies, as well as a large amount of red wine, frozen seafood, steak, caviar, frozen chicken, duck, and pork, and a large amount of various canned rice, flour, oil, and sugar. It was a very good harvest. Monica, like she'd said, didn't take anything except some high-end food like red wine. The vast majority of basic groceries like rice, flour, and oil were split between Lin Xian No. 1, Joker Team, and the Sun at the Weapons Depot. Lin Xian took 40 of the 1,000 star II individual weapon sets, while Monica took 10 for internal upgrades. Joker Team and Sun Team each received 100 sets, a truck, and a spacecraft. Lin Xian No. 1 took a maximum of 350 sets, 2 armored trucks, and 1 spacecraft. This left 400 star II individual weapon sets for the remaining 17 teams. Lin Xian hadn't yet allocated 4 trucks, so he included them in the Infinity's assets and prepared to take them away. Upon hearing the news, the dozen or so team captains who had accompanied the joint train were thrilled. They had thought they'd taken shelter underground, but unexpectedly, they'd secured a significant amount of supplies. The crucial power armor significantly boosted the strength of each team, equipping a large number of their core combat personnel. Wow, it's the latest Lone Wolf power armor, and there's a plasma pulse gun. There are so many high-end foods. I didn't expect that one day we could eat rice. Captain Lin and the others are so awesome. It's so reassuring to follow them. Are we really not charged for these equipment and weapons? Nanan, be good. We have medicine to take, and you will no longer feel pain. Lali, please be quiet when repairing the armor. We must always pay attention to whether there is any movement in the dark. The captain announced that there will be canned fruit today. For a moment, the 15-kilometer train carriage was filled with a positive atmosphere. In the underground tunnel, Countless people lined up with cold light lamps and began to carry supplies from the warehouse to their own carriages. In each carriage, many survivors who had newly put on armor were extremely excited. The entire underground tunnel was full of busy figures carrying things, like ants moving. After receiving instructions from Lin Xian and other leaders, the crews of each train, having completed the transport of supplies, began preparing their trains and weapons, repairing damage sustained during the Battle of Zilan City, encouraging their team members, and boosting their morale. Many of the train's support staff, using cold light lamps in the darkness, began preparing long-awaited hot meals. In the darkness and solitude of this underground tunnel, tens of meters deep, the 15-kilometer-long, 500-car Doomsday Union train cautiously began its rest period. Hushed conversation and laughter filled the carriages, and the air was thick with the aroma of food. In the Infinity's dining car, number 6, the dim glow of cold light lamps made the interior seem dim. The tables were laid out with steaming steaks, king crab, fresh vegetable salads mixed with caviar, and simple desserts made from flour and canned fruit. It looked incredibly sumptuous. Cheers! Lin Xian raised his red wine glass and whispered, "To our repeated escapes from death, to every one of our dedicated teammates, cheers, Kiki, Chen Sixuan, Shukin, Dalu, Lu Xingjian, Shasha, Ding Junai, Miaolu, and Lu Chang." All the Infinity team members raised their glasses excitedly at this moment. Cheers to Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan now looked eagerly at Lin Xian. Yes. To Lin Xian, Kiki also giggled. Cheers to Brother Lin, who piloted the massive mecha and blasted the monsters. Shasha glanced over excitedly. Brother Xian, Brother Lin, Captain Lin, Captain Lin, thank you, Captain Lin. The injured Xiao stood not far from Lin Xian, her glass raised high, her eyes filled with excitement and eagerness, her entire being brimming with energy and motivation. Lin Xian chuckled, silently raised his glass, and drank with the others, his heart overflowing with emotion and a sigh. Cheers to those who are still alive. At 0:30, the underground tunnel gradually fell silent, leaving only the engineering and maintenance personnel toil away quietly, striving to make adequate preparations and secure the train during this brief respite. Sparks from the welding torches of the hundreds of engineers and maintenance personnel on Longshan number 1 occasionally flickered through the tunnels. Occasionally, when the noise grew louder, everyone in a certain area would tacitly pause their work, look up, and quietly listen and observe. Once they were certain nothing was amiss, they would resume their work. While this meticulous preparation wasn't particularly efficient, everyone knew that in the polar night, such opportunities were rare. Even a fraction of a second was crucial, especially in this eerie region shrouded in spore fog. Every armor plating repaired could potentially save a life on an entire train car. Scan completed. Lone Wolf S military-grade rapid reaction power armor received. Blueprint. Scan completed. Phantom Annihilator, plasma pulse beam energy gun received. Blueprint. Inside the train, Lin Xian completed scanning his newly acquired power armor set. The latest blueprints revealed incredibly precise specifications for this new type of power armor. Lin Xian had already distributed a set to every member of the train. Everyone on the Infinity was overjoyed, donning the latest armor and adapting to the intelligent, computer-assisted combat mode. This was a massive boost for the Infinity. Even Madoka, with a mere 260 S per evolution index, could achieve diamond-level combat capabilities after donning it. However, one person wasn't particularly interested, Ding Junai. Director Ding's current work consisted entirely of research within the train, and Lin Xian didn't need her to join the battle formations. Therefore, Ding Junai didn't need to don her power armor unless necessary. Lin Xian tried to get familiar with the suit. He had originally planned to build a Black Hawk armor, considering it was more advanced than the Lone Wolf S. However, he immediately needed to construct a trailer to get the truck and Nightster onto the track. He also needed to upgrade and repair the Infinity's air circulation system. There was much to do. Lin Xian had gotten a good night's sleep, so he let Chen Sixuan and the others who had been guarding the train rest while he continued to work in Car 12. Another important matter involved the intelligent brain, Grace. Lin Xian called in Kiki, who had also rested, and together they worked on how to reprogram this mysterious robot. In the darkness of Car 12, a single cold light sat on the floor, and several metal boxes filled with the ammunition Lin Xian had been busy crafting were placed inside. Lin Xian sat in the shadows at the side of the car, a sullen young woman hanging from her neck. Her legs were wrapped tightly around him, pinning him down and biting him repeatedly. Although Lin Xian was secretly happy, he was also a little speechless. After kissing her for a while, he pushed her away. "Hey, is this what you said about helping me keep watch?" Unexpectedly, Kiki snorted, put her arms around his neck again, and pressed her fresh little mouth against him again, humming and saying in an imperative tone, "Don't move, I'm just applying lipstick for you, don't think about it the wrong way." Lin Xian felt Kiki's awkward and wolf-like biting strength, and thought to himself that your excuse was too far-fetched. You didn't apply lipstick yourself. Besides, is there a way to apply lipstick like this? The two kissed for a while in the shadows, and Lin Xian pushed her away again, saying seriously, "Okay, I still have a lot of things to do. Our current situation is not suitable for it." Before he could finish his words, he was bitten again, and then the girl hugged him tighter and tighter, with a tough attitude. "Hey," Lin Xian's heart sank. He pushed the wolf-like girl away for the third time and shouted, "Didn't I tell you? This place isn't safe right now. It's not time to let our guard down." Although there were no dark markers in the convoy and no enemy activity was currently underway, being in this dark underground tunnel, with Yijin City above like a terrifying vortex, made Lin Xian feel uneasy. He had to hurry. First, he had to store all the spoils allocated from the permanent warehouse. Second, the Zero Element Center still had a wealth of resources waiting for him. Third, although Grace, the robot, had been forcibly shut down by Lin Xian, he still had concerns about this eccentric intelligent butler with Chu Yan's appearance. Finally, there was the current situation of the United train. 30 hours was neither long nor short. Unlike previous rest periods, this mode of travel with disaster looming over their heads made it difficult to feel completely at ease. The entire convoy had to remain on edge, ready to escape. Lin Xian was preoccupied, but when he pushed Kiki away again, he found that the girl suddenly quieted down, sitting on his lap with her head lowered, wondering what she was thinking. Lin Xian looked down, and in the dim light, he seemed to see a little watery light flashing in Kiki's beautiful eyes. She bit her lip tightly, raised her head and looked at him with a somewhat complaining look and said, "Why are you so stupid? You want to be a hero everywhere, and you don't take me with you. What if you die?" Lin Xian was inexplicably stopped by her words. "For the sake of our survival, I have no choice." "Then can't you worry less and let others do it? We can all help you." Kiki suddenly raised her voice. "You've all helped me, Teacher Chen, Shukin, Dalu, Brother Ho, Shasha, Lu Chang, Mialu, Director Ding, including Xiaoyan and the others, and you. Did everyone fight for their lives together? Then do you know everyone's worried about you?" "I know. Then why don't you put on some lipstick? Did you know champ lips can easily be infected with a zombie virus, giving you red hair, green nails, and mushrooms on your butt?" "I don't want to." "Then stop talking nonsense." Kiki became more and more anxious, throwing herself at Lin Xian and kissing him again. Lin Xian felt a warm and smooth sensation, with a hint of heat, a hint of stubbornness, and a hint of coolness. He closed his eyes and accepted Kiki's serious consolation with all his might. Lin Xian wrapped his arms around Kiki's slender, graceful waist, feeling her soft legs wrapped around him. He felt a surge of anxiety, and couldn't help but lower his grip. But before he could even reach her, he felt the girl shudder as if she'd been electrocuted. She pulled his hand back up. He tried to lower it again, but she grabbed it again and slapped the back of his hand as a warning for his groping. "Don't move." Kiki bit the tip of Lin Xian's nose and whispered a warning. Lin Xian sneered, leaned over and kissed her on the lips. "Don't blame me for this, you did it yourself." "Humph, I didn't." Lin Xian shouted innocently. "Hey, then who is hanging on me like a koala and kissing me?" "Yeah, are you putting lipstick on me?" "There's nothing wrong with putting lipstick on. Why are you thinking about such dirty things?" Lin Xian responded sternly. "No, in fact, this is a normal process. If you don't believe me, ask others. I follow the standard movements. Bah, guess whether I believe it or not. I can't help it if you don't believe me." Lin Xian held up his hands, helplessly saying, "Men have switches. If you continue this process, the next process will definitely come." "I don't believe it." Kiki leaned forward, tentatively, ready to kiss him again. Lin Xian's hand also moved downwards, and this action seemed to touch her itchy spot. The little girl's face flushed and her body trembled. As Lin Xian's hand got closer and closer to her little butt, she seemed to even breathe. In the end, the little she-wolf was no match for the big devil. Just when Lin Xian was about to succeed, Kiki gritted her teeth, let go, and flew away from Lin Xian's arms with her telekinesis, cursing, "You wish, you rogue." Lin Xian smiled, breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and changed the subject. "Let's go. I'm going to that zero-element center to devour some materials. You come with me." Now, Kiki rubbed her hot cheeks, avoiding Lin Xian's gaze and said, "Didn't you say you would go at the end? If you shut down all the instruments now, there will be large-scale deaths inside. They are almost dead, and the rest don't look like they can survive." Lin Xian recalled the Crimson members whose heads were connected by white mycelium, and said sternly, "But I will definitely start with some unimportant places first, and there are people from Crimson inside. How can I feel at ease if I don't go and keep an eye on them?" Kiki nodded when she heard this. "Okay, I'll go with you." After she finished speaking, she remembered something. "By the way, I think this isn't the first time Monica has mentioned wanting to join our team. What do you think?" Lin Xian said expressionlessly, "Not much. My impression of this person can only be said to be okay, not annoying. Her abilities and team strength are not weak. Although her temperament is still a heroine, this person is very versatile and has a strong desire for control. She doesn't seem like someone who likes to listen to others." "I just listened to what she said casually and didn't take it to heart." Kiki frowned slightly when she heard this. What if she really has this idea? "Let's talk about it later." Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. "Anyway, we are all on the same road now. Let's observe whether she is a human or a ghost first. Boss, please give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 300 Losing Chen's Accident. In the darkness of the underground tracks, the automatic doors of the infinity train opened. Lin Xian, clad in his black lone wolf-s power armor, walked to the entrance. His night vision and intelligent target acquisition systems activated, helping him observe both ends of the dark tunnel. This type of power armor boasts excellent overall coordination and considerable protection. Previously in Zilan City, Lin Xian had seen soldiers in similar power armor from a Mecha wing of the 7th Survey Corps. The paint scheme and model were slightly different, but overall, they resembled those worn by Monica's men. Soldiers capable of wearing this type of power armor typically belong to special operations units. It's a notch above the standard exoskeletons used by the entire interstellar military. Coupled with the physical evolution brought on by dark energy, these soldiers should possess at least evolution level or even diamond level combat capabilities. However, assessing combat power is one thing, actual combat is another. Compared to those monsters, the human body is still extremely fragile. Even a common snow demon could be killed by its sharp tail stinger if not careful. Lin Xian had studied the snow demon's tail stinger before, and it was extremely dense, comparable to high-strength hard alloy. It was hard to imagine that a carbon-based organism could grow such a biological limb. With these lone wolf-s power armors, the ordinary members of the Infinity were generally strengthened. They were not only more flexible but also had higher protection. Combined with the latest arc pulse guns, they were already comparable to the individual combat power of the Interstellar Army. However, they still fell short of the tactical prowess of professionally trained soldiers. Furthermore, the effect of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum was equivalent to Cold Dark Reagent Converter for all members, which would further enhance the evolution of the Infinity members. The heterogeneous cube also provided a shield against the invading forces of darkness, making the evolution of the Infinity members safer. "Hey, Lin Xian." Kiki followed behind Lin Xian and whispered to him, "Do you think that Brother Ho has been a little abnormal from just now?" "What do you mean? This guy is usually the most active in drinking and drinking tea, and he loves to show off, but since we went down to this underground tunnel, he seems a little taciturn, and he also wears several more clothes." Kiki frowned. "Don't you think it's weird?" Lin Xian pondered when he heard this, and then said, "I remember when we went to the Sihat Foundation's Underground Research Institute last time, he said that he didn't like going underground. Maybe this is the reason." Kiki nodded. "Oh, I remember." "Okay." Lin Xian and Kiki got out of the car together. He had built several vehicle track trailers specially used for storing all-terrain armored trucks and Night Star aircraft on the Vican tracks outside the weapons warehouse. The people from Longshan No. 1 carried them onto the car, and Lin Xian built a simple external carriage outside. When the train departs, the last car will use the cable to mount the carriage and then tow it away, which can save a lot of trouble. He planned to devour some valuable targets within the zero-element center first, then return to the vehicle to find time to build a new electromagnetic railgun to increase his firepower. The two of them followed the tunnel back to the zero-element center's platform, entering through the now safe passageway. As the automatic doors opened, Luo Yang and the others guarding inside immediately turned. Captain Lin Xian glanced around, noticing that besides Luo Yang, there were also the injured Li Guangwen, Amin, and Luo Luo. They were now wearing black lone wolf power armor and were quietly chatting in the hall. Upon seeing Lin Xian enter, they immediately came to greet him. Nothing unusual. The robots are operating automatically. Since the mainframe is offline, they've had several malfunction alarms go off, but it's been of no consequence. Lin Xian nodded. After all, there were over 1,000 people lying here. To ensure safety, he had asked Luo Yang to arrange for someone to guard the area. Unexpectedly, he himself arrived with several injured soldiers. Captain Lin, Li Guangwen, Luo Luo, Amin, and the other young men also greeted him enthusiastically. How are their injuries? Lin Xian looked at them. He knew they were seriously injured. Although they had been in the full-scale medical cabin for emergency repairs, the human body was not as easily repaired as mechanical machines. Several of them had been on the verge of death. Even Liang Lei, who was as strong as an ox and had the ability to use metal skin, had not yet woken up. Much better now, Luo Luo and Amin looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. Yes, thanks to Captain Lin's medical cabin. Kiki flew to the row of control terminals, looked at the fluctuation data on it, and said, the brainwave activity of these people seems to have collectively weakened a lot. Yes, Luo Yang said at this time, we discovered it as soon as we arrived. I checked the detection period. Since the end of the active period that Captain Lin mentioned, the brainwave consciousness signal fluctuations of everyone here have all decreased by at least 98%. Among them, more than a dozen people are already in a state of brain death. Lin Xian walked to the glass curtain wall and looked towards the center of the honeycomb below. The hexagonal honeycomb cabins were still flashing blue light. Everyone seemed to be sleeping peacefully, and the white hyphae had been cut off again by special blocking instruments. It seems that this system should be set up with the same cycle as the active frequency of the mycelium, actively connected for 9 hours and then cut off for 30 hours, then half of the dead people did not die at once. Kiki crossed his arms and glanced at them. Those who couldn't hold on for 9 hours are dead. I thought these people were in this state 24 hours a day. How is that possible? Wouldn't it be the same as those human bacteria if it was connected all the time? Lin Xian said, but this blocking method is too simple. I thought there was some high-tech technology. In that case, there is no danger to life, the body is fine, and they were just happy for 9 hours. How could they die? Lolo, who was standing aside, was obviously a curious person, and came over to ask. 9 hours of happiness. Lin Xian smiled speechlessly. In 17th century Europe, in addition to cruel physical torture, there was also a kind of laughing punishment for dealing with criminals. This kind of laughing punishment was completely bloodless and used a seemingly harmless way to carry out the punishment, which was to tie the prisoners tightly, and then smear honey or salt on the soles of their feet, and then let goats lick them. How long do you think they can last? Lick the soles of the feet. Is this also a punishment? Yes, Luo Yang also said at this time, I know this. People can't stand it in half an hour. Just 1 to 2 hours is enough to cause cardiac arrest or suffocation. Yes, but this kind causes damage to the body's functions, while these only affect the brain. There are still some differences, Lin Xian said, but the trauma caused by the high-intensity calculations of the brain is irreversible. After speaking, Lin Xian turned his head and began to scan the monitoring hall, thinking about where to start. Lin Xian had little interest in the maintenance robots, as they were designed specifically for the Hive Center and far less practical than his PX-05 repair robots. He already had the Thunder Falcon 2000 attack robot, so they were only worth consuming. However, he planned to eventually complete the work on these robots, the large suspended robotic arms within them, and the energy system here, starting with the instruments and equipment and the various detectors in the tunnels. Most importantly, the ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array. Lin Xian had just thought of this on the train. If this device replaced the train's electric blade armor system, densely arranged, and combined with arc pulse string vibrators, wouldn't the Infinity become a massive cutting machine if faced with a monster wave like the Snow Demon? Of course, this plasma beam cutting array couldn't be kept running for long periods of time with current materials technology. Even if it could, the power consumption would definitely be greater than that of the electromagnetic railgun. With the current power supply of the Infinity Twins, Lin Xian estimated that this was a difficult task. But food can be eaten bite by bite. Just like the electric blade armor system, Lin Xian could build one first. As long as Grace's intelligence system could be used for trained design and modification, many of Lin Xian's blueprints would have the opportunity to expand and expand. Without further ado, Lin Xian assigned Luo Yang and several others to help patrol the various areas while he began preparing for the devouring. Kiki, his bodyguard and assistant, was bored and followed Luo Yang around. Devoured successfully, mechanical source points plus 15, mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 10. Lin Xian first devoured Grace's body's energy conversion cabinet and prepared to take Grace's power module directly. This power module can be used for charging and partial repairs, and Lin Xian was too lazy to scan and build it, so taking it back would be more convenient. Since entering Yijin City, Lin Xian has been devouring a lot. The convenience of telekinesis has greatly improved his efficiency, and his devouring proficiency has increased by hundreds in a short period of time. Mechanical devouring. 4/13/16/2000, he figured that after taking care of this zero-element center and then finding a nuclear power plant to devour, he'd be able to reach level 5. Not only would his devouring efficiency improve, but he'd also be able to meet the requirements for mechanically amplifying the surge. Click. Lin Xian opened the access hatch to the passage, located the plasma beam system inside, and immediately began scanning it. Scan progress 2%. While this device was complex and sophisticated, it wasn't large. Lin Xian estimated that the scan should be complete in about an hour, and then he could begin devouring it. Elsewhere, on the Infinity, some of the crew members in the living compartment had already rested, while the rest were on guard duty. They were all donning their power armor for the first time, each one incredibly excited, constantly studying its various functions. Xiaoyun, despite her injuries still unhealed, joined her teammates in learning how to operate and use the power armor, hoping to quickly master and improve her abilities. When passing through Zilin City, she keenly felt the danger facing Lin Xian and the other core members. After being rescued from the abyssal worm by Lin Xian, Xiaoyuan secretly vowed to rapidly improve herself, to keep up with Lin Xian and help share some of his burden. In Carriage 5, the building looked at the size of the power armor in front of him with a look of worry. This type of power armor automatically expands to adapt to the user's body, but the problem is that at nearly 2 meters tall, he can't fit into the power armor even at its full extension. Give up. Sasha operated the parameters on the power armor and said to her brother, "This thing is for people of standard size in the army. You are too tall and I am too short. Neither of us can use it." Dalu took a breath. The monsters we encounter are becoming more and more troublesome. My ability is growing too slowly. I am worried that I can't help you and Brother Xian. What are you talking about? Sasha punched her brother's arm. You are much stronger than before. You held on to such a scary monster wave with a knife for several hours. It's more powerful than my Sally. Is this called slow growth? Besides, didn't Brother Lin tell you that he would make a set of power armor that suits your body shape later? Don't worry about it. Dalu nodded when he heard it. He knew that his ability had improved a lot compared to when he was in North Bay, but the monsters he encountered along the way were getting more and more fierce, giving him a feeling that the more he grew, the more powerless he became. He thought of Lu Yuang who sacrificed his life beside him, and it is difficult for a hero to defeat a pack of wolves. Shasha looked at the lonely look on the building's face, and knew that her brother was under a lot of pressure, so she said, "Brother, the problems of Zilin City cannot be solved by people with superpowers. There are so many planes and cannons, and Brother Lin drove such a big mecha. So many people were sacrificed to win the victory with great difficulty. This shows that it is very difficult to defeat these dark creatures with our current personal means. Don't think too much. Besides, didn't the Night Walkers teach us during the superpower test? The development of superpowers has great prospects. You should study more in this area." The building frowned when he heard it. "You are right." He immediately got up and walked to Lu Xingqian's room, wanting to ask him for advice on the development of superpowers. After all, this kid usually likes to study superpowers the most. In the defense of Zilin City this time, the new skills he used were several times more powerful than before, and it was obvious that he benefited from it. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Lu Xingqian, sitting cross-legged inside drinking tea, stealthily pulling up his sleeves. He looked at him with a somewhat uneasy expression and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Oh, I am." He scratched his head, feeling a little strange at the sight of Lu Xingqian wrapped in thick clothing, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he stated his purpose. "I just wanted to ask you about some avenues for developing my blood energy." Isn't there some advice in the manual the Phoenix Society gave me? Lin Xian said calmly, his eyes darkening slightly. He opened his mouth, but noticing Lin Xian seemed a little downcast, he quickly said, okay. He turned to leave, then thought for a moment and added, Brother Lu, if there's anything bothering you, just relax. Brother Xian gave me a bottle of white wine a while ago, and I've been saving it. How about we have a drink? No thanks, Lin Xian said, shaking his head. Alright. Seeing the building turn around, Lin Xian's complex expression tinged with reluctance. He suddenly spoke, the characteristic of your blood energy ability is its strong self-healing capacity. The stronger the blood energy, the greater the power. This indicates that your body's vitality is very strong. In other words, you are more resistant to the environment, the invasion of darkness, and nerve paralysis than other Esper. So, do you think you might also be more resistant to the toxins of black smoke and blood essence? Of course, this is all just speculation. The building was stunned at this. He understood what Lin Xian meant. The black smoke after the death of the strange body, including the dark invasion power carried by the blood essence, is extremely devastating to both the body and the mind. Most people need to maintain a balance, but for abilities like buildings, the resistance threshold may be higher. This means that although the physical system may not have much potential, its survival rate in darkness should be quite high. Thinking about this, it seems to understand why physical system Esper are more common and their strength is higher through combat. Dalu nodded, turned back to look at Lin Xian, and said, okay, I'll remember that. Then he left. Seeing Dalu leave, Lin Xian sighed softly. He lifted his cuffs again and saw dark blue lines crawling deep inside his wrists, like a large amount of mycelium spreading across his skin, a strange and eerie sight. It seems my cultivation path for this life has come to an end. He looked up at his immaculately clean room, the makeup mirror, the small tea table, the tea maker Lin Xian had made, and the doll Shasha had given him. He couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, scan successful, ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array, blueprint, obtained, devour successful, mechanical source points plus 120, mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 40. At the entrance to the zero-element central channel, Lin Xian spent over an hour finally completing the device. Strictly speaking, this device was designed specifically for this channel, and the scanned blueprint also showed a very strangely configured slide rail array. Therefore, if he really wanted to use it on the Infinity, Lin Xian would have to modify the blueprint. He checked the time. It was already 2 a.m., and according to the time calculation, the next mycelium activity period should be over 20 hours away. Get a few more pieces of unused equipment and go back to get the equipment. The materials at the decomposition center were almost ready. Lin Xian planned to begin manufacturing the electromagnetic cannon after he finished with Grace. He also needed a robotic arm for Car 11 and a bullet punching machine. Lin Xian was considering merging the Sun Fleet into the Infinity after breaking out of this area. Luo Yang and Li Yi were both good people. Uncle Wu and Uncle Liao, the retired veterans, had fought tooth and nail to protect them. Luo Yang and his men had even converted their entire fleet into trains to follow Lin Xian. With such sincerity, Lin Xian had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, Lin Xian had to expand his influence. Darkness was engulfing the dawn, and the road ahead was becoming increasingly difficult. With these people gathered together, he felt a greater hope. Lin Xian had learned about the Sun Fleet. It had an engineering-grade nuclear-powered locomotive. Its power was only around 200 megawatts, far from intercontinental grade, but for a doomsday escape, a nuclear-powered locomotive was invaluable. If the Sun team hadn't avoided entering the polar night to follow the Phoenix Order's convoy, Luo Yang and Li Yi wouldn't have been able to exchange all their supplies and vehicles. It was precisely because of this that Jin Deali's Joker team was able to secure one vehicle. Furthermore, the Sun team had 11 carriages. While their armor wasn't as strong as the composite armor of the current Infinity mechas, it was still quite formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cross the snowy plains and reach Zilan City. Each carriage was equipped with machine gun turrets and Gatling guns. All other weaponry was taken away by the original Sun team members. Luo Yang and Li Yi brought their own light weapons aboard, and all their supplies were their own. The original Luo Yang team consisted of 34 members, with their core being Captain Luo Yang. His special ability, similar to Eyes, was a type of strange eye, capable of storing energy and detonating it at a distance. Then there's Li Guangwen, the core of the fighting force, a Thunder Fist user. He and Luo Yang have both reached a berserker level. There's also Amin and Luo, two exceptionally skilled masters of genetically evolved physical techniques, and a man named Zhang Xiaobei, who provides technical support for the team. Luo Yang's team is primarily composed of student survivors from the former university town. They're roughly the same age, mostly from engineering and physical education departments, resulting in exceptional execution and the development of numerous defensive weapons and traps. Li Yi and Liang Lei's team, on the other hand, is quite large. Excluding those killed in Zilan City, there are still around 110 remaining, led by Liang Lei and his wife. Liang Lei's ability is a rare one within the physical realm. His skin can be metallized and enhanced, resulting in a physique comparable to that of a building. Once fully metallized, he resembles a metallic war bear. His ability rating is 1100, while the building's is 1120, making them roughly equivalent. Li Yu was also a psychic, but her abilities were rather limited, as they were rarely used. It took her a long time to discover she could breathe underwater and fight quickly. Plus, she was pregnant, so she had little opportunity for actual combat, serving instead as the team's strategist and logistics manager. Furthermore, nearly half of the team members in the Pao Yuan camp were Liang Lei's former colleagues from the engineering team, all of whom had families. This kind-hearted group rescued numerous survivors along the way, and the team continued to grow. Because they rescued those with limited combat capabilities and resources, many of them brought children with them. Under apocalyptic circumstances, children are of little help. Consequently, the team now had over 20 children, ranging in age from 3 to 10 overall. The team's strongest combat force was Liang Lei and the 30 or so strong workers with various mechanical and construction skills, along with a few adult men who joined later. Of the 110 people, approximately 60 were combat capable. The remaining 30 or so, aside from the children, were primarily women, responsible for logistics. Now, all 144 people were housed in the Sun Fleet's train. The conditions were much better than their previous stay in the large train car. It felt like a mobile family. Lin Xian figured that this fleet, combined with the Infinity's original crew, now numbered about 180. The armor had significantly increased the overall combat power of the combatants. Combined, there were 140 sets of power armor on both sides, enough to accommodate almost everyone except children and some support personnel. Quite impressive. Lin Xian was consuming the gate scanner as he pondered when Luo Yang's voice suddenly rang through the communicator. Captain Lin, something's happening over here. Lin Xian immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up, and woke Kiki, who had dozed off against his back. Then, the two of them quickly ran to the other side of the circular corridor. Soon, they saw Luo Yang, Amin, and Luo surrounding a woman in a white hibernation suit, who appeared to be emerging from a nearby survival pod elevator. The woman, her hair disheveled but otherwise neat, lay on the ground, trembling mechanically. She twitched and looked at the three men in terror, repeatedly shouting, "Grace! Grace! Housekeeper! Housekeeper!" Lin Xian walked over and saw that the woman's cheeks and head still had traces of broken mycelium. His eyes immediately turned cold, and he raised his hand to kill her. But before he could make a move, Kiki, who was standing by, suddenly called out, "Lin Xian, don't do it yet." Lin Xian turned around and saw Kiki with a strange expression on her face, frowning and staring intently. After a moment's pause, he spoke. "I know her, please give me a monthly pass." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.